On a small island belonging to the USA, an enormous university was made in 2040, full of high-tech equipment. It's soon become the best known in the world, a place only the best from around the globe can enter. Ever since the year 2018, technology had stagnated. Many religious fanatics were sure it was the sign of the end of the world, and in a way, they were right. The sudden stagnation in terms of technology was the last thing anyone anticipated. Because of that, the game industry, movie industry, and anime all had to slowly change. It became boring, the stories, the games. It all looked the same as previous, so people had to become more imaginative, more creative. Because of the stagnation of technology, the smaller countries around the world slowly gained more power, and it looked like World War III is descending. Miraculously, though, it never came. In 2030, 8 scientists discovered something even more mysterious. The human body had slowly started changing. There was a weird power in all of us. People became physically stronger. Their immune system got better, and all of that made them healthier. The average lifespan on people went up by 10 years. It was speculated that in the year 2140, all humans on Earth would be completely different, vastly stronger than now. Oh, if they had only known. Martial arts became much more popular. The best MMA fighters and boxers were making more money than the biggest soccer players. Suddenly, the world was crazy about martial arts again. Every school now had martial art classes, which students had to participate in to be able to pass. Right now, in front of the principal's office, a young man is sitting and waiting for the principal to arrive. His name is Rain Ashburn, once a top student and the best martial artist of Baker University, now just an ordinary teenager who was close to being expelled. 6 months ago, he was called by his uncle, who told him his parents have died in a car accident. Since then, he became isolated, barely speaking to anyone, and when he did, it would usually end up with a fight. The same happened today. He beat up his classmate and now is waiting for the teacher committee to finish their discussion of whether or not he is to be expelled. So it seems like I'm finally going to leave this place. Like I care. They can do whatever they want. I just wish that this fucking baby WOLD shut up. In the principal's office, a baby was crying. His wife came to visit him today and left it to go to the toilet. It's been 10 minutes and the baby is still crying. I swear, I just want to get in there and choke the life out of it. Just shut up, okay? Mumbled Rain. Suddenly, the baby let out an excited laugh and stopped laughing. Seems like God has not abandoned me. It finally stopped. I wonder why, though. Rain got up and saw a horrifying scene. The baby was enveloped by a green ball of slime, and it was actually getting dissolved. What the? Rain immediately opened the door and went into the office, only to find something puzzling when watching the green ball of slime. LVL1 slime was written above the green ball. It looked like something you see in those animes where people are playing VR MMOs. What the hell is this? Suddenly, the ball jumped at Rain, leaving the baby on the sofa, but luckily Rain managed to duck and evade it. What the hell? This fucking thing just attacked me. Well, alright then. Rain took a chair next to him, and right when the slime jumped again, he hit it, splashing it on the wall. That's what you get for attacking first, you bastard. The slime suddenly started moving. The parts were getting together, enveloping a small ball. What the hell? Rain hit it again with the chair, and again, and the ball finally got broken. Congratulations, player Rain Ashburn. You have successfully managed to find a monster and defeat it before the terraforming and became a pioneer. From now on, you will be given the codename 6, and as a reward, you get 4 LVLS and an innate ability. Let the lottery begin. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Rain was suddenly enveloped by a bright light, and he disappeared from the office. What is this? WWH, where am I? Congratulations, player 6. By being one of the first humans to slay a monster, you have been awarded by a lottery pick for an ability and for a weapon. Suddenly, everything around Rain was cleared. He was in a dark room, and in front of him, a huge hologram was blinking with a start in the middle. Player 6, please press the start button to begin with the lottery. The ability you get will depend on your luck, since all abilities ranging from rank F till Z will be available for you. First, give me an explanation. Where is this? What was that monster from before? And most importantly, what the hell is happening here? Apologies, player 6. Everything will be explained to you after the terraforming process. For now, please start the lottery. Fuck, don't tell me this is something like in those novels when the Earth goes through the apocalypse. Player 6, you have 10 seconds remaining to start the lottery. Should you choose not to, you will be immediately erased from this place. Erased? What do you mean by erased? 10, 9, 8, 7. Alright, I'll do it. 4, 3, damn it all. Rain pressed the button, and suddenly the hologram expanded, blinking every second until it slowed down, and Rain could see that images were moving from right to left, and there was a frame in the middle. It was only after 30 more seconds that the images stopped, and on the frame was an image of a man enveloped by lightning. Congratulations, player 6. You have successfully got the rank S ability, Lightning Manipulation. Lightnings. Wait, does that mean I can freely use lightning? Fuck. Now I know what's happening. I probably fell asleep and started dreaming. Yes, that's it. I'm only dreaming. None of this is real. Unfortunately, everything you see here is real 6. Your world is about to change and only the strongest will be able to survive. I hope you can be one of them. Now please start the item lottery. I wish you luck. Yeah, let's just finish this shit, and then I can wake up and continue my grandiose student life. Rain pressed start again and the screen started blinking only to slow down again. Rain could see the images were different from the last time. Numerous axes, swords, and armors were flashing by, and then it finally stopped. Is this some kind of a joke? Congratulations to player 6 for getting the rank F weapon, a wooden stick. Don't congratulate me for something like this. The lottery has been finished. Player 6 will be teleported back to Earth. Be advised, the terraforming will begin in 5 minutes. Yeah, whatever. Rain was again enveloped by a bright light and he disappeared from the black room. Suddenly in the seemingly empty room, 2 shadows formed. Another S-rank ability, seems like Earth has a possibility of survival. After all, 10 seeds of hope have already been found. But more importantly, it seems as you saw something in this human, didn't you, Jonah? I can't explain it, but that human, I believe he is more than just a seed of hope. I have a feeling that he will surprise us all. Oh, well, that's interesting, especially coming from the divine oracle herself. The 2 shadows then blended in the darkness and vanished. Rain opened his eyes and saw the windows in front of the office. The sun was high up and blinded him. He turned around and saw the office. The baby was on the sofa, still crying. There were no signs of the slime he smashed before. Everything was normal. So it was a dream after all. Of course, it was a dream with all the stuff there. Like anyone could just simply get teleported and get awesome powers like in light novels. What was it again? Lightning manipulation, right? S-rank ability lightning manipulation description is available. Would you like to see it? Fuck. F-rank weapon, a wooden stick description is available. Would you like to see it? Suddenly Rain saw a wooden stick in his hand. Why would I need to see something like that? Player 6, the terraforming process will start in 4 minutes. Please try to remain calm during it. I don't understand what that is, but alright, let me see my ability. S-rank ability lightning manipulation allows the player to channel lightning through his body and to use the lightning in the surroundings. Current level 100, current ability Exp 020. User can use a small amount of lightning to give small shocks to his opponents. Power scales together with the player's level and the ability's level. Small shocks, isn't that just useless? With every level up of the ability, the power will increase. Oh, alright then, but how do I level up the ability? By using the ability, the player will gain exp. When the exp is full, the ability will level up. Furthermore, by using creative ways of the ability, such as making skills, the player will get rewards such as level ups, attributes, and more. I am not dreaming, aren't I? I assure you 6, everything that happened and everything that's about to happen is real. Wait, what do you mean by that? All your questions will be answered after the terraforming process 6. Again with the terraforming, what does that even mean? Terraforming starting in 10, 9, 8, 7. Wait, 3, 2, 1, terraforming is about to start, teleporting everyone away from Earth. Rain was again enveloped by a bright light, and when he opened his eyes, he found out he was in outer space, looking straight at Earth. I am possible, what is happening? Wait, is that? When Rain looked around, he saw people. An enormous number of people were all around him, making a circle all around Rain. Rain turned around and he saw his best friend Lee Hwang there. Lee is in the same university as Rain, and their parents have known each other for a very long time. In fact, after his parents died, unlike the rest of his family who stayed for a day and left Rain like it was no big matter, the Hwangs and his uncle were there every day for a month taking care of him, making Lee a brother in his heart. Lee, what's happening? I don't know, the voice said everything will be explained after this. The voice, yeah, I went in the woods for a run and I stumbled across some creature. It looked like a goblin from the games. It attacked me and I kicked it. The poor bastard hit a rock with his head and died. Then I could hear a voice in my head and see some notifications like in a game. It told me I became a pioneer? Yeah, how did you? The same thing happened to me, but I got attacked by a slime. I see, wait, Rain, what is that? Lee wasn't the only one with that question because right above the Earth a huge shadow formed, and around Earth, 2 enormous hands seemingly made of darkness came and grabbed it. And then an unimaginable scene happened. Earth actually started expanding. The land masses were moving, some cracking away while some coming together. It was like a scene from a sci-fi movie. This is the terraforming. Yes, player 6, the Overseer has deemed Earth as too small for the game, and therefore he decided to make it bigger. The Overseer a game? What are you talking about? Since the terraforming has started, I am allowed to tell you what is about to take place on Earth. The Overseer for your galaxy has deemed you, Earthlings, as a species fit to take the trial to join the Alliance. The trial is set by a system overlooking the universe. That's just crazy. You're telling us you're about to destroy our homes and make us play some twisted game for your pleasure, so we can join your so-called alliance. Fuck that, we don't care about that. Let us return our home the way it was. That is not something you can decide. 6. Neither is the rest of humankind. You will take part in this. If you survive, you will learn about things that seem unimaginable right now. If you lose, however, Earth will be destroyed. Earth will be destroyed. Yes, 6. If humankind fails and becomes wiped out, Earth will follow. So if we fail this game, we all die. What kind of a game is it then? It's simple. 6. It's a survival game. Earth will become inhabited by all kinds of monsters, and the goal of humankind is to get strong enough to, in the end, wipe them all out. Only by doing that will you pass the trial and join the alliance. You crazy fucking bastards. This is a decision that the Overseer has given. It is up to you whether or not to follow it. You make it sound like we have a choice, so when are we going back to Earth? The terraforming is just about to finish. The only thing left is for everyone to get their true names. Names, based on the character, abilities, and strengths of a person. You will all be given a name more like a title that will be yours till the end of the game. Alright, I understand that, but why though? Why would we need new names? I'm sorry, 6, I do not have the authorization to tell you more. Never mind then, so when are we getting the names? In a short time, please be patient. Yeah, I'll be patient. It's not like my planet is being played like dough in front of my eyes or anything. No, you who has the destiny above a seed of hope. Suddenly a voice interrupted Rain, a voice so appealing and silvery that with just one short sentence it managed to erase every other sound Rain could hear. All of his attention was suddenly drawn towards it. You who is an anomaly and miracle born in this world. Take this name that I give you, take it and reign above all, be supreme. I, the divine oracle Jonah Fire Re, and hereby give you thy name. Do not disappoint me, Rain. Every word was so crystal clear, so ethereal that Rain forgot about everything. He forgot about Earth being changed in front of him, about Lee who was standing next to him. It just seemed so unimportant compared to the voice. They were just distractions, but suddenly another, much colder voice rang in his head and interrupted his daydreaming. Congratulations, from today onwards you will be known as Rain. Earth has finally finished terraforming, and you will all return to the same spot you were before the terraforming. Countdown starting 10, 9, 8. Rain was startled. He saw the Earth and it was enormous. It seemed at least 6 times bigger than before, but before that, he looked towards Lee and shouted, Lee, meet me on the roof when we get back. Do you understand? I'll be there. 21. The countdown has ended, proceeding with the teleportation now. Everyone was once again enveloped by the bright light and they were transported back to Earth. The mysterious 4 shadows showed again. One of them, a smaller, hunchbacked shadow, said with an old, crispy voice. So it's starting. I wonder if this planet will give us a surprise as Kinkar did. Kinkar was special. That person was an offspring of a divinity. I've done all kinds of tests on Earth, and there was no one like that here. The Overseer said as he was looking at the others. Perhaps, but that doesn't mean the Earthlings themselves can't give us any surprise. Ooh, you mean that one, the one you bestowed a name onto, Yona. Laughingly said a tall, slim shadow in a joking voice. Not only did you not change his name, you even told him your true name. Just what did you see in him to make you believe that much? Yona looks at them before slowly speaking. I saw destruction, pure and utter destruction, just like I saw in him millennia ago. By him, you don't mean. Yes, this boy has the same potential as the man that almost destroyed everything we swore to protect. Should I go and eliminate him? Said the short shadow, making a weird posture with 2 daggers in his hands. No, this time it's different. Back then we made a mistake. We shunned him and some even tried to kill him. That's why the Dark Ones were able to win him over and crown him their king. But this time we won't make the same mistake. We have to win over this boy. We have to make him our miracle this time. I understand now. Shall we watch the show? The short shadow straightened before putting his daggers back. Yes, I have to admit, I'm quite interested in this myself now. The Overseer let out a small laugh as a smile was on his face. On Earth, Rain opened his eyes and immediately stood up. I have to go to the roof. He started running, and on his way, he saw many of his schoolmates coping with the change in their own way. Some were crying while some were just staring at the walls lifelessly. There were those that actually started having mental breakdowns, lying on the floor in the fetal position and comforting themselves. Why is this happening to us? The whole planet has been changed, just so it can be a game for some people above us. Most people were sobbing, crying in disbelief because of the events that happened just a couple of minutes ago. Seems like none of them know exactly what's happening. Why didn't the voice explain everything? They can't hear me. Only pioneers have the privilege of talking with us. All the other people get simple notifications. This is one of the many privileges pioneers get. I see, so it's pretty much like the difference between gamers that pay in P2W games and the ones that don't. After 5 minutes, Rain was on the roof, and the sight that awaited him was stunning. The small forest around the school was no more. It has been changed into a massive tropical forest. Rain couldn't even see the end of it. Further out were many hills and mountain ranges. Baker Island was no more. It had turned into a huge landmass many times larger compared to before. How much bigger has Earth become? Earth's size has been multiplied by 10. Furthermore, the terrain has been changed as well. That's just crazy, what a boo. Rain stopped speaking. As to why, it was simple. In the sky he could see a massive snake. You couldn't even see its end, just its width was miles long. That is the world serpent assigned to be the guardian of Earth. Guardian. It has 3 jobs. First one is to ensure the safety of Earth before the game finishes. Second is to award people that did incredible feats if it judges that the system's reward wasn't generous enough. And thirdly, if you fail the game, that is if all Earthlings die, it will destroy the planet. So that's why you said Earth will get destroyed if we fail. Incredible. Rain heard a familiar voice and looked at his side. There he could see a person he was more than familiar with, a person he grew up with. It was Lee. Isn't that Jormungandr? So you finally arrived, Shadow. Wait, what? I meant Shadow, what the hell? How did you know that name, Rain? Your old names have been erased. You will only know a person by his true name from now on. Since the two of you have known each other for a long time, the name has automatically been planted in your subconsciousness. For other people, you will be able to call them any way you wish unless they tell you their true names. I see, but still, what kind of a name is Shadow? Still better than Rain, ha 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 ha. The two friends laughed and hugged each other. Rain and Shadow grew up together. Their fathers were friends and best men at each other's wedding. Anyway, seems like everything has changed. We better go and call Auntie and Uncle to see how they are. Rain looked at Shadow as he spoke. Yeah, then we'll see where to meet up. After all, the government will probably send a chopper here. By the way, why is your name the same? Shadow suddenly stopped as he looked at Rain with a weird expression on his face. I don't know, I heard a voice telling me my so-called true name, but she just told me mine. Rain said while scratching the back of his head. All right, I'll call them now. Weird, my phone isn't working. Rain looks at his phone with confusion. What, let me try with mine. Shadow took out his phone only to find out it was the same. It's not working either. What's going on? The Overseer has deemed Earth's technology obsolete since Earthlings are participating in the game and will gain immense benefits. All electronics will not be able to function anymore. What, but that means that right now we are alone here. Rain slowly spoke as he gulped nervously. Seems like we can only depend on ourselves right now. I guess now we know why technology suddenly stagnated 40 years ago. Shadow says while looking at the sky with a serious expression on his face. The two friends looked at each other and nodded, even though people would never even imagine these two people that looked so different to be friends that would die for one another. Rain being 185 centimeters tall, muscular with short brown hair that faces upwards, dark blue eyes, and a face that even though isn't anything special is attractive because of its masculinity, while Shadow is a tad bit shorter with blonde hair, slim body. Azure blue eyes and a face that looks like one of the famous K-pop stars. Rain looked down there. W, what are those creatures? Rain could see that 100 meters around the school was a clearing, and right at the end of it he could see 5 green short creatures just looking at the school with greed in their eyes. Those looked the same as that goblin that attacked me, but he was so aggressive. The moment he saw me he attacked. Why are they simply standing there? The clearing around the school has been changed as a safe zone. Monsters will not be able to enter it, and shortly different races will be spawned here to open up shops, class temples, and more. Some of them will give out quests for the player, which will give out rewards in the form of exp, skills, S-coins, and such. What are S-coins? Shadow asks curiously. Survival coins, or S-coins for short, will be used to purchase equipment, skill books, and more. So it's the monetary value as of now, huh? Rain nods his head in acknowledgement. Seems like it. It's like the whole world is becoming a massive MMORPG. Well, at least it won't be boring, right? Shadow nervously laughs. Even though Shadow said it in a comic way, his eyes betrayed the feelings he had. They were full of worry, and Rain could see it. Shadow, don't worry so much. Uncle is strong, ridiculously strong. Even when the two of us fought him, we couldn't last 2 whole rounds. Knowing him, he's probably a pioneer like us. Rain pats Shadow on the back as he looks at his friend with worry. Shadow's father opened a dojo in New York together with Rain's dad. It's slowly become famous because of its old style. Both their fathers were martial art lunatics and former world champions. They felt that the gyms and dojos of now are simply too soft, so they opened their own. The dojo quickly became famous, and how could it not when 2 old rivals that almost killed each other in the ring opened it? 20 years later, they had celebrities coming to learn some martial arts and train for movies. They also managed to get the biggest honor a dojo owner could get. One of their students actually became an MMA world champion. Yeah, you're right. We should probably go downstairs and explain the situation to the rest, right? Yeah, let's go. Rain nods at his friends. After taking another glance at the world serpent, the 2 brothers went down the stairs. The situation was the same as before. No, it was even worse because people found out about the technology being gone and everyone was panicking. I can't call anyone. What about my parents? What about my home? Oh God, why are you doing this to us? We can't leave this place now. We were all alone. We're going to die, aren't we? We only have enough food for a week. We're dead. The hallways and classrooms were empty. Everyone gathered in the gym, and it was full of people weeping. Couples were holding each other, promising everything was going to be okay. Everyone, the power is out, and it seems as it won't be back. Outside is a huge forest, and I think we should all go there and find some animals to hunt. The principal tried to take control of the confused students. That would be a really bad idea, Rain says while shaking his head. It's you, I'm taking charge, so shut up. If we don't hunt, we will starve, you brat. The principal angrily tells Rain while looking at him. Dear principal, have you even looked outside yet? Shadow chuckles as he points to the windows. Oh, outside, Eek, what are those creatures? In all the panic, nobody even saw the goblins outside. Now that they had, everyone panicked. They're goblins. I killed one in the gym today before all this shit happened. A voice said. When everyone turned, they saw a tall, blonde-haired young man slowly walking towards them. Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Royalty himself, Rain said in a mocking voice. Oh, so you're a pioneer as well. Shadow looks at the blonde man with a slight surprise. Isn't it obvious? And judging by the calmness of you two, you're the same. Well, it is expected of the two Brawl Kings, I guess. The blonde man's name is Adarlik Wittelsbach. He is a German royalty of some sorts, but contrary to most nobles and their arrogance, Adarlik was never arrogant of his roots, always upright and friendly. He was one of the most popular guys in Baker University. Rain and Shadow didn't have anything to say about the guy because they weren't even friends. They would greet each other on the hallway, and that's it. I suggest we team up with other pioneers if there are more here, Adarlik says to the two as he looks through the windows. Oh, you sure about that? I mean, are you sure we won't stab you in the back or something? Rain sarcastically says as he looks at him. Ha 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 ha, even though I don't know you two personally, but by your reputation, I can say that you wouldn't do that, Adarlik says with a slight smile on his face. Well, I usually don't like taking risks, but I guess desperate times call for desperate measures, right, Rain? I guess so, but first, what's your name? My name, oh, you mean my true name, it's Adolfo, it means noble wolf. Adarlik looks at Rain as he says, okay then wolf, let's go. Rain nods his head as he slowly turns around. Wait for a second, let's see if there are any more pioneers among us here. Wolf stopped Rain as he said, all right, but how many of us are there in the world anyway? Rain nodded before asking with a confused expression on his face. There are 12,438 pioneers on Earth right now. Pioneers are the hope of you Earthlings. You are the people that manage to awaken your innate abilities without any hardships, some even getting stronger versions of them. Wait a second, didn't we do the lottery for our abilities? Shadow asked with confusion on his face. The lottery was simply a chance for you to gain a stronger version of your abilities. So you're saying all of us already had our abilities even without becoming pioneers? Rain surprisedly said. Yes, they will naturally unlock themselves after you face many hardships, training, or being in a near-death state. I see, unlike other people who have to face danger to unlock them, we just need to level them up. Shadow looked like he had an epiphany of sorts as he exclaimed. So we have a head start, huh? Rain put his hand on his chin as he was thinking. Wait, what are you guys talking about? What are pioneers? And even though it's only 3 of you, you're talking like there's 4. A female student was looking at the 3 young men with a confused face. Yeah, have you boys lost your mind? The principal shouted as his face was getting red. I guess I'll explain it to you guys. I'll only do it once, so listen up. Wolf sighed with annoyance as he starts explaining to everyone. It took Wolf about 30 minutes to explain everything about pioneers and some of the benefits that come with being one. Wow, that's amazing, so you guys have powers. A male student was looking at the 3 with a bright light in his eyes. Yeah, but to be honest, I don't even know how they work. Rain awkwardly says as he shrugged his shoulders. To use your innate ability, you simply need to think of it and how it should manifest itself like. Note, since the abilities you Earthlings have are all newly awakened, they won't be powerful from the start, because they're just LVL1, Shadow says as his face showed a sign of disappointment. The strength of an innate ability depends on its level and on the level of its user. I level, said Rain in a confused manner. Simply think of the word status in your mind and the status screen will show itself to you. It's the same for skills, abilities, class, and race. Okay, but isn't a race status kind of stupid? I mean, we are all human. That is the truth for now. What do you mean by for now? I am not allowed to tell you that information right now. When you become stronger, you will be eligible to find out more information. All right, well, let's try the stats screen now. Rain did as the voice told him. He said status in his thoughts, and in front of him, a blue hologram appeared. Strength improves the body strength of the person, allowing for stronger attacks, lifting strength, and carry strength. Agility improves the speed and reflexes of a person, allowing for faster movement, attacks, and coordination of the body. Endurance improves the toughness, natural defense, and resilience of the body. Vitality improves the natural regeneration of the body. Willpower improves the person's speed of thoughts and resilience against soul attacks. Spirit improves the person's capacity of mana gather and the strength of the soul. It really looks like a game menu. Rain. Yeah, it's so weird. Shadow. Well, let me try out my ability. Rain. Rain lifted his right hand in front of him and thought of lightning dancing between his fingers. At first nothing happened, but after 5 seconds sparks showed on his hand. What's happening to his hand? A female student screams out as she points towards Rain. Right after the girl screamed, lightning suddenly appeared on Rain's hand, the same as in many magic movies and anime, only that the lightning was blue. Blue lightning, what's going on? Rain. The color of some innate abilities change with the rank. For example, your lightning ability, from rank F to D it's yellow, from C to B it's orange, A is red, S is blue, SS is violet, SSS is black, and the final rank, Z is white lightning. Awesome, so it's not only the strength but the color that changes as well, said Rain, but in just a matter of seconds he saw light on his right, and when he looked he saw Wolf's arm becoming green and green flames forming over it. My ability is fire manipulation, and a rank ability seems like the color of the flame I produce change with rank, same as your thunder Rain. Wolf looks towards Rain as he plays with the fire in his hands. A plus rank ability, shadow manipulation. Shadow. Rain followed the voice and saw Shadow standing next to the wall, his figure slowly becoming darker and less visible. The description says that when it gets stronger I'll be able to control shadows like solid objects, and that the reason it's an A+ ability is that it will become much stronger if I evolve it to rank S. Seems like I'll become like that anime character. Mine's lightning manipulation, S rank, Rain says with a smug face. It's actually an S rank. Screamed Wolf in disbelief. The system told him that only 13 people have S-rank skills, and that they are called Seeds of Hope because they are destined to carry the whole of humanity on their backs. Wolf was a noble, even though he never carried any arrogance because of it. He always outperformed others. He was always one of the best, and seeing 2 people whose abilities rank higher than his actually dealt a small blow to him. Hey, anyone else here a pioneer? Rain shouts at the crowd of students that were around them. I fairly doubt it. Amongst the 7+ billion population, only a little over 12 are pioneers, just 3 of us being here is. Shadow was shaking his head as he didn't think there was a high possibility of another pioneer being here as well. I am a pioneer as well. Somebody from the crowd said. What, who? Wolf widens his eyes as he looks at the students. The group of students around them started moving, and a weak, frail-looking boy showed himself in front of the 3. Oh, it's you, Alfred. Rain smiles at the boy who was visibly nervous while being stared at by so many people. It's all right, my name now is Beast. Mine's Rain, he's Shadow, and Mr. Royalty is Wolf. Rain smiles gleefully as he introduces Wolf. Would you stop with the royalty stuff already? Wolf shouts at Rain with visible frustration. Hell no. Shadow laughs in delight as he looks at the angry Wolf. Beast was always the shy, quiet type. He was incredibly smart and the best student in the whole school. I never took you as a fighting type, Beast. Rain looks up and down at Beast, who was scratching his head in nervousness. I was in the toilet and a huge rat showed up. I had nowhere to run to and had to defend myself. I punched it, kicked it, and when everything was finished the rat was dead and I was all bloody from the scratches. Then the voice told me everything and I was teleported to that lottery room. The blood and scratches were gone. Damn, you had it rough, being interrupted during nature's call and having to fight a monster. Huh, I feel for you, man. Rain had crossed his arms in front of him as he was nodding painfully at Beast. But didn't the system say pioneers are really rare? How come there's 4 of us here? This place was deemed as one with most talents, the most promise out of all, so it was natural that there are more pioneers here. I see. Rain nods. So now that we have a total of 4 pioneers in our group, should we go outside? They did say that shops, class temples and such will spawn soon, right? Wolf says while looking at the 3. Yeah, let's go, Shadow excitedly says. Wait, it's dangerous outside, don't you see those monsters? The principal gets in front of them with his hands spread out. Principal, were you even listening to me? 20 meters around the school is a safe zone. Monsters can't come in. Wolf shakes his head in disappointment as he goes around the principal. You can't be sure of that. What if that voice is just fooling you guys? A female student behind them could be heard asking with a panicking voice. Well, if that's the case, we'll just flee back to school or kill those monsters, Rain says with a cold voice as he looks back at the students who had stopped in their tracks after hearing his words. Hey guys, if I may ask, what equipment did you get from the lottery? Beast suddenly asks from the side. Oh right, I almost forgot about that, says Shadow as he grabs something behind him. I got this armor, it's a D rank, said Wolf while lifting his shirt and showing a thin metal armor that he was wearing. I got a ranky knife, said Shadow while showing a knife that was in his back pocket. I have a bow, it's a C rank, if any of you want it, I'll gladly. Beast. Rain suddenly shouts at Beast. Yes sir, shouted Beast while doing a soldier salute. You're part of the team, the bow is something you won, it's yours, use it. It may save your or our life one day, not to mention, you're the ace archer of the university, you're the only one amongst us that can use it proficiently. Rain looked sternly at Beast, who was nodding profusely. Why yes. Beast lowered his head somewhat shamefully, but inside he was full of gratefulness towards Rain. Okay, let's go now. Rain nods happily at Beast as he turns around. Wait, you still didn't tell us what you got, Rain. Shadow asks him as he narrows his eyes suspiciously at his friend. It doesn't matter. Rain quickly turned his head and started walking towards the exit, only to be stopped by Wolf. If we're gonna be a team, everyone has to be honest to each other. Wolf looks at Rain as he says, I said it doesn't matter, I threw it away anyway, said Rain in an annoyed voice. Rain, come on, tell us what you got. Come on, man. You know I won't stop till I find out, Shadow says while poking Rain from the side. Oh fucking hell, I got a stick, okay, a wooden fucking stick. Rain shouts with a dark expression on his face. A stick, biwahahaha. Shadow started rolling on the ground while laughing. Wolf and Beast on the other hand were doing everything they could to stop themselves from laughing. Ah, screw you, Shadow, get up, let's go. Rain went to the exit with hurried footsteps while Shadow tried to stop his laughter. Wait, brother, I'm coming. Let's first go to the kitchen and get some knives first. Shadow sprung up from the ground and started running towards Rain. Of course, he was still laughing. We better go after them, right, Wolf? Yeah, let's go, Beastie. That's not my name. Of course it is, Beastie. Oh, okay. Beast lowered his head in defeat and followed Wolf. After a couple of minutes, the group came out of the school only to be greeted by a blinding light. Arg, what the fuck is this? Rain shields his eyes from the blinding light as he exclaims. Perhaps this is the spawning of the shops, Wolf says while doing the same as Rain. After 5 minutes, the light disappeared, and when the gang opened their eyes, a stunning sight was in front of them. There were stalls, shops, and even some buildings around. But the thing that drew the most attention was a hulking beast sitting at the edge of the safe zone. It was a giant made entirely of stone. On his shoulder, he was carrying a huge pillar and looked incredibly imposing. And the other thing that drew the group's attention was a huge altar with a portal on top of it. On their heads, they could respectively read, Zone Guardian. Class Temple. I think we should go and get a class first, Wolf says as he goes towards the class temple. Yeah, they said the world has turned into a huge MMO, so a class is definitely a must. Shadow follows after him as he curiously looks at the buildings that have suddenly appeared in front of them. Yeah, let's go. Rain simply follows the rest while inspecting the giant guardian. The group slowly approached the altar, but just 2 meters from it, an invisible barrier stopped them. A notification appeared right away. The minimum level requirement for a class is level 10. Players, please level up first. Fuck, seems like we'll have to kill some monsters first and then get a class. Rain curses as he looks at the class temple. We should first use our attribute points and speak to the people here. They might give us a quest of some sort. Shadow puts his hand on his chin as he calmly speaks. Let's split up then. When one of us finds a quest, just call the others. Wolf nods before going in a random direction. All right, I'll go on the left, Beast says as he nervously turns around. See you in a bit. Rain waves at them as he also goes to search for a quest or anything noteworthy. Everyone split up to find a quest and added their attributes. Rain decided not to use his points right now, since his thunder manipulation gave him a point in both strength and agility. He first wanted to see what would happen after he leveled up before choosing where to add them. Shadow put all his points in agility. Beast put his points in strength and agility since his bow needs a certain amount of strength to be pulled, and agility will also help with his aim, while Wolf decided to split his points in endurance and vitality. After about 30 minutes, everyone could hear Beast yelling, "Guys, I found a quest, quickly come here." Everyone gathered to Beast in just 2 minutes. Beastie, what's the quest? Wolf asks Beast, who was smiling at them. Beastie, oh, I think that name is quite fitting for him. Shadow giggles while looking at the nervous Beast. Please stop with that nickname. Beast pleads with them, but to no avail. No, Wolf and Shadow shout out at the same time before breaking into a laugh. Beast, what's the quest? Rain asks him while looking at the two with a sigh. Wait, let's form a party and I'll share it with you guys. We can actually do that, Shadow asks Beast with surprise. Yeah, I just got a notification for it. Beast nods to him. Okay, how do we do it? It says I just need to think of it and you'll get an invite right away. Let me try it. Right after Beast said that, the three immediately got a notification. Beast wants to form a party with you. Do you accept? Yes, no. Everyone immediately pressed yes, and they could see a floating text above each other. Wolf level 5, healthy. Okay, it worked. Now let me share the quest. Beast. Player Beast wants to share a quest with you. Blacksmith Adrian needs you to kill 5 goblins and bring him their fangs. Do you accept? Yes, no. Everyone pressed yes. The quest has been changed to a party quest. Kill 20 goblins and take their fangs back to Adrian. Progression 020. The party read the description and turned around to look at the forest. They're not here anymore. Rain looks around to find the goblins who were present previously, but shakes his head as there were no goblins around now. The guardian probably scared them off. Let's go in the forest and find them, Shadow says as he looks at the giant guardian. Hey Beastie, do you have any arrows for that bow of yours? Wolf asks him as he looks at the bow in Beast's hand. Yes, the bow came with a quiver. It replenishes arrow by itself. Beast turns around and takes off his jacket. Everyone could see a quiver on his back, full of arrows. That's awesome, and here I got a trashy F-rank stick. Rain kicks a nearby rock in frustration. Don't worry about it, bro. I'm sure your stick is the stick that will drill through the heavens, Shadow says before twisting on the ground from laughter. Can you stop it with the anime lines already? Rain looks at Shadow with a dark expression as he slowly moves towards him. All right, let's go. We have some goblins to kill. Wolf calms the two down before turning around. Rain and the others walk towards the forest. The second they set foot into it, a notification suddenly. Entering the newbie forest, happy hunting. In newbie forest, this just feels so dumb. Rain sighs as they start their adventure. The forest was huge, made up of enormous trees that were tens of meters high, their thick branches interlining making it look like a web. The leaves of the trees were huge as well. They were the size of 5 palms. Nobody on Earth has ever seen trees like this. It's simply unimaginable to believe that all of this was formed in a couple of minutes. Shit, these fucking plants are annoying as hell, man. Don't yell, you idiot. You might scare them away. Shadow was too busy wrestling vines away while Rain approached him from behind and got him into a chokehold. So how do we do this? Wolf asks the other three. The party was looking at 5 goblins from one of the trees. They were thinking of how to kill them. Since each one needs to get 5 goblin fangs, they need to kill 20 of them in total. Each one counts. I think it's best that the 3 of us go down and take 3 separate positions, effectively surrounding them while Beast should stay here and use his bow. The second he launches an arrow, we attack. Rain says while looking at the others, eager to hear their opinion on his plan. That's actually pretty smart, bro. Good job. Shadow gives him a thumbs up before turning around to check the goblins again. Go to sleep, Shady. Rain was behind Shadow as he got him in a chokehold again. Shadow, you goddamn, Kirk, dude, let go, I'm choking. Shadow pleads to Rain, who was looking at him with a gleeful smile before whispering, don't fight it, just close your eyes and go to your happy place. Guys, I think that's enough fooling around. We are planning on killing those things. How can you be so calm? Rain loosened his grip on Shadow and looked at Beast with a serious face. Because they are just things, they're not human. I have no qualm whatsoever of killing them. I mean, it's us or them so. There's no use to just talk about it. Let's go down, Beastie. Don't miss your target. Wolf pats Beast on the back as he looks at him reassuringly. I'll try, but I'm not that good with this, so. Don't worry, I'm sure everyone noticed by now. Those attributes we used have already changed us, even though it doesn't look like a lot. The points in agility made my sight. Hearing a movement much better. Shadow tells Beast, who is still nervous. Now that you mention it, I'm actually kind of calm. Usually I would be shaking under a circumstance this stressful, Beast says while scratching his head. He was still nervous, but he did feel better after hearing Shadow's words. Yeah, seems like the attributes do more than just the things in the description. I don't know whether that's a good thing or not, but it's helpful for now. Yeah, okay, enough chit-chat. Let's go down and take our positions. When you see us stop, pick a target and make sure to at least hit it okay, says Wolf before turning around and getting ready to go down. I'll do my best. Beast nods nervously. Wolf, Shadow, and Rain slowly descended down the tree. Wolf went to the right side while Rain and Shadow took the left. They were respectively positioned at the 12, 3, 6, and 9 positions on a clock. Right in the middle were the 5 goblins who were busy brawling over some bloodied piece of meat. Beast took out his bow and tried adjusting his breathing. He was never good at any physical activities, but he watched a lot of survival shows and a lot of TV shows, so he tried mimicking the way archers in the shows would behave. He was the best archer in the university, but he had never used a bow to hunt anything, and he needed to calm down in order to get a good aim at the goblins. He slowly brought the bow in front of him. He was shaking at the beginning, but he managed to calm down quickly, to his great surprise. He put his finger on the bowstring and slowly started pulling it towards him. His muscles were contracting. The string was actually pretty hard to pull. Sweat was already forming on his forehead. He knew that this one pull of the bow will give them a big advantage if successful. Time was slowly passing. By the time he managed to fully pull the spring, 2 minutes had already passed. Beast eyed a goblin that was lazily lying on the side, seemingly not attracted to the piece of meat at all. He was stationary, so he made the best target. There was, of course, another reason he was chosen, his level. LVL 4 Goblin. The goblins in the group were LVL 1 and LVL 2. This one was the only LVL 4, which meant he was the strongest, so Beast chose to try and kill him first and scare the others. Beast was taking his time. Even though he had already aimed at the goblin's head 3 minutes ago, he still hasn't shot the arrow. His forehead was shining from the sweat, and he was barely breathing. He was doing his best to get the best shot. After 2 more minutes, Beast finally made up his mind and released the arrow. The speed of it was immense, and in just a moment it hit the goblin. Unfortunately, though, it missed his head, penetrating his arm just a little under the shoulder. But it was enough. Half of the arrow made its way inside, going through the arm and hitting the ribs. The rest of the goblins were startled. They stopped fighting immediately and started running, but three shadows that were quietly waiting in the bushes suddenly appeared from three directions. "Come on, Beast, what's taking you so long?" Rain was waiting in one of the bushes and was getting impatient. It's already been over 5 minutes and Beast hasn't fired the arrow. Was the pressure too much for him in the end? Before Rain could think anything more, an arrow hit the strongest goblin. He didn't even think, he just ran to the other goblins. The goblins suddenly stopped. They didn't know where to go, they were surrounded. Goblins were an aggressive race by nature, but they were also cowards. The moment their leader got hit, they immediately wanted to flee, of course. The appearance of three more enemies made them even more frightened, and for a moment they were simply confused. Rain and Shadow have been frequently going to their father's dojo since they were kids. They knew that this was a golden opportunity. Shadow took out a kitchen knife and threw it to the goblin closest to him. The knife hit the goblin's chest and made him scream in pain. Shadow simply took his lottery knife and plunged it to the goblin's skull. Rain targeted two goblins that were standing together. Because of Shadow's actions, they didn't react to him till it was too late. He plunged his knife into one goblin's neck while immediately kicking the other one. He then followed up with a stomp to the little critter's neck, effectively breaking it. Wolf had it the easiest. The last goblin had its back turned to him while it was just watching the demise of its fellow goblins. It was dumbstruck. Wolf simply approached it from behind, put his hand over the goblin's mouth, and cut its throat. The goblin leader was lying down, wincing in pain. The arrow from Beast was simply too good. It managed to heavily injure the strongest enemy while shocking the others, making the fight a breeze. "Ha ha ha, nice work, Beast. You surely didn't disappoint us," Rain says cheerfully as he looks towards the tree where Beast was. Beast came down from the tree and slowly approached them. Before he could say anything, he suddenly clutched his stomach and started vomiting. "Damn man, you okay?" Shadow quickly runs towards Beast as he looks at him worriedly. "Aye, of course I'm not okay. How the hell are you guys so calm? We just murdered them. I just fired an arrow. But you guys actually killed them from up close, so how are you just standing there like nothing happened?" Beast cries out before vomiting once again. "Well, I and Rain used to fight a lot some time ago, and on the streets of New York, you see some fucked up shit during big fights, but I'm really impressed by you, Beastie. That arrow was awesome, and you too, Wolf. I thought a guy with your background would be too scared to even touch these guys, let alone kill one like that." Shadow looks at Wolf with a suspicious face. "Well, it's a long story, one I would rather not tell. Don't sweat it. Anyway, let's kill this guy and get those quest items." Shadow interrupts Wolf. He was interested in what he would say, but he didn't want to force him to do so. "Wait, let me try and tame him first," Beast suddenly shouts at as he stops them. "Tame?" Wolf blinks twice in confusion as he looks at Beast. "Now that you mention that, you actually haven't told us your ability yet, Beast." Rain looks at him with surprise. "Oh right, it's a B+ rank, Beast Tamer. It says that low-rank beast monsters won't attack me, and that I can raise my friendliness with them and tame them at the end, of course. There are restrictions. The beast can only be up to 5 levels above mine, and there's some sort of evolution chance for monsters as well, but I'm not sure how it works." Beast looks at them with a nervous face as he says, "I see that ability will actually come quite in handy for you. You can let your beasts attack enemies in close range while you attack with the bow." Shadow nods his head with a smile on his face while looking at Beast. "There's just one thing I want to ask. Is a goblin considered a beast? I mean, I thought beasts are animals, right?" Rain looks at the injured goblin while speaking. "I think so too." Wolf nods at Rain as he agrees with him. "Well, perhaps beasts are just the name the voice uses for all the monsters. I mean, there's no harm in trying, right?" Beast asks them. "Yeah, go and try it, Beast." Shadow pats Beast on the back as he excitedly looks at the goblin. Beast nodded and walked towards the goblin. The goblin saw him and started screaming even more, but it was barely moving. That's how serious the injury is. Beast kneeled next to the goblin and stretched his arm towards it. "The monster you are trying to tame is not a beast type, taming unsuccessful." Beast got up and turned towards the rest of the group. "Well, it's like we thought. I can't tame it," Beast says with a sad expression on his face. "Don't worry, Beast. We'll find you a pet sooner or later. Just kill the goblin and let's go find more." Shadow tells Beast before patting his back. "'Kay, kill it." Beast looks at him with shock. "Yeah, what's wrong? You were the one that fired that arrow into it, so it's only fair you finish it." Shadow shrugs his shoulders. "I'd rather not." Beast waves his arms in front of him as he speaks. "Beast, the world has changed. This won't be the last time we kill. If you get scared every time, you will end up taking too much time to decide what to do, and that could kill you and us." Rain looks at him with a stern expression. "I agree, being scared of fighting or killing will be a weakness from now on. You need to overcome it. The sooner, the better." Wolf nods in agreement before looking at Beast. "I know, but still Beast stutters as he continues speaking. "Beast, just kill the freaking thing and let's go," suddenly shouted Shadow. When Beast turned, looked at him, he almost fell down. The way Shadow was looking at him was scary. He could even feel some killing intent. What's with him? Just that look alone is enough to paralyze me. It's like he'll kill me if I don't do it. Fuck, that's not something a normal person should have. Just what has happened to this guy in the past." thought Beast while shaking. He tried to get up a couple of times, but it was to no avail. He was just too scared. Shadow, that's enough. Rain shouts at Shadow with an angry expression on his face. Right after Rain shouted, Shadow looked away from Beast and the atmosphere returned to normal. I understand, I'll do it. I don't want to become a burden to everyone. Beast didn't wait. He immediately took out his knife and plunged it deep into the goblin's chest. The goblin barely even moved. He was already dying, so this was just Beast easing its pain. I did it. Beast got up, but before he could do anything, the voice suddenly spoke. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 1 goblin killed, 10 X points gained. The party has earned 100 X points, distributing evenly to all. So we do get X points from killing monsters. Right after saying that, Beast suddenly bent down and vomited. Shit, yo Beastie, you alright there? Even before he finished with his sentence, Wolf was already walking towards Beast. He patted the latter's back and tried to comfort him a little. Don't worry, Beast, the first time is always the hardest. You'll get used to it eventually. After all, none of us have any other option with the world changing like this. Wolf comforts him. Hey, I know, Wolf, it's just that. Oh, not again. Beast vomited again. Guys, let's go. We don't know whether the smell of blood will attract any other monsters or not. If it does, we might get in trouble. Shadow speaks out from behind them as he looks around the area. Yeah, let's go. We need to kill 15 more goblins, Rain says before turning around. Wait, why has the quest not been updated yet? Wolf suddenly asks. Not that you mention it, it's still the same as before. No progress has been made. Shadow checks the quest status as he ponders. Wait a second, guys, it says to bring their fangs. Does it mean we have to? Beast looks over at them as he speaks nervously. Oh damn, we have to take out the fangs, come on. Rain takes out a knife as he looks at the goblin corpses. This is going to be quite the weird experience. Shadow grimaces as he takes his dagger out. The group looked at the goblin corpses with clear disgust. Okay, we should all go to the goblin we killed and take the fangs out of it. That way we will all split the workload evenly, Shadow says before moving towards the goblin he had killed. Hey, doesn't that mean I have to take them out of both the goblins I've killed? Rain looks at the two corpses. Who asked you to play a hero and kill two men? It's your fault. Shadow shrugs his shoulders as he looks gleefully at Rain. You bastard, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Rain glares at Shadow as he angrily exclaims. Of course not, bro, you know how much you mean to me. I would never do anything like that to you. Shadow shakes his head in denial while still having the gleeful smile plastered on his face. That's what you always say, you petty bastard. Rain shouts at him before moving towards the corpses. Everyone split up and went to a corpse except for Rain, who had two. Shadow was secretly snickering behind his back, careful so his bro wouldn't hear him. In a small clearing in Newbie Forest, screams were heard. 3 small green corpses were on the ground while the last goblin was struck in the chest with a knife from Rain. This is the 20th. Let's get the fangs and turn in the quest. Finally, this was fairly disgusting, man. I really want to go and rest, Shadow says as he wipes the blood off of his dagger. The group went towards a corpse each and started cutting into the goblins' mouths so they could take the fangs out. 5 minutes later they finished and started walking towards the school. It was after the third goblin group that they remembered about it. At first they panicked because they couldn't remember the path, but the system notified them that they can use the automatic tracking that will show them the way to the safe zone. So whenever we encounter a safe zone, we can just use this to find our way back to it. Shadow asks with a smile on his face. Only if you are within a 10 km radius of the safe zone. Of course, it needs to be a safe zone you have already visited before. After achieving a higher level, you will also be able to access more of the system's functions. I knew it was too good to be true, said Shadow while sighing. Well, at least now we know about the tracking. By the way, system, what level do the other options open at? Rain asks the system suddenly. I can only tell you that when you become stronger. Alright, well then, let's go back, guys. Rain shrugs his shoulders before turning around, ready to go back. How can they be so calm the whole time? We just killed so many of those things and they didn't even flinch. Just what kind of people are they? Thought Beast on their way back, of course. How could he know the history these young men have? Rain and Shadow lived in a huge shadow of their fathers, both of them being ex-world champions who are idolized by millions across the world. One day while they were going through their father's old pictures and notes, they came across something that shocked them. Their fathers used to be leaders of a notorious gang in the past. The boys were intrigued and made up their minds to do the same. For 2 years they were members of a gang in New York, slowly going up through the ranks and becoming notorious. During those 2 years they saw many people getting beaten, their limbs getting broken, fingers and other body parts cut off, and some dying. At one point they were the ones that had to kill. After they did it, their reaction was of course no better than Beast's. They got sick and vomited, their thoughts stained by the face of the men they killed, and all that still haunts them. They still see those horrible faces from time to time, but they got used to it. It wasn't till they got the invitation to the university that they left the gang. Wolf, on the other hand, is completely different. His family has a huge secret that they kept hidden for hundreds of years. The whole family is made up of one thing: assassins. Since his youth, Wolf was taught how to torture people, how to kill efficiently, and get through places undetected. He killed his first victim when he was only 8 years old, and since then his hands were stained by the blood of his targets. Rain and the others slowly made their way through the forest. A couple of times they ran into some goblins but managed to go around without alerting them. After 20 minutes, the gang was nearing the safe zone until, it's huge, Beast exclaims. Yeah, the girls always told me that too, said Rain while his pants were down and his glorious sun was out. And nah, I'm just playing with ya. Rain and the others were hidden in the bushes about 40 meters from a huge beast that seemed to be sleeping. What exactly is that? The patterns on its fur look like tigers, but what tiger is this big? Asked Wolf nervously. Suddenly the beast moved. It stretched its head up and yawned. It was huge. Even laying down, its height was over 2 meters, and at the same time it yawned, the group could see words appearing above its head. LVL 25 Field Boss, White Tiger Harui. Shit, it's a boss. That means it should be considerably stronger than a normal LVL 25 enemy. We should slowly go around it, otherwise we're dead, Shadow said while gulping nervously. I know, but imagine the exp we'll get from it, or maybe even some loot. Rain nods to Shadow before looking at the boss with a sparkle in his eyes. Oh hell no, said Shadow while glaring at Rain. I'm not going to die because somebody wanted to try our luck fighting something that can probably crush us with just one of its legs. Calm down, I was just saying that I know that we have no chance against something like this. Rain looks at Shadow as he calms him. Guys, Beast suddenly calls out to them with a quiet voice. Don't worry, Beastie, we're leaving, Shadow says while looking over at Beast, who looked as if he was petrified. I think it's too late, Beast says before pointing ahead of them. When they looked over, both of them suddenly felt cold sweat running down their backs. The tiger was looking straight at them. There was nothing in its eyes. It just looked at them indifferently, like they were sheep waiting to get slaughtered. Your conversation actually woke it up, you idiots. Wolf curses at the two. Shit, Shadow exclaimed before standing up, ready to fight or flee at a moment's notice. The tiger moved. Its colossal body sprang forward like a bullet. Before anyone could even move, it had crossed half the way to them. We're going to die, aren't we? Beast looks at them nervously. Shit, Beastie, go back, use the bow and try to shoot at its eyes. That's our only way to kill it. Wolf shakes Beast up as he yells at him. Why, yes. Beast immediately turned around and ran 10 million away. When he turned, he could see the tiger being very close to his comrades. It looked gigantic. His height was about 4 million, and it felt like a small hill was charging at them, its snow-white fur swaying while it ran. Beast could only think of one thing while drawing an arrow. Horrifying. That thing is simply horrifying. The beast slowly decelerated and stopped in front of the three. It looked at them from above with a gaze full of arrogance, like a king looking over peasants. How long had passed, no one knew. The tiger didn't move for what seemed like an eternity. It was just calmly looking at them, not even an ounce worried about their retaliation. Beast was doing his best to aim at its eye. His whole body was shaking. He simply couldn't help it. He was scared, very scared. Finally, he released the arrow. It went way off, hitting the tiger at its forehead. It just bounced back like it was made of rubber. Grrr roll. It was deafening. Rain felt as if his earbuds were going to pop from the sound the tiger made. Suddenly, arruar. An even louder sound was heard. Rain and the others were lying on the ground, covering their ears while the tiger had a huge change on its face. It was fear. Yes, this giant of a beast that was seemingly unafraid of anything was scared. It quickly turned around and ran with all its might. A huge cloud of dust was formed. Pieces of dirt were flying everywhere, and some pebbles flew and hit trees, making huge holes in them. Rain was the first to get up while the others were still lying on the ground. I had actually ran away. What could possibly make this thing run away? Asked Rain while looking at the tiger back. Before he could think of anything else, he saw a gigantic shadow swooping down from the sky and grabbing the tiger. The enormous tiger looked like a toy in the claws of the beast. It tried resisting, but it was futile. The monsters gripped harder, and horrifying sounds of bones breaking were heard from the tiger's body. It had died. Alert, the player is advised to hide a quick run away. A life signal of a junior wyvern has been detected nearby. That was just a wyvern, not a dragon. How could something that strong only be a wyvern? And it said it's a junior one. Does that mean it's still a child? How could Rain not know what a wyvern was? In mythology, a wyvern is a part of the dragon family, far weaker than a true dragon but still undeniably strong. So this is the new Earth. Even a place called Newbie Forest has monsters that are this strong in it, truly horrifying. Rain suddenly fell down to his knees as he was staring at the small figure in the sky that was quickly getting further away from them. Rain, what happened? Where's the tiger? Shadow got up and looked around them. Did it show mercy and leave? Maybe my ability worked after all. Beast wondered while slowly getting up from the ground. Rain, Wolf asked the shocked Rain. A wyvern showed up and killed it. It swooped down, grabbed it, crushed it, and left with the body. Rain tells them with a robotic voice. He was still in shock at the sight he had seen. What? everybody suddenly felt a sense of dread. The tiger that they couldn't even scratch was killed just like that. The world has become much more dangerous than we thought. This should be just like a beginner's area in a game, and yet it's this terrifying. We better hurry up and go back to the school. I definitely don't want to run into another boss again, Shadow said while helping Rain up from the ground. You're right, let's go guys. Wolf nodded in agreement. Rain and the others slowly made their way back to the university safe zone. Unfortunately, what they thought was going to be an easy way back became difficult as they had to go around multiple groups of goblins, big cockatrice, gnolls, slimes, and a party of goblins led by a hobgoblin. The gnolls looked like werewolves, standing at about 170 centimeters tall with a wolf's head and fur all over their bodies. The party saw 7 of them sitting down and feasting on 2 big cockatrices they hunted. They didn't have any armor or weapons, and used their long, sharp nails to cut big pieces of flesh from the cockatrices that they devoured with their sharp fangs. The group of cockatrices looked harmless from a distance, only 5 of them slowly walking, but the group decided against attacking them when they saw one peck a tree and leave a big hole in it while another struck its claws against a rock, cutting deep into it and looking like it was sharpening them. The slimes were the most disgusting. There were about 14 of them and they were everywhere on the ground and trees. The slime that they leave after moving was dripping down from the branches, slowly corroding them. At one point they saw 5 slimes grouping together and enveloping 3 goblins that were screaming while being dissolved in their acid. The hobgoblin was the most dreadful, patrolling with a group of 15 goblins of which 3 were level 7, with the hobgoblin being level 10. Rain and the other felt incredible dangers just by looking at it, as it was wearing crude leather armor and a rusty sword. Shouldn't monsters such as these be incredibly weak, like in games? Why in the world are all of them so hard to deal with, not to mention they are always in groups? Said Shadow while crouching down in the bushes with the rest. I mean, in every novel and game, these guys are supposed to be killable by normal people if they gave it their best, but here even the damn slimes and freaking chicken are so damn strong. Why yes, I don't think anyone could survive a peck of those guys. Why you guys saw what they did to the tree, the hole looked like a machine did it. Said Beast while stuttering and looking a bit pale. I agree, we should try our best to get back to the school and finish our quest and ask the blacksmith if he could make us some normal weapons. These knives won't be useful against most of these monsters, calmly said Wolf while looking at the group of wild boars they stumbled upon while getting back. Each boar was much larger than normal, their height while on all fours being over 1 million, and their tusks glinting with an ominous light every time the sun shines on them through the trees. Yeah, I'm not sure if we could cut through the fur of these guys with them, but will the blacksmith need anything for the weapons? Should we collect some wood or anything on the way? Said Rain while clicking his tongue and looking over his knives. I don't know, maybe it's like in games. We only need to pay with the coins and get materials and such for the much stronger weapons. Shadow. I think it's better for us to not carry anything for now. If we get attacked, that might be the reason why we die. For now, let's just play it safe. Go around the big groups and only attack the smaller ones if we are sure of victory. Even if we don't need anything from them, the exp and coins will be good to have, said Wolf while looking around and trying to spot any monsters that might be coming their way. I agree with Wolf, we shouldn't be taking any more risks till we figure out more about the monsters in this forest. That tiger alone was strong enough to kill us all without any effort. Who knows if more monsters like him exist here, said Beast with a pale face, still not fully recovered from their previous meeting with the field boss. Yeah, not to mention what the system said earlier, for fuck's sake. Was it not enough that they screwed the whole world, but they had to make this area the hardest, didn't they? Rain said with his veins bulging on his forehead. 3 hours earlier, right after the death of the field boss Harui. Why is something like this here? Wasn't this supposed to be an easy area, and out of a sudden there's a huge tiger and a goddamn wyvern? Shadow grunted angrily while kicking a tree on his way. As the area here was amongst those with the most potential, the monsters here are stronger than other beginner areas players. The harder the circumstances that you face, the faster and bigger growth you will experience. Please try to act more safely next time. Why didn't you tell us that sooner, damn it? We almost fucking died, shouted Rain. You nor the other players asked anything about the forest, therefore I didn't say anything. You damn asshole, present time. Slash. Rain slashed the hand of a goblin while moving a step backward. With a cry, the goblin drops his rusted knife and holds his hand. Rain moves quickly. With his opponent disarmed, the battle was practically over. Swinging his hips, he delivers a sharp low kick at the goblin's leg, making it lose balance. With the creature down on his back, Rain jumps on top of it and plunges his knife deep into its chest. With a twist of the knife, the goblin breathes out its last breath. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 1 goblin killed, 10 X points gained. The party has earned 40 X points, distributing evenly to all. This was the third group the party has encountered and decided to fight. Before it, they encountered a group of 3 slimes that were digesting 2 goblin corpses on the ground. With the element of surprise, they managed to destroy 2 of them easily with wooden branches they picked up along the way. They left the last one alive to see how long it would take them to kill it with a knife and arrows. The results were very poor. The other fight was against a single cockatrice they found. Even though it was alone, it proved to be a challenge, as the cockatrice managed to discover them before they ambushed it. Its speed and agility proved to be a hard challenge for everyone, not to mention the razor-sharp beak and claws it had. All right, with this, we all have 240 exp and 26 fangs. I think we should go back now. It's already getting quite late, Rain said while panting a bit. Yeah, being here during nighttime will be much more dangerous than now, not to mention that we don't know if any other monsters or animals will show up, Wolf said while wiping his knife with a handkerchief he pulled from his pocket. The others pulled out the goblin's fangs while grimacing and nodded. They cautiously continued their way back to the safe zone. So should we try to take this thing out? After all, it does look a bit bigger than the others, said Shadow to everyone while they were crouching in the bushes and looking at a lone red cockatrice that looked bigger than the others. LVL-6 Elite Cockatrice. I think we should give it a try. This time we know not to approach it too much, but the battle will be a lot easier if Beast can manage to hit it with an arrow first. What do you think, Beastie? Can you manage from further away? Rain. I'm not sure. If it stops moving for a bit, I think I can hit it, but it's just like a normal chicken. It moves without any pattern or rhythm. If it moves right, when I release the arrow, it's possible that I will miss it completely. Beast watched the cockatrice and nervously said, if it's the same as in games, this one might give us something good. After all, elite enemies in RPGs are the ones that always give out more loot than others. If we charge from 3 directions right when Beast releases his arrow, I think there's a good chance of us killing it right away. Wolf. I agree, the benefits so far seem to outweigh the risk, so let's go. I'll go right, Beastie. Try to hit one of its wings from the side. If you can impale it to the body, his speed and agility should drop and make it a lot easier, Rain said while slowly moving to the right side. I'll stay here. I'll throw one of my knives as soon as Beast releases his arrow. If we're lucky and it hits, maybe it will focus on me and Beast, making it a bit easier for you two to get close to it. Wolf. Got it, I'll go left then, and Beast, good luck man. Shadow. Beast said and started to climb the tree. Without much difficulty, he managed to get on one of the bigger branches and slowly aimed at the cockatrice. Okay, slow and steady. Don't forget to breathe and aim at the wing. The target is 1.8 million tall and large. It shouldn't be an issue to hit it from this far. Remember your training, Beast. Forget about anything except the target in front of you. Beast was muttering under his breath, his shaking fingers again calming down and his breathing turning even as he aimed at the cockatrice's right side, which was turned to him. The monster was bent, as if it was looking for something on the ground. Right then the cockatrice sharply stood straight and looked in front of him, right where Rain was. Shree. It screeched while looking in his direction and started running. Well, it tried to. Swish, thud. The arrow from Beast found its way to the beast and impaled its right wing and body. The cockatrice screeched again, but this time it was a screech of pain. Rain and Shadow jumped out from the bushes and charged at it while from its right side a knife was thrown. The battle has started. Swish. The knife thrown by Wolf arrived first. It was fast and precise, targeting the right side of the monster's neck. With a silent sound of cutting through the air, it arrives at its target. Clang. It was stopped by the beak of the cockatrice right before hitting its neck. Its speed and reflexes were far above those of the enemies they previously faced. It looks at the approaching wolf, who started sprinting as soon as he threw the knife. Alas, he was still too far away. Thus it cocks its head forward at the first enemy it discovered, Rain. Damn it, even though I wasn't expecting to do any serious damage, I didn't think it would be able to just block it like that. This thing is stronger than we thought. I have to hurry up and help them, thought Wolf as he was running. His intuition, sharpened by his years of training, was telling him that this opponent was even more fearsome than they thought. The cockatrice moves. It tries to charge at Rain, but the pain from trying to move his wing that's impaled to his body makes it scream out of pain again and briefly stop. Scree. The pain from its wound makes the beast angry at his inability to move its wing and angry at the enemies that made it. Again it charges, this time not moving its right wing. It's fast, thought Rain as he brandishes 2 daggers in front of him. I'll throw the dagger in my left hand at it, and when it tries to dodge or block it, I'll have my shot at hitting in. I have to be F. Before Rain could do anything, the beast lunges at him, its beak aimed straight at his chest. The beast's legs weren't enough to make it jump high without both its wings, but they were more than enough to propel it forward with incredible speed. Rain quickly crosses his daggers in front of his chest and tries to jump back to negate some of its momentum, but fails as the beak hits the daggers right before that. Clang. A loud sound of metal colliding was heard as it hits. The strength of the attack was enormous, managing to push Rain back by 2 million and dropping him on his knees. Cough, cough. Rain violently coughs out, some blood escaping from his mouth. He tries to get up, but his knees were still weak from the attack. The strength of the cockatrice, with the help of the forward velocity it gained with its lunge, was incredible. Of course, it didn't come without a price. Scree. The beast screams again, its beak slightly deformed from the hit. It was feeling a strong pain from it, but the enemy was still alive. Injured but alive, it moves again, going for the final attack that will end him. Swish. Right before it could do so, it steps back as an arrow passes in front of its head. Damn it, it dodged. Beast cursed as he pulled out another arrow from his quiver. Its slick design and black color matched the bow as they are parts of the same weapon. Name, Bow of the Swift. At 20. Def 10. Agility +2. Description: a bow commonly used by elven trainees before their coming of age. Even though its power leaves a lot to be desired, the user can use mana with it to make its arrows faster, thus increasing its penetration. The quiver automatically generates an arrow. Focusing mana on it will make the arrows more aerodynamic, thus making them faster counterparts of the usual ones. I have to hurry. Rain could die if I don't attack it on time. Thought Beast as he pulls the arrow back with shaking hands. Just as he aims, he sees something that makes him ease up a bit. Thank God he arrived. Got you, you bastard. Thud. Shadow stabs the open backside of the enemy with full force. The beast, fueled by anger, completely forgot about the enemy behind it. With a cry of pain, it tries kicking him away but only hits air. Shadow moved as soon as he stabbed it. Watching it move previously, he knew that stopping for 1 second would give it enough time to hit him. Using his ability, he blends in the shadows of the trees and throws a knife at it. Clang. The poorly thrown knife was easily blocked by the cockatrice as it had already turned around to face him. As expected, it blocked it, but I never intended to hit you with it. Thud. A second knife pierces through the side of the beast. Wolf had already gotten close, and with his skill with a knife, there was no way he would miss an opportunity such as this one. The beast is now wincing in pain while observing the 3 enemies around him. Shadow, who it could barely see as he was moving through shadows of the trees stealthily. Wolf, who was looked at it like a predator looks at his prey, and the now standing Rain, who furiously stares at it. Wolf was the one it felt the most danger from. It was like a helpless little chick observing its predator every time it saw its eyes. Buzz. Blue arcs of electricity started forming around Rain's hands and knife, the knife a bit bent from the blow they previously had to endure. That blow, I'm going to return it to you with a bonus, you overgrown chicken, angrily said Rain while he spat a mouthful of blood on the side. Oh, why didn't I think of that too? Wolf cocked his head on the side while observing Rain. He brings his hands a bit forward and focuses. His hands heat up and slowly the knives in his hand turn into an orange color. These should cut through you a bit more easily, I reckon, mockingly said Wolf as he started approaching the now panicking cockatrice. It could see the electric arcs and the changing color of the knives. Even though it didn't fully understand what was happening, it knew one thing: they have become even more dangerous to it now. Rain and Wolf glanced at each other and simultaneously nodded. They charge at the wounded enemy. Shadow slowly moves forward as well, waiting for a chance when the beast starts fighting with his 2 teammates. Rain and Wolf arrive at the same time and slash at the cockatrice, one from its right side and one from the front. Clang. Ignoring the pain, the cockatrice jumps and opens up both wings. Blood spurts from the open wound on its right one. With its 2 claws, it manages to block both knives, but right away it feels pain from both of them. Sizzle, zip. Its left claw and part of its body get shocked from the electricity Rain used, while the right claw started to burn because of the heat generated from Wolf. Confused by the pain, the cockatrice again briefly forgets about the danger behind it. Thud, slash. Shadow again pierces one of his knives in the exposed back of the beast while slashing with the dagger. The stab deals more damage as his slash just gives it a superficial flesh wound. Swish. Another arrow is released from the bow. It hits the beast on the right wing again. With a sharp shriek, it starts falling down. Rain and Wolf act right away. With their 2 knives, they immediately start hacking and slashing at times from the front and side while Shadow continues his onslaught from behind. While all 3 were giving it their best, Wolf was clearly the more skilled one as he looked like he was dancing, his knives never stopping and making deeper wounds compared to the other 2. The cockatrice was dying. It knew that it was angry that it didn't manage to at least bring down one opponent before perishing. Using up all of its remaining strength, it cocks its head back and delivers a strong thrust at Wolf. It was too sudden. He had no time to react and tried to block the attack. The cockatrice manages to hit him straight on his chest. Clang. The hit connects, but luckily Wolf's armor proves to be strong enough to protect him. Blood spurts from his mouth while he raises both of his knives in the air and uses his ability to its fullest. With a loud cry, he furiously stabs the cockatrice's neck from above, a thin layer of fire forming on his knives. Thud, sizzle. The knives go deep inside and burn the surrounding flesh and feathers. A smell of burning meat can be felt. The cockatrice raises his head a bit and tries to hit Wolf again, but from both of its sides, Rain and Shadow emerge, plunging their knives in its skull. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 6 Elite Cockatrice killed. 120 X points gained, 10 S coins gained. D rank Iron Sword gained. Congratulations, players. You are the first party to hunt and kill an elite monster. Additional awards will be given. 50 S coins gained, 1 mysterious item box gained. I didn't expect we would get so many things from this guy, Rain said while removing his knife from the now deceased cockatrice. So, it seems like we are the Fi. Wolf coughs violently as some blood leaks from the side of his mouth. Hey Wolf, are you alright, man? Shadow. Yeah, that attack just did a bit more damage than I thought, but I'll be good after a bit of rest. Now, what shall we do with the carcass and the rewards? In front of his face was a notification. Will you receive your rewards now? Yes, no. I think we should hold off from those rewards until we get back. The more things we have to carry, the more tired we will get, said Beast as he got close to everyone. Agreed. Now, what about this sword? It already dropped after we killed this thing. Rain holds the sword and asks everyone. I think you should use it. Beast doesn't need it as he has his bow. Shadow has his dagger and the knives, and I don't like using swords that much. I'll need your knives also. Mine got damaged too much during the fight. Wolf shows everyone his now deformed knives. The heat from his ability together, with the multitude of blows he gave the cockatrice, has made them almost unusable. I'm okay with that, Shadow. And me too, stutteringly said Beast. Rain said as he gave Wolf the 2 knives he has. Although a bit bent, they were in a better shape compared to the rest. The 2 knives the cockatrice blocked with its beak were deformed at the peak and unusable for stabbing. Guys, so what do we do with the body? Do we take some parts? Beast said as he came closer to the cockatrice and nervously watched it. In games, elite monsters usually give more exp and drops. That is true here, as we already saw. Their parts are also often used to make weapons and armor, so I suggest we take the whole body with us. It will slow us down a bit, but the rewards should be very good, Rain said as he grabs a claw with both of his hands. We better hurry up then. The smell of blood will draw more monsters nearby. Luckily, we are quite near the safe zone now, so I think we'll make it. Wolf said and went to grab another claw. Shadow and Beast glance at each other and nod. They each grab a wing and start to move towards the safe zone. It's been 30 minutes since the fight against the elite monster, and everyone was slowly moving while taking the corpse back with them. Hey, by the way, guys, did anyone else get a notification about their knife proficiency improving? Rain said as he turned his head around and looked at Shadow and Beast. Yeah. Well, actually. Oh, awesome. Hey, what are your ranks at? Mine's only D. Rain gave everyone a sad look while saying that. Seems like his pride took a hit while seeing the low rank of his knife skill. I'm a C, hahaha. I guess you should stick to using that sword. You did prefer a bat back then, so it shouldn't be that different, right? Shadow mockingly said while gloating about his slight supremacy with the knife. Even though he and Rain were the best of friends, they were always each other's rivals as well. Each one would never miss a chance to gloat to another. I have a B in the bow. I never used my knife so. Beast said shyly, hanging his head down, a little ashamed that he was always in a safe spot compared to his teammates that always got injured during difficult fights. Damn Beastie, you're even more amazing than I thought. I should have expected that much though. I can't remember a single time you lost while competing in archery. Shadow was giving a big smile to Beast, a little proud that one of his teammates was really good at something. Hey Wolf, what about you? I saw how you fought with the cockatrice. There's no way you wouldn't be above us with the knife. Where did you learn all those moves from anyway? I always thought you were stuck-up that was afraid of doing anything dirty. Rain was beaming while looking at Wolf. He was honestly very surprised with Wolf this whole time. His demeanor while fighting and his combat skills were above all of them, of course. He would never forget to poke fun at him. I learned a little bit with a private instructor a long time ago, and if you must know, it's B. Also, I agree with Shadow. Your knife skills are horrendous. He can be trained more, but you should definitely stick to a sword or anything else, to be honest. The always calm and collected Wolf immediately answered. He was honest with his assessment of Rain's skills. While his combat instincts were very good, the way he fought with a knife was nothing short of embarrassing. Well, you didn't have to go that far. I never liked knives and such, in my opinion. A fist and a long weapon like a bat are always the answer, sullenly said Rain with a sad face. Doesn't matter, let's hurry up. I think I remember this part of the forest from when we just went in. We should be close. Shadow excitedly says this little hunt of theirs left them drained mentally and physically. It's not every day you have to fight and kill monsters and huge chickens. It's honestly a miracle that they managed this well so far. Yeah, let's move, Wolf said while looking at the notification in front of him with a slight smile. Knife dagger proficiency A+. Stop, Beast suddenly yells a little bit. Whoa, are you crazy, man? Why are you shouting? Rain gives Beast an angry stare and says in a low, albeit shouting voice, I can feel something in front of us with my tamer ability. It's terrifying. We need to go around, guys, right now. Beast says with a panicking voice. He never felt this way before. The cockatrice he felt, but it only gave him a bit of pressure. The field boss he never even felt before it woke up. Even though this one isn't comparable to it, it's still way above the previous elite monster they faced, and that one gave them a lot of trouble even when wounded. You guys stay here, I'll check it out. Wolf drops the claw in his hands and runs with silent steps, his upper body bent and never going above his hips. Wolf, don't! Wolf was already far away when they called out. With a graceful figure, it looked like he was performing a dance again, his feet always landing with silent and graceful steps, no part of his body using more energy than they need. In only a few seconds, he moved far enough and was able to see what Beast was so terrified of. LVL 13 Elite Iron Boar. A huge boar was in front of him. It was as tall as the cockatrice but much broader and longer. It was only sleeping now, but just by being nearby, Wolf knew. They wouldn't be able to defeat this thing, no, forget about defeating it. They probably wouldn't be able to even wound this monstrosity. Its fur had a slight metallic luster to it. Its legs were almost twice as thick as a human's, and its tusks glittered with a dangerous metallic luster if this thing hit him with them. Wolf didn't know if he would survive. His armor would probably hold up, but the internal shock would destroy his organs. Slowly he backed away, afraid to wake the currently sleeping Beast. The consequences of that would be catastrophic. Damn it, that guy, always doing whatever he wants, I'm going after him. Rain was angry, even though he and Wolf never had any notable interactions in the university. Now they were comrades that fought alongside each other. He didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Wait, Rain, I think I see him. Shadow puts a hand on Rain's shoulder and points at the front with his other. Quickly pick this thing up, we need to go around now, Wolf hurriedly said while picking up a claw. Hey Wolf, what's wrong, man? You look pale, just what did you see? Rain anxiously asks Wolf while looking at him. Wolf's forehead was covered in sweat and his face was noticeably more pale than before. I'll tell you while moving, come on, hurry up, all of you. Wolf tells everyone with a concerned look. All right, calm down, we're going. Shadow says, alarmed with how Wolf was behaving. He never saw him this flustered. Even when they were fighting the cockatrice, he was calm during the whole fight. No nervousness, nothing, but now he looked unlike ever before. Quickly, they picked up the cockatrice and went around the left side of where the boar was. Even though they wanted to move fast, Wolf urged them not to, as they risked the chance of waking the slumbering beast. While they moved quickly but quietly, Wolf narrated what he saw to everyone, the huge beast, how strong it looked like, and how he believes they would all die before managing to even wound it. It's far weaker than the tiger. When that thing got close to us, we couldn't even move, but it's still way above our punching weight. Luckily, it was sleeping, otherwise I don't know if we could even escape it. The now calmed Wolf told the party. The tiger that they previously faced was unlike anything he ever saw before. He was certain that the boar wouldn't last a single hit from it, but they wouldn't survive one from the boar either. The party now even further understood just how much of a precarious situation they were in. Their run-in with the tiger can be chalked up as just bad luck, but there are bound to be a lot more monsters like the boar in the forest. Understanding just how lucky they have been so far, they all moved towards the safe zone. It wasn't far now. They could even see parts of the buildings now. They looked different, but they were all too busy to notice that. On a mountaintop far away, the wyvern was feasting on his meal. The body of the invincible-looking tiger was ripped apart when its teeth plunged in. Step, step, step. The wyvern suddenly shudders and stops with his feast, the slow and steady steps behind it giving it goosebumps. It knew who it was, but it hoped never to see that person again, the person that with a simple wave of a hand destroyed its previous nest and many of its kin, only because they declined to do a simple favor for him. I see you did good. See what happens when you listen to me. You did one thing and you're alive, with a nice meal as well, little one. A man steps close, its whole figure blurred, its voice carrying a strange tune, one no one could identify. With every step he got closer to the drake, it looked visibly worse, afraid for its life. It was in its nature. Whenever a wild beast faces something from the top of the food chain, it will submit or be killed. Don't be so nervous. You did good. I'm just here to take that away. You're free. The man puts his hand in front of him, and a mark is shown on the wyvern's body. Glistering with a vicious red light, it shatters into pieces of light and flows back to the man. He steps back and looks in the direction of the safe zone. I didn't want to get involved so early, but if he is the one, I can't let him die now, not before I confirm it. Suddenly, all around the mountain, huge ripples show up, slowly the inch closer the mountain, closer to the man, trying to envelop him. Oh, not bad to find me so quickly. It seems those guys are paying special attention here too, huh? Well, I'm not bored enough to fight all of them now, so I'll leave. The man simply waves his hands and the ripples were destroyed. With another wave, the air is split open and the void is shown. He simply steps inside and it closes, looking like nothing was ever there, in the darkness close to Earth. So did you find the intruder, Yona? The large shadow asks while looking at the pale-faced Yona. With a trembling voice she says. Yes, but he decided to leave. He decided to leave, the giant furiously asks. And why didn't you stop him? Somebody coming to mytrit. We were lucky he left, otherwise overseer. We would be just corpses floating in space right now. Yona says with a calm and confident voice, staring straight into the angry giant's eyes. Corpses, for you to say such a thing, do you maybe know who it was I? Mind your business. A loud shout was suddenly heard inside the giant's head. Blood spurted from his orifices as he falls on his knees. I told you we were lucky. Yona calmly says while helping the giant get up, the other shadows looking at them, horrified at what they just saw. An overseer of the Alliance was defeated with just a simple shout. If people heard something like that, they would laugh out of the absurdity, and yet it happened in front of their eyes. Back on Earth, Rain and the others finally got out of the forest. Holding their prize, they walked towards the university with smiles, only to stop when they saw a ridiculous thing instead of their old university. Gee guys, what is this castle doing here? Rain. Right now, Rain and the others were looking at tall walls surrounding what used to be the clearing around the university. The 5 million towering walls looked incredible. Above them, a screen of orange light was glowing with dim light, like a dome that protected it from above. Abstruse symbols and patterns flashed on it. It seemed as they never repeated. Each time they were shown, they were different, giving itself and the wall a mystical feeling. Above the wall, they could see what looked like the peak of a Western-styled castle, its height even a bit above that of the university, which was previously there. Guys, are we sure we went to the right safe zone? Beast asks with his eyes and mouth wide open, his eyes dancing around while he looked at the wall that was in front of them. It's impossible that we are at a different place, don't forget. This just used to be a small island before everything happened. There should be no other people hundreds of miles around us. Not to mention that I am sure that some of the surrounding foliage and traces are the same as those around the university. Wolf said while examining everything around them. The safe zone changed. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad for them. He was on alert and ready to fight in a moment's notice. Notice players, each safe zone on the planet will change after a bit. This is to provide more protection to players at the beginning along with other functions. The zone captain will explain more. The zone what? Rain asks with a befuddled face. Hey, a loud shout was heard above them. When everyone looked up, they saw a soldier wearing black armor looking at them. Seems like you guys went for a bit of hunting before we arrived, huh? Go right, the gate is there. I'll give a signal for it to open. Oh, and welcome back, players. Seems like you got yourselves a nice little catch, huh? The soldier tells them with a warm smile. It seemed as if he looked a bit happy and proud when he realized what the monster they were carrying was. Putting 2 of his fingers to his mouth, he gives a sharp whistle that echoes a little through the forest. With a loud clank, the sound of a big gate opening was heard. Well, don't just stand there, go. The captain should be quite happy to see a bunch like you now. With a laugh, the soldier turns around and goes away from their view. Suo, should we listen to him? Shadow asks while looking at the others. Well, you heard the system. Seems like this really is the same place, and the people from the castle seem to be friendlies as well, not to mention that you probably saw his level 2 right. If someone like him wanted to hurt us, he could do it easily. LVL 35 Vice Captain Jack. Yes, that guy can probably kill the tiger on his own. He wouldn't need to resort to tricks to take care of us. Let's just go inside and see what's happening. Wolf said with a calm face. Even when Jack was simply talking with them and withholding his pressure, he felt a tiny bit of it. Just that much made him know that his assessment of him was definitely right. Even the white tiger would probably run away from that guy. The boys made their way to the gate. Upon arriving there, they all gave low gasps of surprise. The gate wasn't a wooden gate that you would see in the castles of old. It was made of some kind of metal. Strange inscriptions were made on it, and in the middle was a face of a Killen. Just by looking at the face, everyone felt a sense of security. The door gave off a strange feeling. It seemed as if nothing could ever destroy it. Hey Rain, you guys are back, thank God. A shout was heard and one student was seen running towards them. He gave them a big smile of relief until his eyes landed on the corpse they were carrying. What the F is that? Wolf calmly said while looking at the shocked student. Turning his head around, he observed the inside of the walls. Nothing much has changed. The buildings that sprung up before were still there. Some new ones had appeared, but looking at the soldiers that were either around them or coming out of them, it seemed like it was not something they could use. The biggest difference was the castle in the middle of the zone. It was huge, a little bigger than the university, was even. The tower in the middle reached a height of about 90 meters. Rain was explaining to the student why they had a monster's corpse with them, the story of how they fought multiple groups of monsters, took their fangs manually, how they almost died from the tiger, and their difficult fight with the cockatrice made the poor guy even more shocked. I always knew you guys were amazing, but that's just crazy. Ha 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 ha, still the same as always, John. Shadow comes around and puts his hand around his shoulder. The student's name is John Miller. He was something of an admirer or Rain. Before Rain, Shadow and Wolf joined the university last year. John used to be the best fighter here. The guy was quite cocky at first. When he saw new faces, he wanted to immediately show them who the top dog was, only to of course get beaten up by each one. After a couple of tries, he finally gave up. Seeing that the gap in fighting skills is too big, he decided to try and befriend them while maintaining a good relationship with Rain and Shadow. He failed with Wolf, who always looked at him with annoyance. Over the course of the year, John slowly changed. His cockiness slowly disappeared, and he was becoming increasingly amazed at Rain and Shadow, always thirsting for more practice with them. He tried befriending Wolf multiple times as well, but let's just say that didn't go that well. It's really nice to see all of you are safely. John gave Shadow a warm smile and told him. They looked a little bit comical standing side by side like that. John was a large guy, 195 centimeters tall, his body packed with muscles. Nobody would believe he was just 20 years old. His short hair and stubble made him look a lot older than he is. Even though Shadow tries to put his arm around his shoulder, in fact, it is only his hand that is there. But John, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be home by now? Rain gives him a worried look and asks. But the helicopter had some technical issues, so it was delayed. The tech guys tried to repair it, but nothing worked. The damn thing was just broken. Long story short, I helped them remove some parts and open it up below the rotors when a damn snake jumps out and tries to bite me. John slowly narrates what was happening, being very imaginative with his facial animations and his movements. A snake was in the helicopter, aren't they usually in planes? Shadow asks a question while snickering. This isn't a movie, Shadow. The reference was dumb, by the way. Rain sighs as he puts his hand over his face and tells Shadow. Well, anyway, so like I said, the thing jumps out, tries to bite me, but you know me guys, no way that's happening, so I grab its head by using my unparalleled reflex. The only unparalleled thing you got is your tongue and imagination, you big meathead. Wolf comes over to them and says, oh hey there, garlic, nice to see you are good too, it's a Dalek. So anyway, I grab its head, pull it out of the machinery. It was big, guys, that thing was like 4 million long, so it tried to kill me, right? So I jump off the helicopter and bash his head on the ground, and I do it again, and again, and again, until in the end, I hear a voice, like in a video game, you know, called me a pioneer and put me in freaking spaceman. John completely ignores the annoyed Wolf and continues narrating his story with great excitement. Seeing someone as large as him acting like a little child was incredibly weird. The passing soldiers glance their way from time to time and shake their heads. Whoa, 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 you're a pioneer too, John. Shadow jumps and excitedly asks him. From the side, Wolf gives a befuddled look and sighs. To think this idiot is also one. Beast was looking at everyone and slowly opened his mouth to ask. Sorry to bother you, John B., but could you perhaps tell us what name you got? Why, you see, all of us are pioneers too. Brainy, you went with these guys outside. Damn man, that is not something I expected. Oh, and yeah, that weird voice told me I'm named Tank. I think it's cool, huh, Tank, hee hee. Why does that not surprise me? Wolf once again sighs. He does that a lot when Tank is around. Tank, ha 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 ha, it fits you perfectly. Rain laughs and says he was truly happy to see that Tank was here and that he was a pioneer like them. Hey, what about you guys? You got the names too. Oh, I also got a cool ability and this huge-ass shield I left in my room. Well, you see. Rain and the others start explaining to Tank their names and skills. They also tell him about what they saw outside the walls. So Rain is still Rain, Lee is Shadow, Brainy is Beast, and Garlic is Wolf, okay. Tank nods with a serious expression. From the side, Wolf gives an annoyed expression again and shouts at him. For the 1000th time, a Dalek with a D, not G. It's not garlic, you dumb foo. Rain holds Wolf from behind and tries to calm him down. Tank looks at him, shrugs his shoulders, and looks at Beast. But damn, to think you would have such a name, Beast, huh? I don't want to sound obnoxious or anything, but I don't think it suits you right now. Well, with your ability it maybe will. Oh, and yeah, my ability is rank B, just like you, it's called Copper Body. That too suits you just like your name, so you really are like a tank character, huh? Strong body and a shield. It will come in handy with fights. We wouldn't have gotten as injured if we had you previously. Shadow examines Tank and says, you guys got injured. Tank suddenly shouts in anger. Who did that? Let's go, I'm gonna kill the bastard. T-Tank, it's right behind you, huh? Tank turns around and sees the corpse of the cockatrice. Realizing that the perpetrator was already dead, he quickly calms down and turns to face Rain and the others with a worried face. Are you guys okay then? Did you break anything? Are you bleeding anywhere? Tank, don't worry, just scratches and light injures will be okay. Rain approaches Tank and puts a hand on his shoulder. Now we need to go and find the captain. The system told us that he will explain everything to us. Oh, well, he's in the castle. I think he is on top of the tower. Everyone looks up and feels a sense of annoyance. To climb all the way up there will take an eternity. They wish there was a faster way. Everyone is in the castle, getting their rooms and trying to familiarize themselves with it. We're going to be living there from now on, so, hey, wait, what's that on the tower? Tank suddenly stops speaking and asks. Everyone looks up again and sees a small figure on top of the tower of the castle. Squinting their eyes, they try to see it better, but fail. After a little bit, the shadow moves. It jumps. It jumps from the 90 million tall tower and starts to get increasingly larger. Someone trying to kill themselves because of everything. Well, I guess some people would get depressed. Wolf calmly says, whether or not some students died did not bother or interest him. He knew that now the world is a different place, a place even more dangerous than the ones he went to when doing his job. His now 4 teammates are the only ones whose well-being he cared about. What should we do, guys? Should we try to catch the person? Beast asks. He watches as the shadow falls. Nobody moves. Catching someone falling from that height is impossible. All of them knew it. Whoever it is, they're as good as dead. The person falls down, but right before hitting the ground, it stops. Standing upright, the man's feet are just a millimeter above the ground. A strong wind forms from underneath his feet and blows all the nearby dust away. Everyone quickly shields their eyes from it before looking at the man. The man looked average at first. His wavy black hair falling over his forehead was being blown up by the wind. Wearing a black and white suit, he looked more like an adventurer than a soldier. He wasn't big. His height was just shy of 175 centimeters, 5 feet 10 inches. No noticeable muscles were shown on his body either, but one place drew everyone: his eyes. His irises were pitch black. When looking at them, you would think you see the whole universe inside them. It was that mystical feeling that made the party a bit wary of him. LVL 45, Captain Eldar. Wolf looked at him and gulped. Death, an inescapable death, was what he felt from this man. Nobody could compare to him. Even when seeing the best in the world of assassins, Wolf never had a feeling like this from anyone. The boar, the white tiger, the vice captain, all of them were like toddlers compared to him. Well, so we already have a group that went hunting here. Eldar looks at them and says with a grin, you even managed to kill an elite monster. Good, very good. Seems like I'll be getting a nice promotion after all of this, ha 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 ha. He looked at the beast and started laughing. The laugh was one of pure joy and happiness. Well, don't just stand there. Come here, you guys. At least introduce yourselves to me. We're going to be spending a lot of time together, you know. Eldar quickly waves at them and sits down on a nearby chair. With a flash of light, 5 more chairs were placed around him. Come, tell me all about yourselves. Looking at how you killed that thing, all 5 of you are pioneers, right? Eldar beckons at them again and asks with a beaming smile. His eyes were open wide, almost popping from their sockets. Rain and the others slowly make their way towards him. They were very confused, but with the system telling them before that the captain is supposed to explain everything to them, they had no choice. Everyone sits on a chair and starts answering the barrage of questions the captain had for them. After a while, it was already nighttime. Everyone looked sleepy and tired. Hey, so not only did I get a place with 5 pioneers, but one of them is also a seed of hope. Ha. Eldar was still full of energy, actually. He was even more energetic than before. The more questions everyone answered, the happier and happier he got. Captain, please do behave yourself. I know you're happy and all, but let these guys go. I'm sure they're very tired from everything they had to do today, especially from listening to you. The vice captain suddenly shows up. He stands right next to the captain and berates him, instead of him being below in rank. Right now it looked like he was the captain who was berating one of his men. I guess you're right. Sorry for that, guys. I'm sure all of you must have questions you want to ask me and things to do. Go and rest. Jack has notified a couple of soldiers to take you to your rooms. I'll send someone in the morning to bring you to my office. Eldar gets up and calmly tells them. Turning around, he walks away from them. Oh, and don't worry about that monster. I'll take care of the corpse and give it to you tomorrow. The blacksmith will probably want it. Rain and the others perk up when they hear that. They were happy that their effort of bringing the corpse back here wasn't wasted. All right, guys, these soldiers will take you to your rooms. I'll see you with the captain tomorrow, so get some rest. You deserved it. Jack tells them and leaves, leaving 5 soldiers with them. Everyone gets up and follows the soldiers into the castle. The inside of the castle looked the same as they expected, except for some details. There were no candles or torches to light it. Instead, there were stone-like crystals inside. When they asked the soldiers about it, they calmly explained everything. Underneath the castle was a huge array that drew surrounding mana towards it, that coupled with the huge source underneath it made it so that everything inside the castle had power. The crystals shone by using mana. The water in showers is heated by it. Stoves and other kitchen appliances were inside too, only differing in looks. By using the mana gathered by the array, everything was quite comfortable. The castle even has teleportation circles to help with going up and down the floors. Teleports, wow, so those really exist? Shadow asked one soldier in an amazing voice. Yes, we're going to one right now. You guys should get ready. The first time using one of those is always rough. Oh, and by the way, you guys will be getting different rooms from the others. One of the privileges of being pioneers, your rooms will be right underneath the captain's quarters. After walking for a bit longer, they arrived at a circular light right next to the staircase. It looked surreal. The ethereal light was slowly moving from the floor. It looked like it was dancing in the air, only to disappear at the top. All right, just walk inside and you'll be on your floor. Just don't forget to clench your stomach. A soldier said before he entered the teleport circle. In a flash, he disappeared. So shall we? Rain asks everyone and moves forward. He slowly steps inside the circle and takes a deep breath. The teleport flashes and he disappears. Teleportation felt incredibly nauseating. Imagine being on a roller coaster that moved in all directions with a speed of 1,000 km/h, even if only for a moment. It was enough to make anyone unprepared puke. A light flashed and Rain jumps out of the teleport. He immediately falls on his knees and tries to calm himself down. After a while, everyone arrives. Wolf and Tank were able to endure like Rain, but Shadow and Beast vomited immediately after teleporting. There was no mess. With a flash, everything on the floor disappeared, and the soldiers came to them and took them to their rooms. Rain was lying on his bed and looking at his stat window in front of his eyes. So my ability actually leveled up after that fight. +1 to agility, well, can't ask for more right now. Small sparks of electricity formed on Rain's hand. He couldn't fall asleep, so he decided to practice his ability a little bit. Small sparks of blue electricity formed on his hand. They disappear very quickly, only for new ones to appear right away. I can make electricity appear with just a bit of effort, but that's it. I can't control it at all. I can't even make it appear at any other place except my hands either. Rain looks at the sparks in his hands and thinks about what he should do. Control, I need to gain more control over this power. Right now I can only shock enemies that I can touch. Had I had more control over it, I could have thrown a charged knife at the cockatrice and shocked it. The fight would have been a lot easier that way. Rain lies down and looks at the ceiling, going over everything that happened today. To think the world would change so suddenly, I have to get stronger, me and everyone else. Rain closes his eyes and slowly falls asleep. The next morning, the sleeping Rain was woken by loud knocks on his door. Rain, wake up man, we have to get to the captain now. Everyone's waiting for you. He could hear Shadow shouting from behind the door. Rain slowly gets up from the bed and shouts back, all right, I'm up, be there in a second. Rain goes to a nearby nightstand where some new clothes were. Examining them, he exclaims, wow, this is actually equipment, not bad. D-rank leather armor. Def 15. Agility +1. Description, a normal leather armor that offers minimal protection and stat boost. D-rank leather boots. Def 10. Agility +1. Description, normal leather boots that offer minimal protection and stat boost. D-rank leather pants. Def 10. Endurance +1. Description, normal leather pants that offer minimal protection and stat boost. So these give defense and some stats, good. With these we should have fewer injuries when fighting. Rain puts on the equipment and looks at himself in the mirror. The leather was black with some dark blue lines on it, looking like lightning bolts were trapped on it. It's cool, but aren't the lines a bit eerie? Rain says while checking it out, the armor had 2 pockets on each side, 1 chest pocket, and 2 inside of it. Their size was good. He could definitely put some short knives or monster parts there. Click. Rain unlocks his door and opens it. Stepping outside, he sees that everyone got new clothing too. Shadow was wearing dark blue and gray armor. The design was a bit different from his as well. It was slicker and looked like it was made for fast movement and stealth. Beast was wearing all green armor. He looked like a druid with it. The armor looked like it was made from leaves and tree bark, even though it was the same as theirs. Wolf had a bright red armor on. Some light white lines were painted on it, giving the illusion of fire dancing on it. Lastly, Tank, he wore gray armor that looked a lot bulkier than the others. The front side of the armor had multiple layers of leather, and it looked a bit like a scale mail. Oh, so it wasn't only me that got armor, huh? You're late, let's go, we have a lot to do today. You guys haven't forgotten the chests we got from the system, didn't you? Wolf. Oh right, let's open them now. Shadow excitedly says and tries to call out the system, but Wolf stops him. Let's do that outside, we should go to the captain first. All right, I guess you're right. Shadow's mood was immediately dampened, but the fact that they will get even more items still lingered in his mind. Chests, what are you talking about? What chests? Tank looks over and asks them. We got them from defeating the giant cockatrice. I'll explain on the way, let's not keep the soldier waiting. Rain said while walking towards the soldier the captain sent. Oh, that's great. If you guys get any spare weapons, can I get one? I'm not good with knives, you know, and the shield isn't really that good for attacking. Don't worry, if nobody wants a weapon, we'll give it to you. Tank and Rain finished their conversation right upon arriving in front of the captain's office. The soldier knocks and politely talks. I have brought the players, Captain. Good, get in. A calm voice was heard from inside the room. The soldier nods and opens the door. Creak. Rain and the others enter the room while the soldier stays outside and closes the door behind them. In front of them, they see the back of the captain who is looking outside the window. He slowly turns around and sits on his chair. Sit down, everyone. He looked completely different from yesterday. The energetic face and voice were gone, replaced by a serious one. Everyone sits down and listens to him. First of all, I must apologize for my behavior yesterday. I guess I was a bit overexcited. Eldar coughs lightly and tells them with an embarrassed face. But now, let me explain why I and the other soldiers are here. You see, the game that you guys are participating in isn't really something that happens often. The Alliance usually eases up things before letting more mana in a world and giving tests similar to this one. Alas, times have changed. Our enemies have started using a different approach, one like this, and we had no choice but to follow. Eldar slowly explains things to everyone. The origin of the game and details about the so-called Alliance were not mentioned, but holes in their knowledge were slowly being filled. The reason why I and the others are here is because the higher-ups still don't want to leave everything to chance. Making the so-called safe zones and putting soldiers here gives people more of a fighting chance. Eldar slowly gets up and walks in front of his table. I volunteered to come here. You don't need to know the details why, but just know that I'll try my best to protect and help you guys. The better my zone does, the better of a record I have, so you don't need to worry about that. Yes, sir, can I ask you a question? Beast raises his hand and asks with a shy voice. Oh yes, ask away. What is the purpose of the game? See, the goal of the game is for one person in the world to transcend. That's all I can tell you, but once it happens, that's it. The game is finished. Your planet is safe and part of the Alliance. Transcend what? Rain asks. As I said, that's all I can tell you so far. Now moving on, levels. As you probably saw, you can get a class at level 10. The system will tell you more about that in due time, but what you need to know is that monsters change at level 10 as well. A level 9 monster and a level 10 can't be compared, so until you get a class, never, and I mean never, try to fight a level 10 and above. So that's why I felt such pressure from that boar. Wolf talks with a low voice and says, well, sorry to say, but that's all. Off you go now. The corpse will be given to you at the entrance. By the way, I suggest you go the blacksmith right away. Eldar sits down and waves his hand. A strong wind blasts everyone at the door right before hitting it. The wind disappears and the door opens. In a second, they find themselves standing outside. What just happened? Tank gulps and asks everyone with a befuddled face. He kicked us out. Well, let's go. We have chests to open and a corpse to give. Rain moves towards the teleport circle nearby. Oh, and you two try to not throw up this time, okay? He turns his head around and says, right before disappearing with a flash, a hole. Shadow grumbles and steps in after him. Outside of the castle, a soldier comes and gets the cockatrice out of a ring he was wearing. He briefly explains that the ring works as a storage device and that they can get them as well. When told the price of it, though, they immediately calm down. All right, chest time, let's open the chests. Shadow jumps around with excitement while yelling. All right, for God's sake, calm down. Wolf grabs him by the collar and says, all right, system, we'd like to receive our rewards now. Rain calmly announces. Announcement, Player 6 and his party were the first to successfully kill an elite monster. The rewards are the following. 50 S-coins, 1 mysterious item box. With a flash of light, 4 rainbow-colored chests materialize in front of them. Oh, me first. Shadow immediately jumps at his chest and opens it. Mysterious item box opened. Gained 30 S-coins and D-rank iron headband. D-rank iron headband. Def 10. Vitality +1. Description: an iron headband that someone made. Nobody knows why someone made such a useless item, but it gives its wearer a bit of defense and health to the body. Well, that sucks. Shadow holds the headband in front of him with a frown. The design of it was quite nice actually. Patterns and lines were carved on it, giving it a nice look. Mysterious item box opened. Gained C-rank steel mace. Seems like I was quite lucky this time, Tank. What do you think about using this? Rain asks Tank while holding a big mace. Its length was about 12 million long and its head was about 10 centimeters in diameter. Ha 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 ha, I like it. With this baby for attacking and this shield for blocking, no one will be able to hurt you guys. Tank laughs while showing off his shield. The shield was quite bland. No patterns or inscriptions were on it. It just looked like a big slab of metal. With a width of 0.5 million and a height of 1.2 meters, it was quite a large and heavy shield. Of course, with his incredible strength, Tank had no problems with using it. I just got 100 S-coins. Wolf announces, I got this. Beast shows everyone an armband that he got from the item box. B rank Elven armband. Def 45. Agility plus 4. Spirit plus 5. Willpower plus 4. Description: an armband usually used by the elites of the Elven army. By focusing mana on it, it can create a shield of pure mana to defend its wearer. Everyone stared in awe at Beast. A weapon of C rank was lucky enough, but this guy now had a B rank item as well. The stats it gave were awesome, not to mention the bonus of having a shield. The only problem is that none of them knew how to use mana. From now on, I propose that Beastie should open every chest and get every item. We might profit from his incredible luck. Shadow says while not moving his eyes from the armband and its description. Everyone nods immediately except Beast, who was panicking a bit with a flushed expression. And no, I was just very lucky these 2 times. I am sure you guys will also get some great things later. To put me in charge for something like that is. Don't worry about it, Beastie. If you get lucky again while opening, then it's all good. If not, then we will just try again with you before switching. So just relax. No one will blame you if we don't get anything amazing. Rain pats Beast's shoulder from behind him and says. Everyone nods again in confirmation of his words, and Beast calms down immediately. Hey Tank, what about that mace that Rain got? How is it compared to this? Oh, well, it's good, but not that good. Tank holds the mace in front of him and shows its description to everyone. C rank steel mace. ATK 35. Def 15. Strength plus 3. Endurance plus 2. Description: a steel mace made by a fine smith. The smith hated all weapons that made their users use mana to properly wield them, so he made stronger enhancements while using above-average steel for it. So it gives more stats and it's stronger than other C-rank weapons, but no mana-related skill like Beastie's bow and armband. Well, I guess that's not so bad. We don't know how to use mana anyway. Did you say you don't know how to use mana? Jack suddenly shows up near them and asks with a surprised look on his face. Yeah, I mean something like that was never here on Earth, so we have no idea what it is or how to use it. We're only familiar with the term because of games and such. Rain looks at the vice captain and explains with a calm face, which only makes the vice captain more confused. But you guys are pioneers, you should already have abilities, right? Yeah, wait, how is that connected? Asks Shadow. Simple, just by using those you are already using mana for it. The biggest difference between the abilities you guys have and the ones you can learn is that yours are inherent, so they use a lot less mana. The system said something about them being already ours before the lottery, but it's still confusing. Wolf says from the side while looking straight at Jack, in the world of assassins, a lack of information will frequently prove to be fatal, so for Wolf, not knowing about his ability is incredibly frustrating. You'll learn about that with time. What you guys should do is focus. Focus every time you use your ability. Even those that are more passive can be used to an extent. Just do that and you will be able to feel mana. It'll take some time, but it will happen. Pioneers have a huge head start compared to others because of it. While they need to train for mana first and then learn skills, earn powers or abilities, you guys have skipped that and gained one right away. So just focus and that's it. Rain asks and immediately uses his lightning. Everyone else does the same with their abilities. Wolf summons his flames. Shadow jumps at nearby shadows with his eyes closed. Tank clenches every muscle on his body and tries using his. It works a bit as his skin turns darker by a shade. Beast had it the hardest. His ability only works on beast-like monsters, and there were none around them. You said you were a tamer, right? Jack approaches Beast and asks him. Why, yes, sir. Calm down, man. Try the corpse. Even though you won't be able to tame it, you should be able to at least feel your ability trying to communicate with it. I've seen high-level tamers communicating with the souls of dead beasts before, so it should work. Oh, and by the way, each one of you will perceive mana differently. It differs from person to person. It can be similar to your ability. It can be something you have never felt before. It could even be the same as your mother's embrace, so don't waste time asking each other what they felt. Jack turns around and leaves them. The soldiers around them slowly gather up and start talking to each other. Hey, who do you think will do it first? I think the lighting kid. I heard he was a seed of hope. Seeds of hope are just seeds. Even normal people can sometimes be faster at them before they reach their potential. I think the guy with fire wins. 1,000 S coins, how about it? Count me in. I think the giant will do it first, though. He already managed to activate a body activity so quickly, he has potential. Nah, the one with shadows. You're all morons. Everyone knows tamers are more in tune with mana compared to others. The sounds of the soldiers arguing and betting weren't heard by Rain and the others, as they had already come at a trance-like state. Rain was hearing the sound of millions of birds chirping around him. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer at the castle. What was shown in front of him was a sea of lightning. Each of the lightning bolts was huge, kilometers long. The sight of it coupled with the sound was overwhelming, but it didn't bother Rain. He felt as if it was welcoming him, like a parent that welcomes his child home. Thud. Rain walks towards it. Each step he takes was as loud as a lightning bolt, but he didn't care. He wanted to get in, to join the lightning that was calling him. Suddenly, flash of light appears. Everything around the lightning was suddenly split in light and dark. On his right side, Rain saw a brightness above that of a sun. It was blinding. Just by looking at it, a person would lose his eyesight, but to Rain, nothing happened. On his left side, an expanse of darkness was shown. Like a black hole, it swallowed everything. The lightning wasn't spared. Each time a bolt came close, it disappeared. In the middle, the light and darkness were touching each other, but never truly connecting. Looking at this sight in front of him, Rain was suddenly lost. The light enticed him to come, sprinkling him with warmth, while the darkness was like a whisper. It whispered and tried to entice him to come, to join with it. Before he could do anything, everything disappeared. He was back at the castle. The others were still deep in thought and not moving. What was that? Rain whispers to himself. He looks at his hand that was clad in lighting, and suddenly he realizes, I feel it again, is this mana? The feeling that the sea of lightning gave off was still there. With a thought, Rain could switch it off and on. He didn't know what happened when the light and darkness appeared, but he knew one thing. He could use mana now. Ha 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 ha, great, great, just what I expected from a seed of hope. He was first. Come on guys, pay up, pay up. Slowly everyone else woke up. By the smile on their faces, it seemed like everyone was successful. Beast focuses, and the armband on his hand shines with a gentle green light. A transparent shield was formed around it. Wow, it's so beautiful. Beast exclaims while looking at it. Suddenly he feels drowsy stumbles. The shield immediately disappears. Hey Beastie, you okay there, buddy? Tank quickly comes to his side and puts his hand around him, letting him lean on him before he recovers. I think so. Seems like my mana isn't enough to use this properly right now. Correct, you also just came from the realm of mana. Just that is enough to drain your mana. Not to mention you tried to use a skill from that item. You're lucky you didn't pass out, boy. Jack shows up again and berates the tired beast with a smile. He never thought all of them would be talented enough to feel mana so quickly. A normal person usually needs to practice for months before doing it. Now go away, you guys. Before this thing starts rotting here, you should give it to the blacksmith. Jack pushes everyone to the blacksmith. Looking at their backs, he sighs. I needed 1 month and was called a genius. What the hell are these guys then? Laments Jack before looking straight at Rain's back. That boy, I don't know what it is, but I could swear I felt a danger from him right before he woke up. A seed of hope. Is he really only that? I am possible, Eldar exclaims from the tower. How can he be one of them? He looks at Rain and asks. Nobody saw it but him. Right before Rain woke up, Eldar felt an inexplicable sense of danger. When he looked outside, he saw it. He saw Rain, clad in ethereal lightning with wings on his back. One was pure white, it was brighter than a star, the other black, darker than a black hole. Eldar saw something like that a long time ago. It was a memory he could never erase from his mind. I am not wrong, that boy is a part of them, but how this is supposed to be a newly found planet. For something like this to happen, should I report it? No, he shakes his head. Even if I do, no one will believe me, not to mention that somebody might already know. If they do, I'm as good as dead. I'll just continue as normal and do my job. If that boy makes it till the end, I'll win big, Eldar says with fear and excitement mixing on his face. Oh, it's you boys again. The blacksmith exclaims and gets up from his chair. He was big, bigger than Tank even. The muscles on his body were something only seen on professional bodybuilders. His hair was long and gray, falling to his back a bit. He smiles and starts caressing his long gray beard and asks, so did you get the fangs? That was faster than I expected. We have 26, sir. We came to show you something else, though. Rain respectfully says, even if the old man in front of them was a blacksmith, he could probably beat them all up with one arm and a blindfold. At least that's what he thought. Oh, something else. Well, go on, let me see it. The old man says with a smile, it's this. Wolf moves to the side and shows him the cockatrice. An elite monster, ho 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 ho. You boys have just made this old man very happy. The old man laughs with a thunderous voice and goes to the cockatrice. There's a lot of wounds on it, but it seems like you didn't damage its bones that much. The right wing I can salvage a bit of. Well, it's usable, even more than it. It's quite good. Ho 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 ho, good job, I'll take it. Quest has changed, a hidden quest initiated. Hidden quest completed. The blacksmith Adrian wanted fangs from goblins to create some trash weapons to sell. By bringing him a corpse of an elite monster together with some fangs, he has decided to create one weapon of good quality for you. So boys, what weapon do you want me to make? Don't worry, it's on me. Adrian grins. The notification together with Adrian's words shocked everyone. They thought that by bringing the cockatrice to the blacksmith they would get some rewards, maybe coins or items. They never expected that they would suddenly get and finish a hidden quest. I'll leave you boys to figure out what weapon you want me to make. And remember, I'm only making one. Adrian gets back in his smithy and lights a cigarette. The little cigarette looked out of proportion and comical in his giant hands. Guys, I'd like to get the weapon if you don't mind. Wolf calmly says to everyone, I'm fine with it. Same. I agree, I guess I do too. Everyone agrees to Wolf's request right away. He was the best fighter in their team, and the only one still using the knives they took from the university. Making him fight with that would only lower his strength. Really, I thought I would have to persuade you guys a bit more. Wolf was genuinely surprised to see everyone agreeing so quickly. He already formulated a plan to persuade everyone in his head. Seeing that that's not needed made him a bit happy and confused. Well, it's kind of embarrassing to see you use those bent knives, to be honest. Plus, even if I hate to admit it, you're fucking strong even with them. Shadow tells him seriously. From their first meeting, Shadow always disliked Wolf. He was the usual stuck-up rich kid he hated. His joining their team was something he didn't oppose due to the sole fact of him being a pioneer, but that changed when they went to the forest. Wolf's combat skills were amazing. He never hesitated or panicked. He was always calm and collected. He was simply a perfect teammate. Yeah, not to mention your proficiency is B. I really want to see what else you can do with daggers. I'm not going to pick a dagger. That was like a bombshell in everyone's head. W, what will you pick then? Beast asks. There was always one weapon I wanted to use before. You'll see it later. Wolf says while going inside the smithy. He goes to the blacksmith and tells them about their decision. Both of them sit down and talk about the weapon, how heavy it should be, how long and how sharp. Adrian listened to Wolf until he finished and finally hit him in the head and said, "You think I'm going to do all of that from a goddamn chicken boy? Get out and wait until tomorrow. You'll get my weapon then." He picks him up with one hand and throws him at Rain and the others who manage to catch him, falling down to the ground together. For God's sake, Wolf, what in the world did you tell him to make? Shadow. I guess I was a bit overzealous when describing it. Well, it's already late. We should probably go to sleep. The mana thing really made me tired. Before they could realize it was already nighttime, they actually spent hours standing outside the castle and training their mana, even if only a couple of moments had passed for them. What, I didn't even check out my weapons. Let's just go and fight some things in the forest a bit. We can go back then. Tank pouts and says he was feeling incredibly happy when he got his mace and couldn't wait to use it. Alas, he spent all day trying to feel mana and now felt a big sense of remorse. We did talk about the forest at night. I do wonder if anything changes. I guess nothing bad can happen to us if we stay at the beginning parts. Rain puts his hand on his chin and says, "Yeah, let's go check it out. We'll go in and out quickly," Shadow says while jumping around. "You guys just have a death wish, don't you?" Wolf says while face-palming. "Beastie, you think you can use the bow at nighttime? I think so. I might miss a few times, though. That's all right. We're going to see if there are any weak monsters to fight anyway. Come on, guys. What are you waiting for? Let's go, let's go." Tank runs at the gate while yelling, "At the gate. Are you guys sure about this? The forest will be more dangerous now you know." A soldier asks everyone. Yes, everyone nods and says simultaneously. "All right, just be careful," the soldier says and starts opening the gate. Everyone waits and leaves the walls through the open gate. They enter the forest and move slowly. "That's weird. We moved quite a bit so far and there's nothing here yet. Do you think they're asleep now? It's possible, but there's bound to be some predators. Just continue carefully as we have so far." It's been about 20 minutes since everyone entered the forest and they have not seen a single enemy yet. The forest was eerie at night. The slightest sound made everyone tense up and alert, only for it to be nothing in the end. "Wait," Wolf tells everyone and stops. "What is it? I think I hear something, the same thing as before. I'm going to scout a bit ahead. You guys just stay alert and wait for me here. I'll be back right away." "Got it." Wolf moves ahead while everyone puts their backs against each other. This was one of the tactics that they previously agreed on. Wolf was very good at sneaking, so he would go to check anything suspicious, while everyone kept the formation until he returns. This way they could cover all sides and be left with no weak points except below and above. After a while, they hear silent footsteps and see Wolf coming back with a weird expression on his face. "What is it? Did you find anything?" Everyone nods and follows after Wolf. They move slowly, trying their best not to create any loud sounds. After following him for a couple of minutes, Wolf raises his hand and everyone stops. "In front of us, these seem to be the enemies at night." They all come closer to him and look in front. The things they saw were rather unexpected. In front of them, they could see a dozen or so zombies standing. The zombies didn't look as hideous as games and movies make them. They looked the same as any human except for their pale skin and some injuries here and there. Zombies, they're real. Beast almost screams before managing to collect himself. He looks around and sees the faces of his teammates. "I knew it." He sighs as he confirms his suspicion. They all wanted to fight. Let me just find a good spot, okay? The trees are a bit sparser here so I can see them a bit with the moonlight." Beast moves around before finding a good spot for archery. He crouches and takes his bow out. Taking out an arrow, he focuses and pours mana on it. "I want to check the strength of it with mana. You guys get ready, I'll shoot soon." Everyone nods and disperses. Wolf and Rain go right while Shadow and Tank take the left. Tank found it quite hard to sneak, his large body and muscles giving him a lot of trouble with being quiet. The arrow was notched on the bow. Beast was still pouring mana on it because he was afraid of what happened last time. He was only pouring a little bit at a time. Finally, the arrow changes a bit. A dark green hue covers it, and it gains weird inscriptions on the shaft. Finally seeing some change, Beast decides it's enough and targets the LVL4 zombie. Swish. The arrow was released and it leaves a dark green line in the air. Before anyone could react, it had already hit the zombie's head. It enters through the front and exits from the back. Only the back of the arrow can be seen stuck in his forehead. The mana-enhanced arrow managed to completely pierce through the zombie's skull and deliver fatal damage. The zombie still wasn't dead, but it could barely move with his injury. Right away, the other jumped out and attacked the other zombies. Wolf was first. With lightning-fast speed, he closes up on the nearest zombie. With fire blazing from his knives, he plunges them both at the zombie's neck, hoping to disconnect its spine. Unfortunately, that doesn't work and the zombie tries attacking him. Wolf immediately lets go of his daggers, takes the zombie's arm, and uses a judo throw, slamming it on its back. Taking out the knives, he reignites his flames and stabs the zombie straight through the eyes. That attack shows to be extremely effective as the zombie stops moving right away. Shadow and Rain were the ones to fight their targets next. Coming from the shadows, he pounces on the back of an unsuspecting zombie. Shadow tries to imitate Wolf and quickly slashes its neck open from behind. Unfortunately for Shadow, he seems to have forgotten that zombies are already dead. Breathing is not needed, and blood loss is also useless against them. Right away, he sweeps the zombie's legs and throws him to the floor. Seeing what Wolf made, Shadow follows. Plunging his knife and dagger deep into the eyes makes him extremely uncomfortable, but it works. Rain used his sword and slashed the zombie's arm. The sword goes halfway in but gets stopped by the bone. Taking it out, he moves to decapitate it, but has to abort because of the attack coming his way. Looking at the hand passing in front of his face, he attacks again, cutting off the hand. With one more slash, he manages to hit the zombie's neck. With a strong slash, the head goes up in the air and rolls around. Tank was last, with his giant shield, and Macy takes on two zombies at the same time. Charging at one with his shield, he manages to deliver a strong push that makes the zombie fall down fast, with a couple of its bones breaking. Gripping his mace, he rises it up in the air and smashes it down on the other zombie's head. Break, squish. The skull of the zombie simply couldn't handle such an attack. With relative ease, Tank manages to break in and destroy the zombie's brain, killing it right away. The other zombie tries getting up, only to face the same fate as his predecessor. Swish. Another arrow hits the head of the fallen zombie. With two arrows deep inside his skull, it finally dies. Everyone attacks the other zombies, making quick work of them. They were tenacious and had great vitality, but the slow speed of the zombies made them easy targets. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. 3x LVL2 zombies, killed 60x points, gained 4x LVL3 zombies, killed 120x points, gained 2x LVL4 zombies, killed 80x points, gained. The party has earned 260x points, distributing evenly to all. Well, that was easier than I expected. I guess fighting monsters below our level is not a problem at all, Rain says while cleaning his sword with one of the zombies' clothes. Yeah man, that was boring, let's go find some more. Hey guys, I just found this from one of the zombies. Item: a mysterious diary found. So shall we read it? Later, I think we should go back now. We know what to expect at night to point. No need to stay here any longer while we're tired. Yeah, I agree with Wolf. It's better to leave now before anything bad happens. Rain nods. All right, let's go back. I want to see what Wolf gets tomorrow anyway, says Shadow with a smile. Level up. Current player level is 6. Additional stats gained. Strength +1, agility +1. Rain sees a notification as soon they finish talking. Killing the group of zombies actually gave everyone enough exp to level up. Guys, check your stats. I can see my exp now, not to mention that my ability leveled up a lot. Rain immediately tells his teammates the new things that he saw in his stat window. Besides that he was confused, his stats were a lot higher than before and he got a new ability, but why was it unknown? The lightning manipulation went up by quite a lot, so it definitely had to do with the Sea of Lightning and the mana, but did it have anything to do with the light and darkness he saw inside? Hey, mine went up too. Same here, that's why my flame seemed stronger, here too. Me as well. Everyone looked at their screen and confirmed that their abilities have leveled up. Rain now knew it was because of the mana training, but one more thing bothered him. Why does it say human? Rain whispered to himself with wonder. Hey man, everything okay? Shadow comes to Rain's side and asks with a concerned face. You look a little weird. I'm good, it's nothing, just thinking about stuff you know. Rain pats him on the shoulder and moves closer to the others. We're all probably quite low on mana. We should get back and continue tomorrow when Wolf gets his new weapon. Yeah, let's go. everyone slowly makes their way back to the castle. Even though they previously didn't encounter anything on their way this time, they managed to see some more zombies, even some stronger ones and elites in big groups. LVL 7 Zombie. LVL 9 Elite Zombie. The elite zombies were bigger than the normal ones. They were more muscular and a bit more alert instead of aimlessly walking around and staring. On one occasion, they saw the zombies get in a fight with a beast. LVL 8 Shadow Leopard. The leopard was bigger than normal ones and incredibly quick. Running around the zombies, it managed to take a lot of them down by hitting them with its razor-sharp claws or crushing their skulls with its teeth. After a while, though, it saw it couldn't win against the sheer number of enemies and the stronger zombies in the back, so it tried retreating, but it got caught by one higher-level zombie, and that spelled the end of it. The elite, together with the high-level zombies, immediately pounced on it, tearing it apart in mere seconds and feasting on its flesh. Some low-level zombies managed to take a few bites as well and leveled up. So it's not just us that can level up, it's everyone. I think I know what the evolution for beasts means now. If I let them eat higher-level beasts, won't they level up and maybe undergo the evolution? Perhaps that's what the elite enemies are. Maybe. Slowly, everyone made their way around the zombies and other enemies they encountered until they safely got back to the castle. You guys are okay, huh? The soldier that previously talked with them was still at the gate. He looked a bit surprised that nothing happened to them. Everyone entered the castle and went to the teleport. Finally arriving on their floor, they say goodnight and retreat to their rooms. Rain was laying on his bead and thinking. He opens the stats screen and looks at it again. 4 points, huh? I'm using a sword, so the speed is still important, but strength too. I'll go half-half. Invest 2 points in strength and 2 points in agility. Confirm. Rain accepts and he hears another notification. Agility level 20, first threshold achieved, a new skill gained. Lighting movement. Description: by activating this skill, an electric current flows through the body of the user. Speed and hand movement gain a 15 boost. So at 20 points we get a skill. That's good, Rain says while almost dismissing the notification. In his head he had more things to think about. I have a weird ability and a question mark on my race. What does that mean? What happened back then? I clearly felt the pull of the lightning while training, but when those two things appeared, it went silent, like it was afraid. Rain puts his hand in front of him and uses his lightning. It's still there, that same feeling. The buzz of lightning sounds like thousands of friends greeting me, the violent power inside of it like a gentle breeze that wants to help me, and yet it's still a little different than before, like it's apprehensive of me, or is it just scared of what's inside me? No, that shouldn't be it. Rain shakes his head. If those things are inside me, then that means the lightning should be as well. Rain spends a lot of time thinking while looking at the sparks in his hand. The others didn't have an experience like mine. Tank says he saw a huge mountain that spoke to him. Beast says he saw and heard thousands of animals. Shadow was in a place of pure darkness, and Wolf says he was in front of the sun. Why was mine so different than theirs? Rain asks himself. Out of a sudden he feels drowsy and exhausted. He spent all of his remaining mana by using the lightning. Slowly his eyelids close and he falls asleep. Rain saw a man in his dreams. The man stood in front of him and talked. He was clad in a pure white robe with black marking. His hair white as the snow was long and fell all the way down to his back. He couldn't see his face. Every time he tried to look at it, he just couldn't discern any facial features. The voice he heard was beautiful, and yet he couldn't understand it. It wasn't a different language. It was simply the words. They at the same time made sense and didn't. He only heard 4 words. Chosen of the universe. Waking up in the morning, he couldn't remember anything. Looking at the ceiling, he felt lost. He knew he had a dream, one that confused him, but no matter how much he tried to remember, he couldn't. Knock. Rain, you're late again, you bastard. We're gonna pick up Wolf's sword. Get your ass up. Shadow's voice could be heard again from the other side. Rain gets up absent-mindedly and puts on his clothes. Opening the door, he could see everyone waiting for him. Sorry, guys. Dude, the F happened. You look so pale, Shadow says while looking at his friend's face. I just couldn't fall asleep last night is all. Rain waves it off and tells everyone and looks at Wolf. So let's go see that thing you ordered. Everyone gets in the teleport and goes down to the ground level. On it, they could see a couple of students walking around, all kinds of emotions on their faces. Some looked like they lost their souls, almost the same as the zombies from last night, while some were wearing big smiles as they excitedly talked with others about fighting and learning from the soldiers. Wolf stops a professor that was walking nearby and asks them about it. Those soldiers are supposed to teach us to fight. I heard we're even going to get some weapons from them. The man shakes his head. They said that living here is not free. After some time they will ask for rent, and for us to pay we need to fight whatever is outside or be thrown out. The worry on his face was evident. Even though most of the students here knew how to fight, it was a different thing when it came to a life and death battle. Nobody knew which of them would survive. even though everyone felt sorry. They knew that this was a setting of the game. Without these safe zones, the monsters outside would have already rushed to the school, and many would have already been dead. Leaving the castle, they make their way to the smithy. Shadow was jumping around excitedly. It looked like he was getting a new weapon, and not Wolf, who was calm and collected the whole way there. Arriving, they could see Adrian smoking. "Ah, you're here, you brats. Well, it's finished. Let me take it out real quick." He goes inside his smithy, and sounds of things moving and being thrown could be heard together with his voice. "Where did I put that piece of shit? Aha, here it is." The door was open, and Adrian gets out with a weapon in his hand. Looking at the weapon, everyone exclaims, "What the hell is that? Hey, old man, are you sure this is what he ordered?" "It's okay, that's what I wanted," Wolf says and goes up to the old man. Taking the weapon from his hand, he tries swinging it with one hand. It's heavy. Using it with only one hand won't be easy. In his hand, Wolf holds a greatsword made from bones. Its size was about 1.4 million, and it was 5 kg heavy. Looking at him, everyone was shocked. "A greatsword, but you're so good with the knives. Why would you change your weapon like that?" Shadow puzzlingly asks. "Simple, they're boring, not to mention that I always wanted to use one of these. Instead of using daggers and backstabbing opponents, I would prefer to go head-on and hack and slash them with this," Wolf says with a huge grin on his face. Everyone suddenly got chills from him and back away a bit. "Aha, I get it. You're just a psycho, aren't you, Mr. Royalty? I mean, I know you rich guys have weird hobbies and such, but I never thought." "Shut up, you bastard." Wolf was like a little child while inspecting his greatsword. Even though he was raised from a young age to be an elite assassin, he never liked the way they fought. Being stealthy and killing your target in one swift hit is the safest way to do it, sure, but going close and fighting with a giant sword like in movies and games was his fantasy, and now he can live it to the fullest. Rank C bone greatsword. OTK 50. Def 10. Strength +1. Description: a sword forged by the master blacksmith Adrian absent-mindedly. Using the fangs and body of monsters that the players delivered, he made a giant sword that can become heavier and lighter when mana is poured in it. It can change weight. Wolf exclaimed and immediately tried pouring mana while imagining the sword being lighter. He notices the difference almost instantaneously. The weight of the sword changed from being 5 kg to about 2, and it was slowly getting a bit lighter as well. "The minimum is 1 kg, and the max it can go is 20, Adrian says from the side while looking at Wolf. He was pleased with his behavior and even had thoughts of slight regret for not making the sword a bit better. Those thoughts immediately went away when he remembered that he made it for free though. "It's great. The option is incredibly useful, although it does drain mana a bit quickly over time." "Well, of course, the lighter or heavier the go, the more it consumes. At your level, I don't recommend going further than 3 kg lighter and 10 heavier. You might run out of mana while still fighting." Rain and the others watch Wolf with eyes wide open. The cold guy they knew was gone, and instead they see someone completely different, someone they never thought existed. "Rain, am I dreaming?" Shadow asks while looking at Wolf. "I wanted to ask you the same thing, bro." "Hey Wolfie, come on, show us the description, man, the description." Tank yells and suddenly runs straight at Wolf. "All right, calm down, here it is." "Wow," everyone exclaims at the same time while inspecting it. The option to change the weight is truly something great. Imagine fighting someone and mid-fight his swings become a lot faster, or an attack suddenly becomes much heavier and stronger. It could be a decisive factor during a battle. I definitely didn't expect him to choose such a weapon." Beast shyly says with a low voice. "I don't think anyone did, buddy." Shadow leans closer to him and whispers, "So are you guys done with your antics? Because I really want to test this thing out. I never used anything like this, so let's go fight some low-level enemies first, okay?" "Ha ha ha ha, hell yeah, let's go," Tank excitedly says and lifts both of his arms up. "Before you guys leave, remember this. I can make you guys weapons if you bring me corpses like this, but it won't be free, and if you want something like this, I'll need more materials too." "How much would a weapon like Wolf's cost?" Rain asks Adrian. "With proper materials, about 200, with bad ones up to 500, and if you expect me to make it with my own, 1,000. Hiss. Everyone draws a sharp breath of air. Even while killing all those monsters, the only one that dropped coins was the elite. Plus the achievement, they had 60 each. Tank had 0 and Wolf had 160 because of the chest. "Sir, if I may ask, what monsters drop coins?" "Only the one we gave you dropped some." "Well, elites always give coins, but the others, only those that are level 5 and higher drop them. The low-leveled ones will never give you a single one." "So that's it, the cockatrice was the only monster beyond level 5 that we fought. The others were lower, so we never got anything." Shadow happily exclaims, now that they knew that they will have an easier time with getting equipment. "The captain never mentioned that. He sure can be unreliable." "Be quiet, what if he hears you?" Beast gets to Tank's side and tells him with teary eyes. He still couldn't forget their meeting with the captain. He never wants to get on the guy's bad side. "All right, sorry for that, Brainy." Anyway, let's go. A soldier mentioned that the captain was scanning the area with something. In a couple of days, we will have a map of the nearby terrain. He said that it's possible that some cities shifted from the terraforming. We may have humans nearby. We have to get stronger if we want to go to where they are. Wolf tells everyone and slowly moves towards the gate, the giant sword on his back casting a long shadow behind him. Damn, that guy kinda looks cool. Like that. Shadow clicks his tongue and follows after him. You guys again, the soldier at the gate asks. Don't you guys take any rest? If you continue like this, you might all die, you know. Without even waiting for an answer, he turns around and presses a magic circle nearby. The huge gate slowly starts opening, but before everyone could leave, they suddenly stop and look in front of them with a shocked face. LVL 30 Alpha Direwolf. A huge wolf was standing in front of the castle. It looks at everyone with a surprised look on its face and starts growling. The huge wolf lived far away from the castle actually. It only came here because the mountain where his lair was suddenly got destroyed. When he looked up, he saw corpses of drakes and dragons falling. He immediately abandoned his pack and followed after a drake that managed to escape. He thought that the drake was going somewhere safe. It was only a day later he managed to find the place where the white tiger used to be. He sensed that the drake came here and returned. Not wanting to risk anything, he followed 4 trails that moved together, finally arriving at the huge castle. Don't worry everyone, it's just a little pet that came to play. The vice captain Jack gives a reassuring voice and moves towards the wolf. Beast wanted to warn him to get back, but he remembered his level. This wolf was probably no match for him. Hey there, big guy, what the hell do you think you're doing here so early in the morning? Jack grins while walking towards the wolf with a confident face. Grrrrrrrrr. The wolf growls and starts backing away. It feels a tremendous amount of danger from this little being in front of him. It was confused. Why would something so much smaller than it seem so frightful? It didn't know, but it trusted its senses. If it doesn't retreat, it will probably die today. Ah, you're no fun, so be it. I'll end this right away, Jack says and draws his sword out of its sheath. The sword was pitch black with thin orange lines that were drawn on it, the handle decorated with straps of unknown black leather. Simply drawing it produced a hum that vibrated through the air around it. The sound became louder and the sword looked like it was shaking. Severing, Jack calmly says and brings his sword down. He didn't slash, just brought his sword down vertically with a calm and slow movement. The very second the sword was down, a sonic boom was heard and a huge sword ray was produced. The wolf was cut in half. The Earth 100 million from the vice captain was split. Trees that were on the way weren't spared either. Gulp. Tank gulps while looking at the sight in front of him. It was something straight out of a fantasy novel. With a simple movement, Jack managed to not only kill the wolf but destroy anything in his path. Is he really just level 35? The wolf wasn't even able to escape. That's because he isn't, a nearby soldier says. When someone takes a mission like this, his power and level have to be brought down. Otherwise, nothing on this planet could stand a chance against the captain, of course. Their skills still stay the same, so they are much stronger than others at their level. So this is his strength while being weakened. Amazing, Wolf says. He knew that the man in front of them was strong, ridiculously strong, but this was beyond his imagination. All right, boys, I checked. This wolf was the only one around. It seems like he strayed away from his pack, or maybe even left it. Do be more careful in the forest just in case. You never know if any more could show up. Jack was holding the wolf with one arm above his head. The sight of the huge 4 million wolf being held up by him looked surreal, so surreal that nobody heard a single word he said. They just stared at the huge wolf's head that was in front of them. Ah, for fuck's sake, guys, go out. It's safe, happy hunting. I'm gonna bring this thing inside. Jack facepalms and says, walking towards the castle. Even while holding something as big and heavy as the wolf, his steps didn't slow down at all. His back was straight and he looked relaxed. Guys, do you think we'll be as strong as him one day? I don't know, right now I'm just wondering how strong the captain is, considering the fact that he is 10 levels higher. Hey, he uses a sword like me. Do you think he'll teach me if I ask nicely? Everyone was staring blankly at Jack's back and talking with themselves. The power he showed had truly shocked them, and showed them how weak they truly were in this new world. Ha 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 ha, I kinda want to spar with him. How many punches do you think I could take? I think a finger flick would be enough to kill you, you meathead. Smash, the giant sword slams into a goblin and almost cleaves it in half. The huge sword continues and smashes into the ground, logging itself in it. The corpse of the goblin was right under it and looked grotesque. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL2 Goblin killed, 20x points gained. LVL2 Goblin killed, 20x points gained. The party has earned 40x points, distributing evenly to all. The sword managed to crush its skull, making its eyes pop out and brain matter together with blood splashed everywhere. It didn't end there, though. The ribcage of the goblin was protruding from its body. The strength of the sword slash was strong enough to break the ribs and destroy the heart. It only stopped when it got to the end of its stomach. Haya. With a loud shout, Wolf rises it up, blood and pieces of flesh rise with it, splattering him once again. Wolf didn't care, he loved his new weapon. The exhilarating feeling he got when using it was like no other. With a big grin, he lovingly stares at his sword. The smile together with his bloody armor gave off a chilling feeling. Dude, you don't think he was like a serial killer or something before he got here? No, his fighting skills are too good to be something like that, but I really do wonder about his past. Nobody can become like this with a normal upbringing. You and I know that very well. Rain and Shadow conversed with each other while Tank and Beast looked at Wolf from the side. Tank was calm. The sight of the carnage in front of him didn't bother him at all, but Beast was shaking. Just killing monsters was enough to make him nauseous. But this was too much. Even without participating in the battle, this time he almost vomited during it. Wolf's bloodthirsty style of fighting with his sword was completely different than with knives. He just went at his enemies and used the advantage the sword's length gave him to completely destroy the two goblins they found. With the first one he fought while maintaining a lighter weight, and using just one hand, he was able to quickly destroy the goblin's hand and behead it. The other one he went with the opposite, by making his sword as heavy as he simply slashed once with both of his hands, and it was enough to end it. Yeah, I think this will be enough practice. I already have a solid grasp of using it. My proficiency is still low, but I'm confident in leveling it up fast. Wolf was walking towards them with the sword propped upon his shoulder. The white and red armor looked menacing with all the bloodstains left on them. So, are we finally going to find some monsters of level 5 and above? Yeah, the faster we become stronger the better. Slowly they made their way through the forest. Beast, by using his ability, helped them to steer off any dangerous monsters, and Wolf would scout every time Beast wasn't certain. The party is now looking at a group of monsters that Wolf scouted. LVL-7 Kobold. LVL-5 Kobold. LVL-6 Kobold. 3 kobolds were in front of them, resting against nearby trees. The kobolds looked like big lizards that walked on 2 legs. Their arms were long and sharp claws could be seen on them. Their dark red scales shined a bit every time a ray of sunlight hit them. They had a long neck and a lizard-like head with a big long mouth. Everyone knew that a bite from them would be incredibly painful. They weren't without any equipment though. They had a cloth tied around their waist, falling down to their knees. Their upper body was naked, their muscles and scars visible to everyone. 2 of the kobolds had a spear. The level 5 kobold was sitting underneath a tree and hugging his spear, being alert even while resting. The level 7 was eating something nearby, his spear resting about 1 million away from him. The last kobold was using a crude sword. The sword was shabby and full of nicks. Its blade looked a bit dull, but still dangerous. What do you guys think? Should we attack them? Shadow asks everyone. Well, we do have superior numbers and equipment, not to mention the element of surprise is also ours. Yes, if we use the usual tactic, Beast hitting the strongest with a fully charged arrow and the rest of us charging right away, we should be able to win without issues. Wolf confidently says, his demeanor changing slowly like a predator looking at prey. Alright, I think Tank should charge the level 5. Me and Shadow will go to the level 6. And Wolf, you think you can manage the level 7? I can't say for certain now. If it's injured then probably yes, if not I might have issues. Alright, let's go then. That rusty spear won't be able to touch me with my shield anyway, so don't worry about it. Everyone nods and disperses. Beast sighs and takes out an arrow. Before they got here, he poured mana into the quiver to create a stronger arrow. Even when he poured half of it, only 1 arrow was made. That's the one he was using now. Everyone got into position. As usual, Beast notches his arrow and pulls the string, pouring mana again. The arrow slowly starts to be coated in green light. Waiting for a bit, he stops and aims at the strongest kobold. With a steady breathing and a steady arm, he releases the arrow. Right before the arrow is released, something happens. The kobold flinches a bit and looks at Beast. Even while being far away, it still manages to see a glimpse of him and the green arrow. It dodges to the right, where his spear is. Zwedge. The arrow was fast, much faster than the other arrows Beast had used. In a mere moment, it finds its way to the kobold and manages to hit its shoulder. Unfortunately, the kobold's reflexes were too fast for Beast, and the arrow only manages to graze him. Everyone had already charged, and now it was too late to go back. Turning their backs to the enemy would make them easy targets. This is bad. They reacted a lot faster than we thought. Wolf thought while going straight at the now armed kobold. It roars in anger as it realizes that they have been attacked. The other spear-wielding kobold tried to get to him, but Tank shows up from its side. With his shield propped up, he charges at him, like a battering ram that destroys everything in front of him. The kobold lunges to the side and manages to evade the charge. Now stopped, he glares at the giant in front of him and readies his spear. Shadow and Rain jump out of hiding and face the sword-wielding kobold from its left and right respectively. The kobold holds his sword in front of himself and glances at them with no fear. The battle had started. It was not the start that they were hoping for, but it was one they had to accept. Rain and Shadow were no strangers to group battles. During their days in the gang, they frequently fought in huge fights, many times going at one person together. The situation right now is one they were incredibly familiar with. They both run at the kobold. Rain goes a little faster as their plan was always the same. With his bigger physique, he was always the one to start the fight, while Shadow would attack from the side or behind the enemy. Rain arrives, his sword already coated in a little bit of electricity. It was harder to pour as much as in the knives as it was bigger. The kobold blocks his attack. Good, Shadow will be able to end him now that he is shocked, thought Rain. Swish. The kobold's long tail lashes at the nearby Shadow, making him step back. It wasn't shocked. Its scales were able to nullify the small amount of electricity Rain's sword had. Shit, curses Shadow as he looks at the kobold. It felt a sharp wind when the tail passed in front of him. Had it landed, he would have been injured quite badly. The kobold moves his sword and brings Rain's to the side. With a swift slash, he tries to hit Rain's neck. Clang. With all of his strength, Rain manages to meet his attack with the sword. That was not the end, however. A flurry of slashes was suddenly thrown at Rain. A slash to his body, a stab to his heart, shoulder. All of these attacks made it impossible to attack, and he was thrown on the defensive, giving it his best due block. Shadow throws one of his knives at the kobold, hoping it would give his friend a chance of attacking again, but it was blocked by the tail. Kobold had a calm face, like veterans schooling the trainees. On the other side, Tank was doing a good job alone against his opponent. The kobold was a bit smaller than him, but faster, giving it all it stabs with its spear, but with no luck. Tank's huge shield was big and sturdy enough to block all of them. Slowly, Tank moves towards the kobold as it continues its attack in desperation. Finally being in range, he slams down with his mace, but the kobold dodges before attacking his open side. Clang! Lifting up his mace, he manages to deflect the kobold's attack, but in doing so he uncovers his other side. Using the momentum from Tank's attack, the kobold spins and delivers a strong attack with his tail on Tank's side. Tank staggers a bit but recollects himself shortly. He was physically the strongest out of everyone here, and the kobold was the weakest of his group. The attack hurt. It hurt like hell and almost cracked a rib, but that was it. He recollects himself and puts his shield in front of him. With a slow pace, he moves towards the kobold, this time being more patient and collected. Lastly, Wolf was in a bad position. Clang, clang, clang. The kobold was strong, incredibly strong. His skills with the spear were far above those of the other kobold. A flurry of stabs and whips were thrown at Wolf, who had luckily made his sword lighter in advance. The huge sword was a tad bit shorter than the spear, but it was enough. Using his experience, Wolf was able to calculate how and where the kobold would attack. Unfortunately, his unfamiliarity with the greatsword didn't allow him to exert all of his skills. I guess it doesn't matter. If I was using dagger, then the reach advantage he has would be huge. I'll just bide my time and hope Beast can annoy him a bit with his arrows. Wolf had shallow cuts over some parts of his body. Even though he could see the attacks in advance, he could not block all of them. His opponent was still fine though, and continued to attack relentlessly. Clank. Rain was fighting his opponent with everything he had. During the battle, he even managed to attack a couple of times after finally getting used to his opponent. Both of them didn't let up and gave it their best with the sword. From time to time, Shadow would jump out from nearby shadows and attack the kobold. Most of the time it would fail, but a couple of times he managed to hit his opponent. The last hit managed to even wound its tail. Lighting movement. Rain finally uses his skill. With the boost he gained, he was finally able to respond faster to his opponent's attacks. The electricity on his sword was barely there. Some sparks would show up from time to time, but the amount was a lot smaller compared to before. I only have one chance of landing this. If I do it, I'm certain that we can win. Only need a bit more time. During the fight, Rain realized that they could not win like this. Their opponent was much more experienced than them. Every attack they tried was futile, and for every wound they managed to give it, they got 3. With all of that in mind, Rain tried doing something he practiced a bit in his room. It was dangerous and had a chance of not working, but it was the only way he saw of winning the fight. Now, Rain sees the attack coming. It was a stab coming straight to his left eye. Moving forward, he ducks and moves his head to his right. The sword passes by, leaving a cut on his left cheek. Holding his sword with both hands, Rain shouts, and its tip suddenly discharges a huge amount of electricity. All this time he was focusing on that. By controlling his ability, he moved it all there, making the stab incredibly strong. With a blue flash, his sword goes forward, the blue arcs dancing upon it and blinding everything around. With a loud buzzing sound, it arrives at the kobold's chest and pierces through it. Thud. Rain's face was struck with a fist. Seeing it could not dodge, the kobold decided to at least die with the opponent. It seizes Rain's neck right after hitting him and squeezes it with all his might. Aacchh. Rain tries breathing, but he couldn't. Strange sounds come out from his now bloody mouth. He frantically tries to pull out his sword, but the kobold holds it firmly with his other hand that is now devoid of a sword. Blood flows through between its finger, but it does not let go. It knew that this was the only chance it had to kill its opponent. Thud. Shadow jumps out and lunges at the kobold, who swipes his tail at him. He manages to throw a knife before getting hit. The knife hits the kobold in his left shoulder, making him flinch and let go of the sword for a second. Unknown. Rain was passing out when he suddenly heard the ring of the notification. Without even thinking about it, he just pulls with his right hand and manages to take his sword out of the kobold's chest. The kobold tries to use his left arm to grab the sword again, but suddenly freezes. Looking ahead, he could no longer see his target, only boundless light and eternal darkness. Without a scream, without a shout, the kobold only stares in wonder. The sight in front of him, something it could not comprehend. Where was his opponent? Was he swallowed by the sight in front of him? It looks around and finally sees it. Boundless light and eternal darkness. No, that wasn't it. Looking at the sides, they looked more like wings. That was the last thought the kobold had before dying. With a fury, Rain stabs its neck with its swords before drawing it back to the side, making the kobold's head dangle on the side by the little skin it had left. Rain drops on his knees after the victory. Coughing violently, he checks at Shadow, who got up. Injured but still in a fighting condition, he gets to Rain to check upon him. "Hey man, how are you?" "I'll be okay, cough. Go help the others. I just need a moment to rest. I'll be right with you." Rain continues coughing and looks at the other two battles taking place. Tank was injured in multiple places by the kobold, but the kobold was as well. Its tail looked grotesque and broken, while his right arm was bloody and had a big cut on it. Even though injured and bloody, Tank, on the other hand, was in better condition. All of the wounds he suffered were superficial cuts. Only one was more serious, and that was a stab wound on his abdomen. The kobold managed to pass his defense for a moment and stabbed him. In return, he used his shield and tried to break its arm. Retreating, the kobold saved it, but still suffered the huge cut by its sharp edge. Wolf, on the other hand, was much worse. Multiple cuts were on his body, and 2 shallow stab wounds could be visible on his stomach and left leg. The kobold luckily suffered for them. 2 arrows were lodged in its body, and his tail was cut off in the middle. Shadow immediately races to Wolf. His opponent was stronger than Tank's, and his injuries were more severe. Even though Beast tried his best to help, the arrow at the beginning of the fight drained almost all of his mana, and he was forced to use the normal ones, which the kobold leader managed to dodge or deflect except the 2 in him. Shadow draws close and uses his usual tactic of throwing a knife at his opponent. The leader already detected him, and thus manages to block it with the spear. That, however, turns out to be a mistake. With his tail gone, the kobold's center of balance was easily disrupted. Doing a hasty deflection like that makes him stumble, and Wolf, well, he doesn't let such an opportunity go to waste. Immediately sprinting at his opponent, Wolf lifts his sword to the side and uses his ability. The flames showing on it were weak. Just a thin layer shrouded the sword, but it was still better than nothing. He slashes at the kobold, turning his hips on the left, and using the full strength his body could achieve. He also uses his new skill, Muscle Pump. Description: by using this skill, the user makes his blood boil and flow faster, pumping his muscles with a great amount of strength, making his attacking power and strength go up by 25. The drawbacks of the skill were not light. Boiling blood and making it pump faster was a great way to put a huge amount of stress on the heart, but Wolf didn't care at this moment. He only needed one good hit and he would deactivate it. Using his mana to the max, he makes the sword as heavy as he can. Right before the moment of impact, it reaches a weight of 9 kg. The kobold knows it was too late to do anything, so he stabs his spear into the ground and uses his forearm to prop it against the attack. Bam! A huge sound was created. The second Wolf's greatsword hit the defending kobold's spear. Sparks explode from the hit and flames blaze from his sword. Wolf was giving it his all for this one hit. The spear immediately bends and the kobold shouts a cry of pain. His arm was broken. Crack. The spear cracks at the middle. The wood used to make it was crude and couldn't withstand any longer. With a loud sound, it breaks and Wolf's sword plunges deep inside the kobold's arm that was propping the spear. Crying out, the kobold punches him with his other arm and immediately follows up with a kick to his already injured abdomen. Wolf was knocked back, his arm releasing the sword and blood spurting out from his abdomen. Stab. Wolf gets to the kobold and stabs his dagger deep inside his right side, managing to puncture his lung. A low sound of a breath escapes the kobold's mouth as his back straightens out from the pain. It moves its injured arm backward and manages to hit Shadow with his elbow. The strength of the kobold was huge, and the attack was strong enough to push Shadow back and drop him on his knees. The kobold was dying. The amount of blood it has lost from his tail and arm was huge, coupled with the lung that was pierced. His final moments were near. With painful steps it goes towards Shadow. He was closer and the kobold felt less threat from him. Swish. Right at that moment an arrow flies towards it. With his injuries, the kobold forgot about Beast and that proves fatal. Looking ahead, it glares at him before the arrow pierces through his forehead, cocking back his head and killing him. Thud. The body of the kobold drops to its knees, head back, and its arms lowered, it slowly collapses. Seeing both of his teammates dead, the final kobold panics. The huge human in front of him already injured him greatly. Now that he was alone, the other enemies will definitely join and kill him. It feints a stab, making Tank stop and ready his shield. Right at that moment, the kobold turns around and runs. It doesn't get far, though, as the somewhat recovered Rain stands in front of him. With heavy breathing and blood flowing from his forehead, he brings his sword up and gets ready to face the injured kobold. Behind, a loud shout was heard as Tank suddenly charges at it. It was the same charge he tried at the beginning of the fight, only now it was deadlier. Dodge and he will be attacked by the human wielding a sword. Face the attack and he will be heavily injured for sure. The kobold panics, not knowing what to do. Tank draws near while Rain slowly moves towards it. It had to think of something or it will die. Its eyes suddenly sharpen up. It changes the hold on the spear, holding it in reverse now. With a loud cry, it throws the spear at Rain and immediately jumps at the side, dodging Tank's attack, or so it thought. Tank immediately slowed his charge down when he saw the kobold changing the spear hold, which gave him enough control to spin around and use his mace to hit the kobold from its left side. Crack. A crack was heard. The mace hits the kobold right below the shoulder, not only breaking its arm but a couple of its ribs too. It cries out in pain and falls to the ground. Giving it its all to ignore the pain, he uses his right hand to prop himself up. It fails, the arm slips on the grass and it falls again. Rain draws closer to it. The spear it threw at him was not dangerous. It was slow and Rain easily dodged it. With its tail and arm broken, the kobold was no longer a threat. Tank goes in front of it and lifts his mace. The kobold looks up and tries pleading for its life, but the language spoken by them was vastly different from humans. All Tank heard was hissing. Thinking the kobold was cursing at him, he gives a loud shout and hit the kobold on the head. Bam, crack. The attack immediately cracks open the skull, brain matter, and blood spurt out from it. With anger, Tank hits the head again, just to be sure that he will kill it. Bam. It's dead. Tank, was that really so necessary? That was super necessary. A yeah, ufk reference there. Both of them hug another and go towards the others. Shadow was up on his feet, while Beast was next to Wolf, who was lying down in pain. The last kick he suffered was quite a painful one. Cough, cough. Wolf coughs violently as he puts himself in a sitting position. Fucking bastard really did a number on me, he says while holding his stomach with his right hand. Hey, can anyone do me a favor and take one of their skirts or just cut a part of it? I need to bandage my stomach and we have no bandages. I'll get it, says Shadow and runs towards the nearest kobold. Using his dagger, he cuts off half of the cloth skirt it was wearing, leaving enough to cover up its most important parts. Battle has been concluded. Distributing experience. LVL 5 kobold killed, 60 X points gained. LVL 6 kobold killed, 70 X points gained. LVL 7 kobold killed, 80 X points gained, 20 S coins gained. The party has earned 210 X points and 20 S coins, distributing evenly to all. All of that, and that's all we got, damn it. Rain kicks a nearby tree in frustration. Shadow gives the piece of cloth to Wolf, who puts it around his stomach and tells Beast to firmly tie it to his back. With the cloth piece tied, the blood coming out from the wound lessened, and soon he got up. All right, anyone have any idea if anything from these guys is valuable? Confirmed player, the fangs of the kobold and their tailbone can be used for equipment. The scales are valuable as well. Would you like me to collect them for you? What? Everyone suddenly exclaims. System, are you telling me you could have collected everything before? Why did we go through all that trouble with the goblins and cockatrice then? Rain shouts furiously at the sky. Correction, I was unable to do it then. Players first must show value for me to unlock certain functions. So far the party has been able to unlock a full 1.8 of my functions, higher than the 0.7 average of the planet's players. Oh, so by proving our worth we get more options. System, can I know what further options you have? Oh, and how do we prove our value? Is it by killing monsters? Beast asks the system. Negative player, I cannot answer your first question. As for the second one, proving value is easiest by killing monsters, but not the only way. All right, anyway system, please do take the materials. Rain. Affirmative. Suddenly the kobolds' bodies get shrouded in a black haze. Before anyone could do anything, they see the corpses of the kobolds naked, their scales gone, the mouths bleeding and the tails severed, with a hole in the severed parts. Materials picked. For a limited time I will unlock part of the function of inventory. You can continue and ask me for the materials anytime. There's even an inventory, that's awesome. Tank exclaims with a big smile. The corpses didn't bother him at all. He was just excited that they got some helpful things from the stingy and annoying system. All right guys, let's go back. Wolf should get some rest and treatment if possible. Rain turns around and tells everyone. They all nod and slowly make their way back. After a couple of minutes, everyone suddenly stops. There was danger ahead. Beast sensed it, and it was a big one. How bad is it? Very, whatever is there gives me a similar feeling like the boar did. We should slowly get around and run. Beast suddenly shouts and runs to the right. In shock, everyone freezes for a moment before regaining their senses and running after him. Knowing Beast, he would never do something without thinking about it. What is it, Beast? Shadow asks him while slowly catching up to him. It discovered us. It's fast. We have to find somewhere to hide or it will get us. Shit, everyone run fast. Look out for possible caves or anything like that. Wolf runs and shouts, his hand still on his stomach. He gives it his best to not fall behind. He knows these guys would never leave him, but if they didn't, they would all die. There, I see something there, guys. Tank shouts and points to the left. Everyone could see a big boulder that had a small entrance. It was big enough for Tank and the others to pass one by one. Go, hurry up. Rain shouts and runs towards it. They could hear the beast behind them now, the loud breathing it made and the growls it produced. Even the trees were shaking from time to time because of it. Finally, they make it to the boulder, but what was in front isn't what they hoped to see. Beginner Dungeon A. Enter, yes, no. The entrance was actually something similar to a black hole. Above it were letters which shoved it was actually a dungeon of sorts. What should we do now? Shadow asks with a panicking voice. He looks behind them and he can see the shadow of a big beast coming their way. I think we should enter, guys. If we don't, we will all die. Beast says with an anxious voice. Are you sure, like completely sure of it, Beast? This dungeon could end up being even more dangerous, you know. Rain puts both of his hands on Beast's shoulders and asks him. He had faith in Beast, but he still had to know how certain he was. Now that it's closer, I know, this thing is a bit stronger than the boar. That's the feeling I get. Suddenly, the beast slows down and shows itself to them. With its prey standing in place, it had no more reason to run after them. With slow and steady steps, it emerges. LVL 16 Ogre. In front of them, they see a giant ogre. Its skin was green with red lines drawn on it. It only wore a cloth, similar to the kobolds from before. It was big, with a height of 2.5 million, and muscles bulging all over its body. Everyone knew they couldn't defeat it. Its arms were thicker than the legs of an average man, and its legs looked like they were logs connected to its body. Two fangs protruded from its mouth, and on its shoulder it carried a huge axe. The axe itself was as big as Tank. They could only imagine what would happen if it hits them. Looking at them with a smirk, he slowly moves towards them and drops his arm that holds the axe. Bam! The axe falls down with it and makes a loud slamming noise. The ground beneath it crack open a bit and a small dust cloud is created. Enter the dungeon, that's our only hope right now. Rain says and clicks the yes option right away. Everyone follow after him, and with a flash they disappear from the ogre's eyes. He stops. It couldn't comprehend what just happened. The prey was right in front of him. He was going to have a little bit of fun and kill them, chop them in pieces, but before he could do anything, they just disappeared. Ag! In a fit of rage, the ogre shouts. The nearby grass and bushes flail around as the wind produced by his shouts moves them. His anger had still not dissipated, so it jumps at the boulder, and with all of his might, he slashes down with the axe. Clang! The axe does no damage to it, however. Crack! It cracks and a shockwave is produced from the boulder. The ogre flies back and slams into a tree, breaking it in half. Thud. It falls down heavily on the ground. Slowly moving his arms, he gets back up and looks at the boulder with fear in his eyes. Slowly going backwards, he takes his cracked axe and goes away. In a faraway place in the universe. Endless light and boundless darkness. That brat really is him. Interesting, the end of the story that happened over the course of millions of years is slowly coming to an end. The man from Rain's dream says he was on a huge mountain in a different world. The mountain's size was enormous, easily eclipsing Mount Everest in size. Looking in front of him, a mirror formed from light shows him Rain and everyone else right before they entered the dungeon. The wish of the universe, will it really go as prophesied? That I truly wonder. He chuckled and dissipates it. Slowly standing back up, he looks at the sky and smiles. Back on Earth, in a cave full with monsters, Rain was looking at the notification in front of him. Beginner Dungeon A entered, starting the Dungeon of Goblins. Type, so. Where is everybody? He wonders and looks around him. The ceiling of the cave was packed with numerous crystals that shined a blue light, making the cave light up a bit. In the distance he could hear voices. They weren't human voices though, from his fights before he recognized them as goblin voices. Looking at the notification again, he exclaims, so I have to do this alone. Everyone else is the same, I guess, damn it. He punches a rock with frustration. His arm feels no pain though, and the rock cracks a bit. He suddenly hears footsteps coming from the front. He hides behind a nearby boulder and sighs. Nothing I can do, I guess. First I have to survive this. I hope everyone manages to as well. He draws his sword and prepares for battle. He knows the coming battles will not be easy and any distraction can prove fatal. The first dungeon run begins. Beginning the first dungeon, all injures, status effects and ailments healed. Good luck, player. All healed, good, that means Wolf will be okay. Rain sighs with relief. The ones he worried about the most were the injured Wolf and Beast. Wolf will be okay since everything is healed, and Rain could also feel his mana replenished, which meant Beast could use his charged arrows for hard opponents. Hopefully this won't be very difficult. Rain was still in hiding. Behind his hiding place, he could still hear the footsteps and voices. Judging from them, he believes there are 2 goblins coming his way. 2 goblins should be easy. If I can get one at the very beginning, I might be able to kill the second without anyone finding out. Rain focuses and listens to the sounds. Tensing all of his muscles, he is prepared to strike at a moment's notice, but he doesn't use his ability as the sparks would lighten up his surroundings and make himself visible to all enemies. Step. Agash Sarj Gienjash, or a Faso Sajk. The goblins were conversing in an unknown language, but it seemed like one was explaining something to the other. Rain lays prone on the ground and moves to the opposite side of where he heard the noises. Slowly moving, he carefully sticks his head out to see them. The goblin that was explaining things was a bit skinnier than the other one that looked a bit more bulky than the others. Wearing a stupid expression on his face, he scratched his head while thinking. Both of them were armed. The skinny goblin had a rusty old knife on his belt, while the bulky one had a wooden club in his hand. They were both moving to the right side of the rock. They suddenly stop as the skinny goblin starts explaining more and showing the big stupid something on the rock with his hands. If I attack while they are both turning their backs on me, I might be able to stealthily kill them both. I have to move fast to do it now, though. Rain pondered for only a moment before getting up and moving towards them while crouching. He was approaching slowly. He knew it was a big risk. If any of the 2 turn around, he will be found, and the sounds of battle would surely echo in the cave, attracting more goblins. He was finally in range some 20 seconds later. The bulky goblin in his sight, Rain, takes out a knife and holds it in his left hand. As Wolf was now using a greatsword, they all shared the knives, and everyone had one just in case. With the knife in his left hand and sword in his right, Rain planned to first kill the bulky goblin with a swift stab to the right side of the neck. Immediately after that, he will use his sword to stab the neck of the skinny one. From his crouching position, he firmly positions his legs so that he can jump at the skinny goblin after attacking the first one. Swish, thud. With a violent swing of the arm, Rain plunges the knife straight through the right side of the goblin's neck, the tip exiting at the left side. With the dagger in his neck, the goblin's windpipe was blocked, and it couldn't utter any words, just some low noises that the skinny goblin barely heard, but it still stopped what it was doing and slowly turned. Lightning movement activated. Zwesh. Activating his skill, Rain lunges past the bulky goblin straight towards the skinny one. Coating his sword in a bit of electricity, he stabs at it. The light coming from Rain's sword scares the goblin, who moves left, making Rain miss with his stab. Landing on his feet and using the momentum, he immediately rotates his body and swings his sword. Slash. The sword manages to slash the goblin right beneath the eyes, making a line right across his nose. The lightning activates and shocks the poor goblin, and then Rain plunges his sword through its neck, effectively killing them both without making a clamor. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 4 Goblin killed, 40 X points gained. LVL 5 Goblin killed, 50 X points gained, 5 S coins gained. The player has earned 90 X points and 5 S coins. Would I gain the same amount as in a party? I thought that the party system divided X system. Can you explain this to me? In hopes of helping Earth and the players, it has been decided that the party system will not divide X but give everyone the same amount in the beginning. That function will only last in the early stages of the game. I see, so the more we fight in the beginning, the better for us as a group, huh? That's good to know. Rain nods his head with understanding and goes to the skinny goblin's corpse, taking the rusty dagger from it. Rank F rusty dagger. It's the lowest rank, huh? I'll still keep it. Who knows if I'll need it later. Rain takes the dagger and puts it on his belt before retrieving his knife from the corpse of the bigger one. I need to know how many enemies there are. That will make everything easier for me, but how can I do that? Rain wonders and looks around. After a while, he figures it out. The rocks, they acted like walls around him. If he can climb them, he could use them as a vantage point. Moving to the rocks, he jumps up, kicks it, and grabs the ledge. It was about 2.8 million tall, far too tall for the average goblin to get up on. Getting up on the wall, he stays laying down on it and slowly crawls to the edge. The last thing he wants is for someone to spot him. Getting to the end, he slowly looks around. The cave was a huge one, with rock walls everywhere in it. He sees that his position is a bit elevated compared to the rest, probably to give the players an advantage over the goblins in the beginning. Looking around, he spots multiple groups of goblins inside. Some were just patrolling, while some were doing manual labor and mining some of the shining crystals that were in the ground. He estimates around 30 goblins and 3 hobgoblins inside the cave. There's a lot of them, and some groups have 3 or 4 goblins in them. I can't kill them the same way I did these guys. System, what exactly do I need to do to finish the dungeon? The condition for clearing is simple: kill all the monsters inside the dungeon. Great, that was what I thought, Rain says while clicking his tongue. I won't be able to stay hidden all the time, but looking at how the groups are divided, I could probably use guerrilla tactics. Kill a group and flee on the wall before the others arrive. That's the only choice. Fighting all of them at once is a death sentence for me. Looking around, Rain slowly makes a plan of his incoming carnage. The walls weren't connected everywhere, and he will need to move on the ground to get to some enemies. First, though, he plans on killing the small groups, those that only have 2 goblins. Unfortunately, there is only one such group in his vicinity. I will go to them first and then attack the miners on the left side. If I'm lucky enough, the sounds of their pickaxes will mask my attacks. Rain moves on the wall, memorizing where they all are. He gets down and moves forward, at where the first group is located at. After some time, he manages to find them. 2 normal-looking goblins were in front of him. One was leaning on the wall, while another goblin was using his knife to scratch the ground in boredom. Rain grabs a rock and moves towards them using nearby rocks as covers. Swish, clang. Throwing the rock far above the goblins, it hits a wall and makes a sound. Both of the goblins immediately tense up and look at the location. Rain aimed at a place right behind a boulder. The goblins, thinking that someone might be hiding there, slowly move towards it. Rain takes his knife and moves to them. He uses the same tactic again. It worked the first time, so why change it, right? Plunging his knife in the goblin, he immediately runs at the other one as it is a bit further away. Finally jumping on it, as it turns around, he swings his sword vertically down, cutting a big part of its neck and going all the way down to his stomach. The attack was able to kill the goblin straight away. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL3 Goblin killed, 30x points gained. LVL3 Goblin killed, 30x points gained. The player has earned 60x points. Good, now the mining team. Rain takes his knife and slowly moves towards the other goblins. In a different dungeon, Wolf was facing a dozen of goblins in front of him, with corpses all around, at least parts of corpses. Ha 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 ha, this is great. Only this way can I use my sword fully. Come at me, you little cunts. He laughs in a maniacal manner. What, too afraid? All right, I'll come to you then. Running straight at the goblins, he raises his sword and uses his flames, slashing apart everything in his way. Sticking to the nearby boulders and shadows, Rain watches the miners as they mindlessly mine the crystals in front of them. There's 4 of them. Even though they are not looking at each other, if I attack one, there's a big chance another one will see me from the corner of his eyes. Damn it, I don't know if I can do this without getting found out. Rain thinks for a bit and wonders if there is any way he can kill them without notice. Throwing a rock won't be good enough. With all the noise from the mining, there's a big chance they won't even hear the rock. And even if they do, they will probably just think it was a pickaxe. On the other hand, even if it works and they get distracted, the most I can kill without notice is 2. I guess that's it for a stealthy approach. I'll kill them quickly and retreat. Rain moves towards the miners and inspects them. He is surprised to find their names being a bit different and their levels quite low. LVL2 Goblin Miner. LVL2 Goblin Miner. They're weak and unarmed, well except for the pickaxes, but they still shouldn't pose a problem for me. I need to do this fast. Lightning movement activated. Buzz. Breaking into sprint, Rain activates both his skill and ability. He doesn't want any goblins to show up before he defeats the ones here, so time and speed is of the essence. The goblins are surprised by the light that suddenly flared up and quickly look at its direction. The goblin nearest to Rain screams as it finds out a human is right in front of it with his sword high up in the air. Swish. Before the goblin could even try to defend itself, Rain's sword cuts through it and quickly puts an end to his life. Ack! The other goblins scream while holding their pickaxes. For a moment, they don't know what to do. Should they fight this horrible opponent or try to escape? Their thoughts are cut short, though, as Rain quickly moves to the next one. Seeing his speed, they know they can't escape, and they try to group together. The first goblin slowly moves backwards while facing Rain, while the other 2 run to him. Rain throws a dagger, but him moving so fast and not being proficient with knives makes it miss the goblin by a big margin. Holding the sword with both hands, he jumps up and delivers a fierce slash at the goblin. The goblin saw how one of his kind perished under a similar attack. Putting the pickaxe up, he tries blocking Rain's sword. Thud. The sword is stopped. Cutting halfway into the pickaxe, it releases an electric shock that manages to stun the goblin for a bit. Rain lifts the sword with the pickaxe still there and stabs the goblin's chest, piercing it all the way to the part where the pickaxe was connected to the sword. Ha! With a loud shout, Rain kicks the pickaxe and the goblin together, managing to unwedge the sword from it. Crash. The goblin's corpse crashes into one of the coming goblins, making him collapse on the ground. Rain quickly moves and tries finishing him off. Swish. Hearing the sound of wind tearing, he promptly moves his sword to the left, successfully blocking a pickaxe, but still getting a shallow wound on his side from the tip. Damn it. Pushing the pickaxe aside, he confronts the last goblin that came. Even though he almost succeeded with it, Rain was fast enough to block him, and now his end was upon him. Slash. With a quick slash, he manages to cut off the goblin's right arm at the elbow. As the goblin screams and holds the remaining half, he immediately cuts off the head. Now only one remains. Moving to the now standing goblin, Rain nonchalantly holds his sword to the side and delivers a sharp kick to its ankles. The kick was vicious and fast. The goblin's legs immediately go up in the air and he falls down, losing his pickaxe in the process. With a quick stab to the chest, Rain ends his life. Alright, that's 4 less enemies. I need to go up and see which group to attack next. Rain moves towards the wall but notices something. Wait, where is the notification? Immediately, Rain gets a bad feeling. Turning behind him, he notices a group of goblins glaring at him. At the front of the group was a hobgoblin. Shit. Rain turns around and tries to run away from where he came from, but only finds yet another group there. This one as well was led by a hobgoblin. No escape, huh? Alright then, I was getting bored anyway. Picking up his blade, Rain activates his skill and ability once again. 2 hobgoblins at the front and back respectively, 4 goblins in front of him and 5 behind. This was not going to be easy. Without wasting any time, Rain runs at the group. He knows he needs to cut down their numbers fast as possible, because once the ones behind catch up, he will be in a really bad situation. Lunging with full speed, Rain was incredibly fast. His agility of 20 points gives him a speed that's almost double that of an average human. Coupled with his skill, he was now moving even faster. The hobgoblin sees Rain lunging, his sword in a stabbing position. Jumping left, he manages to dodge and even cut Rain from the side, but the hobgoblin was never the main target. Success. Rain's mouth forms a small smile as he sees the goblins in front of him. Quickly rotating, he swings his sword with all of his might and manages to cut open the neck of one of them. The goblins, however, quickly recover themselves and attack. Rain jumps backwards and manages to dodge most of the attacks, only earning a small cut on his forearm. Swinging his sword to the right, he intercepts the incoming sword of the hobgoblin. His electricity works its magic and shocks him, but Rain again jumps backwards, dodging more attacks from the goblins. The 3 goblins in front of him were equipped with 2 short swords and a short spear. Fighting the 3 wouldn't be too difficult for him, but the hobgoblin was a bigger threat. LVL 6 Hobgoblin. The level was high, but compared to the kobold Rain previously faced, it was weaker, a lot weaker. So levels aren't everything, huh? I need to keep that in mind. Thinking that while swinging his sword, he manages to shock 2 more goblins. Quickly turning his wrist, he cuts the arm of the spear-wielding goblin and shocks him too. Moving quickly, he cuts off the head, but earns a cut to his shoulder from the now recovered hobgoblin. Moving backwards, Rain sees that the other hobgoblin drew incredibly close to their position, with the goblins right behind him. I need to kill at least one more before they arrive, thought Rain as he dodged more attacks from the goblin and hobgoblin. Blocking some of them, he notices that his electricity didn't shock them this time. It probably had something to do with how thin it was on the sword and the high levels of his enemies. Thinking quickly, Rain moves forward to the goblins. Jumping above them, he dodges the attacks and throws a dagger to the hobgoblin that was preparing to attack him. The dagger manages to hit him in the chest, making his attack stop. A chance. Rain kick a goblin in the head, making it fall down. Spinning slowly while in the air, he swings his sword at the only standing goblin who tries to block. Die. With a furious shout, Rain slashes his sword down and cuts the goblin's short sword in half, continuing on to cut deep inside the goblin, his sword stopping at the chest. With a quick kick, Rain knocks down the goblin and takes his sword out of him. Turning around, he puts his sword on his left in a panic. Clang. The other hobgoblin had arrived. Slashing at Rain, his attack gets blocked, but he manages to move Rain to the side a bit, breaking his balance. Copying what he saw from Rain, he delivers an awkward front kick that connects. Moving back, Rain takes a deep breath and looks in front of him. 1 goblin was getting up from his left side, 5 were in front of him, and 2 hobgoblins, 1 injured and 1 fine, were with them. Well, this is going to be tough. Positioning his sword in front of him, Rain takes a deep breath and gets ready for the incoming fight. The enemies were observing Rain. The enemy in front of them is not someone they want to underestimate. The short time he had before they all arrived was enough for him to slay 3 of their kin. Rain was calm on the outside, giving off an aura of a warrior still in his peak, but on the inside was a different story. He knew that the battle would be a hard one. What's more is that the sounds of battle will make more enemies come. When that happens, his fate will be sealed. He needs to make the fight a quick one, but that's impossible. Even though he had experience in fights and difficult situations, he never fought in a true life and death battle before. Him, Shadow, and other younger members were always shielded from that during their time in the gang. His brain races to find solutions for the problem before him. Should he fight or flee? No, fighting too many of them with his sword is impossible. not to mention that his skill is about to end, and his ability is slowly becoming unstable due to prolonged use. Kaya, the injured hobgoblin, screams as he takes out the knife from his chest. Throwing it on the ground, he looks at Rain with eyes full of anger. Its underlings were slaughtered by this human in a short time, and he got injured as well. It would not rest until it killed him. With a loud battle cry, it charges towards Rain. The lightning on Rain's sword was thin. He was trying to use the same move that helped him fatally wound the kobold. He knew that was his only way out. Kill the hobgoblin with that and hope the remaining lightning can emit a strong enough power to scare off the others for a moment, letting him run away safely. The tip of his sword turns light blue. Rain finds out that it was a lot easier to guide his lightning there now compared to before. Entering a state of deep focus, he channels everything he has into the sword, still tracking the hobgoblin with the corner of his eye. Seeing him come close and lunge at him, he moves. The hobgoblin was fast. With his anger, he forgot about safety and only wanted to strike at the human before him. That made him go into a state of pure rage and increased his stats. LVL 6-7 Berserk Hobgoblin. When a monster goes berserk, all stats temporarily go up, and their levels as well can increase by 1 to 3. In exchange for such power, however, the monster's mind changes. Driven by pure rage, it will operate solely on instinct, and it will go into a weakened state afterwards. The attack by the goblin was strong and fast, but it was predictable and easy to dodge if the opponent was calm enough. Ducking and moving his head sideways, Rain passes the sword and delivers a fierce stab at the hobgoblin. It seemed as if time stopped for a moment. The tip of the sword emitted a strong flash of light and lightning surged from it, coating the entire sword and Rain's arm. Resembling a lance, it pierces the hobgoblin's chest and explodes behind him, making the others stop in fear. Skill created. Additional rewards gained as player 6 is the second to do so. Would you like to name your skill now? Yes, no. Would you like to receive your rewards now? Yes, no. Rain doesn't bother with the notifications as his situation is still dire. His mana was low, and the skill he just used put a lot of pressure on his body. Turning around, he uses the precious time he bought for himself and runs away, hoping to lose the group behind him. As he turns at a corner, he finds another group there. They had been alarmed by the loud fighting noises and came to investigate. Shocked to see a human in front of them, they stop. Rain, not wanting to get surrounded, immediately turns around and runs at another direction. Kaya, the goblins recollect themselves and run after Rain, but since their levels were lower and their bodies weaker, they can't catch up. Rain runs, taking different turns the whole time. After 10 minutes, he had already ran into 3 more groups. Luckily, they were all just groups of goblins. The last hobgoblin still hadn't showed up. I can't run for much longer. I need to lose them fast and climb up a wall. That's the only way I can hide from them. Rain thought as he ran away from the third goblin group. Behind them, he could hear the sounds of more goblins, but he didn't bother with them. They were far away and couldn't catch up. His body had more wounds compared to before. The first 2 groups he stumbled upon were already on high alert and attacked him immediately. Rain, not being ready, barely managed to dodge most of the attacks, but still got injured. Turning at another corner, Rain sees that it's empty. Immediately he runs and jumps at the wall, pulling himself up before the goblins can see him. Successful, he lies on top of it and keeps quiet. The goblins should be right behind him. He doesn't want to give his position up before getting enough rest. Hearing steps below, he knew that those were them. He stops breathing for a brief time, hoping that they will just continue down the path in pursuit. They do. The goblins were a primitive, dumb race. Only at big tribes of the kin you find more intelligent types such as the goblin shamans and more. The ones Rain faced, however, were just the low-leveled and low-intelligent ones. The only thing they knew to do when chasing is to run straight to where the opponent is. Rain keeps lying down for a few minutes as more goblins pass by. He heard some steps that were louder than the others. That should be the hobgoblin from the first group. He was now certain that all of them are gone, but stays quiet for a few more minutes just in case. In the end, Rain receives a notification. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 6-7 Hobgoblin killed, 75 X points gained, 14 S coins gained. Rank D Berserk Sword plus 5 gained. The player has earned 260 X points and 14 S coins. Would you like to name your skill now? Yes, no. Would you like to receive your rewards now? Yes, no. Looking at the notifications in front of him, Rain sighs in relief and smiles, letting out a small chuckle. I did it, I'm alive, phew. Looking above him, he sees the glittering crystals on the 9 million tall cave ceiling. Rain wonders how a cave this big was formed. Was it natural or did they goblins make it? Probably neither. The system probably did it for the game. System, I'd like to see my rewards. With a ding, the system gives out a short series of notifications. Player 6 has received the following rewards: 100 S coins, 500 bonus exp. Rank C calming necklace plus 3. Wow, that's what I got for being second. Rain wondered in amazement. Who made the first skill? I wonder what he got. Rain checks out his two new items. Rank C calming necklace plus 3. OETK 0. Def 0. Spirit plus 6. Description: a magical necklace made from unknown materials. It strengthens the user's spirit, allow for more mana to be stored and calm downs the user's mind, allowing for more rational thoughts. It has been magically strengthened by someone. So items can be strengthened as well. This really is like a game. Putting the necklace around his neck, he grabs the dark red sword next to him. Rank D Berserk sword plus 5. OTK 40. Def 5. Strength plus 1. Agility plus 1. Description: a sword made from common materials. Used in many battles, the previous owner used unknown means to strengthen it with the blood of his enemies. The longer the user fights with it, the stronger it becomes. This one is a lot better than my old sword. System: can I put my old sword in the inventory? Yes. Would you like to name your skill now? Yes, no. Alright, I'll just go for a simple name then. System: name it Lightning Stab. Affirmative. Skill: Lightning Stab created. Lightning Stab. Description: by controlling lightning to the tip of the sword, the user is able to stab out with great force and piercing ability. The lightning in the end coats the sword and arm of the user, making an illusion of a lightning lance being used. Piercing inside the enemy, the lightning will explode to deal more damage. Piercing through the enemy will yield the same outcome. The skill has more room for growth though, and is advised to be practiced more. Level up: current player level is 7, additional stats gained. Spirit plus 1, agility plus 1. Putting his sword into the inventory, Rain held his new sword and opened up his stat window. Spirit has reached 20, the first threshold reached, a new passive ability gained, mana organ beginning phase. Description: an organ found in every being that has mana. Still in the beginning phrases, this organ is very small, but can still absorb and store a large amount of mana. Surprised by the new ability, Rain finds himself in wonder as he can now sense the surrounding mana around him better. The mana was slowly flowing in him, and by concentrating, he could sense it going inside the mana organ located near the heart. Rain was able to absorb mana before, but the process was quite slow when done subconsciously, and focusing on the absorption could only be done in a safe place, as it was hard to lose track of time and your surroundings while doing it. With this, Rain didn't need to worry about his depleted mana. Just by focusing a bit on it, he could absorb it a lot easier and faster than before. In about 45 minutes, his mana should be back to full without him doing anything. Focusing a bit, Rain relaxes and takes in the surrounding mana. The amount in the cave was huge, and most surprisingly, it was coming from the crystals in the cave. The shining crystals were not just a type of beautiful gems, they were full of mana, and that was the reason they shine. Those goblins, why are they mining them? Do they have a use for them? Ding! A clue to the secret dungeon discovered. Please collect more clues to gain access to the hidden group dungeon. Ah, Rain cries out in surprise. So there are things like that too. A hidden dungeon, should be fun. He smiles and says while looking up. Rain had noticed earlier that he and the others have changed. Put into these kinds of situations and dangers, normal people would have long since abandoned all hope and despaired. But they didn't. Not only did they not mind it, they seemed to welcome it. I called Wolf a psycho back then, but when I think about it more carefully, aren't all of us like that? Doesn't matter, I got a new weapon and a necklace, not to mention my level up. I should be able to fight against the goblins with less difficulty. Rain laid down completely still and focused on absorbing the mana around him for a bit. He confirmed that the speed was much faster than before. Seeing a nearby crystal, he got up and went to it. In novels, the characters can always drain things like this to replenish their kai and similar things. I wonder if I can do the same. Rain puts his hand on the crystal. Immediately he feels the mana inside surging wildly towards him. The mana gathers where his hand is and enters his body through it, replenishing his mana with incredible speed. In only a couple of seconds, he gained the same as 5 minutes of focusing. Soon he feels that his mana is full and draws back his hand. He was afraid that if he was to absorb more, he would explode from the inside. Alright, time to find a new mining group. This time I'll try to follow them when they get a crystal. Maybe that way I'll find more clues. Rain gets on a wall and observes. Clicking his tongue, he sees that the goblin groups have become larger, and there was one group where the miners are. It's going to be harder than I thought. Moving slowly, he goes towards the miners. A dungeon like this had enough goblins for him to level up at least once. If he can get the hidden dungeon and enter with everyone, they should be able to become a lot stronger. Rain was going slowly, stopping from time to check if there are any sounds of footsteps nearby. Slowly but surely he was getting closer. From time to time he would climb up to check if he was on the right track. Finally, after some 30 minutes, he got to the place where the goblin miners were. Clang, clang. The sounds of the pickaxes hitting the rocks could be heard. Rain climbed up again and observed them. Two miners were mining at one spot. The crystal there seemed to have been nearly dug out. Patiently waiting, Rain continued observing them. It took a painfully long time for them to finally dig up the crystal. The miners were very weak, quite inferior to humans, so it took a while. Rain noticed that the miners give the crystal to the group that was guarding them there. The biggest goblin takes it, and they move. Rain decided to follow them. First, he got down and went to a corner. Sticking his head a bit, he looked at the leaving goblins. He got up again and followed after them, moving stealthily so as to not alarm them. Every time he got to a new corner, he would climb up and crawl while observing the goblins from the edge. When they turned a corner, he would go down until he reached it. That way he was able to successfully follow them. At one point, the goblins rendezvoused with a group whose leader was a hobgoblin. He picked the crystal and they started returning. Rain switches his target to them now. Ding, further clues were found. With the notification showing up, he knew this was the right move. He patiently waits for the previous group to leave and follows them. After some 5 minutes, the hobgoblin gets to a door in the wall of the cave. The door was quite big for goblins. Its size was between that of a normal human door and gate. Knocking and patiently waiting, the hobgoblin takes out the crystal. Creak, the big door creaked as it opened, and from it, another hobgoblin walked out. It was bigger than the others, and it had armor on as well. The armor looked old and shabby, but compared to the hobgoblins that only had a rag on, it was a significant improvement. LVL9 Hobgoblin Captain. Gahi Nast asked. The hobgoblins converse a bit using their weird language. Finally, the captain takes the crystal, pats the hobgoblin on the shoulder, and goes back, closing the door behind him. Ding! After a series of clues, you have managed to discover a hidden dungeon. Hidden Dungeon Goblin Base, difficulty level 10. Description: in a mountain deep inside the wilderness lies a mountain. It was unknown how, but a large number of goblins took residence inside the caves there. After many years, the goblins became stronger and made a base in the center. The goblin boss resides inside and makes his underlings mine for mana crystals. Brave adventurers, venture inside, kill the boss, and find out what the goblins do with the crystals. Dungeon not available. Please complete the current dungeon first. So that's it, huh? This one even comes with a difficulty. Well, if a captain was level 9, then I should presume that the boss is at least a level 10. Rain was happy that he managed to find the hidden dungeon, but first, he had to finish the one he was in. Hoping that all of his teammates are alright, he looked at the group of goblins below him and decided to start attacking. From the top of the wall, Rain waits silently for the group to pass. His target was the hobgoblin. He thinks that the goblins inside of here have never dealt with anyone who can use the high walls to attack them, and such won't bother with being cautious from above. Holding his sword, Rain decides to use his skill to immediately kill the hobgoblin and then slaughter the other 3 goblins. LVL 7 Hobgoblin. LVL 5 Goblin. LVL 6 Goblin. LVL 5 Goblin. Rain observes the goblins that are coming nearby. The hobgoblin was at the back of the group, seemingly proud of delivering the crystal to the captain. Slowly they arrive below Rain. He slowly gets up in a crouching position, ready to jump down and defeat his target in one swift attack. Just a bit more now. Rain jumps down at the hobgoblin. Coating his sword in lightning, he activates his skill and delivers a fearsome stab. Lightning stab. The attack arrives before any of his enemies realized it. The sword cuts through the skull of the hobgoblin with ease, and the lightning concentrated on the tip explodes, frying his brain and throat. The poor thing didn't even have time to scream or comprehend what had happened. It died straight away. Shriek. The goblins in front scream in terror. They didn't know what happened. They were happily walking back to patrol, and in the next second a bright flash of light appeared, followed by the sound of thousands of birds chirping. Their leader was dead. Next to his corpse was a human holding a dark red sword. Sparks of lightning still lingered on the ground in the human's right hand. It was him, they knew it, the one that killed a lot of their kin just a little while ago. He has come back and launched another attack. They didn't know what to do. They knew they weren't the human's match. It had killed the strongest amongst them right away, and now it seemed like it was their turn. The human lifts his head up and looks at them. It worked. This skill really is amazing. The only downside is the mana usage. I'm nearly drained from using it right now. Luckily for me, these guys seem to be afraid of me. I just need to look relaxed, and I might be able to finish this off quickly. Rain starts walking towards the goblins. His calmness and slow pace of walking unnerved the goblins. He didn't take them seriously at all. They were just prey waiting to be slaughtered. They lift their weapons up and get ready. They knew escape was impossible. Step, step. The sound of Rain's footsteps was the only sound in the vicinity. He finally got into range and lifts his sword up slowly. The goblins tense up and get ready, but before they do, one of them suddenly turns around and runs away, leaving the other 2 to die. Kaya. Surprised by the betrayal of their teammate, the 2 goblins couldn't help but turn their heads around for a moment while exclaiming, That was enough for Rain, his sword already lifted and him in striking distance. He immediately swings his sword with full strength and beheads both of them. Kicking the ground, he runs at the second one. The speed difference was huge and it had no chance of escape. The goblin looks behind him and is frightened by Rain. Turning around, it tries to make a last stand, but before he can, Rain throws his lightning-coated sword at him, impaling him through the chest and killing him. Battle has been concluded. Distributing experience. LVL 5 Goblin killed, 50 X points gained. LVL 5 Goblin killed, 50 X points gained. LVL 4 Goblin killed, 40 X points gained. LVL 7 Hobgoblin killed, 70 X points gained, 15 S coins gained. The player has earned 210 X points and 15 S coins. Rain breathes out and takes his sword out of the corpse. Using his lightning, he fries off the blood, making the sword clean once again. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, he goes back to where the miners are, eager to finish the dungeon. On the way back, Rain suddenly gets an idea. Isn't mana something that characters in games and novels use while fighting? Shouldn't I be able to, strengthen myself with it? Not waiting for a second, he gets back on the wall and tries experimenting with the little mana he had left. Focusing on his right hand, he could feel the mana moving towards it, albeit quite slowly. After some time, it gets to his hand and he feels it growing larger slowly. Clenching his fist, he tries hitting the wall, wanting to check if his hand became stronger. Bam! With a loud noise, he punches the wall, making it crack a little. It works. The enhancement is weak and takes a long time, but it works. I'm certain that with more practice, I'll be able to control it easier and faster. Hahaha. I wonder if the others have found this out as well. Rain laughs in joy. His theory was correct. This world was really interesting. Everything you imagined doing with mana seems to be possible. Alright, let's find a crystal to get back my mana and then hunt the remaining goblins. It should only be the miners and 2 groups remaining now. Going to a nearby crystal, Rain repeats the same as he did before. This time it takes a bit longer to fully replenish his mana, and afterwards Rain kneels down, feeling a slight headache. Damn it, seems like it's not very good to do this often, huh? The headache disappears quickly and he gets up. Climbing the wall again, he looks at where the miners are and goes towards them. Finally, at his destination, he goes around, climbing the wall yet again. I know I'm using this very often. Sorry if you got annoyed, guys. He slowly positions himself above the 4 goblins that are standing guard and simply jumps down. The strategy of attacking from above works again. The dumb goblins never expected someone to attack them like this. Falling down, Rain positions his sword above a goblin. As he lands, the sword goes straight through the back of the neck, exiting through the chest. Not wanting to wait, Rain immediately swings the sword to the side, managing to lift the goblin together with it. As the sword is violently swung to the right, it brings the goblin with it, cutting through the neck midway the swing and allowing the sword to get to its target faster. Slash. Rain slashes another goblin's chest, making a deep cut on it from where blood starts spurting out, dyeing Rain red. The corpse of the first goblin arrives right after the sword, crashing into the wounded goblin and bringing it down. Kaya, the goblins scream in confusion. The nasty humans showed up again and managed to kill half of them right away. Rain doesn't stop though. The goblins are no match for him right now, so he continues with his attacks, trying to bring down all of them right away. The goblins try blocking him, but the difference in strength is too large. Every time they block, their arms are flung away like kites on a string. It doesn't take Rain long to overpower them and kill them. Turning around, he sees the miners that are shaking in fear. They knew what was going to happen. They knew they had no chance against him. He approaches them, and 3 of them pick up their pickaxes, ready to fight. Only one drops his and walks towards Rain. Rain looks at the goblin that came forward. The goblin looks in his eyes with no fear. Dropping on its knees, it says something that Rain cannot understand. The LVL2 goblin miner asks to become your companion. Do you accept? Yes, no. What? Rain cries out in shock. This was something him and the others tried to do before. By using Beast's ability, they tried to tame a goblin, but they were left with no success, and now one of them is asking to become his companion. System, if I accept and kill the other goblins, will the dungeon be counted as finished? Affirmative. Player, if a monster decides to become a subordinate to a player, it is no longer viewed as others. Well, why the hell not then? Rain accepts, and immediately he can see the goblin stats. Goblin miner. Description: the lowest rank amongst goblins, a trash monster that can be thrown away at any time. Those stats really are too low. Rain clicks his tongue and looks at the goblin. The goblin, noticing his gaze, moves back and picks up his pickaxe, giving Rain a sly look. Rain watches him as he goes back to the others and shouts something to them. Together they form up, ready to face Rain. Oh, so you're going to pose as a double agent, huh? Alright, I guess you can be useful. Rain runs towards the miners. Right before he arrives, his goblin lifts up his pickaxe and brings it down hard on the head of another miner. His skull cracks and he falls down. Kaya, the other goblins scream as they see their fallen teammate. They never expected a betrayal from one of them. With an enemy at the front and back each, they were at a loss. Using their confusion, Rain charges and cuts the neck of one of them, making him fall down immediately and struggle during his final moments. The last remaining goblin tries attacking him, but ends up getting hit on his ankle with a pickaxe. The pickaxe fractures the bones and makes him fall. Lifting it up high in the air, the goblin ends his life and looks at Rain with stars in his eyes. All right, you did good. Do you have a name, by the way? The player can name his subordinates if he wishes to. All right, I'll call you Greenie cuz, well, you're green. Ah, the goblin seemingly understands Rain and starts shouting out of joy. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 1 goblin miner killed, 10 X points gained. The player has earned 210 X points and 9 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 1 goblin miner killed, 10 X points gained. LVL 2 goblin miner killed, 15 X points gained. Your subordinate has killed 2 monsters, 25 X points earned. What, so he doesn't share the X like the others? Correct, subordinates only get X from the monsters they kill. You can also allocate some of your X to them. Level up, current player level is 8, additional stats gained. Strength +1, agility +1. Putting his old sword into the inventory, Rain holds the new sword and opens up his stat window. Strength has reached 20, first threshold reached, new skill gained. Compact punch rank C. Description: by compressing all of his muscles together with mana, the user is able to exert strength far greater than before. The more time it is spent preparing the skill, the stronger it is, but the consumption of mana and the stress on the muscles are bigger as well. Another one, that can be useful. Alright then, Greenie, let's go and finish of the other goblins. Greenie simply nods his head with a big smile and follows after Rain. He seems to have no issues killing his kin together with his master. After a brief time they arrive to where yet another patrol was. The amount of goblins there was 3. Greenie goes to them right away, shouting at them and pointing at the place where the mining group was. With haste the goblin run, only to find Rain with his sword out at the corner. Slash. A swift slash cuts the chest of one of them, making him fall backwards on another goblin. The third goblin tries attacking Rain, but before he could do so he gets stabbed right through the throat. Greenie lifts up his pickaxe and smashes it down towards the fallen goblin multiple times, turning his head into mush. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 5 goblin killed, 50 X points gained. LVL 4 goblin killed, 40 X points gained. The player has earned 90 X points and 3 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 5 goblin killed, 50 X points gained. Your subordinate has killed 1 monster, 50 X points earned. Alright, now only the final group with the hobgoblin remains. That one will be the hardest group to kill. 1 hobgoblin and 6 goblins together. I'll have to use everything I got, Rain complains to Greenie, but the little goblin found it odd. From the sound of his master's voice he complained, but his face said otherwise. A wide smile could be seen on him. Rain looked like he was happy that the final group is hard. I really have changed, Chuckling to himself, Rain turns around and goes towards the final group, ordering Greenie to hide when they arrive as he was far too weak to fight any of them. I guess I'll give you enough X to level up when I kill them. I wonder what needs to happen for you to evolve, though. Greenie listens to his master and suddenly exclaims. Turning back, he runs to the corpses of the goblins. What are doing there, Greenie? Amused by his reaction, Rain follows slowly after him. He sees that Greenie has taken a sword from one of the goblins and is waving it around, much like how a newbie waves a sword when trying to practice. You mean you need weapons or you need to fight more? KHM. Greenie nods seriously to his master. Both of the options Rain asked were correct. That was what monsters do. Fighting to their survival is what makes them evolve. The more they fight and win, the more they can evolve. Otherwise, even if a goblin was LVL 100, it would stand no chance against a mere LVL 50 tiger. That was the harsh truth. Alright, I'll ask the blacksmith if he can forge some things for you when we get back. For now, let's finish this dungeon. Greenie just nods in excitement and follows after Rain. Finally, after 5 minutes of walking, they arrived to where the final group was. The hobgoblin was sitting down on a rock and was lecturing the goblins about something. They were far away from any walls, though. Positioned in the center of the area, it was impossible to use the attack from above tactic. Rain had to fight them on an even footing. Alright, Greenie, remember to stay here and just watch. Do not go inside to fight. You will die, okay? Rain firmly tells Greenie, pronouncing the latter part of the sentence slowly, the same as you would to a little child. Greenie nods seriously and sits down, just moving his head a bit to be able to see the fight that was about to start. The hobgoblin's lecture was interrupted by a series of slow steps moving towards them. Looking at the side, the hobgoblin screams in anger and gets up. The human that had caused so much damage and troubles was there. grrrr. The goblins all growl at Rain. Picking up their weapons, they get ready to fight him. Not bad, it seems like you taught them something, huh? Rain nonchalantly says to the hobgoblin as he walks towards them with a smile. His sword was in his right hand while his left was clenched tightly in a fist. Too bad that it doesn't matter. The hobgoblin gets behind the group. He has learned from the previous fight that charging blindlessly at the opponent was a sure way to get killed, so he decided to use some of his subordinates as cannon fodder for the fight. Lighting movement activated. Rain breaks into a sprint. Running straight towards the goblins, he uses his lightning on his sword and suddenly stops, throwing the rank D iron sword in his hand with all his might, targeting the hobgoblin. Right afterwards, he sprints again and a dark red sword appears in his hand. The hobgoblin panics. The sword Rain threw was incredibly fast, but lucky for him, not accurate. Arriving at them, it penetrates a goblin on the left side of the group. Rain arrives at them right then and punches. Compact punch. Using a fair amount of time to compress, Rain finally unleashes his skill. His fist moves incredibly fast, and a loud boom could be heard before it even hit. Finally hitting a goblin, its chest caves in completely, and it is thrown back with fierce strength, hitting the hobgoblin at the back. Shit, that hurt. Rain grimaces a bit. The strength of the punch was terrifying, but so was the drawback. His hand felt awful. An agonizing pain was felt, and his mana had drained by a fifth. Ignoring the pain, he swings his sword around and slashes at the goblins. The goblins were in a disarray. The tactics used by Rain weren't something they ever expected, and 2 of them were dead as a result. With the group like that, Rain had no issues killing them off, leaving 2 alive and calling over Greenie to finish them. Greenie comes with a wide smile and promptly does so. Turning back, Rain sees the hobgoblin getting back up. The hit it took was not light, and it was already injured. Seeing his subordinates dead and a goblin helping the human, it goes mad and attacks him. This shit again, when will guys learn? Rain dodges the attack with ease and leaves a deep cut on the hobgoblin's side. He doesn't even flinch though. The berserk mode was truly terrifying when it came to that. Lunging again, the hobgoblin tries to cut Rain in half, but only finds his sword cutting through the air. That was the last thing he sees before Rain decapitates him. Battle has been concluded. Distributing experience. Mistress Item Box X2. Suddenly, everything around Rain turns into white. Him and Greenie are the only 2 beings that can be seen. What is this? Jaya. Greenie cries out in shock. Party detected. User is the 3rd one to finish the current dungeon. Will you wait for the others together? So 2 have already finished this. Alright system, I'll wait for the others as well. Suddenly Rain sees 2 silhouettes in the distance. Walking towards them, he recognizes them as Wolf and Tank. Hey Rang, it took you a while, man. Tank shouts excitedly and runs towards him. Ha ha, it's good to see you, you big oaf. Rain hugs with Tank as they greet each other. Yo, what the hell is that goblin doing here? Tank takes out his mace and observes Greenie. Don't worry, he became my subordinate in the dungeon, he's friendly. What, you can actually do something like that? Tank excitedly shouts, happiness all over his face. Why would you accept something so weak though? Wolf asks. He comes close, a perplexed look on his face. I dunno, I just figured it's a shame to kill him, and plus he can evolve, so maybe he'll become super strong in the future. You read too many novels, bro. Wolf puts a hand on Rain's shoulder and says, but I'm glad you're okay. Only Shadow and Beast are left. Since we're here, that means at least one of them is still alive. Let's hope they both get out soon. Yeah, by the way, did you guys find the hidden dungeon? Rain asks them with a smirk on his face. Hidden dungeon. Both of them ask him simultaneously. That was enough for Rain to know they had no idea about it. Yeah, I spent more time in the dungeon trying to gather clues for it, and I managed to find it in the end. Rain swings his hand and shows them the dungeon description. Group dungeon, and LVL 10 difficulty. What does that mean? I saw a hobgoblin captain inside the dungeon. He was level 9. I can only presume that the boss is level 10, and that they advise us to level up to the same level before trying it. Captain Eldar did say that level 10 is a big stepping point. Yeah, as dumb as that guy can be, he wouldn't give us such a stern warning for nothing. We should probably listen to his advice and try it later. Agreed. Rain and the others sit down and talk to each other while waiting for everyone else. It seems it wasn't only Rain that managed to create a skill, as Wolf did it too after him. Check out mine. Waving his hand, Wolf shows them his skill, the same as Rain did before. Flame/rank B. Description: by infusing the power of flames to its fullest, the user is able to slash out with an explosive power, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. The flames infused in it will flare out and explode when touching anything, dealing a great deal of damage. Wow, that sounds awesome. The rank is the same as mine as well. Rain shouts excitedly. Damn, I don't have anything yet. Hey, how about you guys use them here? It's better than just waiting, right? Tank looks at them and says, well, I can, but the mana usage is quite large. Rain scratches his head. The waiting room will replenish the user's mana immediately. Trying out skills is fine here, but no exp for abilities will be given if you practice them here. Awesome, Tank says with sparkling eyes. For the next 30 minutes Tank, Wolf and Rain used all of their powers and sparred. Not only does the waiting room replenish their mana with no repercussions, it also doesn't let them be injured. Hey guys. A shout can be heard from a distance. Looking at its direction, everybody can see Shadow running towards them. Shadow, Rain runs and tackles his friend down. Glad you made it, you bastard. Ha 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 ha, get off me, you jerk. I don't like you like that, man. Fuck you. Rain gets up with a smile and helps his friend up. Good to see you're alive too. That means only Beast is left, and since we're still in this place he should be alive, let's wait for him with the others. Rain and Shadow go back to the group and sit down with everyone like Tank. Shadow was also surprised when he saw Greenie. Joking together and then trying out some of their powers, almost 1 hour had passed before they saw 3 silhouettes in the distance. Getting closer they confirmed it was Beast, together with 2 wolves that were following after him. Hey guys. Beast waves at them and comes closer. The wolves act like dogs when they see everyone, coming close, sniffing them and rubbing against them. Where did the wolves come from? Shadow asks him. I managed to tame these 2 in the dungeon. It was tough, but I made it in the end. Beast says with a smile on his face. In the dungeon, mine didn't have any wolves in it though. Rain moves his head to the side and wonders. Mine neither, just the annoying ass archers and the spear goblins. Tank curses as he says. I had some wolves and goblins. There was a hobgoblin there too. Wolf tells everyone as he gets on one knee and starts petting the 2 wolves. Wolf is playing with wolves, nice. Rain gets to Beast and puts his hand on his shoulder. I'm glad you managed to finish the dungeon, man. Now we're all together again. All party members have managed to finish the dungeon, leaving the waiting room in 54. Guess we're going back, be ready. We don't know if an enemy is waiting outside. Rain says as he unsheathes his sword. The others follow after him and get ready to fight in a moment's notice. Suddenly the waiting room disappears and they can see the forest again. Looking around they confirm that no enemies are present. Good, we don't have to worry about fighting right away, Wolf says as he looks around them. By the way guys, look at the sky. Why does it seem like it's early morning? I'm pretty sure it was afternoon when we arrived here. The sky even slowly darkened back then. Does that mean we spent the whole night in the dungeon? Damn, we should go back quickly then. I want to lie down in my bed for at least a little bit. I'm spent. Shadow complains as they slowly make their way back. Kriyak, the big gate of the safe zone, slowly opens as Rain, and the others wait patiently outside. Finally seeing the gate open they enter inside where they see the guard observing them with a weird expression on his face. Damn guys, I really thought you died this time. What took you so long? You don't look injured or anything. The guard observes them from head to toe, trying to check for any injuries. Come on man, we were only gone for a day. What do you mean took us so long? Shadow complains to the guard as he walks towards him. A day? What do you mean a day? You were gone for 3 days, you brats. Jack shouts at them from the wall. Jumping down, he lands right in front of the group and gives them an angry stare. What the hell were you doing for so long? Do you know how dangerous the forest can be for you bunch? What happens if you die, huh? Do you know how much harder that would be for us? The promotions and bonuses gone, and God, I don't want to think about it. So you were just concerned for yourself, huh? Wolf tells him with an annoyed face. Of course I was. It's not like you and me are friends or anything, you brats. First you gotta become a lot stronger for anything like that anyway. Come on in and tell me what happened. Jack tells them while waving his hand for them to come forward. We went in a dungeon, but there's no way it took so long. I'm certain it took me less than a day, and we only waited for Shadow and Beast for a couple of hours. Rain puts his hand to his chin and thinks about everything that happened. Guys, actually Beast speaks up and tries to say something but is cut short by the system. The waiting room is a special place where time is accelerated. It took player codenamed Beast 3 days to finish the dungeon. What? Everyone exclaims in unison and looks at Beast. I thought everyone knew. I didn't think that the waiting room was a place like that. Beast puts his hands up in the air and gives an apologetic face. It's all right, Beastie, it's not your fault. Shadow comes closer and comforts the down Beast. All right, so we were gone for 3 days. Well, Vice Captain, what did we miss? Wolf walks towards Jack and asks him. Not much, honestly. The map still isn't finished, but we're nearly there. The only thing different is that we let the others out to hunt as well. They're not as good as you guys. We already had some deaths. Jack tells them while they walk towards the castle. On the way, Rain and the others can see students and professors moving about. Some were bringing corpses of monsters they hunted, while others brought back corpses of their fallen comrades. There were even some that were simply kneeling on the floor as they wept. So you have already started with that, huh? Rain looks around them. Noticing them, everyone was giving weird glances to the party. Some were excited to see them. Some didn't care, while others were angry. Rain weirdly didn't think too much of it. He and the others were quite a drawn-back group. They didn't really have friends in the university, only some acquaintances. How many are dead so far? Wolf asks in a cold tone. About 20, considering the amount of people. It's a small number, but it's still concerning. These guys have no experience in true life and death battles. We need to find a way for them to become a bit more brave. And don't look at me like that, you know it best. This world you are in now is governed by the law of the jungle. only the strong have a chance to survive. The weak have no other choice than to struggle or perish. Jack gives everyone a stern glare as he speaks the words out. Rain and everyone else put their heads down. They knew he was right. The safe zone wasn't a place where you could just life in. You have to pay after a month passes. If people didn't try to fight now, they will never be able to survive the hellish world. World announcement. To all the players in the world, it has been 5 days since the start of the game. Please be warned that the tutorial phase will only last for 5 more days. After that, the rules and benefits the system has given will be changed. Give it your best and use the remaining time wisely. Tutorial phase. Shadow looks at Other with a dumb expression on his face. This probably has something to do with the party system not dividing the Expelled right now. I'm pretty sure that after 5 days all of us will be gaining far less exp compared to now. We need to at least get to LVL 10 and do the hidden dungeon before it happens. Rain turns around and tells everyone. They already knew about the exp not being divided and that it will not last for a long time, but they never expected the time would arrive so soon. Yeah, I'm not far away from level 9 right now. What about everyone else? Wolf asks the others. Half Shadow answers. Same Tank says, me too. Beast gives a timid answer. Wolf looks at Rain, who answers with a small smirk, I just need 60 more points. Wolf face flinches a bit when he hears that, but continues on like nothing happened. Alright, we should rest a bit first and then go hunting a bit. We'll just continue with that until we finally get to level 10 and get our classes, then we do the dungeon. That probably won't work for you guys. Suddenly from the side, Captain Eldar shows up and tells them. What, why? Rain asks him. It's simple really, to get a class is easy, yes, but there is a trial you must face. Depending on how far you go in it will show your potential and unlock more class advancements for you later on. The better you do then the better chance you have in the future. That of course doesn't mean that if you don't do well now you're screwed. It's merely a probability issue. I've seen many that sucked at the first trial but managed to either get lucky or just power through with sheer effort and become incredibly strong. But I would advise you to do your best straight away, and that means the trial might go on for a couple of days. So there's even something like that. Do we gain anything else from doing well? Tank asks with sparkling eyes. Nope, that's why a lot of people don't try too hard and regret it later on. Remember, the system only rewards hard work, so I advise you to give it your all in the trials. You lot have a lot of potential. I would hate to see you waste it. Eldar gives off a friendly smile as he tells them that, and you probably will get a better promotion and bonuses if we become stronger, huh? Wolf asks with a small smile on his face. Well of Kerr, Eldar says before shutting his mouth. Knowing he was caught, he lets out a fake cough and says, just remember this, my ambitions and wants are closely connected to yours. That's why I will try to help you guys out whenever I can. Zwesh. An arrow travels through the air in the forest. With incredible speed and accuracy, it pierces through 3 zombies' heads at once, killing them immediately. Bang. A huge shield hits one zombie, pushing it back near a bush from which a goblin wielding a sword as big as itself jumps out. With all of its might, the goblin slashes the zombie's legs, cutting cleanly through one, but getting stopped by the bone of the second one. The zombie, losing a leg, stumbles and falls to the ground. The goblin doesn't wait and immediately chops at its neck twice, managing to cut off the head. As more zombies gather to where the goblin is, 2 wolves jump out from behind and bite their necks, throwing them on the ground with their momentum. The wolves waste no time and start ripping apart the necks as they violently move their heads left and right. At another side, lightning and fire clash against a group of zombies being led by an elite. The zombies moved slow, and the greatsword that carried flames with it proved to be an obstacle they couldn't pass. Behind them, sparks of lightning erupt as a dark red sword slashes through them, shocking the ones that managed to survive. The elite tries to attack the enemies, but is stopped by his own shadow that grabs at his ankles, immobilizing him. With a loud sound, a spear of lightning shows up in front of him, aiming straight at his chest. The zombie tries to dodge but proves to be too slow for it. Right before he gets hit, he sees the spear was just the sword and an arm of the opponent fully coated in lightning, creating the illusion of a lightning spear. The attack hits and pierces straight through him. It wasn't enough to kill the elite, though, as it tries moving, but before he can, a punch is thrown at his temple. Compact. The punch connects, and the zombie immediately feels an unknown power enter his skull together with the amazing strength behind it. Punch. The forward half of the zombie's head gets crushed and explodes as the upper body bends backward, the remainders of the head almost touching the ground. The legs of the zombie were almost split from the ankles as the shadows were still holding onto them. The stomach gets a bit ripped, but no blood escapes from the wound. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. Level up, current player level is 9, additional stats gained. Strength +1, agility +1. Alright, all of us should have leveled up now, right? Rain asks everyone as they gather. Yeah, but damn, we need 2,000 for level 10. That's high man, Shadow grumbles as he walks towards them with his hands in his pockets. Well, that's a given. It wouldn't be an important level if it's not a little bit difficult to get there. I actually think it isn't that much when you think about it, Wolf tells the annoyed Shadow as he comes to them and starts petting the wolves. The wolves seem to enjoy Wolf's petting and immediately start brushing against his legs, followed by them lying down on their backs. Are you sure it isn't you that's a tamer? These guys seem to like you even more than Beast, Tank jokingly says as he extends his arm to pet one of the wolves. The wolf, noticing it, immediately glares at Tank cautiously. Hey there, buddy, don't be scared. I might be big, but I won't hurt you. Tank starts petting it, but the wolf still gives him a weird look. It seems it doesn't enjoy Tank's petting as much as Wolf's. I think so too. They are quite obedient, and all but the way they act around you is just amazing. Wolf, do you have a skill or something that helps you with that? Beast says as he looks at his pets that don't even bother to look at him whenever Wolf is nearby. No, I was just around wolves a lot when I was a kid. My uncle had a hobby of raising and taming them. That's probably why these guys don't mind me. Wolf doesn't even lift his head up as he tells them. He just continues petting the wolves. All right, it's already quite late. We should get back and then hunt as much as we can from tomorrow on. Even if we can't get a class in time, the level should probably be a big help in the dungeon, Rain says as he puts his sword back in the scabbard. Turning around, they all go back as the system picks up anything valuable for them. The inventory is amazing. It's too bad that we'll be gone after the tutorial as well. We should save up some coins and buy the spatial whatever that is. Shadow. It costs 1,000 coins though. We'll need to earn a lot more to be able to afford the most basic one. Tank added from the side. Yeah, but it will be worth it. Can you imagine trying to carry everything by ourselves? Also, I think we can sell these materials as well, not just use them for crafting, Shadow says with a knowing expression. You're right, I saw something like a market in the castle walls. We should go and check it out, Beast excitedly says. All right, you guys, let's go back first. We'll check that out in the morning. Rain turns his head around and tells them. They all nod and continue with their journey back to the castle. By the way, are you guys sure we can do the dungeon at level 10 without classes? Eldar did say that's important to get. Shadow inquires with everyone. Yes, but think about it. We all have high rank abilities and are pioneers. I think we should be able to cross the difference with that. Not to mention that even level 8 elites aren't that hard anymore. I don't think level 9s will be much harder, so that only leaves level 10 and higher that can pose a challenge. Rain assures them. The party finally arrives at the castle. Entering it, they all teleport to their floor and go to their rooms to rest. They had previously opened the boxes gained from the dungeons in hopes of getting something to further strengthen them, but all they got was trash items. Not even Beast's luck helped. Early in the morning, everyone got together and left to find the market. Leaving the castle and looking around, they notice a lot of small buildings and stalls that they didn't pay attention to earlier. A weapons shop, armor shop, potion shop, alchemist, trap shop, and many more that offered a wide variety of things to buy or make. Hey, since this is similar to a game, shouldn't we be able to learn how to do these things as well? Do you think we can learn from these guys how to do that? Like Adrian, shouldn't he be able to help someone become a smith? Shadow excitedly asks everyone as he looks at all the shops and buildings around them. I guess, but first let's go and see if we can sell any of these items. We should check with the old man if he can make anything from them first though. Rain calms the excited Shadow down and tells in a calm voice. They all agree and make their way to the smithy first. Seeing Adrian smoking a cigarette as usual, they approach him and show them all the items they have collected. The kobold's bones are useful. The scales I could use to create some vambraces, but I don't think they will be anything special. You have to bring me some better material if you hope to get anything like that sword or better. Adrian shakes his head and takes a deep puff of the cigarette as he tells them. I see, so we can sell everything else to the market except the tail, bones, and fangs. The scales I don't think will be that useful. Rain proposes to everyone. Seeing them all nod their heads, they all go to the market to sell their goodies. Hello, dear customers. Are you buying or perhaps selling something? A fat man behind the counter asks them. The man looked like a generic merchant you could see in dramas and games. Wearing a gold chain and being decorated with rings on his fingers, he gives a smile that looked friendly but felt weird. Looking at the man in front of them, everyone had the same thought. This guy's a fucking snake. With that thought in their minds, they all approach quite calmly, trying not to show any nervousness in front of him, lest he takes them as easy prey and rips them off. We're selling materials. Wolf leads the party as he tells the merchant. He worked with a lot of slippery bastards before and knew the best way to talk with them. The key element is to always be calm and collected. The other one was to never back down in front of them. The bigger the bastard you are, the better things will be for you. Oh well, isn't that nice? You lot are the first to come to poor Oscar with something. Well, come one, bring it out. What do you want to sell? Oscar says with a hearty laugh and a big smile. Here it is. Wolf waves his hand, and a bunch of monster materials start dropping from the air on the counter. After a couple of seconds, the counter was full of them. Well, let's see what we got here. Some kobold scales, zombie brains, zombie hearts, some beaks, fangs, claws. Oscar starts looking through the pile in front of him. He expertly names everything and gives an estimate on the quality and damage of every piece. Finally finishing, he counts everything down before looking straight at them. Not bad, you guys. There's some good things mixed in this pile. They are worth a nice sum, but unfortunately a lot of it is damaged. I'm afraid the most I can do is 113 S coins. Oscar tells them calmly with a regretful face. 200. Wolf doesn't even change his expression as he tells Oscar. Hearing the number, the fat merchant almost falls of his chair. 200, he shouts. That's impossible. I can give at most 125, and that's because you guys are the first to try and sell anything. 210. Wolf calmly replies. Everyone glances at Wolf but does nothing to stop him. Inside, though, they were far from calm. What boy, do you even know how haggling works? You lower the price, you don't make it higher. Oscar is fuming at Wolf, his face all red and now looking very differently from the calm and friendly face he previously had. 220. The more you wait, the higher it gets. Wolf again replies. What? Impossible. That's impossible. 150, and that's final. Take it or leave it. Leaning over the counter, Oscar glares at Wolf only to see a smile blossom on the cold face. You have a deal, Mr. Oscar. Taking his hand, Wolf shakes it. While Oscar looks befuddled as he gives a handshake to Wolf, finally realizing what's happening, he snaps out of it and takes his hand back. You little twerp, you're a tricky one, huh? Trade made. 150 S coins gained. Distributing equally to everyone. 30 S coins received. A series of notifications were heard as the materials in front of them suddenly disappear. All right, shall we go and level up? We are running on a tight schedule now, you know. Wolf turns around and tells everyone. Absent-mindedly, they all nod their heads and slowly move towards the gate, somewhere on Earth. Bam! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly happens. A group of monsters get caught in the middle of it and get blown to pieces. Success. A man walks out of a ruined building nearby. Wearing formal attire, he slowly moves towards the corpses of the monsters he just killed. Even though it drains all of my mana right away, this skill is simply incredible. With this, I'm certain I can kill that thing. The man suddenly hears a notification and looks in front of him. Level up. Player's current level is 19. I wonder if there are any people with a similar level as me. I guess not. Not everyone got thrown into this kind of a hellhole right away. The man turns around and looks at the ruins of the once prosperous city. The huge skyscrapers have become nests for huge aerial monsters, many landmarks in the city turning into dungeons filled with incredibly strong enemies, and a huge snake could be found right outside of the city, coiling around the statue that once signified freedom. I wonder if I'll be able to defeat all of them by myself. It doesn't matter, I have to. Till then, please survive and wait for me, Lee and Rain. I'll find you boys no matter what. The man picks up any materials that had any worth and slowly makes his way back to the ruins. 3 days later. A hobgoblin's head travels through the air as it gets cut off from the body. Landing on the ground, it gets crushed by huge boots that step on it. Level up. Finally, I didn't think it would take us this long to finally level up. We only have 1 day left until the tutorial phrase is finished. Let's go to the dungeon right away. Rain puts his sword back into his scabbard and tells everyone. Everyone nods with a serious face, and slowly they make their way towards the dungeon they previously entered. Finally arriving at their destination, Rain puts his hand on the boulder and gets a notification. Hidden dungeon detected. Enter the dungeon. Yes, no. Yes. Hidden dungeon, goblin base. Difficulty level 10. Description: in a mountain deep inside the wilderness lies a mountain. It was unknown how, but a large amount of goblins took residence inside the caves there. After many years, the goblins became stronger and made a base in the center. The goblin chieftain resides inside and makes his underlings mine for mana crystals. Brave adventurer, venture inside, kill the chieftain, and find out what the goblins do with the crystals. Entering the dungeon as a party size 5. In a flash of light, everyone disappeared from where they stood. Opening up their eyes, they could see the familiar cave in which they all fought and finished their first dungeon in. The cave here was a bit different, though. The size was many times bigger than before, and only the ceiling had crystals on it. Nowhere else could they be seen. So it seems they already mined all the crystals in this cave, huh? Rain says while looking around him. The walls of the cave are gone. Seems like the attack from above tactic won't work here. Wolf observes everything around them and tells. That was probably just something the game put to make it easier for everyone at first anyway, not like we didn't expect it. Yeah, and not to mention this freaking base. It's definitely not what I expected to see. Shadow says with a heavy look on his face. In front of them, everyone could see what looks like a rock village surrounding a small fortress in the middle. The houses were small, not enough for an average human to reside in, but enough for goblins. Just by looking around, they could see a huge amount of goblins moving to and from the village. Most of them were quite low level, but there were higher levels near the fortress. The fortress didn't have a gate, just a big hole from where you could enter and leave. On each sides on it were hobgoblin guards making sure nobody could enter without permission. It seems like the dungeon is quite simple. We just need to enter and kill everything while finding out why the goblin chieftain is collecting the crystals. Tank says with an excited look on his face. We can finally go all out here. Don't be too relaxed. These goblins might be weak, but the second we start the attack we will be surrounded, not to mention that the stronger foes will join the battle. Rain calms down Tank and gets ready for battle. A blitzkrieg tactic is probably the best one we can use. Once we get inside the fortress, we will be able to defend ourselves easier and not be surrounded by all sides. Wolf grabs his greatsword and tells everyone with a grin on his face. So we just charge, huh? I guess that's better than just waiting here. Shadow grabs his 2 daggers and spins them around his hands playfully. They all break into a run and charge at the fortress. Tank, holding his new huge shield, was first, with Wolf following right behind him. Shadow stuck right behind them, using his ability to cloak himself, while Beast used a small shield on his hand, while drawing his bow mid-run with his wolves protecting him on both sides. Rain was last. His job was to make sure no enemy attacks Beast from behind. The goblins finally detect the group and immediately start screaming. Getting weapons from their houses, they all charge out and wait for their attackers to arrive. The distance between them slowly got smaller. That's nice, forming a group right in front of me, you little green fucks. Let's see what you can do against this. Tank shouts as his shield suddenly turns bright red. Hiding most of his body behind it, he shouts. Bull charge! The shield flashes with red as an illusion of a huge red bull forms around Tank and everyone behind him. As he gets into contact with the goblins, chaos breaks loose. Bam! Dozens of goblins were thrown into the air following Tank's attack. The skill he used was incredibly useful in a charge, as it uses all the momentum formed by Tank and everyone else, coupling that with his incredible physical strength and mana, it made for a devastating attack. Tanks didn't stop there though. The Red Bull was still there, albeit a lot more illusionary compared to before. Continuing with the charge, all goblins in front of them were either knocked back or simply crushed due to the overwhelming strength difference. Halfway to the fortress, the skill finally ended, leaving Tank drenched in sweat and with a heavy breath. Tank switch. Tank dunks immediately as Wolf jumps above him. Holding his flaming greatsword in his hands, he slashes down with all his might. Flame slash. A huge semicircle forms around Wolf as he slashes with his sword. Managing to hit multiple goblins, the flames explode everywhere, swallowing up a big amount of them. Kaya! The goblins scream and fall back. Fire was a natural enemy to many monsters and beasts. Even though goblins have learned how to use it over time, they still had a great amount of fear towards it. Swinging his giant sword around him, Wolf was decimating the goblins. Behind, Shadow was throwing his daggers everywhere. Every time they hit, they would scatter into purple particles and form again in his hands. Rank C, twin daggers. Description: a set of twin daggers that look unimpressive at first. The damage and bonuses they give off are those below their rank, but by using mana, the player can summon them back immediately, making for great throwing weapons. The daggers were something Shadow gained while hunting with everyone these last 3 days, moving his hands as swiftly as he could. He also uses a skill, Deft Hands. Description: a basic skill for everyone that wants to improve his hand speed, giving a boost of 50 hand speed. Beware, overusing this skill can lead to damage to the wrist and arm muscles. With the skill active, Shadow hands looked like a blur. Throwing his dagger left and right, he decimates his opponents before they could even come close to him. The wolves were also busy. Protecting Beast, they lunged at every goblin that comes close. Swiping with their claws or simply using their mouths, they ripped apart the throats of their opponents while leaving them on the floor to struggle and slowly die. Beast was using his bow and quickly fire off arrow charged with mana. His arrows would pierce through 3 to 5 goblins every time they were released and would explode with a green light at the end. Exploding arrow. Description: focusing all mana on the arrowhead, the arrow first gains a big pierce boost. The player can then detonate it with a simple thought, or let the arrow explode when it loses power. In the back, Rain was also busy. Using his sword, he was as firm as a wall, killing all the approaching goblins with ease while simultaneously using his ability to stun groups of them from time to time. Lighting arc. Description: by focusing lightning on the hand, the user is able to fire an arc of lightning that chains to multiple opponents, effectively stunning them. That way the group slowly but surely made their way to the fortress until something unexpected happened. Are they retreating? Shadow says while looking at the goblins that had thrown their weapons on the ground while running away from them. Yeah, it seems they aren't that loyal to their chieftain, huh? Tank says while grinning. Right then, a sound of a horn blowing could be heard from the fortress. The group immediately gets into a fighting position as they face it. Doesn't this look like a different phase of a dungeon? First, we had a bunch of weaklings to deal with, and now stronger enemies come forward. Rain smilingly says. Moving forward to the front of the group, he looks at the approaching group of hobgoblin that exited the fortress. There's more than I thought. This won't be easy, Rain. We might have to go all out here. Wolf says with a grim face as he wields his greatsword in anticipation to the battle. We'll see about that. A group of 20 hobgoblins slowly made their way towards the party. Led by 2 LVL-9 hobgoblin captains, they walked forward with no fear in their eyes. Hey Rain, do you think you can shock them while taking on a captain simultaneously? Wolf asks him as he readies his greatsword, pouring mana on it and making it heavier with every second. I think so. Why, what's your plan? Rain thinks for a second before answering Wolf. It's simple. Use overwhelming power to decimate them before they can do anything. Tank, do you have enough mana to use your other skill? Wolf turns around suddenly and asks Tank. Yeah, it won't be a problem. Tank confidently nods. Alright, Beast and Shadow, you guys just need to stay behind and attack from range. Shadow can use his ability to hinder their movements if needed, while Beast's wolves can help us out by attacking a hobgoblin together from behind. If we're lucky, they will manage to kill some that way. Wolf quickly makes a plan in his head. Hearing his words, everyone nods, not bothered in the slightest that he was ordering them. He was best amongst them when it came to tactics and battle, so everyone subconsciously thought of him as the group's strategist. Okay, here I go. Rain shouts and breaks into a sprint towards the enemy group. Running with all of his might, he summons his lightning on both of his hands, the right one holding his sword while the left hand was clenched into a fist. The hobgoblins look at him and get ready. Even if they outnumber their enemies, they still made sure to not underestimate them. Otherwise, they might end up as the numerous corpses in front of them. The hobgoblin captain on the left side was Rain's target. Zooming into him, he prepares to use his skill to try and take him out immediately. The captain draws his sword, and it starts gloving with a pale red color. Lifting it above his head, he prepares to face Rain's attack head-on. It's glowing. These guys can also use skill. Rain thought as he charged forward. It was too late to stop now. Putting all of his strength and faith in the attack he was about to unleash, he jumps and stabs at the captain. Lightning immediately forms all around the sword and Rain's right hand. The lightning-formed spear goes straight at the hobgoblin captain that slashes his sword downwards. The red sword and blue lightning collide, breaking into a stalemate for a moment before the lightning moves forward, overpowering the captain's attack. The attack does manage to divert the lightning, and so the captain only suffers from a sword wound and burns on his left shoulder. Landing on the ground, Rain immediately opens up his hand and uses his lightning at the nearby hobgoblins, stunning many of them. Turning around, he faces the captain as Wolf arrives at the shocked enemies. Holding his greatsword on the side, Wolf stops right in front of the enemies that are immobilized, and using all of his strength, he swings the giant sword at them, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Flame slash. The flaming sword hits the enemies, setting them on fire. Finishing his attack, Wolf immediately jumps backwards to avoid an attack from the other captain, and to avoid Tank's attack. Tank suddenly jumps from behind Wolf. Soaring high up, he looks like a copper statue as his skin had completely changed color. From high up, he suddenly starts falling down, right at the middle of the hobgoblins that were trying to extinguish the fire. Wrecking ball. Description: the user gains an incredible boost of physical strength for a moment, letting him jump incredibly high in the air. Reaching the peak of the jump, the skin will start turning into metal. If user has a body type ability, it will turn into that and fall down towards his enemies, destroying anything in his path. Tank hugs his legs while in the air and starts spinning while falling. His body, as tough as copper, currently gains a boost in speed and destructive power with that. Finally, he reaches the ground where he smashes 3 hobgoblins immediately, while producing a small shockwave after hitting the ground. My turn again. Wolf shouts as he manages to draw distance from the captain. Tank immediately retreats while the hobgoblins are in a confused state. Wolf jumps on Tank's shoulders and uses him as a springboard to jump high before falling down and punching the ground. Volcanic fist. Description: focusing the power of flames on the hand, the player is able to generate an incredible amount of power on it. Hitting an opponent with it will make it explode on his body and deal massive damage, while hitting the ground will make the fire go below and explode up. The ground nearby suddenly explodes as fire breaks out of it. Unfortunate hobgoblins that got caught in it immediately start screaming in pain as they burn alive. Ag. The captain growled in anger while watching his subordinates die. He tried going after Wolf, but 2 hands made from his shadow suddenly grabbed his ankles, making him fall on the ground in that moment. Getting up, he slashed them apart and charged at Wolf. Right before he manages to get to him, his instincts suddenly flare up, making him turn around just in time to see an arrow speeding right at him. Quickly slashing with his sword, he managed to block it, only for the arrow to explode right in front of him. His right hand suffers burns and a flesh wound, making it hard for him to now use it. Wolf doesn't waste the chance he was given and immediately attacks, swinging his greatsword at him. Clang. The captain uses both of his hands to wield the sword, flinching a bit the second he applies strength to grip it with his right hand. Blocking the attack, his hands immediately go sideways, as the strength behind the attack coupled with the weight of the sword proves to be too much for him right now. On the other side, Rain was having a tough battle with the other captain. Being only wounded a bit, the captain still had most of his strength, making him a strong opponent. I can't let this fight drag on. The more mana we spend and the more tired we get will just make the final batter harder. Rain retreats a bit and looks at the captain with a serious look. Sorry, I originally planned to use this against your boss, but it seems I'll have to do it now. I'll be ending this battle in an instant. Circulating mana in his whole body, Rain suddenly starts leaking it everywhere around him. The mana that went outside his body turning into lightning that lingered around him, coating his whole body. This is the first time I'm using this in a fight. It still doesn't have a name, but you're the first opponent to ever see it. Not that you understand what I'm saying, of course. Rain looks at the captain who was preparing to attack, his sword already glowing with a bright lead light. It's useless, I already told you, didn't I? Swish. I'm ending this in an instant. Rain moved his leg and suddenly appeared right behind the captain whose head was cut off. Lightning still lingered in the area where Rain moved. The headless body of the hobgoblin captain falls, lightning still flickering at where his neck used to be. Lightning charge rank A. Description: by releasing all of the mana stored in the body, the user can gain an enormous boost in all stats. By converting all the mana into electricity and coating the body in lightning, the user further gains a boost in his agility and reflexes, reaching unimaginable speed in a straight line. The more times the skill is used, the more stress is put on the body. User is advised to be careful. By stopping the skill, the leftover mana will flow back in the body. The skill Rain just used was a new one that he created by accident. While training in his room one night, he decided to strengthen his body with mana again and train it. By seeing it work, he tried to strengthen more body parts at once, in the end losing control and making his mana go wild inside. Trying to suppress it, and using his lightning to disperse the mana that was leaking, he suddenly found himself being coated in it, feeling as if he was hugged by his late mother. Rain tried hard to recreate it again, not only because of the familiar feeling that he longed for, but because he also felt an incredible power in that moment, far above his usual. Currently, Rain was panting. The skill took a huge toll on his body, and he couldn't use it for a long time. Looking around, he sees that the hobgoblins were nearly wiped out. Only 5 remain after the onslaught they delivered, not to mention beasts and wolves' ranged attacks that wounded and killed a couple. Even the wolves managed to kill 2 hobgoblins before retreating. Greenie was the only one that stayed back without doing anything so far. The smart goblin knew he couldn't fight the enemies right now, so he was waiting for his chance. Wolf was fighting against the wounded captain, and was currently being the one on the offensive. The wound the captain suffered on his arm proved to be more serious than he thought at first. Barely being able to use it, he had no way of attacking Wolf, who was attacking in a maniacal fashion, disregarding any notion of defense, and using everything he had for every attack. Slowly but surely, the captain was getting tired, and his wounded arm only got worse. Hank was fighting 3 hobgoblins by himself. Using his giant shield and the mace, he was able to keep them at bay without endangering himself. From time to time, an arrow or dagger would make their way towards his enemies, making them dodge and letting him counterattack. Seeing everything is going well, Rain turns to the 2 hobgoblins that were alone. They were going for Wolf, trying to attack him while he was busy with the captain. Running at them, Rain initiates a fight immediately, stabbing his sword at one of them. Clang, the hobgoblins manages to deflect the attack to the side, although not fully, as he gains a wound on his right arm. Stopping the hobgoblins observe the opponent in front of them. They knew he fought one of their captains, and were flustered to see him in front of them. Looking at the side, they suddenly see the captain's headless body lying on the cold ground and gulp heavily. They knew the strength of the captain very well. Knowing that the human in front of them managed to kill him so fast made them realize that they were not his match at all. Still, they held their swords in front of them and got ready to fight, as they knew that there was no other way to survive. Rains charges at them and starts the fight off with a flurry of attacks, slashing from side to side, up and down, stabbing. He does everything he can to kill the hobgoblins quickly. The hobgoblins were overwhelmed with the attacks. They managed to block most of them, but some still slipped through their defense and wound them. They were weaker than Rain in every aspect. That and the fact they were already scared of him and thought of themselves inferior in power made their fighting prowess drop even further. Slash. Rain fakes a slash to the chest. Pulling his sword back, he slashes at the hobgoblin's legs, managing to cut deeply in the right leg. Taking back his sword, he blocks an attack from the other one and retaliates by kicking at his chest, pushing him back and allowing Rain to continue with attacking the wounded hobgoblin. Rain tries to cut his head, but the hobgoblin blocks it while two-handing his sword. Seeing a chance, Rain turns his sword and slashes down, cutting off a part of the hand. The sudden pain makes the hobgoblin open up his hand and drop his sword. Immediately realizing what he did, he tries to pick it back up, but before he can, Rain slashes again and kills him. Jumping back, Rain dodges a stab from the remaining hobgoblin. Now that he only had to fight when he was incredibly relaxed, he knew that victory was near, as there was no way the remaining bunch can defend for a long time. Kicking off the ground, he leaps forward and slashes down at the hobgoblin who tries to defend. He was successful with the block, but it came with a price. The strength of Rain's attack made his drop to one knee and lower his sword, letting Rain cut at his shoulder. Rain again kicks the hobgoblin, who manages to defend this time, but the kick was still a success, as it managed to drop the hobgoblin on his back. Not wanting to waste such an opportunity, Rain goes forward and starts slashing at the legs, wanting to immobilize the hobgoblin first before he finished him off. The hobgoblin screams and tries to dodge and block the attacks, but was not successful with that. Lying on the back while your opponent is standing in front of you with a sword is something not even masters in jiu-jitsu would ever want to face, let alone a hobgoblin with barely any fighting knowledge. Blood spurts from the wounds as Rain finishes brutalizing the poor thing. Taking a step forward, he stabs him in the stomach and then slashes the wrist that was holding the sword. His enemy was now unarmed, so Rain simply comes forward and thrusts his sword into the goblin's neck, ending his life. Finishing the battle, Rain runs to Tank as he sees that Wolf was winning his fight and had no problems. Him and Tank joining together spelled the beginning of doom for the hobgoblins. As one of them attacked when the other blocked two enemies, swiftly they kill one hobgoblin and move on to the remaining two. Rain's fight ends quickly as Beast launched an arrow right before the fight started. The arrow made the hobgoblin switch his focus for a moment, and Rain capitalized on that by cutting an arm off. Tank was destroying his opponent too. Using his absolute advantage in strength, he easily blocked any attack with his shield while using his mace to deliver devastating attacks on the hobgoblin that was now on his knees. Tank lifts up his mace, wanting to finish him off, but stops before he does so. The hobgoblin was confused for a moment. It didn't know why the human spared him, but before he could think of anything, a sword stabs the back of his neck and kills him. Greenie starts jumping in joy as he drops the sword and turns the hobgoblin around. Using a knife to cut his chest, he rips out his heart and starts eating it. "What the hell is your pet doing, Rain?" Tank asks Rain in confusion. "I'm not sure, but I think he's trying to evolve." Rain scratches his head and tells Tank. Immediately after that, Greenie's body suddenly starts glowing. The glowing body changes shape, becoming taller and broader. After a short while, the light subsides and Rain and Tank see a bigger than average hobgoblin standing in front of them. Description: a special type of hobgoblin that has evolved with one purpose only: to kill. Brawlers are monsters that can use any type of weapon with the same proficiency, albeit being low with all of them. Rare types of brawlers only use one type of weapon and are commonly stronger to others. Brawlers are feared for their might and tenacity, never fleeing a battle and dying together with their enemy if they must. Skill: shattering punch. Description: by always observing his master, the monster Greenie had memorized one of the skills commonly used. By channeling all of his strength and monster energy to its fist, he can unleash a devastating attack that shatters everything in his path. The energy being channeled to rough leads to injuries to the arm as well. Ability: Brawler's Might. Description: the monster-type hobgoblin brawler is with incredible tenacity and might. Fighting one of them is never easy, as their special ability Brawler's Might lets them unleash their full potential and fight with no regard to their safety or injuries. When facing a brawler, the best approach is to kill it quickly, as they become stronger when they get injured. "Damn, Greenie, you became quite strong now, huh?" Rain reads the description and exclaims with a big smile on his face. "Why yes, mu use F full-time master now." Greenie surprisingly talks to Rain in a strained voice. It was clear he still didn't know how to properly converse. "And he even talks now, damn it, I want one too." Tank shouts as he steps closer to observe Greenie. Greenie steps back in confusion as Tank moves all around him, observing him. Master's friendwa what Greenie tries asking Tank something before being cut off by Rain. "Just ignore him, Greenie. He's just curious about your new look." "Oh, alright, master." Greenie simply nods and tells Rain. Moving his head around, he spots his sword and picks it up, swinging it a couple of times. Sword S is small bad, be big G good." Stutteringly he says, "Don't worry, I'll get you a new one when we get back. I'll see if I can find some armor for you too, the one you had got torn by your evolution." Rain waves him off and starts walking towards Wolf, who was finishing his fight. Armor. Greenie shouts and looks around himself. Pieces of his old leather armor that Rain got him a few days ago were on the floor, clearly not usable anymore. Must he take him, master, gave me." Greenie starts gathering the pieces around him before Tank puts his arm on his shoulder. "Don't worry about it, Greenie. That was just some normal leather we got from hunting. We can make 100 more of those. Rain would probably get annoyed that you picked that all up, as it's useless." Tank tells Greenie before turning around and following Rain. M Master be a angry G Greenian, not W1 M Master angry. Greenie quickly drops the pieces and hurries after Tank. He was now deeply loyal to Rain and doesn't want to do anything that would inconvenience him. Ha! Wolf Giant Sword slams the captain from above, finally breaking his sword and getting lodged deeply in his shoulder. With a grin on his face, Wolf clenches his fist and covers it with fire before punching the captain straight in the face. Volcanic fist. Fire explodes in the captain's face, entering his body through the nose and mouth. It burns him from within, while his eyes get destroyed by the ferocious heat. Dropping to his knees, the captain finally dies as his body falls down next to Wolf. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 2 Goblin killed, 20 X points gained. Your pets have killed 8 monsters, 300 X points earned. The player exp is full and will be stored until the class change is done, so we can't even level up before getting our class, damn it. Rain shouts out in frustration. The party had already spent a fair amount of mana so far. If they don't replenish it, they aren't sure if they will be able to defeat the Goblin Chief. Calm down, bro, we can just stop for a bit if we need to rest and replenish our mana. Not to mention that this is still a dungeon for beginners. There's probably a place we can be safe before moving on to the boss. After all, they have made this place similar to a game. Shadow comes over to calm Rain down. He knew why his friend was angry and gave it his best to ease his worries. You're right, we'll probably be okay before the boss. I don't think they have many troops left inside. Hobgoblins are not so common after all. The captain's even less so, Beast adds from the side as he comes closer to them. I'm alright, the damn bastard was tough, but he didn't manage to land any hits on me. Wolf lifts his sword and puts it on his shoulder. We should rest up here a little. There are no buildings close to us, so they won't be able to launch a sneak attack. We should be safe for a while. Wolf sits down and proposes. Agreed, this is probably part of the dungeon. Making us break through the goblins and face a big amount of hobgoblins right after was hard. This is probably the game giving us some time to prepare next. I think we'll face a small number of enemies inside before the boss. I don't think that place could have so many hobgoblins. This is just a level 10 dungeon after all. Rain sits down together with Wolf and says, everybody, walks towards them and sits down. You two make sure that no enemy sneaks by us, all right. Beast pets his wolves and tells them that the wolves immediately start patrolling their surroundings and look for any enemies nearby. Greenie, could you keep a lookout, please? If you see anything suspicious, immediately tell me, all right. Rain looks at Greenie and tells him with a serious expression, why yes, M Master. Greenie nods and looks around them with a sharp gaze. All right, you guys, let's rest up a bit, and then we will move on and attack the fort. Rain tells everyone and immediately closes his eyes while meditating to restore his spent mana. Everyone nods and does the same. With the wolves and Greenie around, they were confident that no goblin could come close to launch an attack, so they didn't have to worry about anything like that. After some 30 minutes, everyone gets up and looks at the fortress in front of them. Okay, you guys, time to finish this dungeon, Rain says and walks towards the fortress with everyone. Entering the fortress through the wide-open gates, everyone was on high alert, expecting an ambush at any point. The fortress was quite poorly built. The stones used for the walls were not even evenly put on top of one another, and you could see some of them being crooked and sticking out of place. The inside was equally poor. Small wooden buildings in combination with some stone houses were placed inside, all of them built close to each other and making the place quite cramped. Straight ahead of the group was the main building. Being a full 10 meters tall, it stood above all. Everyone was able to feel a big amount of mana being drawn over on the top. Well, whatever they're doing needs a huge amount of mana. That's definitely the reason for them amassing so many mana crystals, Rain said while looking at the top with a serious expression on his face. I presume the chieftain is waiting for us up there. That's how it is in most games, right? Wolf asks while standing beside him. Using his free left hand, he runs through his golden blonde hair and combs it back. Yup, but I don't think all the mana crystals are up there. They definitely have a storage room. That's probably the hidden room in this dungeon. Shadow puts his hand on his chin as he takes a deep thinking pose. A hidden room? Tank scratches his head in confusion as he asks. Yeah, every RPG game has those. It's similar to the hidden quest we finished with the elite monster back then. The game won't tell you about it, and it's up to you to find clues about it. In the end, if you manage to find it, a lot of rewards are given to you, as the hidden room usually has a lot of loot in it. As much as the boss gives usually, sometimes even more. I'm certain that this place has one. Shadow calmly explains to Tank as he continues racking his brain to figure out where the hidden room could be located. I think it's either next to the building or below it, Beast excitedly says. Below, of course, a basement where they could simply throw the crystals in without a care. That has to be it. Shadow jumps in delight and excitedly hugs Beast. All right, so get inside the building, find the basement, and then go up to kill the boss, got it. Wolf looks back and nods at them. Let's go, don't put your guard down. These guys definitely have something prepared for us. Rain reminds everyone as they start walking towards the building. Slowly trekking forward, everyone examines their surroundings. The buildings looked abandoned, and the ground had a lot of footprints on it. Seems like the goblins were in a hurry when they approached them. The buildings were even worse than they thought at first. All of them had holes on the walls, and some were on the verge of collapsing. One thing was for sure, these goblins were incredibly bad builders. Crack. Everyone stops in their tracks as they hear a cracking sound nearby. Taking a fighting stance, everyone surrounds Beast with their backs turned to him. As an archer, his close combat skills were his weakness, and even though a goblin would find it nearly impossible to take his life, they were not taking any chances. The wolves growl as they look around, and Greenie cracks his knuckles in anticipation. This was going to be his first battle after evolving, and he was pumped up about it. Suddenly, Beast kneels down on the ground and puts his hand on it. The wolves immediately jump on the left and right side of the group and close their eyes. One of the abilities a low-level tamer has is to briefly gain the same power as their tamed beasts. By focusing on his wolves' hearing ability, he can amplify it and share it between the three of them. Suddenly, he could hear everything, the breaths of his comrades, the low sound of the air passing by them, and even the breaths of the goblins hiding nearby. Focusing on that one thing specifically, Beast was able to grasp their numbers and general location. Standing up, Beast knocks an arrow on his bow and tells everyone his findings. 10 goblins around us. They're right behind the nearest buildings, surrounding us. With a quick draw, Beast pours a big amount of mana in his arrow and releases it to a building on their right. The arrow zooms through 2 open windows and explodes from behind it. The strength of the explosion was enough to kill 2 of the goblins in hiding and seriously wound 1. The rest of the goblins get out of their hiding places and scatter, giving it their all to run away from their enemies. Clad in black robes, the goblins were hard to spot in the shadows and darkness. Their mana and presence was cloaked as well, making it difficult to notice them. Rain charges at one and uses one of his new skills on him. Description: a special type of goblin evolution. These goblins have adapted to the darkness and learned how to hide their presence to get close to their enemies silently, using their speed to close in and quickly dispatch of them. They are strong in stealth but weak in head-on confrontation. Looking at the stats that became visible to Rain, he knew why this part of the dungeon would be dangerous for parties. His agility stat was higher than these goblins, but that is because of his ability. Having an S-ranked one is a huge boost from early on, and the difference between it and low-ranked abilities will only be widened when he levels it up. Catching up to the goblin, Rain brandishes his sword and uses lightning movement to close in and attack. The goblin screeches in confusion and panic. It never expected Rain to be faster than it. Furthermore, boosted by the skill, his speed was higher by a lot compared to the poor goblin who couldn't even lift his dagger up in time to defend. Slash. The sword leaves a trail in the air as Rain decapitates his enemy and runs back to hunt more of them. Arriving at where the others are, he sees that there were no goblins in the vicinity, only a couple more corpses. We managed to kill 5, well, Beast mostly. He killed 3 more after the explosion. Those little FC curs run incredibly fast. Shadow plays with his dagger as he tells Rain, who nods at him. The goblin's agility was high, so he knew the others would have a hard time to catch up to them. Battle has been concluded. Distributing experience. LVL 8 Goblin Thief killed. 80x points gained. 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 The players have earned 560x points and 21s coins. Let's move on. There might be more ambushes along the way. We need to stay vigilant. Wolf steps forward while examining their surroundings. As an assassin, he knew how dangerous a well-done ambush can be, allowing you to kill enemies stronger than you with ease. Everyone nods and continues walking towards their destination. After some time, everyone arrives at the big crude door. Their bodies were drenched in blood and sweat. During their way, they encountered 2 more ambushes, each bigger than the previous. The second ambush had 15 goblins in it, with a level 9 goblin thief leading it, while the third had 20 of them and 3 were level 9. Everyone had to fight seriously against them, as they almost failed to notice them on time. In the very beginning of the battle, Tank and Rain got injured, while Wolf was able to defend against the level 9's sneak attack. They managed to kill off most of their enemies before they started fleeing. So this is it, huh? Only the hidden room and boss fight left before we can leave this place. Shadow breathes out a deep breath before saying that. Don't get too comfortable, Shadow. This part will be the hardest. We still don't know how strong a level 10 is exactly. Rain gives him a stern look and warns him. I know, let's go and find that damn room first. We'll probably be able to rest up there before attacking the boss. Shadow nods in acknowledgement and follows everyone inside. This is not what I expected. Rain, and everyone else look around the hall that they entered in wonder. The inside of the building was vastly different compared to the outside. The dilapidated small buildings and houses outside were a sharp contrast to the luxurious inside of the main building. Big chandeliers hung from the 3.5 million tall ceiling. The entrance hall was sparkly clean. The floor was made out of a material similar to marble, while the walls even had a crude paint on them. Tables and chair could be seen inside, and there was even a rug on the floor. "Guys, did we make a mistake and enter the wrong building or something?" Shadow said while looking around himself. The richness of the hall was definitely out of all their expectations. "Ding, the players have entered the mansion of the Goblin Chieftain. Please give it your best to defeat the boss and find out the reason behind his greed for mana crystals. Warning, the players have entered a special area inside the dungeon. Retreat is impossible." Bam. The door behind them was suddenly slammed shut, spurring a strong wind to blow towards everyone. The door closed, HMPH, like that can stop us if we wanted to leave. Tank sneers as he goes towards the door and lifts his mace high up in the air. "Tank, wait." Rain's shout comes a bit late as Tank had already swung his mace down, giving it his all to break the door in pieces. Clang, the mace hits a purple light that covers the door and bounces back with even greater force. Shit. Tank takes 2 steps back to stabilize himself. Turning around, he gives everyone a look of apology as he rubs his right shoulder with his left hand. "Seems like we really can't leave this place, huh? No shit, Sherlock." Shadow jumps from behind him and slaps the back of his head in anger. "Ouch, why'd you do that for?" Tank rubs the back of his head while giving a sorry look to Shadow. "Because you don't think, what if there was an explosion instead of the rebound effect? All of us could have got injured before even getting to the damn boss." Shadow gives a growl while yelling at him. "Alright, Shadow, that's enough. Tank, please don't do something like that again, alright?" Rain calms Shadow down and tells Tank, who nods obediently. "Alright then, let's search for that basement then, if it really does exist." Rain holds his sword while telling everyone. Slowly moving deeper inside, everyone carefully observes their surroundings. The ambushes from before put them on high alert. Beast was already crouching on the ground, listening for any breathing or movement nearby. Getting up, he shakes his head as he fails to hear anything. The group relaxes a bit but still keep their vigilance up in case of any problems. The hall was quite big and looked somewhat similar to medieval ones. There were 3 doors that they could see, one on the right, one on the left, and one straight ahead. After several minutes of looking around and searching every nook and cranny, Wolf speaks up. "This place seems to be empty. I highly suspect there would be anything hidden here, so let's just pick a door and continue the search. That's probably the best thing to do right now." Rain looks at Wolf and nods his head in agreement. "So which door should we choose?" Beast asks them. "Well, we'll probably end up searching everything, just in case we don't miss something, so let's just go for the left one. It's the one that's closest to us anyway," Rain says and moves towards it. "Wait, let me open it. If there's a trap or something on the other end, I can block it with this bad boy here." Tank quickly moves ahead of Rain and points to his shield with a proud grin on his face. "Alright, lead the way then," Rain says while helplessly sighing at him. Tank nods and moves to the door. Planting his huge shield in front of him, he gives the door a small push as there was no handle on it. Kriyak. The door creaks loudly as it opens. Tank had already crouched behind his shield and prepared himself for an attack, but nothing happens. Seems like there's no traps there," Shadow nonchalantly says and peeks from the sides of the door. The room looked like a lounge of some kind. Big wooden benches could be seen inside, circling multiple tables. Entering the room, everyone goes into full alert and carefully looks around it. There was nothing they could see, to be honest. The room was quite empty except for the benches and tables. Kriyak. Another door opens up as Tank again pushes it. The same thing happens again. There were no traps or enemies waiting for them at the room on the right side either. Wooden poles were the only thing inside this one. Looking at the cuts and cracks on them, it seems like this room was used for training. Everyone searches it like the previous 2, but again they find nothing at all. "Alright, so it has to be in the last room. Let's go, guys, hurry up," Shadow says with some excitement in his voice, happily hopping towards the last door. "Shadow, wait." Tank runs up to him and grabs his shoulder. Seeing the serious look on Tank's face, Shadow gives an apologetic look and moves to the side. "Sorry, big guy. I guess I just got a tad bit too excited." Tank nods and moves to the last door. Putting his shield up, he pushes the door and crouches behind the shield. Well, no surprise there. It's empty. Aga Shadow starts talking, but gets interrupted by a loud bang coming from Tank's shield. Moving 3 steps backwards, Tank manages to regain balance, and everyone looks at the object that moved him. It was a ball, a big stone ball that was launched from inside the room. "You were saying?" Wolf gives Shadow a cold look and asks in annoyance. Sorry. Shadow starts bowing towards everyone with his hands clasped together in front of him. "Tank, how are you?" Beast goes to Tank and asks him with concern. "Don't worry, I'm alright. It was just the impact that was stronger than I expected." Tank gives a big smile to him and reassures Beast. All right, everyone, let's move in slowly and carefully. All right, get your shields out, we may need them, Rain says while taking out a red shield from the inventory. Everyone nods and does the same. Moving inside the room, everyone could hear loud clicking noises. Before they knew it, 5 arrows were shot towards them. Thud, thud, clang. Everyone manages to successfully block the arrow thrown at them, while Wolf simply hit the one headed towards him with his huge sword. All right, this feels more like the dungeon now. Let's keep together while we look around this room. Rain turns his head around and orders. The room was even emptier than the third one. There was nothing inside of it, just a simple wooden staircase and something that looked like a cannon. Inspecting it, everyone understood that this was what launched the stone at Tank. The staircase was at the end of the room, the stone wall of the building being on one side of it while a wooden wall was put on the other side, maybe for stability or maybe for the goblins' aesthetic purposes. Everyone moves while inspecting the room for any hidden area or clues. After a good 20 minutes, they were dejected to find nothing. There were no more traps after the ones at the beginning, and there was nothing leading them to the hidden room. Damn it, that's impossible. It has to be here somewhere. Shadow shouts in anger and kicked the wall. Calm down, you moron. Maybe we were wrong and they simply put the crystals upstairs. The goblins are usually a species that's not quite smart, you know. Well, at least not before they evolve. Wolf glances at Greenie as he say the last part of the sentence. You're right, maybe it's up or maybe there never was something like a hidden room to begin with. It's just me and my brain trying to hype me up for nothing. Shadow bends his head down and says in a sad voice, looking like a kid that didn't get a present. Let's move up then, we lost a lot of time here. Rain starts walking up the stairs while telling them. Everyone follows him and sees that there was no door at the end of the staircase, just an open entrance. They slowly move up before they hear a shout from behind them. Wait, that wooden plank there seems a bit off. Shadow yells while pointing at the wooden wall. Everyone looks down and gets surprised by it. One plank really did look out of place when being viewed from a height. Shadow goes down and stands in front of it. Putting his hand on the plank, he pushes a bit and smiles as he can feel almost no resistance. This should be it, right? He smiles and looks at everyone else. They nod in agreement and he pushes the plank inside. It falls down and following it multiple more do the same, leaving an opening that was enough for one person to pass through. See, I told you the entrance would be somewhere here. Shadow turns around and tells everyone with a huge grin on his face. All right, yes you were correct, you want a medal or something. Rain tells him with an annoyed look on his face. Well, actually Shadow starts talking but gets pushed aside by Tank. Come on, let's enter already. All right, let's go. After you big fella, Shadow gestures at the passage with his hand and smiles at Tank who shakes his head in annoyance. Putting his shield in front, he enters and sees a staircase that leads downwards. I guess down there is where the hidden room is located, he says while slowly going down. When he and the others arrive at the bottom of the stairs, they see a big wooden gate. Pushing it carefully, Tank enters first with his shield in front. Ding, secret chamber found, dungeon rewards increased. The sight that welcomed them was a surprising one. The basement was far larger than they thought it would be. It stretched across the whole building and beyond, being about 1,000 square meters big. Numerous mana crystals were piled inside, forming small hills everywhere. Gold coins were also in a big number together with many weapons and broken armors. At the very center, however, they could see a hobgoblin, one larger than any hobgoblin they had fought before. Description: a rare species of a goblin's evolution. A hobgoblin captain is one that is a leader, having strong fighting capabilities and a brain that works better than an average goblin's. These monsters can be a big annoyance to fight. Further details: amongst numerous captains, there is a chance of an elite captain being found. These are much more intelligent and far stronger than normal. Furthermore, in extremely rare cases, the captain can be made berserk. This can happen during battle and their power will go over the roof. The drawback being their thoughts that go down, however. A small amount of them may never go back from the state, becoming even more powerful and bloodthirsty. So my chieftain was right. A group of rats really did come down here. The captain turns to them and says with a big smile on his face, "That's nice, I was really getting bored standing here." Standing 2 meters tall, the hobgoblin was packed with muscles, his body covered in many scars as he only wore a leather skirt to cover his legs. In each hand, he held a short battle axe, both of which were already chipped after prolonged use. "So, little rats, will you keep me company?" The giant hobgoblin smiles deeply and licks his lips while slowly approaching his enemies. There was no hesitation in his steps, no fear in his eyes. He was the strongest soldier under the chieftain and had fought over 100 battles, losing none. Looking at the approaching captain, everyone got tense and battle ready. They could see it. The aura of death and bloodlust was shrouding him. Each step he took seemed to shake the earth itself. That was the power the enemy in front of them possessed. What the hell, this guy isn't even the final boss, and yet he's so strong. Shadow gulps nervously. Excluding the tiger, this opponent truly was the strongest they have ever faced. None came close to him. Simply thinking about the fact that the next opponent is an even stronger monster made everyone incredibly anxious. Since you won't move then, I will make the first move, rats. I am the axe of the chieftain, Torquil. Remember my name, as it is the last one you will ever hear. The captain, Torquil, says, being surprisingly eloquent considering he was in permanent berserk state. Bending his knees, he jumps at them. Putting his axes behind his head, he slashes down with all his might. Haya, Tank gets in front of everyone and readies his shield. The pressure he felt from Torquil was incredible. Even before the strike came, he felt as if a hand was suffocating him. Bam. The two axes hit the shield, making Tank slide back 4 meters, his hands shaking from the power of the hit. The shield he so loved bent where it got hit. It was bad. Torquil's strength was even more tyrannical than they thought. Swish. Beast launches an arrow while Rain and Wolf attack, charging from either side of their enemy. Shadow stays in the shadows, which were plentiful in number here, waiting for a chance to attack Torquil. Ha 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 ha, yes, come to me, all of you. Torquil laughs maniacally. Brandishing his axes, he deflects the arrow and swiftly blocks the attacks from Rain and Wolf. Not bad, you brats have some power there, ha 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 ha. Laughing again, his eyes widen as his huge muscles swell again. Drawing back his arms a bit, he finally pushes back, making both of them slide back. Damn it, I know his strength stat is high, but this is just absurd. Rain curses as he looks ahead, pushing back Tank in such fashion, deflecting Beast's arrow and then finally pushing both him and Wolf back. He thought only the final boss would have such power. There's no other way, Rain, Tank, don't hold back. Let's see if he can block all 3 of us. Wolf shouts as flames suddenly form along his blade. The now recovered Tank nods and starts charging towards Torquil. Lightning dances on Rain's blade as he runs too. Swish, swish. A charged arrow and 2 beautiful daggers come from the right and left respectively, passing by them and arriving at Torquil's side. Again he uses his axes to deflect them, but staggers a bit when he does so with the arrow. Compared to the previous one, this one was half charged, being far faster and stronger than before. Bull charge. Tank attacks first and the huge red bull again forms around him. Ha ha ha, good, you guys don't disappoint. Torquil shouts in delight and spins around while shouting. Bloody swipe. Both of his axes shine with an ominous red light, leaving a trail of blood in the air before colliding with the bull and Tank. Bam. Tank widens his eyes in disbelief as his charge was stopped. The only thing he managed to do was make Torquil take 2 steps back, his face still smiling with delight, even though his hands were now slightly shaking from the blow. Flame slash. Lightning stab. Rain and Wolf's attacks come right after. The eerie green light of the fire shines from the right side while a bright blue light shines from the left. Both of them were in the air, going straight at Torquil. Rise of blood. Torquil shouts as he bends down and crosses his hands, his muscles bulging even more. Even the blood flowing in his body could be seen through his veins, which looked like they would explode any second. With a shout, he swings at his sides, bringing 2 pillars of blood with his axes. As this was a bit harder to explain, just imagine the scene when Whitebeard arrived at Marineford and used his tremor fruit for the first time. It's pretty much the same posture and move. The blood collides with the lightning and fire, being almost equally matched to them, but failing to completely block them as the 2 swords pass through it and hit the axes, making Torquil give his all to stop them from reaching his head. Tank doesn't miss the opportunity as he swings his mace, hit him from the side, cracking 1 or 2 of his ribs in the process. Losing balance and strength for a second, he fails to hold off the swords from reaching him. Trying to dodge, he falls backwards, but earns 2 big cuts on his chest. Blood gushes from them as he stands with his head bent down. Ha 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 ha. From a silent laugh, he suddenly starts laughing with all of his might as he looks straight at them. There was no emotion in his eyes except excitement. The wounds didn't matter. Him getting overpowered didn't matter. All that Torquil lived for was to fight. Everything else was secondary, even his chieftain's orders. Great, ha 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 ha. You guys might even kill, ha 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 ha. How exciting, come, give me more. Torquil shouts happily and charges at them. Swish. Another arrow was released. This time, however, he doesn't even take notice of it as it hits his shoulder. He simply continues with his charge. Swish, swish. Shadow's 2 daggers arrive as well, being aimed at his head. This time he swings his right axe to block them. Even though he didn't care for wounds, he wasn't simply going to allow his enemies to kill him before he had his fun. Got you, Shadow exclaims as he clasps his hands. Shadow blades. Description: using the power of the shadows, the user can conjure up to 4 blades forged from the shadows of his weapons. The blades can be released at any time and will disappear after hitting their target. By leveling up the skill, the user can conjure more blades. From the shades of the 2 daggers, 4 more daggers suddenly show up. Passing below his axe, they hit Torquil in the chest and abdomen, dispersing right after and leaving 4 stab wounds. Torquil winces in pain, but puts his left axe up in an effort to block another attack. Lies. His forearm, shoulder, and a small part of his neck start bleeding while a trail of lightning was left. Behind him, Rain attacks again, fully clad in lightning. What? The speed of his opponent astonished Torquil as he was barely able to follow Rain moving. Turning around, he tries blocking the attack, but only gets a big cut on his left side, going deep and showing a part of his ribs. Groaning in pain, he tries to attack, but only spits out blood as his back gets cut by Wolf's flaming sword. The fire burns around the wound and makes it worse. An arrow flies over, daggers were thrown, Tank's mace drops down in fury. All of these attacks make their way to him. His current state doesn't allow him to block any of them. Suddenly, the strong and scary elite was turned into a punching bag to them, mere seconds away from death. You bastards, die. Torquil's eyes go bloodshot as he shouts in anger. Blood Nova. A force was sent from the inside of Torquil's body, materializing as a bloody sphere around him. With a shout, the sphere explodes and throws the three attackers back. Torquil was still standing. His axes were on the ground as he didn't have enough strength to hold them anymore. His whole body was riddled with wounds and was bloody from head to toe. Turning his head with difficulty, he speaks. Well done, rats, that was a superb fight. Finishing his sentence, he coughs up blood and struggles to talk again. Do me a favor, finish me off, will you, you lightning bastard. He looks straight at Rain as he tells him with a smile on his face. I've fought enough, time to rest now. Rain comes in front of him and nods. Even though he was their enemy and a monster, he still earned all of their respect with his strength and fighting style, not backing down for even a moment. Rising his sword up, Rain swings it sideways and decapitates him, ending the battle. Thud. The head of Torquil falls down on the ground, quickly followed by his body and a notification. Players have successfully defeated the Hidden Chamber's boss Torquil. Calculating rewards 500 exp gained, 50 S coins gained. Rank C Berserker's Armguards acquired. Rank C Berserker's Boots acquired. Rank C Berserker's Axe acquired. Looking at the rewards in front of their eyes, everyone widened their eyes. The exp and coins were nice, but to get 3 Rank C equipment was beyond what they thought they would get. Everyone gathered together to check them out. Rank C Berserk Armguards. Description: Armguards worn by the head captain of the Hobgoblin base. After being drenched in the blood of hundreds of his slain enemies, they have evolved to their present state. Set bonus: please equip all 3 set pieces to gain information about the set bonus. Rank C Berserk Boots. Description: boots worn by the head captain of the Hobgoblin base. After being drenched in the blood of hundreds of his slain enemies, they have evolved to their present state. Set bonus: please equip all 3 set pieces to gain information about the set bonus. Rank C Berserk Axe. Description: one of the axes used by the head captain of the Hobgoblin base. After being drenched in the blood of hundreds of his slain enemies, it has evolved to its present state. Please equip all 3 set pieces to gain information about the set bonus. Gulp, these look freaking good, man, so who should use it? Shadow gulps as he looks at the stat window of the equipment. The equipment itself would strengthen anyone nicely, not to mention the bonus if worn as a set. Well, since none of us really uses an axe, I think Tank should use it. After all, a mace is the most similar to an axe amongst our weapons. Wolf shrugs his shoulders and points to Tank, who is drooling while looking at the Berserk set. Really, are you guys sure you want to give it to me? He wakes up from his daydreaming when he hears what Wolf said and asks everyone with a befuddled look on his face. Well, I agree. What about you two? Rain turns around and asks Shadow and Beast, who both nod their heads in agreement. Well, congrats Tank, it's yours, equip it now, let's see the set bonus. Tank hurriedly nods his head and goes to the equipment, afraid that they would change their minds. Finally wearing the set, he shares the bonus info with them. Set bonus, strength +3. Skill available. Blood Frenzy. By using this skill, the user goes into a frenzy after making his blood pump at an incredibly fast pace. Increasing the overall stats, the frenzy may turn the user berserk and make him temporarily lose his consciousness while fighting in a prolonged battle. So it gives a bit of strength and a new skill. This one is quite similar to yours, isn't it, Wolf? Rain asks Wolf after checking the information. A bit. The difference is that mine literally boils my blood to achieve the pumping and only increases my strength, while his increases everything. The risks have to be big as well. Wolf calmly stated after thinking about both of the skills. Don't you guys worry about anything, I'm a big guy. I can easily take such a pressure. Tank flexes while bragging to them, the black and blood red colors of the armguards and boots being prominently displayed on him, forming a sharp contrast to the gray greaves and chest armor he had on. The axe looked like it was made from normal wood that had some patterns inscribed on it. The blade was a bit chipped and old. One could wonder if it would even last in a fight. Anyway, let's recuperate here a bit. There's so many mana crystals and gold, we should try to at least take some. The players can decide to convert all the things inside the hidden chamber for extra rewards. Oh, well, that's nice. What do you guys think? Rain chuckles when he reads the notification and asks everyone else. They all show their agreement by nodding their heads at him. All right, but first let's use some of the crystals to replenish our mana. I bet all of us are low after all of these fights. Moving to the crystals, Rain simply takes one and starts absorbing it. The others quickly follow after him and do the same. After a couple of minutes in mana crystals, Rain says, "System, convert everything here for the extra rewards. Converting in process." All the crystals, gold, and equipment suddenly shine with a bright white light and disappear from their sights. Converting finished. Well, guys, shall we? Putting his hand in front of him, Rain points to the door as he asks. Climbing up the stairs, they all exit the hidden chamber and get back to the building. Greenie and the two wolves were waiting for them outside. They left them there in case some goblins show up and decide to ambush them. That was the last thing they wanted during a fight, not to mention that they didn't want to risk them being hurt before the final battle. Going up the stairs, everyone gets to the second floor, where a bunch of goblins and hobgoblins were waiting for them. So it seems like this is the welcoming party, huh? Shadow says with a wide smile on his face. Let's go, guys, don't overdo it. We need to conserve our mana after all. Rain takes his sword out and moves towards the group of enemies in front of them. After 30 minutes, everyone was on the 5th floor, reading some documents in what seemed to be the chieftain's office, or at least somebody close to him. Ding. The players have successfully found the reason why the goblins were collecting mana crystals. Please slay the enemy to finish the dungeon and get your rewards. This is. Beast looks at the papers in front of him, the writing being fully understandable by him, not to mention that the drawing beside them gave most of the information. So using mana together with blood to level up and become stronger, it seems Torquil had that done to him. Is that perhaps why he went berserk? Tank asks with a serious voice. Even though the hobgoblin captain was their enemy, Tank still had respect for him. Not yielding in front of them 5 and graciously accepting death were things that made Tank find admiration and respect in him. Probably, considering how his skills were all blood-related, he had to have been involved with this in some way. Wolf calmly reads more of the notes while trying to simultaneously look at the drawings, trying to memorize them. All right, let's go, guys. The next floor is the roof. That's definitely where he is waiting for us. Rain says while storing everything useful from the room in the inventory. Together, they all step on the stairs leading to the final boss, ready to finally end this. Stepping on the roof, everyone saw a gruesome sight. Numerous corpses were piled alongside the edges, forming small hills. Blood could be seen everywhere and bits of flesh were floating in blood puddles. Beast put a hand on his mouth to stop himself from vomiting. The others did not fare much better. They all felt sick to their stomachs upon witnessing such a scene. In the middle of the rooftop was a huge magic circle that was drawing mana from the surrounding crystals. The blood and corpses were being pulled by it, scattering into pieces whenever they touched it. A huge figure could be seen in the middle of the circle. The group could only see his huge muscular back. Hearing them, the figure slowly turns around to face them. LVL-10, Goblin Chieftain Grohl. So you are the worms that destroyed my beloved minions. He spoke with a deep voice filled with hatred. Standing 2.4 meters tall, the chieftain put an incredible amount of pressure on them. Muscles were bulging everywhere on his body. His arms alone were thicker than those of an average person's legs. His shaved head was filled with scars, as was his face. His whole body actually was like that, a testament of what he had to survive to become what he is today. My goblins, hobgoblins, my captains, and even Torquil, you little maggots actually dared to kill all of them and disturb me. His voice was low at the beginning of the sentence. In the end, however, it turned into a shout that made their ears ring. Picking up a huge hammer with a spike on one end, he slowly walks towards them, the magic circle slowly dissipating around him. The magic circle has been turned off, my lord. We can begin again at a moment's notice. The corpses of these men will be highly beneficial to it. A goblin comes out from behind one of the corpse hills and bows to the goblin chieftain. LVL-9, Goblin Shaman. Not only a level 10 boss, but a level 9 enemy too. Shit, this is going to be harder than we thought, guys. Rain curses while looking at the two goblins in front of them. The chieftain was huge and incredibly imposing, while the shaman was just a tad taller than a normal goblin and was a bit hunched. Holding a wooden staff in his hands, he looked like an old man that couldn't harm anyone, but just by looking at his name and the incredible amount of the spirit stat Rain knew they were dealing with a magic user. Physical ability was worthless for them. We should probably deal with that guy first. Types like him probably don't have a lot of defense and HP. His close combat ability should be quite low as well. Shadow says while looking at the shaman, him and the others knew that the faster they managed to kill the shaman, the better it is for them. That's easier said than done. The big guy definitely will give it his all to stop us from doing that. Wolf says immediately after Shadow. The basic tactic of dealing with long-range attackers first is something everybody knows, even the weakest of foes like the normal goblins. I know, but if me and Beast try at the same time, I think we could make it. Listen, this is what I thought of doing. Shadow quickly tells them his plan of dealing with the shaman, making the others widen their eyes in wonder. That should work. Wolf nods his head in agreement as they get ready to face the approaching chieftain. I don't want you interfering at the beginning, only do so if needed. He tells the shaman standing behind him before continuing towards them again. Yes, my lord. The shaman gives another bow before moving to the side to observe the fight. Turning down help, this guy really is underestimating us. Tank has a displeased look on his face as he looks at the chieftain. Cracking his neck, he tells the others, I'll use my rush on him first. You guys attack him like we did to that captain before, all right? Yeah, we can go with that. Rain nods in agreement as he walks towards the right side. Wolf takes the left and Tank charges forth in the middle. Remember the plan, Beast. We need to do this correctly for it to work. Shadow tells Beast while he was charging an arrow. Don't worry, I got it. Beast says with a serious expression. Greenie slowly moves towards the chieftain with the wolves on his sides. Watching the chieftain, he gulps in nervousness as he knew the strength and terror the being in front of him possessed. So one rebelled, huh? The chieftain Grohl takes a look at Greenie before focusing on the enemies approaching him. Even though it angered him to see one of his own attacking him, he dismissed him, as his strength wasn't enough to be a threat. Bull charge. Tank charges forth with the bull around him. With the berserk set equipped, he was stronger than before, and the illusion of the bull looked a bit more real. Not bad, but that won't be nearly enough. Grohl shouts as he swings his huge hammer with both hands. King's glory. Grohl calmly says while a black figure materializes behind him, mimicking his posture of swinging the hammer. Bam! The hammer and shield connect. While Grohl's huge hammer gets pushed back together with his hands, Tank is actually the one in a disadvantage as he slides back almost 2 meters, his shield bent a little in the middle and his hands shaking from the impact. Lightning stab. Flame slash. Wolf and Rain attack immediately after the moment of impact, trying to injure the boss before he can do anything, but Grohl simply swings his hammer at Rain, while the phantom behind him swings it at Wolf. Clang. Fire and lightning explode from the sides as both of their attacks get blocked. The power behind Grohl's swing was enormous, and the phantom behind him seems to have the same amount as well. Swish. Shadow suddenly throws his 2 daggers at Grohl, while a second later Beast releases a fully charged arrow towards the shaman. Impudent. Grohl shouts as he coats his hand in black mana to block the daggers. Extending his other hand with the hammer, he moves the phantom to hit the arrow in the nick of time, making it change its course and miss the shaman. Tank charges forward again, using his new skill to boost his power. Blood Frenzy. Tank's body suddenly starts emitting a blood-red aura, his muscles bulging visibly as he charges forth. At the same time, he uses his ability to the max, hardening his body. Muscle pump. Lightning movement. Wolf and Rain both use their skills as they charge towards the boss again. Tank jumps up as he brings his axe down on the boss. Bam! The boss manages to block the strike, although with some difficulty as his arm shakes visible from the contest of power. Tank uses his shield to try and pommel his face, but it gets blocked by Grohl's palm. The two figures struggle before Tank's momentum from the jump dissipates. Using his strength, he manages to push himself backwards as Wolf and Rain arrive to fight the boss for a second round. Wolf used his now heavy sword to fight the phantom, while Rain with his superior speed fights against the boss. Even though he was much slower, Grohl still manages to block every attack and keep him at bay with little difficulty. Greenie arrives with the wolves and attack Grohl, who simply kicks. Both of the wolves get hit and fly back with a whimper. Trying to use some mutts to fight me. Don't make me laugh, you maggots. Putting his foot down, he immediately brings his hammer down at Rain, who approached and tried to stab him. Rain immediately jumps to the side to dodge the hammer that leaves a crack on the ground where he previously stood. Greenie sees a chance and draws back his fist before punching one of the chieftain's arms with full force. Shattering punch. The skin of the chieftain's arm rips open as the punch lands and leaves a wound on the spot. Blood spurts from the wound and coats Greenie's arm and face. Greenie smiles as he managed to wound Grohl, but before he could celebrate, Grohl swings his now wounded arm sideways to hit him. Widening his eyes, Greenie immediately puts his sword up to block the hit. Bam! As the arm connects, he gets thrown back, coughing blood from his mouth and kneeling down on one leg. HMPH, little traitorous worm. Grohl glances at Greenie for a moment before focusing back on Rain, who had suddenly disappeared. What? Grohl says in confusion as he feels a touch on the side of his body. Compact. Feeling pain from his side, Grohl widens his eyes and tries to move back. Punch! Rain says in a low voice while hitting the chieftain. A loud sound was accompanied with some knockback to Rain's hand. Blood and flesh spew from the left side of Grohl, who puts a hand there and growl in pain. You little bastard. followed by the sound of wind breaking. The huge hammer was swung with one hand, catching Rain off guard and making him retread with haste. I see, no wonder you managed to defeat Torquil. You worms do have some strength, Grohl says as he looks at them. But if this is all, then it's time to end this. As soon as Grohl finished his words, everyone suddenly felt a suffocating feeling come from him. Holding the hammer with both hands, he brings it to his chest and slams it to the ground. King's fury. The hammer hits the ground and an incredible amount of mana gets released. A huge amount of darkness spews from the point of impact. Crack form everywhere on the roof as columns of dark mana shoot up. Rain and the others hurriedly move around, dodging the columns that kept following them. Wolf slashes one but finds no success as the two halves immediately reconnect and hit him in the chest. Tank uses his shields to block the columns that have now turned to tentacle-like forms of mana that continuously attack them. What the hell is this? He shouts while moving back, trying to put distance between himself and them. Whatever it is, it's bad news. How can we block it? Shadow shouts while nimbly dodging the attacks thrown at him. Moving backwards, he fails to see one behind him and gets hit, making him stop in pain. The other vines immediately attack him after, wounding him everywhere. Swish. Beast jumps up as he dodges an attack. Bringing his bow up, he releases another charged arrow towards Grohl's head. Grohl lifts his hammer up and deflects it. Suddenly, all the vines scatter into the air and disappear. As expected, you can't move while using this skill, Beast calmly says as he looks the chieftain in the eyes. HMPH, shaman, you may join now. Grohl suddenly tells the shaman as he lifts his hammer up. Understood, my lord. The shaman gives a bow and approaches to him, his staff glowing with a green light. Spirits of the nature, I call thee, nature's aid. The shaman's staff shines brightly with a green light as the boss wounds slowly heal. Rain and the other narrow their eyes at the sight. As expected, the shaman can use healing magic. It's good that we didn't go all out at the start. All right, guys, let's start with the plan. The faster we get rid of him, the better, Wolf says while they all charge the boss again. We're starting with the plan, Beast. Make sure you shoot with intent to kill. We don't want the big guy to suspect us or anything. Shadow throws his daggers at the shaman while saying so. Clang, still haven't learnt your lesson, huh? Grohl's phantom blocks the daggers with ease as he swings his hammer at Tank. O spirits, hear my call and give thy your blessing, minor strength. The shamans again praise as a light cover Grohl. Bam! The hammer collides with the shield multiple times as neither one gives off an inch. Tank was at a disadvantage as he needs to use both hands to block the ferocious assault. Rain attacks from the left again, trying to use the situation to his advantage, but finds his attacks blocked by the arm of the chieftain that was coated in mana. Damn it, even though my attacks manage to pierce through the mana, the damage I do to his arm is almost negligible to him. Rain curses as he swings and stabs all while trying to get closer. Ha 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 ha, fall in despair humans, your end is near. The shaman snickers a bit as he watches the fight with a relaxing attitude. Wolf was fighting the phantom that was now no longer mimicking Grohl's movements. The higher freedom of actions seemed to have made it weaker, as Wolf found it much easier to exchange hits with it, being almost equal. Whilst fighting, suddenly Wolf misses the hammer and the huge sword gets slammed to the ground. The phantom immediately starts lifting the hammer to deal a devastating blow. I was waiting for that, you cunt. Upwards flame slash. The ground underneath Wolf's sword suddenly bursts into flames, the small explosion helping him to swing it up with great strength. Clang, the sword hit the hammer that was still being lifted and makes its arm bend backwards, making the hammer swing at its back. Swish. Beast unleashes another arrow at the shaman. With Grohl fighting Rain and Tank, and the phantom being unbalanced, he was certain the arrow will manage to find its mark. The arrow manages to pass by the phantom and arrives at the shaman, who is now a bit tense. Holding his staff, he prepares to defend against the arrow. TSSSS. The arrow hits a barriers that suddenly showed up. Extending only 30 centimeters from the shaman, it manages to defend against the arrow for a while before breaking. It did its job though, as the arrow lost most of its strength and gets easily blocked by the staff. You little worms actually managed to get past me. Not bad, but not enough. Grohl smiles at them as he continues fighting. Everyone tenses their eyes, being worried at the attack not working, but at the same time showing a bit of joy as well. Tank suddenly grunts as he gets pushed back by the attacks. Bending down, he uses all of his strength to jump high in the air. Shadow sends a dagger at the boss, who doesn't even try to block it as it was off target. This happened a few times, and he got used to it. Wolf's sword erupts into flames as he follows Tank and jumps at the phantom, who simply extends his hammer in anticipation to block. All seemed normal to the boss until Greenie showed up, holding the wolves in his hand and suddenly throwing them at the shaman. Shattering punch, half power. He only used his shattering punch until his forearms, increasing his throwing strength, allowing him to launch the two wolves with ease. They zoom above the boss and land straight at the shaman, who is now defenseless without his barrier. The pounce on his legs and bit them down. Shadow blades. 4 blades suddenly erupt from the shadow of the dagger thrown earlier. They head straight towards the now immobilized shaman, piercing deep inside him. Arg! The shaman growls in pain and coughs out blood. His body was weak. As a magic caster, any attack can be fatal to him. Wrecking ball. Tank curls up in the air as he slowly starts falling down. On the other side, Wolf's attack almost arrives at the phantom, before Wolf himself stops it. Using the hammer as a platform, he simply jumps from it and arrives behind Tank, hitting him with the side of his sword and launching him towards the shaman. "You worms dare!" Grohl yells before moving to intercept Tank, but stops as his back erupts in blood. Lightning charge. "What is it, big guy, you getting angry?" Rain stands in front of the boss with a smile, lightning dancing all around him, coating him in blue. "How about you stay here for a bit longer and play with me?" Rains gives him a smile as he disappears from the spot. "What?" Grohl yells as he tries his best to block Rain's attacks. The difference in speed proves to be too big this time as he fails and gets more wounds. Getting angry, he tries to use King's Fury again, but stops as he feels a familiar sensation at his back. Shattering punch. While the chieftain was confused and giving it his all to block Rain, Greeny managed to sneak behind him, hitting him with all he had. Bam. A small shockwave erupts from the back, pushing back Greeny's hand and making him slide back 2 meters before managing to balance himself, holding his arm in pain as it got injured with the attack. Ag! Grohl shouts in pain as he bends backwards. The full-powered punch managed to tear the muscles in his lower back and even crack his bones. The pain he was in was unimaginable. Bam. At the same time, a big bang was heard as Tank finally fell down on the shaman, squashing him in the process and killing him. The wolves managed to dodge at the last second as the shaman fell from the blades that hit him. Seeing that, Grohl's eyes went bloodshot as he straightened himself, but that came for naught as he feels another familiar sensation. Before he could try to dodge, he again hears it. Compact. The skin around the fist tightens up and the flesh slowly vibrates. Punch. The power behind the punch explodes, once again opening the wound on his side. This time 2 ribs got broken as well. Grohl ignores the pain as he swings the hammer at Rain, who swiftly dodges it, already anticipating an attack like that. Before Grohl could attack again, Wolf arrives from above, punching his shoulder with a fist coated in flames. Volcanic fist. The area around the shoulder explodes. Flames erupt and burn the flesh that got uncovered. Part of Grohl's face gets burned as well. His right ear got hit by the explosion and was almost non-existent now. His right eye fully closed as the burns extended all the way to it, making it too painful to try and open it. His hammer falls down to the ground as his arm loses strength to hold it. Rain moves quickly. He knew that wasn't enough to kill Grohl. He was currently in a state of confusion brought by the explosion. His ears were probably ringing and his sight was bad, probably blurry. Giving it all he has, he arrives at his legs and slashes down at the tendons, trying to fully sever them and immobilize him before he could do anything. Slash. He slashes deep inside one leg and succeeds at cutting the tendon. Before he could celebrate and move to the other one, he sees the giant hammer being swung at him from the corner of his eye. "I can't dodge it," Rain says to himself as he simply jumps backwards and puts his sword in front, giving it his all to minimize the damage. Bam. This was the first time Rain got hit with the hammer. The huge force behind it made him think his arms were going to break. The attack ends as he gets thrown back by a couple of meters. Falling hard to the ground, he spits out blood and tries to get up. Haya. Grohl exhales slowly. One of his hands was hanging limply as he kneeled down on one knee. Holding the hammer with his left hand, he used it to stop himself from falling after the last attack. He knew this was the end. Even though 4 of his enemies were injured after his last attack, he was in a much worse state than them. Looking up, he watches Rain with eyes filled with hate. "So close, my plan was so close to being finished. Why did you bastard have to come here?" He shouts at them before an arrow comes from the side and plunges deep inside his close eye, making his head cock backwards. I will at least kill one of you before Grohl could finish his words, Tank appear from behind him. Swinging his axe with all his might, he chops down hard on his neck, cutting hallway inside it and making a fountain of blood spurt from it. Grohl widens his remaining eye before Wolf swings his sword from the other side, managing to cut his head off. Wolf grabs the head of the defeated boss and looks at it with a curious expression on his face. "You really did manage to rough us up good, you giant meathead, but now just go and rot with the other corpses." Throwing the head away, he kicks the body over and walks towards the others with Tank. Players have successfully defeated the hidden dungeon boss Grohl with his shaman. Calculating rewards: 3000 XP gained, 120 S coins gained. Rank B Grohl's hammer acquired. Rank B Staff of Healing acquired. Rank C King's Belt acquired. Rank C King's Gloves acquired. Rank C Ring of Strength acquired. Rank C Ring of Rejuvenation acquired. Shit, we got 2 B ranks and 4 C rank equipment. Awesome. Shadow jumps in delight when he sees all the rewards they got. encouraging the others to quickly come. They all inspect the items together. Rank B Grohl's hammer. Attack 65. Def 20. Strength +2. Description: the hammer used by the chieftain of the goblin tribe Grohl. It has been used for a long time by him to squash all of the enemies on his path to becoming the chieftain and boosts tremendous power. Once a day, the user can activate the skill hidden inside it. Skill description: Grohl's Phantom. By activating the skill, the user can summon a phantom of Grohl that will fight alongside him. The skill costs no mana and will be active for 10 minutes, or until the phantom gets destroyed. The user can choose to pour mana in the phantom to strengthen and heal it. Rank B Staff of Healing. Attack 5. Def 5. Willpower +2. Spirit +3. Boosts all healing type spells by 25. Description: a staff used by a wizard that died in battle near a mountain. By chance, a group of goblins stumbled upon it and decided to give it to their chieftain, who passed it to the only shaman the tribe had. The staff was made from a tree nurtured by elves and has a magical effect of empowering healing spells. The user can also pour mana in it to create a barrier that will defend against attacks. The strength of the barrier depends on how much mana was used to construct it. Rank C King's Belt. ATK 0. Def 5. Strength +1. Vitality +2. Description: a belt worn by the chieftain of the goblins Grohl. After his fall, a part of his soul was trapped in it, changing the quality of the belt and making it stronger. Set bonus: please equip both set pieces to gain information about the set bonus. Rank C King's Gloves. ATK 5. Def 5. Strength +2. Endurance +1. Description: a pair of gloves worn by the chieftain of the goblins Grohl. After his fall, a part of his soul was trapped in them, changing the quality of the gloves and making them stronger. Set bonus: please equip both set pieces to gain information about the set bonus. Rank C Ring of Strength. Strength +5. Description: a ring imbued with a mysterious magic has the effect of increasing the strength of whoever wears it. Rank C Ring of Rejuvenation. Spirit +2. Description: a ring imbued with a simple spell of healing. The user can imbue mana to use the spell. The strength of the spell, however, will be inferior to a proper spell of healing. All of the B-rank items are useless for us. Beast looked at the items and hung his head down in disappointment. None of them use a huge hammer to fight, and they have no healer, making the two powerful items worth nothing to them. Well, not entirely, said Rain as he glanced behind him at Greenie, who was looking at the hammer with a hurried breath. Ha 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 ha, seems like Greenie only like big weapons, no matter what they are. Tank laughs full-heartedly at the sight. Well, I'm the only one who uses a two-handed weapon, and I don't want to switch my sword for that thing there. Wolf says while he gives a sneer towards the giant hammer in front of them. So I propose we give it to him. He is part of the team anyway. He proposes while shrugging his shoulders. All right, we all agree then. Rain asks everyone and the nod in agreement. Well, that's it then. Greenie, you can take it, and stop looking at it like that. It's weird. Greenie jumps at the hammer and starts swinging it in circles nearby, looking like a high school girl that fell in love the first time. In his excitement, he didn't even hear Rain and simply continued with his antics. Looking at his subordinate, who was acting weird, Rain sighs in disappointment before turning around to distribute the other items with his party. Wolf is the one that focuses on strength the most, so the ring goes to you. The staff is, well, like Beast said, it's quite useless to us now, so let's just put it in the inventory. Now for the set items in the ring, I already have a good sword and some items. Tank has a set, so you two decide on who gets what. Rain shrugs his shoulder with disinterest and walks away, leaving only Beast and Shadow to talk. Honestly, Beastie, I'm alright with either one, so you can choose which you prefer. Shadow sits down on the ground as he tells Beast. Well, I'm always at a distance with my bow. You are the one that uses both long-range attacks and fights at a close distance, so how about I take the ring? Beast had become much more confident after all the battles he had gone through with everyone, without stuttering once he proposes to Shadow. Fine by me, Beastie. Shadow jumps up and takes the two items. Equipping them immediately, he checks out the bonus. Set bonus, strength +2. Vitality +1. Endurance +1. So no skill, huh? Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Shadow says and shares the description with everyone. Ding. Players have successfully finished the hidden dungeon, exiting the dungeon in 3, 2, 1. A bright light follows the notification, and everyone finds themselves in the white room again. Ding. Players have successfully finished the first hidden dungeon in the world. Special rewards will be given. Players have finished the hidden dungeon with a perfect rating, distributing rewards. 2000 XP given, 200 S coins given. Title given: Dungeon Hunter. Players are the first to finish a hidden dungeon, distributing rewards. 1500 exp given, 100 S coins given. Mysterious gold chest given. Title given, Dungeon Pioneer. Rewards have been distributed, transporting the players back in 321. The bright light shines again as everyone opens their eyes in the familiar forest. Looking around, they smile brightly and move towards the castle. It was time for them to finally pick a class and become stronger. Tutorial phase finished. The system's rules are going back to normal, announcing the changes in 30 minutes. The system's voice is heard in their heads. Now that the so-called tutorial phase is over, things are going to become much harder than before, but everyone is confident that they will be ready for the future. They have to. The group was on their way to the castle when they heard the system notification again. It was time to see the changes coming to their world. Ding! The rules of the game have been brought back to normal. Changes are as following. Party system will go back to normal. Exp will be now divided into equal parts to the party. The party can also choose manual distribution if they want to. Each member can gain more or less exp depending on how they choose. Enemies will give 20 more exp. Each elite and boss type enemies will have their own territory in which other monsters of the same kind will not intrude. Monsters of the same species can be found in the area. Drop rates from normal mystery chests will be lowered. Rain and the others were carefully reading the change log. Other than the 4 main changes, there were more, mostly concerning the behavior of some monsters and the ways they will differ from now on. So it seems there will be less small groups of low-level enemies now. Even though it doesn't really matter much for us, other people that are still low levels will find it harder to level up now, including the students and professors from our university. Damn it, it wasn't enough that Earth changed into this hellhole. They're making it even harder to survive now. Rain grit his teeth while looking at the notification. A wooden stick he was playing around with got snapped in half by his grip. This situation follows the rules of the system. The only thing it cares is for the strong and talented to survive. The weak and the cowards will simply die off. Wolf says with a serious expression on his face. He wasn't really worried about other people. In his opinion, the only ones that he cares about are his party members and his family. Everyone in the party is strong and will definitely be able to rise to the top of the world with enough time. His family, on the other hand, are all like him. They should have no problems surviving, and each one will definitely be similar to him right now. Hey, look at this part. Shadow excitedly runs up to Rain and shows him what he saw. The central hub building will be soon available to everyone in the safe zones. Players can communicate with each other on the forums and even send private messages to each other by paying a fee. We can find out the situation in New York this way, even get in contact with aunt or uncle if we're lucky enough. Rain's eyes widened after seeing this. After his parents' death, the only people he still cared about were Lee's family and his uncle. Finding out their whereabouts and current state was something he was always worrying about. Now with the new building, they finally have a chance to do so. Yes, we just need to post on the forum and maybe they will see it. I hope they're all right. Oh God, I hope so. Shadow's sentence starts with huge excitement, but near the end his voice gets very low and his eyes get watery. Rain takes a look at his friend and puts his arm on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. They'll be all right, I'm sure of that. You know those two the best. There's no way Uncle would die from fighting any low-level monster. Even barehanded, he could probably break the skulls of a group with ease. You're right, Dad's definitely all right, and Mom is probably there with him. I just hope they will see our message, or even post one themselves. Shadow wipes his eyes and smiles at Rain. Guys, sorry to break you up now, but we should probably hurry and go back. The sun is slowly setting and God knows what situation we will find ourselves then. Tank gets near the two and tells them with a concerned look, although they went hunting at night before it was always dangerous. With the new changes, who knows if they would come face to face with a group of high-level monsters or not. You're right, Tank, we should get back. We'll have enough time for everything when we get back at the castle. Rain stands up and takes a look around. Everyone was ready to go back, so he slowly walks towards their destination. 1 hour later, they could see the huge castle walls in front of them. Getting to the gate, they patiently wait as it slowly opens. Seems like you guys made good use of the last day of the tutorial phase, huh? Well done. You might want to rest a bit before going and getting a class. The opportunity won't go anywhere. Jack greets them inside and gives them advice. Just a heads up though, everyone will get different choices depending on how you fought until now. Your abilities and professions play a part as well, so don't get surprised if some of you get multiple options while some only get one. Wait, what? So you're telling me if I want to be a mage I can't, because I used knives until now? Shadow exclaims as soon as Jack is finished with his words. Jack in turn shakes his head and answers. Didn't you hear what I said? Abilities and professions play a part too, so if someone has a talent for being a mage but only used melee weapons will now, Well, he can still get that option, and don't worry too much. You will have opportunities to mold your class to your liking. As you level up more, class advancements will give you more specialized options too. It's all right, now go, get a good rest, and go to the class temple tomorrow. I'll be there to see you off and check you out when you finish. Jack simply turns around and waves at them while going away. Well, you heard the man. Wolf shrugs his shoulders as he goes towards the castle to rest. Everyone soon follows suit. As soon as he came in his room, Rain immediately lied down to rest and do some thinking. Today's battles were hard fought, but luckily for them, they finished the dungeon without any serious injuries and were thus able to immediately come back here. Picking a class, I wonder what options I will get. Rain slowly closes his eyes while thinking that, whatever happens, he will just choose the one that he thinks suits him best, and that's that. Tomorrow morning, they all got together and went down to the dining area to have breakfast before they go to pick their classes. They were all sitting at the same table, Greenie included. People around them were glancing at them from time to time, but nobody took the initiative to talk with them or get close. It was expected after all. Everyone was scared and full of concern about the fights they will have to get into outside the castle walls, and there were they, going out every single day to fight and become stronger. In the minds of many, they were just a bunch of crazy people. It's already been a couple of days, and people still have the same mindset, huh? Well, either they will learn and become more like us, or they will die outside. Wolf uses a handkerchief to wipe his mouth after finishing his meal. Feeling the gazes of all the people around them, he said without trying to be quiet. Some of the nearest people heard him and couldn't help but have a terrified expression on their face. They knew he was right. They will either fight monsters and become stronger, earning enough to stay in the castle, or they will simply end up as a meal. Going outside, everyone slowly walked towards a building that resembled a church. There was no door on it. Darkness was all you could see inside of it. Getting to the building, everyone looks at each other before nodding and stepping inside. Flash. The second Rain got inside, he saw a flash or bright light. Following that, he felt his body being moved, and thus he opened his eyes again. He could still see Shadow and the others. They were all beside one another. The space around them was twisting and turning, before finally stabilizing and letting them all see where they were now. It was a huge hall, the columns being a full 30 meters long. The walls and the surroundings all had strange carvings on them, making the whole place seem incredibly magical and ethereal. From behind one pillar, a couple of people emerged. They walked towards them and stopped some 2 meters from them. Checking them out, they could suddenly see words floating about them. These people were the ones they had to get a class from. They were the class trainers. Rain and the others looked at the 9 people standing in front of them. Each had their name and the class they were responsible for teaching floating above their heads. Warrior Trainer Kroll. Swordsman Trainer Kane. Knight Trainer Lance. Slayer Trainer Odok. Mage Trainer Uritil. Thief Trainer Khan. Druid Trainer Cyanate. Archer Trainer Kurale. Assassin Trainer Eldar. Looking at the people in front of them, everyone was surprised to see a familiar face. The captain of their castle, the assassin trainer Eldar. Hey guys, surprised to see good old me here. Eldar gives them a wide smile while looking at them, snickering a bit as he watches their surprised faces. See, Captain, why are you here? Shadow gulps while he asks Eldar. Nobody expected the captain to be a trainer. Well, long story short, everyone from the Alliance can apply for a job on a new planet. You could consider me to be a bit lucky and get 2. Eldar brings 2 fingers up and gives the peace symbol while smiling with all of his might. A bit lucky. The huge and muscular Odok sneers and says, even the god of luck would find it difficult to get 2 jobs of such importance. Calling yourself lucky is a huge understatement. Enough Odok, it's not our business. Let's just get over this. Looking at these guys, I don't think anyone will choose me, so if you will excuse me, I'll take a nap while you decide. Uritil takes a glance at Rain and the others and moves towards a giant pillar. He sits down and leans on it, trying to fall asleep. All right, everyone, let's not confuse the poor guys any longer. So all 5 of you have become eligible for a class. Usually you would do all kinds of tests before meeting any of us and getting a trainer, but luckily for you guys, the system's rules changed for us too. The Knight Trainer Lance shrugs his shoulders and sighs before continuing. Now we have to come forward if an individual or a party did any notable things beforehand, and well, you guys acting crazy and finishing a hidden dungeon with a level 10 monster inside is more than enough to get a good rating. So I'll start the introduction. As a warrior, you can be proficient of all kinds of weapons, fighting defensively or offensively, short range or medium range, you can do it all. The warrior trainer Kroll boasts as he introduces the class to them. Above his head, they could now see the names of those eligible to become a warrior. There were 3 of them, namely Rain, Wolf, and Tank. Yes, you can become proficient with almost all weapons, never achieving the master level or more. Kane suddenly says from the side, you don't need to when you can counter your enemy with a different weapon each time. Kroll growls from the side while shooting a venomous stare towards Kane. Yeah, sure, well, if you choose to become a swordsman, on the other hand, you can become a master of the sword, being fast, efficient, and stronger than a simple warrior. Kane explains the class in simple words, looking at Rain during his speech. He, of course, doesn't forget to throw a verbal jab towards Kroll, whose face reddens with anger. A knight, on the other hand, is a stable, unyielding class. You will be able to defend against all attacks while not forgetting to damage your opponent, quite useful if you're a big guy. The big man Lance flashes a smile to Tank after explaining his class, having full confidence that he will choose him in the end. A slayer is simple. Use a big weapon with both hands and don't allow your enemy to do anything before you crush him. Technique and skill can both be crushed with overwhelming strength. Odak simply looks at Wolf as he says, a mage simply uses magic to blast enemies to pieces from long range, something you guys seem not to care about, Uritil says while yawning and promptly returns to sleeping, seemingly not caring if anyone chooses him. A thief is a master of deception. You won't be able to fight as well as others, but why do that when you can just go around and steal whatever you want? You have an enemy you can't beat. Wait till the night and steal his equipment. He gets weaker and you get stronger. Simple stuff, right? Kane explains his class with passion. All the other trainers look at him with disgust when he finishes. Fighting is only the final option. Why bother doing that when you can become one with nature, communicating and forming bonds with plants and beasts? If a fight is inevitable, though, you can use everything you have and show the wrath of Mother Nature to them. The druid Cyanate says, her eyes glinting with a dangerous and ferocious light at the end of her sentence. Nature is useful and good, but why bother with it when you can simply put an arrow through your opponent's heart or head from a mile away? Makes it much easier and less bloody. The beautiful elf Kurale says, leaning on one pillar and looking straight at Beast, who felt his heart stop for a moment. So I'm last well, the name of the class says it all right. Be stealthy and assassinate your enemies before they know you even exist. But don't be fooled into thinking an assassin can't fight in a melee. Our speed can make it quite difficult to hit us while allowing us to hit you. Eldar smiles at all of them while finally nodding at Shadow. So who will you guys choose? You needn't be hasty, we have time. Uritil says from the back and goes back to sleep again. I choose swordsman. Rain simply puts his hand up in the air as he says. Looking at the other trainer, he simply shrugs his shoulder in apology. It fits me the most, sorry. Slayer. Wolf nods at Odak as he says, I want to be a knight, I don't want to waste my awesome shield skills. Tank grins from ear to ear while looking in Lance. Sorry, thief doesn't sound bad, but I don't want to be useless in fights, so I choose assassin. Shadow apologizes to Kane before nodding at Eldar. I choose archer. Even though I like animals and all, using a bow is the only thing I'm good at right now. Beast bows down to Cyanate before giving a shy smile to Kurale, who smiles back, making Beast blush in shame. Ding, all the party members have chosen a class, adding classes and benefits now. From level 10, players will no longer get 2 points while leveling. Each level up will now reward 4 points, 2 being free attribute points that the player can use whenever he wants to. Ding. Player codenamed Rain has chosen Swordsman as his class, rewarding skills now. Passive skill Swordsman awarded. Description: as a swordsman, the only thing important to you is your sword and how you wield it. All sword-related proficiencies level up 30 faster, and the sword proficiency immediately gains a higher level. Sword proficiency C+ advances to B. Active skill downward / awarded. Description: by focusing mana on his sword, a swordsman can slash down with one hand or both, generating a huge force with it. One-handed slash deals 150 damage, two-handed deals 200. Active skill Swordsman Heart awarded. Description: a swordsman is always calm and collected. By using this skill, the player will enter a state of concentration, allowing him to perceive the world at a slower pace, adapting to his enemies with ease. Ding, player has enough mana to level up, leveling up, level up, level up, level up. Current player level is 13, additional stats gained. Strength +2, agility +3, spirit +1. Name Rain. Level 13-3, 836,000. Class Swordsman. More info in the class menu. Race Human. More info in the race menu. Attribute points 6. Strength 2023 +2 from ability, +1 from item. Agility 2328 +3 from ability, +2 from item. Endurance 1213 +1 from item. Vitality 14. Willpower 14. Spirit 1826 +2 from ability, +6 from item. Proficiencies: knife proficiency D+. Hand-to-hand combat B+. Sword proficiency B. Skills inspect rank B. Lightning charge rank A. Lighting movement rank C. Lightning stab rank B. Compact punch rank C. Swordsman no rank. Downward slash no rank. Swordsman heart no rank. Ability lightning manipulation SLVL 24 exp 78. Unknown rank LVL exp. Player has gained a class and evolved to a stronger being, awarding stats. Strength +5, agility +6, endurance +2, vitality +2, willpower +2, spirit +4. Name Rain. Level 13-3 836,000. Class Swordsman. More info in the class menu. Race Human. More info in the race menu. Attribute points 6. Strength 25-28 +2 from ability, +1 from item. Agility 29-34 +3 from ability, +2 from item. Endurance 14-15 +1 from item. Vitality 16. Willpower 16. Spirit 22-30 +2 from ability, +6 from item. Proficiencies knife proficiency D+. Hand-to-hand combat B+. Sword proficiency B. Skills inspect rank B. Lightning charge rank A. Lighting movement rank C. Lightning stab rank B. Compact punch rank C. Swordsman no rank. Downward slash no rank. Swordsman heart no rank. Ability lightning manipulation SLVL 24 exp 78. Unknown rank LVL exp. Damn, 21 bonus stat points. That's more than we got for the first 10 levels. Now I see why you told us not to fight a level 10 monster. The increase in stats is huge. Shadow exclaims to Eldar while clenching his fists in excitement. The power he now had was much stronger than a couple of moments ago. Well, of course, level 10 is the first advancement point for everyone. Even an LVL 10 goblin becomes much stronger and harder to deal with. It could fight evenly with a level 9 hobgoblin for a period of time. Now you see why what you did with the dungeon is crazy. Eldar shakes his head as he tells them, finding a hidden dungeon and completing it before getting a class would be a suicide mission for nearly everyone, but these guys actually managed to do it, and they didn't even get life-threatening injuries from it. To say he and the others were surprised would be an understatement. Everyone gives Eldar looks of jealousy. Being trainers of such talents will give many benefits, but it still pales in comparison to what Eldar will get for having them in his zone. A promotion is certain, even by a couple of ranks. All right now guys, you can leave now. Once you get used to your class and start having problems with something, you can come here again. You will meet our doppelgangers who will help you out. Learning new skills is also something you can do, Eldar says with a calm look before turning around and going somewhere with the other trainers. Well, I guess that's that. In the end, we didn't need to do any tests to get our classes. I'm a bit let down, but I guess this is good too. Shadow shrugs his shoulders before walking into the portal with everyone else. Walking out of the class temple, everyone was greeted by an ugly sight. Greenie and the two wolves were facing off against a group of 5 guys who had their weapons drawn. Seeing that, Rain immediately came forward and shouted, "What the hell do you guys think you're doing?" Hearing him, Greenie turns around while the other group looks at Rain. "So it's you? I could ask you the same thing, bringing monsters in the zone. What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea how many people got killed by them?" A guy with red hair comes forward and yells back. Rain recognized him immediately. His name was Connor. He was one of the bullies of the school together with the other 4 who were his followers. When he and Shadow enrolled in the school, these guys together with some others tried to create problems for them, always picking fights with them, until Rain and Shadow decided it was enough and beat them up. Connor always hated them for that. They were the kings of the school before these two joined. A couple of hours ago, he and the others managed to kill a group of goblins led by a hobgoblin. The hobgoblin dropped a C-rank axe that he took for himself. Seeing the stat boost it gave, Connor became arrogant and thought it was finally time for revenge. The monsters were just an excuse to anger Rain into fighting them. What the hell are you talking about? Greenie has been here for a couple of days already. Did your brain get fucked up after the terraforming? Not that it wasn't before, actually. Rain simply scratches his head while saying he already understood why they were creating trouble now. They probably leveled up a bit and got some equipment, thinking they were hot stuff now. Looking at Connor, he simply uses his inspect skill on him. Name, Connor. Level 6. Class None. Race Human. Attribute points 0. Strength 15-16 +1 from item. Agility 16-18 +2 from item. Endurance 11. Vitality 10. Willpower 10. Spirit 8. Proficiencies hand-to-hand combat D+. Axe proficiency D+. Skills mountain split rank D. Seeing the stat window, Rain made a guess that the axe in Connor's hand was probably the reason he was so arrogant. The skill was probably given to him by it, and the stat boost as well. Of course, considering the stats he and the others had, he was quite laughable. So you want to fight against our monster, huh? Alright, Greenie, go ahead. Don't use a weapon, and don't kill him, please. Rain simply waves him off in annoyance before instructing Greenie, who grins widely after hearing him. Turning around, Greenie starts slowly walking towards Connor, cracking his fists in delight. Puny human me break, Greenie says while still having a grin on his face. Connor and the others truly angered him. Compared to him, they were weaklings, and compared to his master and his teammates, they were just insects, and yet they dared to yell at them and draw their weapons. Sending a simple hobgoblin against me. You're still arrogant as ever, Rain. Alright, just watch how I kill your pet. I'll fuck you up next, you little bitch. Connor yells in frustration as he runs at Greenie, holding the axe with both hands. Mountain split. Suddenly he jumps in the air and slashes down at Greenie, his axe shinning with a brown light. Greenie looks at the axe before sneering. Putting both hands up, he widens them, trying to catch the handle of the axe. What is that goblin doing? Seems like even after becoming a pet, he is still dumb as the others. Serves him right. One of the bullies looks at the sight in confusion before spitting down. Bam! The axe falls down and Greenie manages to catch it. Holding it with his full strength, he lowers his posture a bit, making the soil around his feet move. What? The bullies look at the sight in horror. The strongest move of their boss was actually caught. They didn't dare to even move. Puny human. Greenie looks at Connor with ridicule before turning his arms around and smashing him down on the ground. Arg! Connor cries out in pain before getting up with difficulty. Looking at the monster in front of him, he suddenly felt a huge amount of fear. He knew he couldn't win. Wait-I before he could finish his sentence, Greenie moves. Getting in front of Connor, he punches him in the stomach with all of his might, making Connor spit out blood as he was sent backward by 2 meters. He tries to get up but just falls down again. Hey, that's not fair. I see what you guys did. Rain, you bastard. You actually became underlings of this thing, didn't you? Fight me fair and square if you dare to, you bastard. A blonde guy comes forward with his sword pointing at Rain. He was called Squall. His strength was almost equal to Connor, only losing the leader position today when Connor got the axe. Looking at the fight that ended miserably for him, Squall thought that he will gain the recognition of everyone if he beats Rain now. That is definitely what happened. These bastards couldn't have gotten so strong so fast. They probably got this monster as a pet and got it to fight for them. Ha ha ha, after I beat them up I can take it from them. Nobody will be able to stop me then. Squall grins in delight while thinking. Looking at him, Rain simply asks, "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Huh, getting scared, huh? That proves it then. You guys are just weaklings that bowed down to a monster. We should just kai before Squall can finish. Rain suddenly erupts with lightning and shows up in front of him. Annoying, Rain says while punching him in the solar plexus, making him fly back a full 5 meters. Anyone else wants to fight? Rain asks the other 3 bullies, who shake their heads, fearing that they might be next. Good. Rain goes back to normal and walks back to the others under the terrified gazes of the bullies and the other students nearby. Well, you certainly didn't pull any punches there. I'm guessing both of these guys have a couple of broken ribs. Not that I have any issues with the way you did things. I would have done the same. Wolf smiles at Rain while talking. He was surprised just then, seeing Rain allow Greenie to fight and then fighting the other guy by himself, not to mention doing it in such a ruthless fashion. He was impressed by Rain's decisiveness. I learned some time ago that the best way to deal with people like them is to simply crush them. If you show any weakness, they'll come like hyenas at you. Rain simply waves it off before facing everyone. So it's almost nighttime. I think we had enough action for the day. Let's rest, and then tomorrow we'll go to the social hub. I don't know about you, but me and Shadow need to check something out. Rain looks at them all while talking. Everyone nods in agreement while Shadow's breath gets a bit hurried. He didn't know what he was feeling, excitement at the fact that he might talk with his parents tomorrow, or fear that that may be impossible now. Whatever happens, I have to be prepared. Maybe they don't have the social hub at their place. I can't get overexcited. Shadow thinks while walking to the castle with everyone, not noticing Rain looking at him with a worried expression. I hope they're all right. Rain thinks before moving his eyes away from Shadow and continuing on to the castle. Far above them, on the top of the main tower, Eldar was standing and looking down. Those guys definitely didn't let our expectations down. To think they would be able to take down a level 10 at this stage. Incredible. He says with sparkling eyes while looking at the group from above. Behind him, Jack inspects a map of the surrounding area that they finally made. That's for certain, but more importantly, are you sure about this? You didn't make any mistakes while scanning the area. Jack squints his eyes at Eldar, who turns around with a frown. Of course not. You know, I would never play around with something that important. It's correct. We have a little town close by. I was thinking of sending them off there once they become stronger. That's not a bad idea. Looking at the map, I really can't see any dangerous areas on the way to the town. A couple of days should be enough for them to level up enough to go there. The main question is, do we tell them now or wait till later? Jack puts the map down with a sigh, looking at his usually unreliable captain with a serious expression. I was planning on telling them tomorrow. It's always a good thing to have an objective to strive towards. They're not dumb. They'll understand it's too dangerous to go now, at least I hope so. Eldar sits down and shrugs his shoulders. He had big expectations towards Rain and the others. He wasn't willing to see them die so soon. I understand. I'll tell them you wish to meet them tomorrow. They'll probably go to the social hub. I'll wait for them to leave before telling them. Jack stands up from his seat. Nodding to Eldar, he turns around and leaves the office. Rain was lying on the bed, thinking about the last couple of days and all the crazy things that have happened. Lightning flickers on his hands. It has become something of a habit of his to play around with his ability every night. For some reason, it always calmed him down. The lightning was much stronger than before now. Rain felt that even without using a skill, it could be used to deal damage to the enemy. Looking at the lightning, he has an idea. Making it dance between his thumb and middle finger, he slowly squeezes it with them, trying to make it more compressed. Squeezing down, he manages to turn the lightning into something resembling a marble ball. Letting it rest on his thumb, he puts his middle finger behind it and pushes it down on the thumb. The finger gets a bit red as he pushes down hard. Finally, he flicks it forward, hitting the ball and making it launch at the wall. Zzip. The lightning creates a trail in the air as it hits the wall, charring it black. Ding, new skill created. Will you name the skill now? Lightning bullet. Rain smiles as he looks at the notification. A moment of thought was enough to give him the inspiration to try this move. Seeing it work and getting a new skill made Rain happy. Deactivating the skill, he turns around, closes his eyes, and goes to sleep. In the morning, Rain and the others have breakfast before leaving the castle and moving towards the social hub. Shadow was shaking a bit, filled with trepidation about what might have happened with his parents. Rain comes to his side and pats his shoulder. Hey man, you ready to go inside? He asks the nervous Shadow as they stood right in front of the big building that was the social hub. Why yes, let's go. Shadow gulps and tries his best to calm himself down. Slowly, he enters the hub together with Rain. Wow. The inside of the hub was very different from the outside. The outside look of the hub was like a medieval inn, while inside looked very high-tech with big floating screens shoving the main forum conversations. On the sides were cubicles and smaller screens were put inside them, together with 2 chairs and a desk. Well, let's go to one of those. Rain grabs Shadow by the bicep and walks towards one of the cubicles. Getting inside, they both sit down and look at the screen. It looked like a simple chat box, having options to filter the range of where people were talking from. The minimal range simply said safe zone, while the highest they could go so far was 200 km around them. Looking at the multitude of people talking, they now confirmed one thing. There were people close by, at least in the circle of 200 km. At the upper right corner, there was a button that read Login. Shadow clicks on it and gets a notification on the screen. Player Shadow has logged in, showing messages. The screen blacked out for a moment before going back to normal. Shadow could now see one more room on the screen. There was a red blinking dot on it. He touches it with his finger and the chat room changes. The first sentence he reads makes his eyes tear up in happiness. Lee, are you all right? It's me. It's Dad. Me and Mom are both fine. Please answer as soon as you see this, son, please. Rain logs in and finds a similar message left for him too. Rain, I hope you are all right. It's Uncle Hwang. Me and Auntie are both fine. Answering me as soon as you see this, okay? Looking at the message, Rain feels a familiar warmth in his body. Using a keyboard in front of him, he types a reply and sends it. Shadow does the same. See, what did I tell you? It'll take more than some monsters and magic to take Uncle down. Rain smiles at Shadow, who is smiling from ear to ear, and pats his shoulder. They both get up, paying the fee for using the cubicle, and sending the message. They go out to meet the others. 10s coins. Getting out, they see the others standing together with Jack and waiting for them. Hey, what's up? Shadow looks at Jack and asks him. The captain wants to see you guys, it's important, Jack tells them before turning around and walking towards the castle. Seeing the serious expression on his face, everyone hurried after him. Knock, knock. Jack knocks on the door twice before opening it, not waiting for a reply. Hey guys, nice to see you again. Come one, sit down, makes yourselves nice and comfortable, okay? Eldar smiles at everyone while urging them to sit down. After everyone had done so, he moves closer and gets serious. This, he says while showing them the map on the table, is the finished map of our surroundings, the first 100 km that is. Hearing what he said, everyone widens their eyes and jumps up to check the map out. Calm down, I'll let you look at it all you want, let me finish first. Eldar puts his hand up and makes them sit down, finishing that he points with his finger at one place on the map. This place here is about 85 km away from us. I have confirmed it's a town, one that has a smaller safe zone. Everyone gets excited while listening to him. They already knew there were people around them by looking at the forum, but now they even knew the location of one place. What I want from you guys is simple. Level up to 16 and go there. See if you can contact the people living there and see if they are interested in an alliance. And before you ask yes, you need to be level 16 before doing this. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't let them go before hitting level 20, but you guys have shown strength beyond your levels, so I lowered it for you. He turns around and points to 3 spots that were in the middle between them and the town. These 3 places are the only things you will need to worry about. They're the reason for the level requirements. Everyone nods as they suddenly receive a mission from the system. Captain Eldar has given you a mission. Reach level 16 and go to the new town. Failing to do one of the 2 will result in the mission failing and you not receiving the rewards. Alright, we're off to level then. Rain suddenly jumps up and moves towards the door with everyone following him. Jack chuckles at the side while Eldar smiles. Rain and the others left the office and got together in Rain's room. We didn't have time before. Let's check those chests and the 2 titles out. Rain sits down on his bed while saying so. Waving his hand, he brings the status screen in front of him and looks at the titles. Title, Dungeon Hunter. Description, a title given to those that manage to finish a hidden dungeon with a perfect rating. While staying inside a dungeon, all stats, attack and defense will rise by 5. Title, Dungeon Pioneer. Description, a title given to those that manage to finish a hidden dungeon fist. While being in a dungeon, it will be easier to find clues towards secrets inside of it. Alright, the effects are not bad, but how exactly will it be easier to find clues, I wonder? Wolf looks at the descriptions in front of him and frowns. Maybe we will get a notification or like a beep whenever we're close to one. Beast scratches his head while answering. Everyone nods their heads in agreement as his guess made sense. Alright, let's check the chests now. Chest. Tank jumps up and down on his chair excitedly, looking like a little kid who was preparing to open presents. Everyone takes out their chests from the inventory. The chests were golden in color and even shined a bit. With the new information from the system, they knew that equipment has a color based on their rank. Gold was the color of B rank items. They were very expectant towards these chests. Alright, let's open them, Rain says and opens his chest together with everyone. Mysterious gold chest opened. Player has gained rank B Firecaster's gloves. I actually got a rank B, Rain exclaims in surprise as he checks the gloves out. Rank B Firecaster's gloves. OTK 10. Def 10. Spirit plus 3. Willpower plus 3. Description, gloves made from lava spider's silk, have strong fire-based properties, and will increase the power of any fire-related skills and attacks by 30. Mysterious gold chest opened. Player has gained 100 S coins and rank C feather boots. Not too bad, Wolf nods his head as he looks at the boots in front of him. Rank C feather boots. Def 20. Agility plus 3. Description, boots decorated by feathers of a strong storm bird. Channeling mana to them will increase the wearer's speed by 15. Mysterious gold chest opened. Player has gained rank E boots, rank D enchanted dagger, rank E gloves, rank F metal pipe, and 30 S coins. Nuwu Shadow cries out after seeing the items he got. The only usable things are the coins as everything else was just trash, including the dagger. Mysterious gold chest opened. Player has gained rank C Belt of Power and rank C Ring of Enduring. Rank C Belt of Power. Def 10. Strength plus 2. Vitality plus 1. Description, a belt decorated by runes to enhance the power of the wearer's body. Rank C Ring of Enduring. Endurance plus 5. Description, a ring imbued with mysterious magic, has the effect of increasing the endurance of whoever wears it. Sweet. Tank smiles happily after seeing the items he got. Even though he wasn't as lucky as Rain, the items were something he could use, and their rank was not low. Everyone suddenly turns their heads and stares at Beast. He was the last one to open his chest. Based on what happened the last time, everyone had a feeling he would get lucky once again. Mysterious gold chest opened. Player has gained rank B plus half grade, a broken sword of dominance. Rank B plus half grade, a broken sword of dominance. OTK 60. Strength plus 4. Agility plus 4. Spirit plus 4. Description, a broken sword of a forgotten swordmaster. Even though its power is nowhere close to its glory days, it is still a mighty weapon. When using the sword, the user's mana will have a 40 increase in mana efficiency and a 40 increase in attacking power. Using an enormous amount of mana, the user can bring the sword back to its former power for a short period of time. Holy Mother of God. Shadow stares at Beast with his mouth agape. Everyone around him did the same. I knew your luck was good, but man, what the fuck? Tank says to the embarrassed Beast, who was scratching the back of his head with a shy expression on his face. Well, let's see, we got a rank B item, B+, 3 rank Cs, and some trash that Shadow picked up. Rain snickers at the last part, happy that he was no longer the only person to draw an F item. Shadow sits down grumpily on the side and turns his head sideways, ignoring Rain's remark. Beast suddenly gets up with the sword in his hand. Going over to Rain, he stabs the sword in the ground and says, "Nobody else uses a sword, so this one is yours, Cap'n." Smiling from ear to ear, he tells Rain he always felt a bit awkward that he had higher level equipment than the others, even though his effect in battles was lower than Rain, Wolf, and Tank. Sure, then I'm giving the boots to Beast. That's the least he should get after getting such a high-rank weapon. Wolf gives Beast the boots as he takes the gloves from Rain. Shadow, you can take before Tank can finish. Shadow interrupts him. I already have a belt, and the ring is useless to someone like me. You should wear both. You're our meat shield anyway. The tankier you are, the better. Tank stops in his tracks and simply nods his head at Shadow, who had a slight smile on his face. So weren't we talking about going leveling? The faster we do so, the better. We got a town to visit. Shadow gets up and tells everyone. They all nod before equipping the new equipment they got. Getting outside, they take the familiar path to the gate, eager to check how different the forest and the monsters inside are now. Before they leave, though, they see Jack waiting for them beside the gate. "Seems like you guys got some nice new toys, huh?" Jack says while observing them. His gaze stays a bit longer on Rain's new sword. "Don't forget what the captain said. No moving towards the town before hitting level 16. Even then it will be a dangerous journey." Everyone nods at him before he continues. "Also, don't go too far inside the forest. Even though you're much stronger now, you never know if a big group of monsters will appear, or worse, a boss-type monster." Jack lectures them some more about how the forest has changed, and that it will be harder to find smaller groups now before he finally sighs and moves away. "Anyway, just be careful and don't get yourselves killed. Don't worry, we're not suicidal or anything. We'll just explore a bit nearby to check out the differences before coming back," Rain tells Jack with a smile that makes him frown. "Looking back on your past actions, I highly doubt that." Turning around, he gives them a wave before the gate opens and they leave. He slowly walks up the stairs to the wall and stares at their receding figures. Zlaj. A hobgoblin's head flies high in the air as a fountain of blood spurts from its neck, dyeing the surroundings red. Phew, that's the third group so far. Shadow wipes the sweat off his forehead. Ever since they entered the forest, they've been avoiding any small groups they would come across. With their levels, the monsters in the beginning areas of the forest give a minuscule amount of exp. They only fought larger groups. This one was the third. It's definitely different now. We would come across smaller groups much more often before, not to mention that groups of this size were non-existent till now. Rain wipes off the blood from his sword before putting it back in the scabbard on his hip. Surrounding the 5 of them were numerous corpses of the monster group they just killed. Just from the first glance, you could number at least 14 of them. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 8 Goblin Thief killed, 96 X points gained. LVL 8 Goblin Thief killed, 96 X points gained. LVL 8 Hobgoblin killed, 96 X points gained. LVL 7 Hobgoblin killed, 84 X points gained. LVL 1 Goblin killed, 12 X points gained. LVL 2 Goblin killed, 24 X points gained. LVL 3 Goblin killed, 36 X points gained. LVL 3 Goblin killed, 36 X points gained. LVL 5 Goblin killed, 60 X points gained. LVL 4 Goblin killed, 48 X points gained. LVL 2 Goblin killed, 24 X points gained. LVL 7 Hobgoblin killed, 84 X points gained. LVL 8 Hobgoblin killed, 96 X points gained. The players have earned 1165 X points and 65 S coins, distributing. Player has earned 233 X points and 13 S coins. The amount of X gained has really gone down by a lot. Wolf walks over to Rain with his greatsword resting on his shoulders. Looking around, he says, "I think we should just go around these guys as well. Let's just go in deeper and find some stronger enemies. It'll take us ages to level up like this." I agree, fighting against these guys is no fun. Tank chimes in from the side. Ever since getting classes, everyone got a huge increase in their strength. Monster groups like this one posed no problems for them. Well, at least it's safe like this. Beast looks up at Tank while stuttering. Even though he was slowly getting used to fighting and had his confidence go up a fair amount, he still had some reservations when talking with everyone. Don't worry about it, Beastie. Right now, the only thing that can endanger us would be a high-level boss or a huge group of stronger enemies. Everything else is just cannon fodder for us. Tank laughs heartily as he pats Beast's shoulder a couple of times in succession. Beast smiles nervously and nods. Well, I agree with what Wolf said. Let's go in deeper and find some stronger monsters. I want to go to that town as soon as possible. Shadow looks at the forest with a burning gaze. After finding out both of his parents were still alive, and all right, the only thing on his mind was to become stronger so that he could see them again. Let's go then. Rain simply nods at his friend. He understood what Shadow was feeling right now. He had the same thoughts as well. Besides their little groups, the only people he cared about were Shadow's parents and his uncle, to whom he already sent a message and was waiting for an answer. Everybody slowly walks towards the forest. It wasn't as scary as it used to be. With their current strength, they had enough confidence to challenge the elite boar they came across a long time ago. Even the ogre that chased after them would be a target for them now. Going through the dense forest, they made sure to be quiet and go around any groups they came across. It was only after more than 30 minutes that they finally came across suitable opponents. LVL-10 Knoll. LVL-10 Knoll. LVL-11 Knoll Hunter. LVL-11 Knoll Warrior. There were 4 gnolls in front of them. 2 of the gnolls were almost the same as the lower-leveled ones they came across the first time they entered the dungeon. The only difference was that their fur was a bit thicker compared to those. The hunter and warrior were very different, though. The hunter was carrying a spear with him and had some light leather armor covering his body. The warrior, on the other hand, was equipped with a short sword and a thick reinforced wooden shield while wearing a similar kind of leather armor as the hunter. So, we just charge in. Shadow looks at everyone for confirmation. Everyone shrugs their shoulders in response. The enemies in front of them are strong, but they're still weaker than Grohl was, while they were much stronger. I'll just use my charge at them first. You guys join in after that. Tank gets up and starts walking towards the gnolls that have now been alerted and were observing him with a vigilant gaze. Tank continues walking slowly as he stretches his neck left and right, getting ready for the fight. Lowering his posture a bit, he breaks into a sprint at them, the phantom of a bull materializing around him. Bull's charge. Looking at the powerful attack coming at them, the gnolls widen their eyes and get ready to fight. Instead of trying to block Tank, though, they simply dodge out of the way, leaving themselves vulnerable to Rain and the others. Beast and Shadow take a level 10 gnoll each. Those gnolls had no armor or shields with them, making them more suitable targets for their long-range attacks. Greenie was standing right behind them, ready to jump in if they get into trouble, while the 2 wolves were each on one side of Beast. Knocking an arrow, Beast releases it towards the gnoll, who barely dodges it, making him stumble a bit before continuing to run towards him. Shadow, on the other hand, was using both his ability and knives to attack the gnoll, who was barely making any progress at closing the distance. It could be seen who was more experienced from this exchange. Beast was stronger than Shadow at long range, but his shyness and nervousness made him hold himself back in fights. The only way to overcome it is to get face to face with a dangerous situation, stimulating himself and slowly changing him. Wolf slams his greatsword down on the gnoll warrior, making his legs bend a bit from the force transmitted from his shield. On the other side, Rain was facing the hunter, who was trying to stay at a distance while attacking him with his spear. Rain, of course, understood the intention and was aggressively attacking, slowly shortening the distance between them. Tank managed to destroy 2 trees with his charge. Looking at the situation in front of him, he lowers his shoulders before sitting down and watching the show. He knew the battle was already half won. It was only a matter of time before all 4 gnolls become corpses. The gnoll at Beast's side finally managed to shorten the distance. Being near the striking range, he immediately lowers his posture before trying to jump at Beast, who launched another arrow at him. The gnoll evades it by simply moving to the side a bit, but as the arrow passes by him, it suddenly explodes and knocks him to the side, the fire burning the left side of his body. Shadow, on the other hand, had stopped using the long-range attacking method and was facing the gnoll in a melee fight, using his superior speed and footwork to dodge every strike while dancing around the monsters and wounding him with his daggers from time to time. Wolf and Rain had already gained the upper hand in their battles. The warrior was strong, but under the ferocity of Wolf's attacks, he had no chances for a counter, simply using his now cracked shield to survive the onslaught. The hunter was in no better shape. Rain was able to get close to him, preventing him from using his spear efficiently. Yup, this fight turned out to be boring too. Tank sighs while watching them while sitting down on the ground in boredom. Gaia, the hunter gnoll, lunges desperately with his spear, his body already covered in wounds and blood. Rain simply stands calmly while the spear approaches. Just as it got near to his face, he ducks to the side and swings his sword, cutting the gnoll's stomach open and spilling his intestines. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL-10 gnoll killed, 180 exp gained. LVL 10 Knoll killed, 180 exp gained. LVL 11 Knoll Hunter killed, 240 exp gained. LVL 11 Knoll Warrior killed, 240 exp gained. The players have earner 840 exp and 50 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 168 exp and 10 S coins. Just this small group was able to get us so much exp. Going deeper inside is definitely a good choice, Wolf says while looking at the battle notification in front of him. Seems like the exp gained from monsters greatly increases from LVL 10. Well, that's a given, considering how much stronger they get. Rain simply scratches the back of his head while telling so. So are we going to continue forward? If we do, we'll get a ton of exp from the battles, Shadow happily says, sheathing his daggers at his waist. Well, as long as we do everything in a controlled and smart fashion. Beast goes to move his glasses up, forgetting that he no longer wears them. Still not used to your eyes being fine-eye brainy, Tank puts his hand on Beast's shoulder as he asks. It's a bit weird not having my glasses on and seeing well. I think I'm going to get some with normal glass, just to have them on, Beast sighs while saying. When they got a class, their bodies underwent a kind of evolution. Any kind of defect was immediately cured, bad eyesight included. Well, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Now let's go. We should aim to level up at least once today. Rain turns around and walks deeper inside the forest, everyone following after him. Moving through the forest, they encountered several groups of monsters, 2 of which they fought. The 2 groups were also on the smaller part. When having 5 hobgoblins, a new variant of the hobgoblins was there, a hobgoblin lieutenant. His strength was between that of a captain and normal hobgoblin. The other group they fought was also a familiar one, kobolds. There were 6 kobolds in it, and they managed to give them some trouble. Compared to hobgoblins, the kobolds were definitely stronger at the same level. The exp they gave was also a bit higher. They also managed to come across a fight happening between 2 bigger groups. A group of 17 iron boars, led by a level 18 elite, was fighting against more than 20 orcs. The orcs were having a slight advantage with their superior numbers. Rain and the others thought of ambushing the winner of the fight, but after seeing the battle between the elite boar and the orc chief, they quickly dispelled the notion. Just fighting against one of them would prove to be incredibly difficult, not to mention them and a couple of other monsters. Something horrifying happened afterward. While they were moving away from the battlefield, they came across a small clearing. Everyone had the thought of just crossing over it before both Wolf and Beast stopped. Beast felt a life force underneath the clearing, while Wolf's instinct was flaring up, warning him that danger was in front of them. Sensing a couple more life forces moving towards the clearing, Beast quickly told them while hiding himself. Everyone followed his example and simply observed the clearing, waiting to see what exactly would happen when the approaching monsters came there. There were 4 monsters in the approaching group. All 4 were kobolds, and at a high level as well. The weakest amongst them was a level 15. As they came to the clearing, they inspected their surroundings and relaxed before sitting down to rest a bit. As they saw the sight in front of them, everyone was a bit confused at what was happening. Everyone except Wolf, who was getting a worse feeling every passing second. He knew something was going to happen soon, and happen it would. The earth suddenly exploded as a huge lizard came out. Immediately attacking the kobolds, the lizard managed to kill one immediately after coming out, crushing it with his claws. The 2.2-meter-tall lizard then immediately turned around and used its tail to hit another kobold, smashing apart the arms which were held up to block the attack. The tail continued on, hitting the poor kobold's chest, launching him at a nearby tree. Bam! The kobold hits the tree and falls down, no longer moving. The other 2 kobolds try to run away, but quickly get chased by the lizard, who makes quick work of them. LVL 20 Field Boss, Earth Lizard. HSSSS, everyone sharply inhales at the sight. The kobolds were not weak by any standards, and it was a question if they could defeat them in a frontal fight, but against this boss they were as vulnerable as toddlers, not even managing to wound him before getting killed. I think we should back away, take a long detour around this place. Rain proposes while smiling nervously. Yup, let's go, let's go. Shadow quickly nods in agreement and starts moving back. The others slowly do the same, afraid that the boss might hear them and give chase. That luckily does not happen, and they manage to get away safely. That thing was terrifying. Will we really be able to defeat something like that when we get to level 20? Shadow breathes in and out rapidly as his heart was beating like crazy. Seeing that monster made him remember the first time they ran across a field boss. Probably not, it's labeled as a field boss. We probably need more people at a similar level to defeat something like that, although it does depend on how much stronger we become in the meantime. Wolf answers to Shadow. He had no confidence in fighting something like that right now. He knew it would spell certain death. If that thing is so strong, then I wonder how strong the wolf that came to the castle a couple of days was, not to mention the vice captain. He actually defeated something like that in one hit. Rain says, while further consolidating his thoughts on having Jack teach him about swordsmanship. Even though he had a trainer, there was nothing that said he couldn't have more right. Slowly walking, they made sure to go around the clearing. Going a bit deeper, they heard sounds of fighting nearby. Looking at each other, they nod and make their way there. The closer they got, the louder the sounds were. Getting to the scene of the fight, they saw an ogre fighting a group of wolves. Well, fighting was an overstatement. The ogre was smashing the wolves apart with his giant wooden club that he was using. Whenever a wolf would successfully jump on him to bite him, he would simply grab it with his other hand before smashing it at the ground and the nearby trees. LVL 15 Ogre. Strength 3, Agility 2, Endurance 32. Vitality 2, Willpower, Spirit. Looking at the stats, Rain and the others talked to one another. Should we try? Its stats are quite high. Beast looks worriedly at everyone. The ogre was strong, stronger than any monster they had faced before. He definitely is strong, but he's busy with the wolves. If we wait until the end of the battle and then quickly attack him, we should be able to do quite a bit of damage. Our victory should be only a matter of time then. Wolf quickly analyzes the situation before telling everyone the battle plan. Hearing him, everybody became more certain that they could win. All right, let's follow Wolf's plan then. Rain nods in agreement and goes to his place in the ambush. Everyone does the same before crouching down and continuing to watch them fight in front of them. The ogre didn't have any difficulties with the wolves. After a couple of minutes and dead wolves, the survivors whimper before fleeing the area, passing underneath Rain and the others who were high up on the trees. Grabbing a carcass with his hand, the ogre starts eating it raw while going to a nearby tree to lean against. Tank looks down at the ogre who is right below him. Looking at the others, and seeing them nod, he squats down before jumping high in the air. Tank's movement alerts the ogre, who looks up to check, but only sees the branches and leaves of the tree, no signs of any enemies. Before he could relax again and continue eating, he hears a sharp piercing sound from his sides. An arrow and 2 daggers were coming his way. The arrow gave him a more dangerous feeling, so he was ready to smash it with his club. As for the daggers, he simply flexes his left hand, gets prepared to deflect them with it. As they get near, he does exactly that. The arrow gets smashed down while the daggers get deflected. But as the arrow gets hit, it explodes, catching the ogre by surprise while feeling pain at his left side. Looking down, he sees 4 black blades in him. The wound was only superficial though, but it managed to enrage the ogre before it could find the perpetrators. He looks up as a shadow was cast at him. Tank was already close to him, his body shining like copper as he smashes down on the ogre's head. Bam. The ogre didn't have enough time to dodge or block, so he takes the full brunt of the wrecking ball and bends down, his head almost touching the ground. Wolf and Rain appear at his sides and immediately slash at his legs, trying to immobilize him immediately at the start, lowering the danger he posed by a lot. Slash. Both of their hit connect. Rain's sword cuts through the muscles and tendons with ease, while Wolf's half cuts and half breaks the leg. Arg. The ogre cries out in pain as his legs get cut open. Falling down, he tries to hold himself with his hand, but fails as Tank immediately uses his axe to smash at it. Arrows and daggers continuously arrive and stab inside the ogre's body, while Rain and Wolf cut apart his legs to make sure he can't fight against them. Tank was the only one that was in slight danger as the ogre managed to swing his arms at him a couple of times, making him slide back every time. Let's end this. Rain shouts as both he and Wolf jump at the ogre's head. Lightning and flames burst out as the head of the ogre gets smashed apart under their might. Ding, battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 15 ogre killed, 550 exp gained, 60 S coins gained. Rank D ogres club gained. Rank C ogres armband gained. The players have earner 550 exp and 60 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 110 exp and 12 S coins. Checking the items they gained, everyone gets disappointed at the weapon. It was only a rank D, and quite a normal one to bout. The armband was something any one of them could wear though, so it was much more valuable to them. Rank C ogre's armband. Def 15. Vitality +1. Endurance +2. Description: an armband worn by ogres. Being worn in many battles, it has bathed in the blood of the fallen enemies and absorbed some mana from them, making it stronger and allowing it to strengthen the body of its wearer. Yeah, this thing is yours, Tank. You're the only one that needs these stats that much anyway. Shadow simply shrugs his shoulders as he turns around and sits down on a broken log that was nearby. Rain uses the system to get the valuable parts of the ogre's body before joining the others to venture further inside the forest. Entering deeper inside, they realize that their surroundings have become much darker. The trees became thicker and bigger, their branches and leaves blocking the sunlight from entering and bringing light in it. The atmosphere turned gloomy after a while. Even after walking for so long, they have yet to encounter any enemies. Something wasn't right. This place is creepy, just being here gives me the creeps, guys, not to mention that something fishy is going on. How is it possible that we have yet to encounter a single monster? It's been over 20 minutes now. We should have run into at least one group till now. Shadow voices his opinion, to which everybody agrees. While walking carefully, nobody seems to notice the branches and roots of the trees move slightly. Like a snake, they slowly crawl on the ground or move carefully in the air, trying not to alarm the unsuspecting prey. I know it's weird, we all do, that's why we're moving so carefully now. We need to be prepared to deal with an enemy right away, especially if it's something stealthy. Rain turns to Shadow and shushes him before explaining. Everyone else joins it and gives their opinion on why there are no monsters, and why this part of the forest is different compared to before. I think that it's just the atmosphere. Not only does the forest house stronger monsters deep inside it, it also starts to attack you mentally like this, making us lose focus and alertness. Beast analyzes the behavior of the forest so far coupled with this part. His conclusion immediately got accepted as the right theory currently. Agreed, it's only trees here and nothing else. If your mind really does go haywire here, it would be very problematic to leave with all of these huge trees that look like monsters. Wolf nods in agreement as he adds his own analysis after Beast. As soon as he said it, though, he stopped immediately in his tracks. Guys, get your weapons out. I think I know what's happening here. Wolf suddenly says as he grips his greatsword. The monsters were always around us. We just failed to see them. Lighting the fire on his sword, Wolf immediately cuts behind, severing and burning some branches that were behind them. A high-pitched scream of pain could be heard as he did so. The other branches and roots launch an attack at the group right away. The attack came too quickly and unpredictably, not giving them time to form a defensive situation and making them give their all to defend against the pouring attacks. Rain uses his sword to slash the branches, cutting them neatly and letting some lightning pass on to them, shocking them in the process. Looking ahead, he could finally see what the enemy was by the status window he could now see. LVL 15 Cursed Tree. LVL 13 Cursed Tree. LVL 16 Cursed Tree. LVL 14 Cursed Tree. LVL 15 Cursed Tree. Most of the trees inside this part of the forest were the monsters here, always laying low and not moving any parts of their body do that they can seem harmless, before going all out to kill and devour the enemy. Wolf's situation was the best compared to them. The fire he uses with his sword was enough to burn the approaching branches, prompting them to leave him and find a new target amongst them 5. Beast and Shadow were the ones that could not do much right now. Beast's power is good against one enemy, not having any AI attacks and skills. Shadow was not much better off. His daggers were not very useful against trees. Throwing them at his enemies like before would only deal superficial damage, while going in close would be incredibly difficult with all the branches and roots between them. Shit, we can't keep this up much longer. Does anyone have any idea on how to defeat these things? Tank shouts as he uses his axe to chop the branches and roots coming in him. Periodically, he would use his shield to bash and smash some of them. Simple, attack the trees instead of only dealing with these small parts. Wolf is already near one, so he will take care of it. I'll need your help to get close to one, though. Tank nods in confirmation to Rain. The trees weren't stopping with the assault, so it was suicide to just stay here only defending. Putting his huge shield in front, he slowly moves toward one of the trees with Rain behind him, taking care of all the attacks coming from the back. As they get nearer and nearer, the attacks changed a bit, becoming more unpredictable and faster, that on the other hand allowed both Shadow and Beast a bit of rest. Getting to the tree, Rain immediately uses his lightning charge to get in front of the tree. Using his new sword, he hacks and slashes at the tree. Even these huge trees would fall sooner or later. Lightning flickers everywhere in the area, mixing together with the flames unleashed by Wolf in an attempt to burn everything nearby. The fire unfortunately wasn't able to fully destroy the trees fully, only leaving burns everywhere. After some 20 minutes, they had successfully, burning and shocking the branches before fully destroying them. Damn it, even the freaking forest wants to kill us. Where can we stop to rest now? Nobody wants to risk it now. Tank shouts in frustration. He loved fighting, but lately wasn't getting any strong enemies to fight against, which in turn made him even angrier than before. So, should we leave then, or we go even deeper? Rain asks everyone with consideration. The trees were hard enemies to defeat, but they did give a good amount of exp and items. If we go back, we'll definitely encounter more of these trees, so I suggest we move a bit deeper. Who knows if some monsters are hiding behind us and waiting for us to come back so that they could attack us again. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 15 Cursed Tree killed, 400 exp gained. LVL 13 Cursed Tree killed, 300 exp gained. LVL 16 Cursed Tree killed, 450 exp gained. LVL 14 Cursed Tree killed, 350 exp gained. LVL 15 Cursed Tree killed, 400 exp gained. The players have earner 1900 exp and 70 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 380 exp and 14 S coins. Continuing deeper inside the forest, everyone was tense and on top of their toes. They knew now that nothing in the forest is as it seems, even freaking trees wanted to kill them. Passing through thick bushes and moving slowly, they failed to see anything of notice. The forest was deathly silent, the chirping of birds, the sounds of insects. There was nothing, just the occasional sounds of the wind blowing through the forest and shaking the many leaves. Above the heads of everyone, shadows were moving slightly. Humanoid figures were observing them silently. I have a bad feeling about this, Beast. Can you use your skill to check the area? Wolf stops moving as he turns to Beast, who nods in confirmation. Kneeling down on the ground, he calms down his breathing before using his skill to fuse his sense of hearing with his wolves. Apart from the sound of wind and his teammates' breathing, he hears nothing for a bit, focusing more to make sure he doesn't miss anything. He hears sounds coming from above. Shallow and slow breathing was heard by him in multiple locations. He jumps back in haste as he yells out. Above us, a dark shadow swoops down from the branches above them, hitting the ground where Beast previously stood on. With it, two more get down and observe the party in silence. LVL 11 Shadow. LVL 12 Shadow. LVL 11 Shadow. Skill Inspect used. LVL 11 Shadow. Strength, agility, endurance, vitality, willpower, spirit, description, undead beings that resemble dark exaggerations of humanoid shadows. The shadows lack any formidable characteristics, but they can follow their prey anywhere with stealth. Lurking in the darkness, they feed on the vitality of living creatures. Damn it, I can't see any of their stats. Seems like this is also one of their specialties. Rain cusses, while looking at the stat screen in front of him. The creatures in front of them weren't high-leveled, but their aura alone was incredibly dark and unsettling. Doesn't matter, based on their levels alone they won't be too big of a threat. Their danger level probably comes from their stealth, and luckily us Beast managed to find them out before they attacked us. Wolf adds in from the side, fire coating his sword as he prepares to fight the enemies before them. I guess. Rain sighs in agreement with Wolf's words. Drawing out his sword, he makes it burst with lightning before attacking them together with everyone. Beast shoots an arrow while Shadow throws his daggers as he runs towards the shadows, wanting to fight at close quarters for once. Both of their attacks hit but don't seem to deal much damage as the wounds on the shadows' bodies slowly close. Try coating the attacks in mana. Wolf yells out as he slashes at one of the shadows. It manages to dodge the sword but not the fire that was on it. Part of its arms catch on fire and make it scream. Rain attacks another shadow that simply runs away from him, seemingly deathly afraid of the lightning on his sword. They're scared of lightning. Rain asks with a low tone as he watches the shadow that attacked Tank while fleeing from him. I remember that lightning and thunder were supposed to be able to destroy ghosts and demons in some mythologies, most usually in Asian ones. Maybe they were right. Shadow tells Rain as he dodges a couple of attacks from the shadow he was fighting against. Rain nods in agreement before going to Tank, wanting to hit the shadow at least once to see its reaction. Shadow was having an easy time against his opponent. Dancing around it, he managed to inflict a couple of wounds. The shadow suddenly stops fighting him and draws some distance before pointing at him. Dark foggy mana could be seen at its fingertips. Before Shadow could attack again, he stops as his feet get tangled in shadows that were found on the ground. Using shadows to attack me, idiot. Shadow scuffs as he uses his skill, making the shadows nearby obey him. They let go of him and tangle his opponent. I'm the only one that gets to do that. Shadow suddenly turns into a black blur as he gets to the shadow with incredible speed. Shadow form. Description: by using his ability, the player can turn his own body into a shadow body for a split second. The shadow body is invulnerable to physical attacks and has great speed. Twisting the daggers in his hand and plunging them deep inside the eye sockets, he yells out. Shadow burst, shadow burst. Description: by stacking shadows on one side of the weapons, the player can add a bonus dark damage to his weapons. By activating the second phase of the skill, the shadows burst out from the weapon, exploding and turning into numerous small shadow blades. The back of the shadow's head explodes as the shadow blades burst out from it, continuing on for a bit before vanishing completely. Shadow nods happily after seeing the power of his new skills. With the previous battles, he mostly had a supporting role and couldn't fight as he wanted. With the addition of the two new skills, he could now join in the battles as well, without being a burden to everyone. Wow. Beasts gives Shadow an admiring look. He was always fighting from a distance together with him, thinking that was Shadow's strong point as well. Only now does he see that he was wrong. Looking at the bow in his hands, he can't help but think he took the wrong path. Shaking his head, he immediately extinguishes the thought while telling himself, "No, long range is where I'm good at. Fighting at close quarters like them is impossible to me. I would only be below average at best. This is the only way I can help out in battles for now." Knocking another arrow, he aims it at the shadow fighting with Wolf. The arrow shines a bright green light as it gets released, leaving a gust of wind behind it and blowing Beast's hair back. Arrow of wind. Description: infusing mana to the arrow, the user makes it ethereal, having strong physical penetration and dealing additional nature damage to the enemies. The arrow can damage both physical and ethereal objects. The arrow arrives at the shadow in a moment, passing through its stomach and leaving a big hole in it. Wolf seizes the chance and slashes down with his sword, cutting the shadow from head to bottom, cleaving it in half. On the other side, Tank was having some difficulties with the shadow. His attacks only dealt physical damage. Only his skills could somewhat damage it, but it wasn't suitable to use it in such close quarters, and drawing distance wouldn't work as the shadow would be able to simply dodge his attacks. "You little bastard," Tank suddenly yells as a small shockwave forms around him. Passing through the shadow, it stuns it for a brief moment. Knight's roar. Description: by infusing mana into his voice, the knight is able to roar out and form a shockwave that will stun enemies around him. The enemies will have their hostility raised against the knight after the stun duration ends. "Great job, Tank," Rain yells from behind the shadow as he slashes down with his lightning sword. The lightning attacks the shadow, shocking it and making it convulse greatly. The stun's duration runs out and the shadow yells out in pain, not being able to move because of the lightning lingering on its body, damaging it every passing moment. "They really are weak to lighting." Rain yells out in happiness before slashing the shadow again, cutting off its head that gets burnt from the lighting, ending its life. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 11 Shadow killed, 230 exp gained. LVL 12 Shadow killed, 280 exp gained. LVL 11 Shadow killed, 230 exp gained. The players have earner 740 exp and 45 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 148 exp and 9 S coins. These guys were tricky to fight against. Luckily, they were not at higher levels and there were only 3 of them, otherwise we would have been in a problem. Wolf looks at the body of the shadow he killed. The two halves were dissipating, turning into something similar to dust. "Well, maybe my lightning seems to work extremely well against them. A single hit was enough to incapacitate it for a longer time," Rain tells in a happy voice. Seeing his ability scare his opponents gave him a small boost to his ego. "All right, enough of you two. Let's move on. Maybe there are more enemies around. We don't want to get ambushed right after finishing a fight." Shadow berates the two a little bit before they all continue exploring the forest. "Run faster, they're catching up," Rain shouts from the front of the group as they are running away from something. "Shit, why are there so many of these guys?" Shadow complains as he runs as fast as he can with everyone else. As they run, small projectiles fly past them, stabbing deep inside trees in the ground. None hit them as a huge shield made from mana was protecting them from the back. Mana shield. Description: a basic technique of a knight. By using mana, the player can form a huge ethereal shield to protect numerous people. Damn it, to think we would get into such a mess. Wolf cursed it out while running. Everything was going smoothly for them in the dark forest until they came across these enemies. 30 minutes earlier. Hugh, these guys speedy little bastards, weren't they? Tank wipes off the sweat from his forehead. With a huge body like his, cardio was never one of his strengths, not to mention he hated it as well. A couple of minutes ago, everyone was slowly going through the forest as usual before they suddenly got attacked by a party of 6 black wolves. The wolves were larger than normal and had decent stealth capabilities, leading to the party not being aware of them. Luckily, their individual strengths were lower than the average monster on their level, stealth and speed being things they focus on. After a long battle, they managed to kill 5 of them and immobilize 1 wolf, letting Beast try to tame it. As always, the goddess of luck made him succeed in the first try. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 13 Dark Wolf killed, 300 exp gained. LVL 12 Dark Wolf killed, 250 exp gained. LVL 11 Dark Wolf killed, 200 exp gained. LVL 12 Dark Wolf killed, 250 exp gained. The players have earner 1000 exp and 50 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 200 exp and 10 S coins. Player has successfully tamed LVL 12 Dark Wolf. Name unnamed. Race Dark Wolf subspecies. Strength 18. Agility 25. Endurance 14. Vitality 14. Willpower 10. Spirit 13. Proficiencies, Stealth Proficiency Rank B. Skills, Dark Coat. Shadow Movement. Dark Fang. Ability, Shadow Blend Rank D. Ding, Ability, Beast Tamer, Function activated. The pet will undergo evolution. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 11 Dark Wolf killed, 200 exp gained. Your subordinate has killed one monster, 200 exp points earned. Ding, player's subordinate Greenie has achieved level 10, having the necessary knowledge and strength that will undergo the evolution process. Damn beastie, you really are like a lucky charm, getting a good monster on your first try and letting Greenie evolve too. Shadow pats Beast's shoulder while laughing. Everyone felt quite good about the situation now. Not only were they close to level 14, they got a strong helper in the wolf, and Greenie was finally going to become stronger again. 2 black cocoons wrapped around Greenie and the wolf. The party had nothing to do, so they guarded the 2 cocoons, making sure nothing would be able to disrupt them. One of the cocoons suddenly bursts open as Beast's wolf comes out. It was slightly bigger than before. The black fur it had was even darker than before and had dark purple lines on it. Beast looks at it and checks its status again. Name unnamed. Race Dark Battlewolf Elite Subspecies. Strength 22. Agility 30. Endurance 15. Vitality 15. Willpower 10. Spirit 15. Proficiencies, Stealth Proficiency Rank B+. Skills, Code of Darkness. Shadow Flicker. Dark Fang. Dark Claws. Ability, Shadow Use Rank C. Looking at the wolf whose stats were close to theirs, everyone had a surprised expression on their face. It's much stronger now, not only the stats, even the skills changed and got a boost. Rain put his hand under his chin while contemplating. It seems like the race evolution has a big part on the monster's strength. I wonder if we can do something similar or not. We probably can. Remember what notification we got after getting a class. Seems like we will slowly move further away from the realm of humans while leveling up. Race evolution is definitely possible. Wolf chips in from the side. Suddenly the other cocoon starts shaking. Red lines slowly become visible on it as it expands before finally exploding. Greenie was standing at the place where the cocoon was previously. He had changed tremendously. He was now 2 meters tall with bulging muscles everywhere. His skin was no longer green but gray with red lines on it. His hair was now black and 2 horns were protruding slightly on both sides. He slowly opened his eyes, his red pupils looking straight at Rain. Taking a couple of steps forward, he kneels down while saying, "Master, I have become stronger again." "Oh, seems like your speech became better as well. Good, good." Rain nods happily as he brings up the status screen, eager to find out how much stronger his subordinate has become. Name, Greenie. Level 1073,000. Race, Vajra Ogre variant. More info in the race menu. Strength 28. Agility 26. Endurance 18. Vitality 18. Willpower 12. Spirit 11. Proficiencies, Pickaxe Proficiency C. Sword Proficiency B. Hammer Proficiency B. Two-handed Proficiency B. Hand-to-hand Combat B. Skills, Shattering Punch. Dominating Slash. Crescent Kick. Shattering Stomp. Ability, Vajra Might. Vajra Blood. Deception. The Vajra Ogres are a variant species that worshipped one of the ancient Vajra gods. Seeing the weakness their giant ogre bodies gave them, they underwent a great series of mutations to make themselves smaller while not losing their formidable strength. The ancient god took notice of it and was satisfied with his worshippers, helping them by infusing a small part of his blood inside of them, making them one of the most feared ogre species of all. Dominating Slash. Description: by using mana and all of his strength, the ogre can unleash a devastating slash that deals 200 damage. Crescent Kick. Description: channeling mana to their legs, the Vajra ogres can launch a blade of mana towards their enemy. Shattering Stomp. Description: by stomping on the ground, the ogre can shake the earth itself and destabilize his enemies. If an unfortunate enemy stands between the ground and the foot, he will take all of the damage instead. Vajra Might. Description: the Vajra are one of the noblest ogres, their might feared by all. Using a part of the power the ancient god left them, their bodies can grow incredibly large, letting go of speed and flexibility for unparalleled strength. Vajra Blood. Description: the Vajra are one of the noblest ogres, their might feared by all. Using a part of the power the ancient god left them, their bodies will undergo a qualitative change, boosting all stats for a short duration. The Vajra Ogre will be weakened after the duration ends. Holy shit, Shadow exclaims as he looks at the status screen next to Rain. The wolf was already incredibly strong, but Greeny's boost in stats was incredibly high, not to mention the skills and abilities he had gained. After resting a bit of time, everyone started moving again, eager to explore more of the dark forest. It was only a short couple of minutes later that they came across another batch of enemies. Without any warning, the party had suddenly faced a small barrage of projectiles aimed at them. Tank was at the front, so he managed to block all of them with no difficulty. Looking ahead, everyone could see their enemies. The monsters in front of them looked like humans. Of course, that was only the body shape they had. Their entire bodies were made of wood. LVL 11 Wood Folk. LVL 12 Wood Folk. The wood folks in front of them came in different shapes and sizes. All of them looked humanoid. Some had bigger arms, some had bigger legs. The attacks of the wood folks were different as well, some launching needle-like projectiles from their bodies at the party, while others detached part of their bodies and used them as javelins. The ones that didn't have long-range capabilities were charging towards everyone. The number of enemies was about 9, with 4 being melee combatants who were charging forward. Beast and Shadow try to take out at least one of their long-range fighters. Beast, tell your wolf to go full stealth mode and try to take out one as well. The rest of us will try to finish these 4 as fast as we can. Wolf commands as he goes to meet the 4 enemies with the others. Each one took on 1 enemy as their numbers were the same. The melee fight had no suspense. At the same level, the monsters couldn't endure long against anyone. Rain quickly dissected his opponent until finally stabbing deep inside it while using his lightning to fry the insides. Tank simply smashed apart his opponent with the shield while hacking away at it with his axe. Wolf used his greatsword together with his fire to make short work of it, the fire being incredibly effective against it. Greeny, on the other hand, simply used his hammer to crush parts of his opponent before he finally destroyed the head and body. Immediately after finishing them off, they charged towards the remaining opponents, who numbered 3 now, with 1 being seriously injured. Beast and Shadow focused their attacks on one opponent, which allowed them to quickly kill it, while Beast's wolf attacked another one. It had just killed him when Rain and the others finished their battle. The remainder of the battle held no suspense. The remaining 3 enemies were quickly taken care of. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 11 Wood Folk killed, 200 exp gained. LVL 12 Wood Folk killed, 250 exp gained. LVL 13 Wood Folk killed, 300 exp gained. LVL 12 Wood Folk killed, 250 exp gained. LVL 13 Wood Folk killed, 300 exp gained. LVL 11 Wood Folk killed, 200 exp gained. LVL 11 Wood Folk killed, 200 exp gained. The players have earner 1700 exp and 65 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 340 exp and 13 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 12 Wood Folk killed, 250 exp points gained. Your subordinate has killed 1 monster, 250 exp points earned. Battle has been concluded, distributing pets experience. LVL 11 Wood Folk killed, 200 exp points gained. Your pet has killed 1 monster, 200 exp points earned. Ding, player has enough exp to level up, level up. Current player level is 14, additional stats gained. Strength +1, agility +1, 2 free attribute points gained. Name Rain. Level 1498, 7000. Class Swordsman, more info in the class menu. Race Human, more info in the race menu. Attribute points 8. Strength 2130 +3 from ability, +1 from item. Agility 3036 +4 from ability, +2 from item. Endurance 1415 +1 from item. Vitality 1617 +1 from ability. Willpower 16. Spirit 2231 +3 from ability, +6 from item. Proficiencies: Knife Proficiency D+. Hand-to-hand Combat A. Sword Proficiency B. Skills Inspect Rank B. Lightning Charge Rank A. Lighting Movement Rank C. Lightning Stab Rank B. Compact Punch Rank C. Swordsman No rank. Downward Slash No rank. Swordsman Heart No rank. Ability Lightning Manipulation SLVL 28 exp 48. Unknown rank, LVL, Exp. Before anyone could be happy about their victory and leveling up, they heard sounds in front of them. Their eyes widened after seeing what was coming at them. It was the wood folks again, only this time there were tens of them, perhaps even 100. Looking at each other, they all screamed, "Run." And that was how the present situation happened. The party was still on the run, trying to flee the forest in haste. Everybody was running as fast as they could. The sound of a multitude of projectiles passing through the air could be heard. Tank Mana's shield was still up and managed to defend against most of them. Some, of course, managed to pass nearby, either missing everyone or delivering some damage. Thud. Rain winces in pain as a needle stabs his back. Biting his lips, he ignores the pain and continues running, knowing that stopping now meant certain death. The others were in no better condition. As more time passed in the pursuit, the more wounds they got. Some got scratches while some got stabbed like Rain. "Shit, how much longer do we have to run to get away from them? We can't take much longer." Shadow shouts as a needle passes by and cuts his arm. "My shield won't be able to last much longer." Tank shouts from the back of the party. His shield depended on his mana, and right now he was running quite low on it. It was slowly becoming smaller as tiny cracks started forming on it. "I think we're close. That area on our left was the place where we fought the shadows. Just a bit more and we're out," Wolf tells everyone as he scans their surroundings. Every couple of seconds he would find some paths that would force their pursuers to split up for a short period of time, making the attacks on them lessen in quantity. Exploding arrow. Beast jumps up while turning around, releasing an arrow at the enemies. The explosion manages to make a small hole in their attacks, but only for a short period of time as more enemies get to the front and continue the attacks. "Shit, why are these guys so stubborn in their attacks? How much aggro did we pull?" Shadow again shouts out in frustration. "They saw us killing their mates. They're probably quite mad for that." Greenie simply says while shrugging his shoulder, seemingly not concerned about the dangerous situation they were in. "Damn it," Shadow curses out while continuing to run. "The trees around here, these are the ones we fought before." Wolf shouts to inform the others, who get a bit relieved as they hear that. Right now they should be close to the exit of the deep forest, nearing the field boss. If the enemies still continued their pursuit, their plan was to quickly pass the open area where the boss was, letting him take care of the enemies. While running, they finally see the trees in front of them change, letting them know that they have successfully gotten out of the dark forest. "I hope they stop following us now," Rain tells himself while running. They were not going to stop before they were sure the wood folks stop in their pursuit. A couple of seconds pass by before Tank shouts. "We were right, they stopped at the entrance." Stopping and turning back, they could see a huge crowd of the wood folk standing on the edge of the dark forest, hissing and growling in anger as they continue with their long-range attack. Alas, the party was already quite a distance away, making most of their attacks ineffective. "So they can't exit the area they reside in. That's a good thing to know." Wolf nods positively at the sight. Learning a piece of information like this one meant that they would have one more way of fleeing if an enemy that was too strong for them to defeat showed up. But wait, how come the wolf was able to get to our castle then? A monster with such a high level shouldn't be in the newbie forest, right? Shadow asks while looking confused. "Now that you mention it, that's true. The tiger and the drake that Rain saw as well. They should be put in the deep forest at a minimum. After all, that lizard is weaker compared to the tiger, and yet it's here. The newbie forest shouldn't have any monster of that caliber." Wolf suddenly puts his hand to his chin while being in deep thought. Right after that, they hear the sound of the system. Ding. Something went wrong while calibrating the zone during the tutorial phase. That has been fixed, and the strongest available monster in the newbie zone is a level 10 field boss. Further notice, the more limits the monster breaks, evolution level, the bigger the area it can explore. High-level monster will usually never come to lower-level area though. Looking at the notification, everyone suddenly got black lines on their foreheads. Something went wrong. We almost died, for God's sake. Rain shouts at the system out of frustration, knowing that their lives could have ended so soon because of a mistake in the system made everyone angry. "The mistake has been fixed. There will be no such things happening further. As if I will believe you." Shadow sneers at the system's response as he and the others slowly go back to the castle. The day was filled with many adventures and dangerous situations, but they managed to only get benefits out of it. Leveling up, Greenie evolving further, and Beast getting a new pet were all good things. While going back, they make sure to go around the boss area as they did before. Even in their peak state, they would be no match for the boss. They were definitely not going to risk anything now that they were exhausted, injured, and low on mana. "By the way, Beastie, where are your wolves?" Shadows suddenly asks as he looks around them, not being able to see any of the 3 wolves that Beast had. "Oh, that once I got my 3rd pet, the system told me I unlocked a new function. I can simply store my pets in a stable, similar to how we put things in the inventory." Beast explains to Shadow with a smile on his face. Being able to store and hide his pets was something that made him incredibly happy. He could use his wolves better now with it, hiding somewhere during a battle, and releasing them would make stealth actions much easier, as the monsters wouldn't be able to see them. Nice, we got ourselves a hidden troop now. We should probably get you some more beasts though. What level are the first two now? Rain asks Beast as they all continue going forward. They're at level 9 now, just a bit more and they will be able to evolve. My ability lets me see if they were eligible for evolution or not. Luckily they both are. Beast breathes out a sigh of relief as he says that. Without the necessary conditions, the monsters would stay at level 9 until they met them, further increasing the difficulty of evolution. Beast's ability was luckily able to help him out with this, as he could check the condition and see what was approximately missing and how good the evolution will turn out. Looking at the status, they will both probably get a wind ability. That evolution was the one with the highest percentage rate. Beast tells everyone even more information as Rain ponders before asking, "Can you check Greenie too?" "Sure." Beast simply nods as he looks at Greenie in hopes of finding out his evolution requirement. Shaking his head after a couple of seconds, he says, "Sorry, Rain, it doesn't work if it's not mine. Furthermore, Greenie isn't even a beast, so it's pretty much impossible." "I thought as much." Rain sighs in disappointment, while Greenie simply scratches his head in confusion after watching him and Beast. "All right, we're out of the deep forest now. Just a bit more and we will be back to the castle. But getting there before night comes is pretty much impossible. Luckily for us, the size of the enemy groups here are of no worries. Even if there were over 500 enemies, we would still win." Wolf tells them again after they set foot inside the newbie forest. Relief was over everyone's faces as they go back to the castle. Thud. Throwing himself on the bed, Rain looks up at the ceiling while concentrating on the lightning on his hand. "I wonder if this is how everyone feels the lighting," he says with a low tone. Ding. The better the rank of an ability at the beginning, the easier it is to learn, as there will be no bottlenecks before hitting the max level. Oh, so what do the ones with low-leveled abilities do then? Using their ability and creating skills is a good way to comprehend their ability. Meditating and contemplating their ability will help as well before they manage to raise the rank of the ability, though the most they will be able to get is the ability's power at its current max level. I see, so this is why it was so easy for me to create new skills. Turns out having a rank S ability is even better than I thought. Rain flashes a smile as he closes his eyes to sleep. Clang. Shadow stumbles back as his daggers meet with Wolf's. Panting heavily, he bends down while putting his hand up to let Wolf know to make a pause. "Your skills with the daggers are better compared to before, but your hands are still a bit stiff every time you swing. You're not using a sword or any large weapon. They're daggers. Their main function is speed and flexibility. You should be able to spin them around or change your grip on them in a split second." Wolf talks to Shadow while spinning the daggers around his hands with ease, showing Shadow an example of what he is talking about. "It's tough in the beginning. You might think your daggers will slip out of your hand while attacking, but the more you practice, the natural it will get. That's the only thing you should focus on. For now, we'll go over more things once you get that down." Shadow nods exhaustedly, his will to train more already extinguished. For the last couple of days, everybody was training their proficiencies while simultaneously going to the forest to hunt monsters and level up. Clang. On the other side of the field, Rain blocked an attack from Jack and got blown back by a good couple of meters. Ever since he saw Jack killing the giant wolf, he had wanted to take him as a teacher. After days of pestering him, Jack finally relented and agreed to coach him a bit. "Your reflexes are good. The speed and power behind your blows are a bit above average, but your technique, that's going to take a lot of practice to improve. Honestly, I have no idea how your swordsmanship got to this level while having it so bad." Jack shakes his head as he observes Rain. Even though he was showing a look of slight disapproval, he was actually shocked after sparring with Rain. This guy, his attacks are wild and have no pattern, that together with his reflexes and natural instincts make it difficult for most opponents to follow him if he just improves on his fundamentals. How scary will he become? Jack had seen many geniuses during his life. Rain could rank amongst the top when it came to fighting. His style of fighting was simply unnatural, not following any conventional method of using the sword. Not just the sword, he actively uses his legs and the free hand to attack as well, filling in some of the holes in his swordsmanship with them. This kid, he was born for fighting. Jack's evaluation of Rain was incredibly high. Rain was a superb fighter. Although a newbie with the sword, he was trained since early age in MMA. His father and uncle made sure to drill the basics of hand-to-hand combat to him and Shadow. Bang. Tank and Greenie were locked into a struggle of power. Greenie was using all of his strength to swing the hammer while Tank was giving it his all to block it with his shield. Every time he saw an opening, he would swing his axe as well, trying to catch Greenie off guard. Clang. That never worked though, as a being with Vajra blood, Greenie's fighting skills were incredibly high, probably the highest in raw talent amongst all of them, so it was easy to imagine how his and Tank's fights usually ended. Neither one used skills, only their weapons, as the goal was to improve their basics. Thud, thud, thud. Beast was having it a lot easier compared to the others. Shooting arrows at faraway targets and moving targets was all the practice he needed as an archer. Putting his wolves to good use, he would sometimes put the targets on their back and made them run everywhere while he tries to hit them, making it a good training session for both him and them. So, when will you teach me the move you used against the wolf? Rain asks Jack with sparkling eyes. Basics were important, he knew that, but the skill that cut the giant wolf in half was something he wanted to learn as soon as possible. I told you already, before your swordsmanship reaches a high enough level it is impossible. You would just cut yourself while trying it. Take your sword and let's continue. When your fundamentals are good, I'll teach you a new skill. If you can comprehend it or not is up to you. Jack walks towards Rain with his sword at the side. Slowly lifting it, he starts attacking Rain again, not giving him a moment to rest. After 2 hours, Rain was on his bed. Tomorrow was the day when they were finally going to hit level 16 and finally prepare for the journey to the town. Bringing his hand up, he checks his status. Name, Rain. Level 15,688,000. Class, Swordsman. More info in the class menu. Race, Human. More info in the race menu. Attribute points, 10. Strength, 2227 plus 4 from ability, plus 1 from item. Agility, 3138 plus 5 from ability, plus 2 from item. Endurance, 1415 plus 1 from item. Vitality, 1618 plus 2 from ability. Willpower, 1617 plus 1 from ability. Spirit, 2232 plus 4 from ability, plus 6 from item. Proficiencies, Knife Proficiency D. Hand-to-hand Combat A. Sword Proficiency B+. Skills Inspect Rank B. Lightning Charge Rank A. Lighting Movement Rank C. Lightning Stab Rank B. Compact Punch Rank C. Lightning Bullet Rank C. Swordsman No rank. Downward Slash No rank. Swordsman Heart No rank. Ability Lightning Manipulation SLVL 29 Exp 99. Unknown rank LVL Exp. Ever since yesterday, his lightning manipulation was stuck at 99. When he asked the system about it, he only got this as a response. Level 30 is a crossing point for abilities. Even though you will not have any bottlenecks at the earlier levels and the levels above it, every crossing point will require you to comprehend a bit more about the ability before you can continue leveling it up. Rain thought a lot about it. He had a feeling that by improving his lighting charge, he would be able to go through the passing point, but so far he only had slight ideas on how to do that. My lightning charge is great for a quick surprise attack, but loses its power right after that. If I could make it more flexible and make it so I can simply use it as a boost to my movement speed, it would definitely improve and let my ability enter level 30. Clenching his fist, he goes to sleep. Early in the morning, everyone arrives at the gate, excited to go to the forest and finally level up. I wonder how big the town will be. Will there be many people in it? Shadow jumps up and down like a little kid while asking everyone. Rain hits him on the head as he replies. Quit being so loud, we have to first level up and then travel to it. You think it will be a picnic or something. We might die during it, so be serious. Ouch, all right. Shadow scratches the area where Rain hit him while talking. Everyone else just chuckled at the familiar sight of the two. All right, kids, have a good time and don't forget, don't you dare die out there. Jack waves them off before giving them a stern look together with the remainder. Everyone nods seriously and makes their way towards the forest. Their target was the dark forest, as they have barely gone there after their fight with the wood folk. They were now prepared, confident about fighting them, even if the same number was to charge at them again. Rain and the others moved through the forest quickly. With their current strength, they didn't need to fear any enemies that the newbie forest had. It was only when they arrived at the deep forest that they slowed down and moved more carefully. The deep forest didn't have a lot of dangers for them, but wasting time and fighting smaller groups here wouldn't be beneficial to them. The faster they arrive at the Black Forest, the better. I have 10 unused attribute points. Maybe it's time to finally put them to use. My agility is 38, so I'm definitely leveling it up to 40. After all, every 10 levels, the attributes go through a change, and the difference between having 39 points and 40 is much bigger than 1. With 8 points left, I could increase either my strength or spirit to 40. What should I choose? Invest 2 free attribute points in agility. Yes, no. Rain increased his agility to 40 and immediately felt the effects. His steps were lighter, and now he would unconsciously plant his feet at a right angle every time he would touch the ground. Uneven footing obstructed his movement less, and the stamina consumption, while running, was lower. The increase to 40 was an even bigger difference than he thought. So 40 points in strength would probably allow me to waste less energy while attacking and using my muscles, increasing my attacking power while lowering my consumption. Spirit, on the other hand, would allow me to wield mana more efficiently, increasing the power and efficiency of my lightning, perhaps even allowing me to break the crossing point of 30. Thinking of the crossing point, he was stuck on Rain, no longer hesitated, and spent all of the remaining points into Spirit, increasing it to 40 points. Suddenly the surroundings changed subtly for him. The flow of mana was more evident, and he felt as if every breath he took was sucking the mana from the surroundings, benefiting himself. The journey from the deep forest to the black forest took them a couple of minutes. The time was just right for Rain to adapt to his new stats, enabling him to be at his peak for fighting. Seeing the forest in front of them, everyone subconsciously thought back at what happened a couple of days ago. The feeling of weakness they had and the inability to fight against their enemies made them angry. Now they were back for revenge. Alright, don't forget about the enemies we will face. The trees could attack us, so be aware of your surroundings at all times. Pay attention to above as well. We don't want the shadows to ambush us again. Lastly, if we come across any wood folk, we need to take care of them as quickly as possible. Even though we won't have to run away immediately, if a big group attacks, we should still try our best and not get into a situation like last time. Got it? Wolf immediately starts giving orders to everyone, pointing out the things they needed to pay attention to and the battle plan for different situations. Everyone nods in agreement and they enter the forest. SHHH in front of us, wood folk. It has been over an hour since they entered the forest now. With the help of the new wolf beast, they were able to locate enemies more easily, not falling for any ambushes on the way. After fighting against some corrupted trees and a small-sized group of dark wolves, they finally encountered the first group of wood folks. LVL-14 wood folk. LVL-14 wood folk. LVL-15 wood folk. LVL-13 wood folk. LVL-15 wood folk. LVL-14 wood folk. A group of 6 wood folk were in front of them. Some of them were tending to surrounding trees and plants while others were sitting down and resting. The group still didn't find out about their existence, looking carefree and relaxed. Alright, this is a good chance for us. If we do this right, we might be able to kill at least half of them instantaneously, before making quick work of the others. Wolf flashes a ferocious smile that made Beast's hair stand straight. Alright, let's go then. Rain firmly holds his sword as they slowly go near their enemies. Everyone gets into position and they attack. Everything happened incredibly fast. From the moment the wood folk were simply relaxing and having a nice time to them, getting attacked and squashed only took a couple of seconds. Rain was the first to attack. Clad in lightning, he immediately showed up next to an unsuspecting wood folk, cutting off his head. That, however, wasn't the end, as the wood folk were made of wood and could recover and reattach their heads. Shadow's daggers came right after. Using the shadow blades, he manages to hit the now headless enemy 10 times. Rain attacked again, just to be 100% sure that the enemy is dead. Nearby tank fell from the sky, squashing 2 enemies before moving and jumping to the side, allowing Wolf to land his flame slash on them. Greenie and the dark battle wolf, now named Blackie, attacked another enemy. Blackie arrived first and used his dark claws to rip apart the chest. Greenie used his shattering slash at the wounded opponent, shattering half of his torso with it. Swish. Beast fired his arrow at another enemy. Enemy unfortunately moves and manages to only get a cut from the arrow that passed next to his head. Clicking his tongue, Beast takes another arrow and notches it on his bow, ready to fire again. Seeing that 4 of their friends were already dead, the remaining 2 wood folk fall into panic and try to run away. That, of course, turns out to be impossible, as Rain immediately shows up in front of them, blocking their way. Swish. Beast launches another arrow that passes through a wood folk's chest, leaving a gaping hole in the middle of it. If the enemy was a human, such a wound would be fatal, but the wood folk simply stumbles a bit forward before standing straight again. Rain wastes no more time and attacks, leaving a trail of lightning behind him. His opponent tries to move back and dodge, but falls down as his legs get caught by a pair of hands made out of his shadow. Jumping up, Rain locks on his target and uses lightning stab. The lance of lightning that got formed now looked more compressed and powerful compared to the first time he used it. The lance hits the enemy, and the lightning wreaks havoc inside of its body, destroying it. The other woodfolk doesn't live for long either. Tank and Wolf were on their way to it before Blackie suddenly shows up. By using Shadow Flicker, he could use the power of darkness to turn his body into a shadow for a moment, allowing him to gain incredible speed, similar to Shadow's form, only inferior in terms of bonuses and further use. Using his Dark Fang, Blackie bit down on the opponent's head, crushing it in its entirety. Immediately after, he pushes it down and repeatedly swings his claws at it, sometimes using the Dark Claw skill, With that, almost the whole body of the wood folk gets destroyed, leaving pieces of wood on the ground. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp gained. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp gained. The players have earner 1500 exp and 40 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 300 exp and 8 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp points gained. Your subordinate has killed one monster, 350 exp points earned. Battle has been concluded, distributing pets experience. LVL 13 wood folk killed, 300 exp points gained. Your pet has killed one monster, 300 exp points earned. Ding, player has enough mana to level up, leveling up, level up. Current player level is 16, additional stats gained. Strength +2, 2 free attribute points gained. Name, Rain. Level 16, 289,000. Class, Swordsman, more info in the class menu. Race, Human, more info in the race menu. Attribute points, 2. Strength, 2434 +4 from ability, +1 from item. Agility, 3340 +5 from ability, +2 from item. Endurance, 1415 +1 from item. Vitality, 1618 +2 from ability. Willpower, 1617 +1 from ability. Spirit, 3040 +4 from ability, +6 from item. Proficiencies, Knife Proficiency D. Hand-to-hand combat A. Sword Proficiency B+. Skills Inspect rank B. Lightning Charge rank A. Lighting Movement rank C. Lightning Stab rank B. Compact Punch rank C. Lightning Bullet rank C. Swordsman no rank. Downward Slash no rank. Swordsman Heart no rank. Ability Lightning Manipulation SLVL 29 exp 99. Unknown rank LVL exp. After killing their enemies, Rain and the others quickly flee the scene, waiting nearby to check if any more wood folk will come to investigate. If they do, they plan to follow them and find a bigger group to fight. After all, they can only grow stronger if they steal their hearts and go through dangerous situations. Everybody crouches down and observes the place where they fought against the wood folk group. A couple of minutes pass by and nothing happens. Nobody comes to the area to check it. Just as everyone was ready to go and find another group, they hear Beast says, "Wait, I hear footsteps coming close." Everyone tenses up and tries their best to regulate their breathing, not wanting to be found out by their enemies. A couple of seconds pass by and everyone could see a couple of wood folk coming out of bushes that were nearby. Inspecting the area, they slowly make their way down to the corpses of their fallen comrades. The wood folk inspect everything, the corpses, the ground, shattered trees and rocks. They check it all as if they were trying to find out exactly what happened, similar to how detectives check everything at a crime site. The view makes Rain and the others widen their eyes. The wood folk were more intelligent than they thought. One wood folk, seemingly the leader, calls the others as he explains something to them. After he finishes, the others all nod and pick up the corpses and bigger pieces of them, carrying them back with them. Wolf, Rain, and the others all look at each other and nod, slowly following the group from a distance. Further away, Blackie was doing the same, albeit being much closer to the group compared to them. Following the wood folk turned out to be harder than they thought. Sometimes the group was going slow, while at other times they would speed up, trying to follow after them, while at the same time not alerting any enemies that were nearby was a challenge. After some 30 minutes, the wood folk arrive at a giant tree. The tree was enormous, its trunk wide enough to take 15 people to make a circle around it. Putting the corpses down at the foot of it, they solemnly bow and take a couple of steps backward. The corpses suddenly sink. The soil beneath them turned from solid to an almost liquid state. Watching what was happening, Rain and the others were surprised and confused. What was happening? What is that giant tree that the wood folks were so respectful towards? Why were the corpses put there and why were they sinking? They didn't have an answer to any of those questions. All they could do is watch. Rain suddenly gets an idea and tries using his inspect on the giant tree. Branch of Yggdrasil. Description: a branch of the sacred tree Yggdrasil. Still at an early stage, the branch has many of its powers locked. Currently, it can only bless a small area of a forest, strengthening the creatures in it. Creatures with a high wood affinity and creatures that are made of wood can enjoy its blessing for a longer time and have a chance to be revived if their corpses are put near the tree. Yggdrasil, that's the so-called world tree right. Shadow asks while widening his eyes. That's correct, but how come it's here? We were already in space. If the tree was the same as the one in the legends, then we would have seen it right. Beast puts a pondering look as he asks. As they say, behind every myth lies a truth, beyond every legend is reality. It seems like the story in the Norse mythology was right, but only partly, as the earth isn't a huge tree. Maybe in the past it was part of it, but not now at least. Wolf tells all of them. Looking at the giant tree, everyone suddenly felt as if it grew bigger in front of their eyes, releasing a huge amount of pressure on them. Well, at least now we know why they put the corpses there. It's because there's a chance they will get revived. Rain narrows his eyes as he looks at the tree. He thinks about destroying it for a moment before shaking his head. It was impossible, at least it was for them right now. Let's not mention the size of it. The creatures nearby would definitely go berserk and attack them if they tried. The wood folk suddenly turn around and go another way. Everyone sobers up, takes one last look at the tree, and follows after them. Even though the existence of the tree shocked them, they had something that they had to do, and nothing was going to stop them. Following the group for a couple of more minutes, they finally arrive at their destination. It was a part of the forest where the trees were higher compared to before. Looking down on the ground, everyone could see a large amount of wood folk walking around. Looking above, they could see buildings on the trees. The buildings were small. They were probably the houses of the wood folk. An interesting thing is that they weren't built. The houses just grew out from the trees. Looking at the number of enemies in front of them, everyone tensed up. A psychological pressure was weighing down on them. They were certain of revenge before, but now, as they were facing their opponents, they were a bit scared. The number of wood folk was smaller than the group that chased after them, knowing that made them relax a bit and regain their calm. But they still knew that this fight was not going to be easy. If they just charge and attack them head on, they would suffer serious consequences. I propose we go up the trees. If we can kill all of them stealthily, we will have a big advantage during the fight. If we don't do that, then it will be much harder to focus on fighting, while the enemies rain down their long-range attacks from above us. Wolf quickly analyzes the sight in front of them, coming up with a quick plan of action. The most important thing is that all of us go together. If we attack the same target simultaneously, we should be able to kill it in an instant and not alarm everyone else. All right, but some of us will need to change weapons. I think that huge weapons are not so good for stealth, Shadow says while looking at Wolf, Tank, and Greenie. Of course, that's why we collected so many different daggers and swords. Just choose the ones you like and let's go. Wolf nods to Shadow and looks at Tank and Greenie before he puts his greatsword in the inventory and takes out 2 knives. Tank and Greenie sigh and take a sword each, not being comfortable with daggers. Everyone nods at each other and slowly climb the trees, making sure that the wood folk can't see them. Getting high enough, they all slowly moved from one tree to a different one until they came across the first house. Slowly going down, they all look around them, making sure no wood folk could see them. Getting down to the treehouse, Rain and Wolf get inside first. Looking around, they find one wood folk laying down, sleeping. Nodding to each other, they take out their weapons and wait for the others to do the same. Slowly approaching, they arrive in front of the sleeping wood folk. Lifting up their weapons, they all pour mana into it, making them stronger and sharper. Stabbing down at the head and chest area, they manage to kill their first prey successfully, as none of the wood folk was able to find out. The next 2 hours were spent by them as they went from one house to another. A couple of times they were almost found out, as some wood folk were just sitting in their house, or were in front of it. They were looking around with a serious gaze on their faces. It was easy to guess that these were guards that made sure that no intruder gets in successfully. After finally finishing all of them off, Rain and everyone else breathed out a breath of relief, happy that they no longer had to hide so carefully. From now on, it was a frontal battle, and those were the ones where they excelled at. That, coupled with the high ground advantage Beast and Shadow, had made them more confident at defeating their enemies more easily. Looking down, they observed the wood folk. During the sneaking, they all tried their best to observe the wood folk's behavior and to check what areas were the ones with the biggest population so that they could bombard it with their strongest skills, allowing them to kill a large number of them quickly. They finally found the place. It was near a house and had a big amount of wood folk there. The wood folk were doing the same as the group Rain and the others killed previously, tending the trees, petting them, and giving it their all to grow them bigger and stronger. Looking at the densely packed group, they flashed small smiles of satisfaction. The revenge will start now. Looking at the dense crowd beneath them, everyone got ready to attack. An ambush will be incredibly damaging to the wood folk right now. Beast, ready your explosive arrow. Fire it as soon as me and Tank go for the attack. Shadow, you should use your knives and attack some of the enemies that are at the outer perimeter of the group before joining us down, Rain. As you don't have any long-range attacks or high-damage AoE skills, you should jump after us, and then use your lightning to paralyze some of them. Wolf immediately makes a battle plan and gives everyone roles in the upcoming fight. Wait, I do have a long-range skill, Rain suddenly exclaims. What? Wolf and the others immediately look at him, surprised at his words. Why didn't you say that earlier, not to mention that you never used it? Well, to be frank, I kind of forgot about it, hee. Rain scratches his head in embarrassment and smiles, and everyone. I'll get you for this, author San, he says to himself. You forgot. Wolf gives him a resting bee face while asking, why yeah, got him at Rain, how can you forget things like that, not to mention that it's your only long-range skill. Shadow almost yells as he confronts Rain about his dumb mistake. I know, won't happen again, guys, I swear. Putting his hands in front of him, he bows solemnly to everyone, trying to appease their anger. All right then, you fire it off against a wood folk before going down to help us. Wolf sighs in disappointment while saying so. Rain smiles again and nods his head in agreement. Beast had already charged an arrow fully, just waiting to release it in the dense crowd below. Seeing that everyone got serious and prepared for the attack, Tank crouches slightly as he prepared to jump at any moment. Wolf's sword was covered in flames. Rain put his middle finger to his thumb, collecting a big amount of mana on it, making it flicker with lightning. Shadow was playing with his daggers on the side, ready to throw them at any moment. Beast draws his bow to its full extent. Breathing out slowly, he closes his eyes before promptly opening them and firing the arrow. Swish. The arrow launches forward as a small shockwave was formed at where Beast was, making the wind blow his hair and clothes back. At the same moment, Tank jumps up while Wolf prepares to do the same right after him. Shadow throws his daggers and uses shadow blades to try and kill an opponent quickly, while Rain lets his finger go and fires the lightning bullet. The arrow pierces through a wood folk and explodes in the middle of the crowd, creating a big explosion. Tank falls down right after the explosion, trying to deal as much damage with his wrecking ball. The daggers hit their target, creating multiple stab wounds on the body of the wood folk. The lightning bullet gets to its target right away. Even though it was a bullet, it was made from lightning. Its speed was incredible. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The bullet pierces through the head of a wood folk before continuing on its path and burrowing deep in the ground. The wood folk's head explodes, while lightning continuously deals damage to him. Bam. Tank hits the ground and creates another explosion, making a huge cloud of dust go up. Wolf's attack comes right after him. With his greatsword, he slashes down and slams on top of a couple of disoriented wood folk, flames exploding from the point of impact. Right afterward, he brings his fire-covered fist up and punches the ground with the volcanic fist. The ground ruptures and many columns of fire explode from it, burning the wood folk in mere seconds. All of this happened in the span of a couple of seconds. The wood folk that were originally laughing and having a good time were brought to a desperate situation right away. As the fire eases a bit, they finally scream in anguish as they start to fight back. Let's go, Shadow shouts excitedly at Rain as he uses his shadow powers to turn his body into a shadow body. He jumps straight down at an unsuspecting wood folk. Rain smiles and gets to the edge of the little wood balcony. He jumps up and hits the edge with the soles of his feet, cladding himself in lightning as he pushes himself down, breaking the edge and making splinters fly off everywhere. Shadow was already down and fighting against his target. His sneak attack was successful as he managed to plunge both of his daggers deeply inside the shoulders, limiting his opponent's attacks. Rain immediately shows up in front of a wood folk, crouching down with his sword drawn. The wood folk didn't even make a sound as his body gets cut in half from the swing. Everyone was using their full power to decimate the wood folk. Shadows would pop up from the ground and grab the ankles of some wood folks, making them stop in their tracks or even worse, fall down. Fire and lightning lit up the battlefield as both Wolf and Rain used their skills to their max. On another part of the battlefield, explosions were happening every couple of seconds. Although not on the same level as the first one, the explosions still managed to badly wound the wood folk and even directly kill some. Tank was using his shield and axe to mow through opponents, sometimes using his bull rush to go through a smaller crowd of them. On top of the tree, Beast was surrounded by his wolves and Greenie, who were left there to protect him in case of some wood folk climbing up. Looking down on the battlefield, he tells Greenie and Blackie, "Go down, you two. If any opponents show up, I'll use my bow to take care of them. If not, I'll just go down and join the others in the fight." Blackie jumps up and licks his face in happiness as he jumps down to fight. Greenie shows a conflicted face as he doesn't know what to do. His master told him to stay here and protect Beast. Should he really listen to him and go down to join the fight? Actually, it seems we have some guests. Greenie, would you mind taking care of them? Beast suddenly says as he sees a couple of wood folk climbing up the tree while some were jumping to them from others' trees. Gladly. Greenie smiles happily as he looks at the approaching enemies. Even though his order was to stay here and protect, he was a Vajra. Fighting is what they were good at, what they loved doing. Looking at the opponents that arrived, he kicks out a blade of light at them before grabbing his hammer and charging at them. Beast notches another arrow and aims at the enemies that were trying to use long-range attacks on him and the others. Running around, he calmly lets the arrow go. None of them miss their targets. Down on the field, Wolf suddenly shouts as he starts around while holding the sword in front of him. His spinning speed gets incredibly high as his flames start to go around him, forming a small-sized flaming tornado that burns all the nearby enemies. The ones that were strong enough to survive the flames quickly get chopped into pieces by the sword. Rain uses Lighting Stab to kill a strong wood folk. His entire body was covered with lightning, making him look like an ancient god that came down to fight and have fun. As he looks at the enemies that surrounded him, he smiles and charges straight at them, planning on killing all of them as quickly as he can. Shadow was using his daggers in combination with his kicks to fight, evading numerous attacks while counterattacking the enemy when they show a gap was his way of fighting. It may not be the most dominant or flashy fighting style. Shadow liked it the best as it suited him perfectly. Everyone was engrossed in the fight before they heard a loud roar from deep inside the tribe's area. It seemed that something was coming after them, something big as every step it took made the ground shake. A big shadow suddenly covered a part of the battlefield, and everyone glanced at it. Seeing the enemy that was in front of them, their eyes widened. The trees of the forest shook as every step the monster took created deep footprints in the soil. The humongous being slowly made its way to Rain and the others. The monster was a bit over 6 meters tall. Leaves and branches decorated its humongous frame, while 2 green spiritual lights flickered in the eye sockets. Dense leaves covered its head and made it look like hair. LVL 20 Inferior Treant. Description: a monster that lives deep inside forests. It spends most of its time sleeping and is indistinguishable from a normal tree, but when it wakes up it shows its huge humanoid appearance. A treant is usually stronger than monsters of the same level. When it's fighting inside a forest, it will gain a buff to its abilities and can heal from its injuries quicker. Holy shit. Shadow stands still as he looks at the monster. The giant made all of them feel like ants in the presence of a human. Every step the treant took was slow and powerful. Its arms were humongous, and the hands looked like they could crush a bus without any issues. The treant looks down on them and releases a furious roar that shakes their souls. Roar. Everyone stood still. Even the wood folk that were fighting against them weren't moving. Instead, they looked at the giant with a horrified gaze. Huh, why are these guys scared as well? Isn't this monster a part of their tribe? Rain asked in wonder as he observed the wood folk near him. They weren't faking it or anything. There was a deep fear in their eyes as they looked at the treant. The treant suddenly moves its body. Crouching down a bit, it slaps down with his hand, generating a gust of wind as it draws closer to the ground upon Wolf stood on. Damn it. Wolf curses as he quickly moves and dodges the attack. He was almost blown away by the shockwave the attack produced. Lifting its hand up, everyone could see the corpses of the wood folk down on the ground. Those guys were too slow and didn't manage to dodge in time, being crushed underneath the huge hand as a result. I see, it attacks both foes and friendlies. That's why these guys are so scared. They know that by standing close to us they could die. Rain exclaims as he sees the wood folk running away from them, creating 4 circles on the battlefield. You damn bastard. Wolf suddenly shouts in anger. Lifting his sword up, he ignites his flames and slashes down at the hand, immediately creating a big wound on it but not dealing much damage to the giant treant. The wound ignites and the fire quickly spreads to the surroundings, trying to envelop the whole hand. The treant breathes out deeply as his arm shines in a green light, slowly extinguishing the flames that threatened it. What? Wolf exclaims in surprise. His flames had never been extinguished by an opponent before, not to mention that the opponent in front of him was a wood-type monster, a type that was incredibly weak against fire. The treant moves his arm to the side, trying to swat away Wolf. The normal movement created a blowing wind as Wolf could only see death as a result of getting hit. Bam. An arrow suddenly shoots by and explodes on the treant's face. Beast was trying to help Wolf, but when the explosion settled, he could see that it didn't deal a lot of damage as only a part of the treant's face was blown up. The treant again shines a bright green light as the wound slowly starts to heal. Dense roots and branches intertwine while slowly repairing the face. Zzzzzzzzzzz. A trail of lighting was left as Rain fires of the lighting bullet. The bullet manages to hit the treant right in the eye and make it stumble back a bit, the green light in the eye socket flickering slightly. In the next moment, Rain was suddenly in front of the giant's face, his lighting-clad sword stabbing at the same place the bullet hit before. Lighting stab. The lightning lance appears again as it stabs straight in the eye socket. The huge lance looks small in comparison to the treant. It was even smaller than its eye socket. Bam! The lance hits and a dense explosion of lighting appears, the lighting flying off everywhere around it, burning parts of the body. The treant roars in pain as the branches on top of its head sway slightly before moving and stabbing towards Rain. The branches changed shape and were sharp at their ends, resembling spears. Shit, I can't dodge this. Rain panics a bit as he knows what the result will be if he gets stabbed by all of the spears. He won't even have a whole body left. Time slowed down for Rain. The branches were still coming at him, but now they were all slow. He immediately saw multiple ways of escape, but his body was also slowed down, making him forget about all of them. He racks his brain in hopes of finding a way to dodge and survive. His speed and reflexes are great, but even with them, he saw no way of dodging all of them. The only hope he had was the lighting charge, but even that could only be used once to dodge. If only I had a skill that would allow me to move as fast without the same limitations. Rain laments before opening his eyes wide open. Wait for a second, I do have it. If I forget about the flexibility of the skill, it could work. It could definitely work. Rain immediately puts his plan to practice. His whole body gets covered with lightning as all of his senses heighten. Bending his body in the air, he manages to dodge the first branch and plant his foot on it. Success! Rain exclaims in happiness as he launches himself from the branch and goes to another one, dodging multiple branches in a moment. To Wolf and the others, Rain suddenly looked like a ping-pong ball as he bounced from one branch to another, successfully dodging a huge amount of attacks in mere moments. Touching an outer branch, he turns around and kicks down, launching himself down to where the others were. Ding! The skill Lightning Charge has been modified to create a new skill, Lesser Lightning Body. Lesser Lightning Body. Description: by infusing the power of lightning in the body, the user suddenly enters a heightened state of mind, as his senses and reflexes are boosted together with his speed. The user can only move in a straight line while in this state. Rain gets down on the ground and pants a bit. The skill was incredible, but the physical requirements together with the high mana cost made him extremely tired. Did you just create a new skill? Wolf asks him with a twitching left eye. Rain simply nods to confirm as he looks at the treant that almost killed him. Can we defeat this thing? He asks Wolf as he seizes the giant up. I think we can, but it's going to be a tough battle, especially if these guys decide to join in on the fun. Wolf nods while observing the surrounding wood folk that were looking at Rain in wonder. The skill he just used shocked them as they never saw a being inside the forest reach such speed before. I don't think they have the guts to join. Just seeing the treant made them so scared. I don't think they're going to risk their lives to help this thing out. Rain takes a good look at the wood folk, seeing that they were all still apprehensive, and scared he nods in happiness as he gets ready for the second round of fighting the treant. Damn creepy tree. Shadow curses at the treant as he throws his dagger at it. Using the Shadow Blade skill, he manages to hit the treant 10 times. The only problem was that it dealt little to no damage to it, making him slick his tongue in annoyance. Ha 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 ha, those little things don't seem to work against the big guy, huh? Tank laughs heartily as he gets close to Shadow. Swinging his axe a bit, he looks at the treant and lips his lips. That's a good target to practice our skills on. After all, with such a huge and slow body, it's impossible for it to dodge any of them. Bam! A figure suddenly falls down from the trees as a dust cloud forms from the place of impact. As the smoke subsides, they could all see Greenie crouching down on the ground before he gets up. The enemies up there ran away when this thing showed up. Beast told me to come here and help you. He said the wolves were more than enough protection for him. Greenie immediately looks at Rain and starts explaining, being afraid that his master might get angry at him. Rain simply nods and turns around. With all of them together now, they felt that they could take on this enemy and win. Rain charges his lightning bullet as he runs at the side. The weakness of the treant was his slow movement and attack speed, but that was only from a distance. Coming close to its face meant facing the deadly attacks of the numerous branches on its head. Even he felt apprehensive about facing that again. Tank runs at the treant and uses his bull charge, trying to destroy one of its legs and make it fall. The red bull materializes around him while the treant lifts his leg back and kicks him. Bam. The bull and the treant's leg collide. With the stats Tank had now, this was the strongest charging attack from him. But even with that, he was still a bit short when it came to fighting the treant with strength. He and the bull were pushed back from the collision while the treant's leg only moved slightly back. The difference was obvious. Damn, the big guy sure is strong. Tank smiles as he grabs his shield, pulling his arm back and swinging his body a bit. He suddenly throws it with all of his strength towards the treant. Let's see if you can block this, shield rocket. The shield spins with an incredible speed as it flies towards the treant. The edges of the shield turn bright red, leaving a trail in the sky. Shield rocket. Description: by using the incredible power of his fleshly body, the user can launch a shield with an incredible force towards the enemy. The velocity coupled with the incredible rotation turns the edges of the shield into a bright fiery color. Hitting the enemy will result in 200 damage followed by an explosion. The shield will return back to the user afterward. The shield reaches the treant in mere moments. Hitting the chest, it produces a sharp cutting sound and gets embedded in it. Right after that, an explosion happens at the place of impact, blowing away numerous pieces of wood as the shield gets thrown back to Tank. Ha 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 ha, couldn't block this one UI. Tank catches the shield as he laughs heartily after witnessing the power of his skill. After all, this was the first time he was using it. Zzzzz. The lightning bullet gets launched from Rain's hand as it hits the treant's head again. Unfortunately, the treant was already wary of Rain after the previous incident and managed to use its branches to protect himself from the blow. Slash. Slam, Wolf, and Greenie show up at the treant's legs. The giant was on the lookout for Tank and Rain's attacks and failed to notice them before it was too late. Wolf's giant sword flares up in flames, the flames forming a huge sword as Wolf swings it sideways, trying to cut off the leg. Sword of Flames. Description: by infusing a large amount of mana into the sword, the user is able to coat it with flames. Further, using the skill will enable the user to grow the flames bigger, while at the same time condensing them and making them stronger. By releasing the skill, the user can choose to regain a part of the mana by absorbing the flames, or to use more mana to create an explosion. The more mana the user pours into the skill, the stronger the effects will be. Wolf used more than half of his remaining mana to make the attack. The flames immediately burn the area they touch, making the wood less effective at blocking the swing. The huge sword cuts halfway inside the leg before stopping. Seeing he could not move it any longer, Wolf shouts, "Explode!" Bam! The huge flames suddenly compress to a big extent before violently exploding, blowing off more than part of the treant's leg. At the same time, Greenie coated the huge hammer in his hands with an incredible amount of mana. Swinging it down, he used Dominating Slash to further increase the power of the attack. Bam! The impact managed to create a shockwave that forced Greenie's arms to go all the way backward. The area of collision was the foot, and the strike managed to deform it completely, leaving only a small part of the foot intact. Growl. The treant cries out in anguish as its whole body tilts forward while it falls down to the ground. On top of the tree, a bright green light could be seen. Beast was holding his bow, and a huge green arrow was on it. The wind arrow was used to its maximum power as Beast lets it go, aiming straight at the treant's head. The force of the arrow launches Beast backward. Luckily, he had already anticipated something like that as he ordered his wolves to stand behind him. Beast lands on the side of the dark battle wolf while the huge arrow hits the treant's head. The branches on top of the head immediately go up and cross each other, forming a protective net above the head. As the arrow comes in contact with them, the branches get cut in pieces immediately. Moments later, the arrow pierces through the protective net and stabs deep inside the treant's head, dealing huge damage to it. Thud, thud. Shadow's daggers suddenly hit the treant below the mouth. The daggers were incredibly small and not a threat towards it, making it not even bother to defend itself. "Ha, got you." Shadow smiles as he claps his hands together. Shadow burst. The daggers suddenly shine a dark light as they explode, blowing up the bottom part of the treant's face. Zzzzz. Rain immediately shows up in front of the face, trying to capitalize on the situation. The lightning lance was already formed around his arm as he stabs the treant's eye socket again. As the lance hits, Rain suddenly feels a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he could see a wooden spear penetrating his stomach. The spear came from the face of the treant. Shit, it wasn't only the branches. Rain curses inside as he uses the downward slash skill to cut off the spear, making him free and ready to escape. A couple of spears get formed from the treant's face as they launch towards Rain. Luckily for him, he already anticipated that and managed to kick the broken part of the spear to propel him down, dodging the attack. Rain. Shadow immediately panics as he sees the spear in Rain's abdomen. Running towards him, he fails to notice another spear that was shot from the treant's body. As the spear nears him, he suddenly looks at the side and notices it. Twisting his body around, he tries to block the spear, but ends up being a bit short as it pierces through his shoulder. Damn it. Shadow curses as he feels the sharp pain that was formed from the wound. The speed of the spear knocks him backward, making him fall down on the ground. Greenie sees his master and a teammate getting wounded and flies to a rage. Vajra might. Vajra blood. Greenie's whole body suddenly swells up and grows. Stopping at a height of 4 meters, Greenie was no longer that much smaller compared to the treant. Gripping the warhammer that actually grew bigger with him, Greenie uses the skill that was left inside of it and starts swinging at the treant. Bam, bam. Each hit of the hammer was like bombs going off. The treant's arms were crushed by the attacks, while the legs were getting destroyed by Grohl's phantom that joined the fight. Tank and Wolf were concerned about Rain and Shadow, but seeing that they were both slowly getting up, they breathed out sighs of relief and joined Greenie in attacking the treant. No matter what happened, they needed to destroy the enemy before they could help the two. Wolf was already covered in a cold sweat. The attack from before drained his mana by a lot, only leaving him with a small amount. Tank was about to use his set ability before shrugging the idea off. Greenie was going to be in a weakened state after this. If he was 2, then their party will be low in numbers, not to mention that the treant was nearly finished, and there was no need to go that far. Greenie suddenly jumps high up in the air, landing straight on the treant's back. Lifting one leg high into the air, he brings it down and stomps heavily. shattering stomp. The ground around the treant suddenly sinks down by a couple of centimeters, while its body almost gets halved by the power of the stomp. Greenie lifts his leg again, but gets numerous spears penetrating his pivot leg, making him fall back due to the pain. Rain gets up and condenses lightning in his hand. His injury was not light, and he was definitely not able to fight at close quarters as effectively as before, so he was transferring to long-range attacks. After a couple of seconds, the treant's eyes flicker and the flames extinguish, letting them know that they have won the battle. Nobody relaxed, though. They were still in enemy territory and had no idea what the wood folk were going to do next. Rain and the others quickly grouped together. There were still wood folk around them. Even though their numbers were small and they were definitely not enough to harm them at their peak, they were now injured and their fighting capabilities were much lower. They're just staring at us. What the hell should we do? Shadow breathes out heavily as he asks. Looking around them, the wood folk seem to be shocked after witnessing the death of the treant. A couple of them were even slowly moving backward while trembling. I don't think they'll attack, but we must be ready for it anyway. Letting our guard down would be a seriously dangerous thing now. Wolf examines the surrounding enemies. Looking at their fear-stricken faces, he knows they don't have any idea of continuing the fight, but that might change if they show weakness for even a moment. Ow! A loud wolf howl suddenly reverberated the forest. On top of the trees, the wood folk could see a big black wolf and two smaller green wolves. The wolves looked coldly at them as Beast comes from behind them with an arrow notched on his bow. Wolf uses the remaining mana to light his sword on fire, while Rain follows his example. Everyone gives their best to show that they were ready to attack and continue the battle. Looking at them, the woodfolk panic. Even more, some suddenly start fleeing, which in turn makes more of them flee. After a couple of seconds, there were no woodfolk looking their way. They were all too busy running away to even notice the weakening of Wolf's flames and the flicker on Rain's lightning. After waiting for a couple of minutes, everybody was certain that there were no more woodfolk around them. Rain and Shadow collapse on the ground as their wounds were serious, while Wolf gets down on his knees because of his almost empty mana level. Beast comes down with his wolves and helps them get on top of them. As the area they were in now is too dangerous, they needed to quickly leave and find a safe spot to rest. Ding! Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 20 inferior treant killed, 800 exp gained. LVL 13 wood folk killed, 300 exp gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp gained. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp gained. LVL 11 wood folk killed, 200 exp gained. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp gained. LVL 12 wood folk killed, 250 exp gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp gained. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp gained. LVL 13 wood folk killed, 300 exp gained. Rank B wooden bow acquired. Rank B ancient woodcutter's axe acquired. Rank B armor of treant acquired. Rank B cape of wind acquired. Rank C wood ring acquired. Rank C necklace of the forest acquired. The players have earner 12 exp and 120 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 2 400 exp and 24 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 20 inferior treant killed, 300 exp gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp points gained. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp points gained. LVL 13 wood folk killed, 300 exp points gained. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp points gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp points gained. Your subordinate has killed 6 monsters, 2100 exp points earned. Battle has been concluded, distributing pets experience. LVL 14 wood folk killed, 350 exp points gained. LVL 13 wood folk killed, 300 exp points gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp points gained. LVL 15 wood folk killed, 400 exp points gained. LVL 13 wood folk killed, 300 exp points gained. Your pets have killed 5 monsters, 1750 exp points earned. Ding, your subordinate has leveled up. Name Greenie. Level 13, 156,000. Race Vajra Ogre variant. More info in the race menu. Strength 32. Agility 28. Endurance 20. Vitality 20. Willpower 12. Spirit 10. Proficiencies: pickaxe proficiency C. Sword proficiency B. Hammer proficiency B. Two-handed proficiency B. Hand-to-hand combat B. Skills: shattering punch, dominating slash, crescent kick, shattering stomp. Ability: Vajramite. Vajra blood. Nobody was in the mood to even look at the notifications they got. The urgent thing to do now was to find any area they will be safe at and heal. The injuries Shadow and Rain got were serious. If not treated properly and quickly, they could lead to death. Everyone was breathing heavily while riding the wolves. Even without serious injuries, Tank and Wolf were both exhausted. It took a lot of their willpower to stay awake right now. The physical exhaustion combined with the mana exhaustion was not to be taken lightly. After a couple of minutes, they finally found a spot where they could rest. Getting off the wolves, Tank and Wolf grabbed Rain and Shadow and put them down near a tree, allowing them to lean on it and rest. Right afterward, all four of them lie down as they were spent. Beast gets down from the wolf's back and takes out the rank B staff of healing. Pointing his finger at Rain, he pours mana as the ring starts shinning together with the staff. Rain's body gets covered with a green light as his wound slowly starts healing with the help of the magic. Beast stops after a couple of seconds and pants heavily. The healing magic took a lot of mana to be used. Right now he only used enough to make sure Rain's life won't be in danger. Now he had to do the same for Shadow. Finished with the healing process of both of them, Beast plops down on the ground completely exhausted. Everyone takes out some mana crystals and starts absorbing them. After finishing the hidden dungeon, they had a lot of them in their inventory space. When they were finished, they all took turns using the ring and staff to further heal Shadow and Rain. After a couple of minutes, both of their wounds were closed and their state was much better. Rain looks over at the two wolves that managed to evolve near the end of the battle. They were both green and bigger compared to before. Beast looks at him and says, "Neither one managed to get a special evolution as Greenie or Blackie did. They're wind wolves now. Their speed has risen by quite a lot now. At least they leveled up. With both being at level 10, they will be more useful in fights." Rain smiles at one wolf that came close to him. The big wolf licks his face a bit and lies down next to him. "We shouldn't spend much more time here. You never know what could show up while we're stationary like this." Wolf slowly gets up from the ground as he says, "The fight they went through right now was much more difficult than any of them expected. It was important to go back to the castle to rest up." Everyone nods and gets on top of the wolves to make their way back. While riding the wolves, they finally have time to check the battle log and the equipment they received. Rank B wooden bow. Attack 57. Def 10. Agility +3. Spirit +3. Description: a simple bow made from wood. While making the bow, the bowmaker unknowingly used a small piece of Yggdrasil, thus elevating the bow's strength to a completely new level. By channeling mana to the bow, the user can strengthen the strings, allowing for a much stronger release. Using mana can also allow the user to activate a skill hidden in the bow, adding wood properties to the arrow and making it explode with numerous wood needles upon contact. Rank B Ancient Woodcutter's Axe. Attack 55. Strength +2. Vitality +2. Endurance +2. Description: an axe used by an ancient woodcutter that once tried to cut down the world tree Yggdrasil. The axe is imbued with the hatred of the fallen woodcutter, increasing damage by 20 when fighting against wood-based opponents. By using mana, the user can activate the skill infused in the weapon, Woodcutting Swing. Description: swinging the axe with full power, the user can unleash 3 fast attacks in a span of 1 second. The attacks each deal 120 of the user's power. Rank B Armor of Treant. Def 30. Vitality +2. Endurance +2. Description: an armor made from the wood of a fallen treant. By using mana, the user can cover himself with a dense layer of wood that can be replenished as long as the user continues pouring mana in it. Rank B Cape of Wind. Def 10. Agility +5. Spirit +1. Description: a cape blessed by a goddess of the wind. The user's speed will be increased by 20 while wearing it. After using mana, the user will become familiar with the wind itself and gain 100 more speed. Rank C Wood Ring. Endurance +1. Description: a ring imbued with the power of the wood element. By using mana, the user can launch a wooden spear at his enemies. Rank C Necklace of the Forest. Spirit +1. Description: a necklace imbued with the power of nature. Activating the skill hidden deep inside of it will allow the user to become more familiar with nature, allowing him to gain certain bonuses depending on the location. Everyone looks at the items they gained. The items were good in quality and were definitely going to be helpful to them. Damn it, Tank, 2 of these are great for you. Shadow sulks as he looks at the items that are almost worthless to him. Well, don't think I need both. With my shield I don't get hurt that much, and if I switch the axe I'll lose the set bonus I have. Tank scratches his head in confusion as he looks over the items. Rain and the others look at him and break into a short laugh. You can just switch the weapons when you want to use the skill. That way you can still use it, and don't dare say you don't need the armor. If you get it, we can just put you in front all the time and we won't get injured like this time anymore. Rain pats Tank's shoulder as he tells him with a serious expression on his face. Well, Ari, wait, you just want to use me as a meat shield more often, don't you? Tank nods at first before he shouts at Rain. His behavior makes everyone laugh again, compared to the solemn atmosphere before they were now much more relaxed. Alright, so Tank gets the armor and axe. The bow obviously goes to Beast. What about the other items? The cape and ring are both useful and easy to use, but the necklace, we know nothing about the bonuses it can give. Wolf calmly says to everyone as he ponders over the necklace, as it is a rank C equipment the bonuses should be good, but since they don't know the exact ones they were all unsure for who it was most suited. After all, it would be bad if Wolf takes it and finds out the bonuses are all for long-range attacks. Let's just give it to Beast. It's nature-oriented and well, he's the one that's most in touch with nature with his skill. Maybe it will give him better bonuses or something. Rain just waves it off without any interest. Alright then, the coat should go to Shadow. You're the only one without any B-rank equipment. After all, I'll take the ring as I don't have any long-range attacks. Wolf nods to Rain and distributes the items. Ah, Beast puts on the necklace and suddenly exclaims in happiness. Rain, you were right. Ding. Player has a high affinity with the item. The bonuses will be increased by 15. Looking at the notification Beast just shared with everyone, they nodded happily, as they now knew more information about items for future use. By the way, Rain, I couldn't help but notice it. Beast nervously says after looking at Rain. Why aren't you using the sword? Rain simply chuckles in response and says, I can't use it, I don't know why, but whenever I tried I felt like the sword was going against me. The more I used it the weaker the feeling got, but it was still safer to use this one before I managed to tame it completely. Ah, so there was actually something like that, Beast exclaims in surprise. The question he asked was something everyone had on their mind after all. Why wouldn't he use a sword as strong as that one during the fight? So rank items need something like that, huh? Shadow gloomily says, I don't think so. After all, this sword is almost a rank when it's broken. It should be S ranked at its peak. So I think it's similar to skills. The difference between A and S rank isn't simply one tier after all. Wolf analyzes the situation calmly and says, he was the one that asked the system the most questions, making him a lot more knowledgeable about things like that. Rain nods and takes the sword out of the inventory. Seeing him hold it, everyone could see a subtle trembling the sword was making. They all realized that that was what Rain was talking about. Continuing their journey back, they didn't get into any fights. After all, it wasn't that hard to sneak by the enemies in the deep forest, while monsters in the newbie forest would simply run away after seeing them. Getting to the castle, everyone breathes out in relief. The battle today was simply too dangerous. Even after getting so much loot, they weren't very happy. They almost lost 2 of their friends for it. Jack didn't speak, he just looked at them before nodding his head and turning around. However, right after he did that, he turned back and glued his eyes to Rain's hands, more specifically to the sword he was holding. Rain, where did you find that? Jack walks over to them and asks, his eyes never leaving the sword. Beast got it from a chest. Why, is there anything weird with it? Rain looks at Jack in confusion as he had never seen him behave this way before. I need to inspect it first, may I? Jack holds out his hand as he eagerly asks Rain. The weird behavior makes everyone feel like something is off. Sure. Rain shrugs his shoulders and gives the sword to Jack. He wasn't afraid that Jack would steal it, as a weapon of this caliber shouldn't be that attractive to him. Incredible to think I would see it after all these years. Jack caresses the sword as if it was a loved one. His sight slowly turns soft as he reminiscences. You know this sword. Rain and the others suddenly get shocked by his words. After all, they thought that the items they got were simply made new from the system, and that the description was there to just bring it more life. Yes, I do know it. It was forged and used by a good friend of mine a long time ago. The sword was lost when he fell into battle. I never thought I would see it again, Jack tells them with a sad voice, his tone filled with sadness as he mentions his friend. Shaking his head, Jack returns his emotions to normal. Looking up, he takes a step forward and hands the sword back to Rain. It seems like you still haven't subdued the sword's spirit. Even if it is a weakened version, it can still pose some problems. Come, I'll help you with it. Jack doesn't even wait for Rain to answer before turning back and going to the practice field. All right, Rain says absent-mindedly. The description mentioned that a swordmaster used the sword a long time ago. Never would any of them guess it was someone Jack knew, and it seemed they were good friends as well. Standing at the practice field, Rain and Jack start sparring. According to Jack, the sword spirit will only recognize Rain as its master if he was good enough. The best way to do that is simply to fight and become more proficient with it. After a couple of hours of training, Rain suddenly feels a weak connection with the sword. His strikes become faster and more accurate. It felt like the sword in his hand was like an extension of the arm and not an object. Congratulations, you have now officially stepped in the ranks of true swordsmen. Not a lot of people can become one as quickly as you. Jack stops with the practice and congratulates Rain. Looking down, he could see that the sword was no longer vibrating in his hand. On the contrary, it now felt incredibly comfortable to use it, much more than any of his previous swords. Bringing the stats screen up, Rain checks it out. Name, Rain. Level 16 to 689,000. Class, Swordsman. More info in the class menu. Race, Human. More info in the race menu. Attribute points 2. Strength 2939 plus 5 from ability, plus 5 from item. Agility 3345 plus 6 from ability, plus 6 from item. Endurance 1416 plus 2 from item. Vitality 1618 plus 2 from ability. Willpower 1618 plus 2 from ability. Spirit 3044 plus 4 from ability, plus 10 from item. Proficiencies: Knife Proficiency D. Hand-to-hand combat A. Sword Proficiency A. Skills: Inspect rank B. Lightning Charge rank A. Lesser Lightning Body rank B. Lighting Movement rank C. Lightning Stab rank B. Compact Punch rank C. Lightning Bullet rank C. Swordsman no rank. Downward Slash no rank. Swordsman Heart no rank. Ability: Lightning Manipulation SLVL 33 exp 45. Unknown rank LVL exp. Looking at his stats, Rain was incredibly surprised as they had risen by a lot and strength was just about to hit the 40 points mark. Not hesitating, he immediately uses one free point to get it to that level, while using the other one to raise his agility slightly. Right after that, he goes to his room to sleep. Tomorrow they were going to get briefed about the journey they needed to take to get to the town. Getting some rest before that was very important. Morning came quickly. The bright rays of sunshine entered the room from the small gaps of the curtains. Rain was already up, sitting on his bed and thinking about everything that happened so far. The crazy game that all of humanity was forced to play, the monsters, the skills and abilities, and the numerous near-fatal fights him and his party had to face so far. Being level 16, he felt powerful, but he knew full well that his power was nothing in comparison to what lies ahead. The bosses scattered in the world was something he didn't even want to think of. Just the huge lizard is enough to kill all of them right now. Anything stronger would just need a slap to send them to their deaths. Getting up, he puts on his clothes and gets ready to meet the others before they go to Eldar's office. The day of the journey has finally come. Nobody knows how dangerous it will be or how long the journey will take. Meeting the others, they all exchange pleasantries and good mornings. Slowly, they walk towards the stairs and get ready to meet the captain for the briefing. Knock. As they knock on the door, their hearts beat wildly. They were finally going to learn more about the area surrounding them and about the town they are supposed to go to. After so many days, they are finally going to meet other people. Enter. Eldar's calm voice acts as a wake-up call for them. Taking in a deep breath, Rain puts his hand on the door handle and opens the door. Click. Entering the room, they can see Eldar and Jack waiting for them. Jack was sitting on a nearby sofa, laying on it lazily. Eldar, on the other hand, was standing in front of a huge holographic map. His face was serious, a rare sight for everyone. It was usually the other way around for those two. You arrived, come on, sit. Eldar smiles at them and gestures at the sofas with his hand. Walking to them, everyone sits down and stares at him. So first of all, you guys leveled up faster than I thought you would. Good job on that. Eldar smiles at them, his expression getting a bit softer as his eyes land on them. Now comes the hard part. Going back to his serious mode, he tells them while walking around the table situated in the middle of the room. As you can see, this is the map of the nearby topography, the forests, the hills and mountains. We even got a river and a lake nearby. You guys, of course, don't know of it as you have only ventured on the south and east of the castle. Pointing with his fingers, he slowly explains the surroundings with a calm and steady voice. The town we located is to the west of us. Going to it will take you about a day, and you'll be traveling through this area. With his finger, he shows the west part of the map. As you see, a part of the river flows in the middle of it. That might be a good place to get some water. If the river is safe and clean, do take care when you get there. There are many aquatic beasts that could attack you if you get in it. The talk suddenly shifts towards him explaining how the aquatic beasts have evolved, and that they are much more formidable than the ones on the land, as they have a huge advantage over them underwater. The lake is quite close to the river. I would recommend you take a detour around it. As it is a water source, many monsters will go there to rest and drink water. The calm waters of the lake are much better than the river for them, as they can see the ripples if anything tries attacking them. So take care when you get close to it, and do your best to go around. Putting a serious expression, once again, he mentions the dangers around the lake multiple times, making sure they wouldn't forget his words. As he continues, he talks about the different forests and what level of enemies they should expect to find in them. The most dangerous area was as expected the one around the lake. By his estimates, the monsters should be around level 20 to level 25 there. Monsters of such level are not what the party could hunt, as it would be too time-consuming and draining, not to mention the danger they would face. So you have two choices: either go through that area with extreme caution or simply play it safe and go all the way around. It will be much safer that way, but it might take an extra day to do that. You're free to choose what to do, of course, as I have no power over you when you leave. Just make sure you don't die. My promotion depends on it. Eldar stares at all of them. The pressure brought by someone of his strength made it hard to breathe. Their bodies start shaking unintentionally, and their breaths turn short and rapid as sweat goes down from their foreheads. All right, Cap, I think that's enough. You're gonna break the poor lads if you keep it up. Jack suddenly shows up next to Eldar and pats his shoulder. The pressure on Rain and the others immediately disappears as they can finally breathe normally. Right, sorry for that, guys. I've been on the edge the last couple of days. Some safe zones have already managed to establish contact with their nearby areas, so we need to hurry up a bit, otherwise we'll get left behind by them. Eldar explains with an apologetic face. As they hear the explanation, Rain and the others get surprised. They thought they would be the leading force right now, as the people they talked with on the forums were nowhere near the level of strength as them. The reason it's so important to establish contact with the town is that once you do that, you can link the place with us, enabling us to use the teleporter to move between us. That will make traveling much more convenient, not to mention that way we will be safer from attacks, as we can call for backup and vice versa. Now Rain and the party were even more surprised. Teleporting from such long distances is something they thought of before but didn't know if it was possible. With Eldar confirming their thoughts, they were sure that the journey they're about to take is one of immense importance. Don't worry, Captain, we'll make sure to complete the mission. Rain gets up and nods to Eldar. Ding, special quest Journey to the West received. Description: the captain of Safe Zone 1 Eldar has issued a quest for your party. Go on a journey to the west of the safe zone and make contact with a settlement located there. Failing to finish the quest will drop your favorability with the residents of the safe zone, while succeeding will grant incredible rewards. Looking at the quest that showed up in front of them, everyone widened their eyes. They hadn't gone a quest since the first day of the game. The only thing close to it was the dungeon, but that was a bit different compared to a normal quest. Leaving the room, everyone goes outside. It was time to stock on supplies. The journey will be long and arduous. The last thing they want is to not have enough rations when they're out there. Do you think they're ready? Jack asks Eldar as they gaze from the window of his office. Eldar looks at them and shakes his head. I'm not certain. They are definitely stronger compared to others that are the same level, but the enemies they might face will be quite above them. We can only hope they take my advice and be as careful as possible. Losing such promising players would be nothing short of a tragedy. Jack nods his head as he listens to him. Looking down, he stares at Rain. The young man had brought him surprise after surprise. The last thing he wanted to see now was him dead. That boy, he got a Rise sword. What? Eldar jumps up as he shouts. Looking at Jack with wide open eyes, he asks, "A Rise sword, are you sure it could be?" "I'm certain," Jack answers resolutely, his face as calm as a lake, showing no emotion whatsoever. "Hey, it must be fate, huh? We searched for him and that damn weapon of his for so long, and it suddenly appears here. You didn't take it." Eldar sighs deeply and flashes a smile afterward. "No, the boy deserves it. His talent for the sword is. It's something I have rarely ever seen. Arai himself would be proud that his sword is used by someone like him." Smiling bitterly, Jack shakes his head and looks directly at Eldar. "I just hope that will be enough for them to survive the journey." "Me too, old friend, me too." Both of them look away and stare at the sky, their faces calm but serious. Before leaving the castle to start their journey, everyone had a lot of things to do. Picking up various items they had ordered from the blacksmith beforehand, buying supplies, and going to the social hub to check if anyone from the nearby town is there. "You kids came good. Here are the things you ordered." Rain and the others look at the equipment. There were numerous armor pieces for everyone there. Even though they got some from the defeated enemies, they were still using some rank D ones. They felt it was a must to change them for some rank C parts before setting out, so they went to Adrian a couple of days ago and ordered them. Besides armor for them, they ordered some for Greenie and the wolves as well. Looking at the iron armor in front of him, Rain nods happily. He was still using the rank D leather armor they got in the beginning. After numerous battles, it was already in tatters. Rank C iron and leather armor. Def 22. Agility +1. Endurance +1. Description: an armor forged by the master blacksmith Adrian with minimal effort. Rank C iron and leather boots. Def 16. Agility +1. Vitality +1. Description: boots made by the master blacksmith Adrian with minimal effort. Rank C iron and leather pants. Def 16. Endurance +1. Vitality +1. Description: pants made by the master blacksmith Adrian with minimal effort. Rank C iron and leather gloves. Def 15. Agility +1. Endurance +1. Description: gloves made by the master blacksmith Adrian with minimal effort. The armor wasn't anything special, but it was still better compared to their previous one. The iron plates on it were nicely made and put at vital spots, making sure to offer protection without limiting their mobility. Greenie got the same armor as them. His was just a bit bigger, while the wolves had specially made armor for them. It was still iron and leather and only defended their vitals. Any more and it would compromise their movement. Taking the items and paying for them, they left for the market to stock up on the needed supplies. Nobody wants to go hungry or thirsty in the wild. Luckily, their inventory is a great place for storing such things, so they didn't need to carry all of it with them. Finally, they entered the social hub, where Rain and Shadow got surprised, as Shadow's father replied to their previous messages. Seeing that both he and his wife were all right, they were relieved. After carefully reading the messages, they understood that he was already a high level, probably around the same as them, if not even higher. His reminder to not try anything dangerous and wait for him to find them made them smile, even though they were about to do the same thing he was worried about. In the end, they replied to him and left, eager to explore the West and find the town. So that would be everything we need, right? Rain asks everyone. He wanted to check one last time before they set off on their journey. Yeah, we have everything we need, time to go. Wolf nods in confirmation as they make their way to the gate. The soldiers at the gate see them and observe them as they come closer. They already found out that they were going to try and make contact with a nearby town. The mission was of very high importance and was incredibly difficult, making the soldiers worry a bit about them. After so many days, they got used to this group leaving through the gate every morning, always excited to fight. They didn't want to see them die. You guys be careful out there. You're the only bunch here that has so much potential. Nobody wants to see you die before growing up. The same soldier that always told them not to die and cracked jokes with them at the gate came to them. This time the usual smiling face was changed to a more solemn one. Don't worry, man, we always came back before. Nothing's gonna change this time. Rain steps forward and tells the soldier. He smiles in response while the gate slowly opens for them. I guess so, safe trip, you little twerps, and don't forget, no dying. Getting back to his position, he smiles one last time at them before they turn around and leave through the gate. I do hope they survive. It's gonna be boring as hell here without them. These other players are seriously way too tame. Another soldier comes to him and says, his gaze still locked at the group. They're talented, much more than us. Even the captain and vice captain praised them for that. I really don't want to see them die, so you. The soldier nods to him in confirmation as he says, shaking his head. In the end, he puts his hand in his pocket and takes out a cigarette. Putting in between his lips, he creates a small flame on the end of his finger to light it. But I have a feeling these guys won't be leaving us anytime soon. He smiles mysteriously as he inhales the smoke. Acting all mysterious again, huh, whatever. The other soldier shrugs his shoulders and goes back to the others. Going through the forest slowly, everyone was tense. Even though they looked very calm and collected in the forest, they were actually incredibly concerned. One mistake and the journey could end up fatal to them after all. They were currently in the Newbie Forest west side. Even though the monsters here were too weak for them, they still kept being cautious, as the words from Eldar were still fresh in their mind. Their bodies subconsciously tensed up, ready to face any enemy they might come across. Guys, I don't think it's a good idea to be so tense right now. We're only at the beginning after all, and we might get mentally exhausted before getting to the dangerous part of the journey, Beast tells everyone while following them slowly. That's correct. If all of you continue like this, then this trip will be over before truly even starting. Wolf looks at them with a slight contempt. He was used to situations like this after all and knew how to make his body as calm as possible. The others were not even near his level right now. Damn it, Wolf, we want to but we just can't. How the hell are you so relaxed? Rain curses at Wolf as he sees him being completely relaxed and calm. It's all in here. Wolf points to his head. The more you think about the worse it is. Just relax your mind and the body will follow. It's as simple as that. Just think of this like a picnic, or any of our regular hunts. Shrugging his shoulders, he continues moving forward while the others stop in their tracks and give it their best to calm down. Let's not stop. We'll just need to learn to do this during the journey. I don't believe that we'll get mentally fatigued so easily anyway. Rain shakes his head before standing up and continuing forward. It's already been over an hour since everyone left the castle to start their journey. Rain and the others were walking through the west side of the deep forest without the stress and tension from earlier. The forest was pretty much the same on this side. The flora and fauna differentiated incredibly slightly. Even the monsters were no different, the party only encountering one new monster type on their way: lizardmen. The lizardmen were incredibly similar to the kobolds the party encountered before, the biggest difference being the green skin color and a longer tail. Compared to the kobolds, they were a bit weaker physically. After all, the kobolds had dragon blood, while the lizardmen simply evolved from lizards. Their fighting capabilities were lower as well. The deep weapon proficiencies that the kobolds had were nowhere to be found. The lizardmen fought crudely, using their claws and tail. Only some had a big bone that they would use as a club. Killing them was a simple thing for the party. Shortly after the fight started, it ended. The lizardmen were crushed without being able to inflict any wounds on them. Getting to the edge of the deep forest was a new sight. The black forest they visited before was not there. In its stead, a new one was presented to them: Bloodhill Forest. The forest was shrouded in red. The trees had red leaves growing out of them while the grass had a tinge of red in it. Everything in it was red actually. With the color, a slight smell of blood could be felt in the air, making anyone who enters slightly uncomfortable. Damn it, what kind of a forest is this? All red, smell of freaking blood in the air. Just what kind of place did we get into? Shadow asks with an irritated voice. The forest was weird, even more than the black forest. Since it has something to do with blood, I guess we might run into some vampires here. They are the most famous monsters that use blood anyway, Rain says from behind, his eyes darting from place to place, trying to find any monsters that try to ambush them. I don't like this place, Beast says with a frown on his face. The smell of blood was getting on his nerves. As a tamer, he had a big affinity towards nature and animals. A place like this one is too unnatural though, making him feel a bit angry at its existence. Ding. +5 regenerative power, +5 attack power bonus from the present location. Looking at the bonus given to him by his necklace, he frowns. Even more, getting such a bonus wouldn't mean that the monsters here had strong attacks and regeneration, right? He immediately shares it with the others who stop for a second, pondering upon it. I think it's highly likely, after all, weren't vampires and similar monsters hard to kill because of their regeneration? Wolf asks the others after a while. Everyone recollects what they knew about vampires and nods in confirmation. So strong attacks and regeneration, that should mean that their defense is weak, right? Tank asks after a bit. Everyone nods to him as that was the only thing that made sense. After all, the monsters here be a lot stronger compared to the dark forest if there was no balance to their stats. Continuing their journey, they finally encounter their first enemies. Kneeling next to a tree, 5 humanoid monsters were biting on a deer carcass. Blood was flowing everywhere, and the disgusting sloppy sound of them sucking on it echoed in the surroundings. LVL 14 Vamp. LVL 16 Vamp. LVL 15 Vamp. LVL 14 Vamp. LVL 13 Vamp. Description: Vamp are the servants of vampires, mindless monsters that only exist to obey their master and feast upon the corpses of their enemies. The Vamps are a difficult opponent for most because of their inability to feel anything except hunger, making their fighting style extremely unorthodox and annoying. Inspect. Vamp. Level 15, 156,000. Race Vamp. Strength 26. Agility 3, Endurance 15. Vitality 15. Willpower 8. Spirit 7. Alright, so they are fast and have a decent amount of strength. Rain shows the others the stats and they nod. The stats of a vamp was nothing special. It was merely average compared to other monsters of the same level. Everyone here had higher stats except for the 2 wind wolves who were still only level 10. Looking at their opponents, they could see their nails were quite long and had a slight shine whenever they came in touch with light. Swish. Beast's arrow comes and rudely interrupts their feast. The arrow plunges deep inside the shoulder of one of the vamps as it tries to dodge. The other vamps immediately get up to fight, but their reaction was still a bit too slow compared to Rain and the others. Greenie and Blackie attack one of the vamps, knocking him down on the ground with ease before they ruthlessly continue their attacks on him. The 2 wind wolves jump at the injured vamp that turned out to be the lowest leveled one. With his injury limiting his mobility, they quickly manage to gain the upper hand in the fight. Rain and Wolf each take on one vamp, immediately overwhelming them with their attacks. The vamps, whoever, shows no panic, only anger at them for disturbing their meal. They didn't bother dodging or blocking any attacks. Their only focus was on attacking them. Tank and Shadow take on the level 16 vamp together. Shadow immediately used his powers to lock its legs in place as Tank charges at him fiercely, trying to kill him as quickly as possible. The battle lasted for a short time. The monsters were no match for the party even under normal circumstances, not to mention under an ambush. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 14 vamp killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 15 vamp killed, 400 X points gained. LVL 16 vamp killed, 450 X points gained. The players have earner 200 X and 15 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 240 X and 3 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 14 vamp killed, 175 X points gained. Your subordinate has killed one monster, 175 X points earned. Battle has been concluded, distributing pets experience. LVL 14 vamp killed, 175 X points gained. LVL 13 vamp killed, 300 X points gained. Your pets have killed 3 monsters, 475 X points earned. Killing off the vamps, Rain and the others leave the scene, as they don't want to encounter any monsters that might have been drawn over by the sound of battle and thicker smell of blood. Looking at the description, we can be almost certain that vampires can be found here. They're probably mini-bosses, the same as the Treant was in the Black Forest. Rain tells everyone while they were on the move. Their eyes darken a bit when the Treant was mentioned. It was the first monster that managed to injure them so gravely after all. If not for the remaining wood folk fleeing back, then some of them might have died after all. A monster like a Treant, but much faster, that would be a difficult opponent to deal with. After all, the only reason we managed to defeat the Treant back then was because of how slow it was. If we convert its defense to speed, the vampire would be many times more dangerous compared to it. Wolf says with some worry in his eyes. After all, if they really do encounter a vampire, then some of them might even die in the fight. All of them if they make any mistakes. That's why we will not ask for trouble and simply go around the area it is in. It should be easy to notice it. After all, the Wood Folks tribe was very different than the rest of the forest, Rain says while he looks at the side. Everyone notices his gaze and stops, looking at the vamps that pass by them, running towards the area they were previously in. They probably smelled the blood. Tank says with his face scrunched up, the amount of vamp passing through was not low. There had to be at least 40 of them. Seems like this forest follows the same rules as the Black Forest did. The enemies are nothing special when confronted individually, but there are huge groups of them everywhere. Shadow observes the vamps as they pass, his eyes darting from one figure to another one. They're only one type. There are probably more different monsters here. We need to be careful. We don't want to repeat what happened on our first day at the Black Forest, okay? Wolf glances over to Shadow and says, everyone nods in confirmation and slowly go away after the vamps were out of their sight. SHHH, be quiet. Wolf shushes the others as they observe a group of humans from a tree branch. Blood Ritualist. Level 15. Race Human. Strength 12. Agility 14. Endurance 15. Vitality 15. Willpower 25. Spirit 3. Description. The Blood Ritualists are a cult of humans that follow the demoness, Ketchera. Following the will of their misters, they make many offerings for her. The offerings include the flesh and blood of many different beings, human being her favorite. The more precious the offering, the more benefits Ketchera will bestow to her followers. When encountering such filthy beings, make sure to kill them quickly and fight in close range, as their blood magic is weak then. Some exceptions do exist. These things were once human. Rain asks in shock as he looks at the ritualists. Their nails were long and black. Parts of their bodies had already turned to a dark reddish color, showing their corruption by the demoness. They wore black robes inlaid with dark red lines. Their irises were red, while the rest of the eye was pitch black in color. Their teeth were a dark yellow, similar to a half-rotten banana. Misters wasn't satisfied with the last offering, humans. We need to offer her humans so that she will bless us. One of the ritualists says, looking at his robes which were inlaid with more lines. Rain and the others understood that he was the leader of the group. But where will we find them? We can only kill the rotten vamps and spiders around here. The other beasts are too strong, and no humans can be found. Another ritualist complains to the leader, his eyes showing his helplessness towards the situation. They were no longer human and had no qualms about using them as offerings. They would gladly do it, in fact. It was only that they couldn't find any that made them feel so helpless. The time will come where we can venture out of this forest. By then we shall slowly get stronger. The leader comforts them with a sigh. He also had no clue to where they could find humans. Rustle. Suddenly they could hear the rustles of the leaves. Looking up, they only see the trees with nobody on them. Swish. An arrow travels straight towards the leader's forehead. His pupils widen as he hastily dodges to the side, only getting a cut on the left side of his head. Here we are, Rain says as he suddenly shows up next to the leader. Swinging his sword, he starts fighting the disgusting being with all of his might. Humans. The leader shouts in anger as he unsheathes his sword, blocking Rain's strike in the process. His sword was a normal steel sword that had red lines on it, the red lines shinning every time he strikes, seemingly strengthening it. The red sword collides with Rain's broken sword of dominance and creates sparks. I heard you were looking for us, so we came to say hello. I hope you don't mind, Rain says as he pushes the leader before jumping back and flicking his finger, releasing a weakened version of the lightning bullet at him. The bullet hits him in the shoulder as there was not enough time or space for the leader to dodge. The robe offers little protection to his shoulder as it gets torn at the point of impact, the bullet managing to burn his flesh and make a small wound there. You inferior, the leader growls in anger before his sentence gets cut short by explosions nearby. Glancing over, he could see his underlings fighting a bitter battle with more humans. Even though they had the superiority in numbers, they were losing. Yow. The leader shouts at Rain as blood starts flowing out of his orifices and turning into a mist of blood that lingered around him. The leader's face turns wicked as he lunges at Rain. Die. Clang. Rain blocks the attack and feels his hand getting a bit numb. The physical prowess of the leader suddenly went a huge change when the blood mist showed itself. It was a type of rage skill, similar to Tank's blood frenzy. The two come to clashes many times in a span of a minute, neither side backing away. The leader's strength was actually a bit above Rain's, but his fighting skills were far lower, allowing Rain to fight evenly without even using his skills. As the leader sees that he can't win, he glances at his subordinates again, only to find their number halved after a short time. His pupils constrict as he thinks of running away, but first he must deal a heavy blow to the young man in front of him. Blood art. The sword in the leader's hand suddenly turns completely red as a red-colored flame clads it. The flame spreads quickly to the leader's body, cladding him completely. Flames of Ketchera. The leader utters as he looks at Rain, who is now a bit stressed. The leader's whole aura underwent a huge change now. The pressure he was exhibiting was many times higher than before. Rain knew he had to use everything now. The backlash such skill had was definitely not low, so he knew the leader would be able to fight for only a short period of time before it disappears. Lesser lighting body. Rain immediately used his newest skill. With the boost provided by it, he was fully confident in taking the leader head-on as the pressure lessened considerably. Not satisfied, though, Rain activates two more skills, wanting to kill the leader at his strongest. Why, he himself didn't know. It was as if his entire being hated the flames, wanting nothing more than to extinguish it completely. Lightning charge. Lightning stab. Rain lifts his sword up to the height of his shoulders. Drawing his right hand back, he takes a low stance, looking like a spearman that held his spear for the final attack as the lightning lance forms around his entire arm. The leader sees his movement and lifts his sword above his head, holding it with both hands firmly. His legs were about 1 foot apart, a bit bent. His chest swells up as he takes a deep breath. Demon overhead cut. The two move at the same time, the ground beneath their feet sinking down from the movement. Rain disappears in a flash as a trail of lightning was left by his movement. His arm now fully extended down as the ground beneath the sword was left with a hole in it. Behind him, the leader was standing with the sword down, the slash leaving a small cut on the ground. His hands were at the same level with his hips, and one leg was forward as he took a step to slash down. The left side of his chest was gone. A semicircle was left there as part of his ribs could be seen. The hole spread all the way to the middle of the chest, completely destroying his insides and decimating his heart. F fast. The leader utters his last words as he collapses, blood spewing out of his wound. The other ritualists managed to see his death and despair. Without him, they knew they had no chance of winning the battle. The enemies in front of them were already overwhelming them, and the only way to win was for the leader to help them. Seeing him die in battle against an even more fearsome enemy made them know that their death was close. They fight back against Wolf and the others. Since their deaths were certain, they were going to make sure to at least take one of their enemies with them, no matter how impossible that might be. Their bodies start to slowly break down from the excessive usage of their skills, but they didn't care. Until they die, they were going to use everything they got to fight back. Wolf and the others finally start to feel some pressure as their opponent's suicidal attacks were not easy to deal with. They didn't care if you hit them. They would simply try to hit you back harder. Exchanging blows wasn't something they were willing to do. The enemy was at death door anyway, so why risk an injury? Rain looks over but doesn't join them immediately. His breathing was heavy as the final attack left him a bit drained. It was the first time he tried using 3 skills together, and the effect was incredible. The speed he reached was almost at the level of Mach 1, but the mana usage was equally terrifying. Regulating his breathing, he slowly makes his way towards the other cultists, who panic even more when they see him. They were using everything they had and still couldn't heavily injure their opponents. If a monster like him joined, then it was over. His final attack was witnessed by some, and it made their hearts stop for a moment. Some of them immediately break away from the others and try to run away, only to fall down as Shadow uses his ability to stop them. Rain dashes at them as an arrow hits one in the head, killing him immediately. The battle was soon over as Rain and the others made short work of the remaining enemies, their clothes soaked in their blood. Battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 18 Blood Ritualist Leader killed, 650 X points gained. LVL 15 Blood Ritualist killed, 400 X points gained. LVL 16 Blood Ritualist killed, 450 X points gained. LVL 14 Blood Ritualist killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 15 Blood Ritualist killed, 400 X points gained. LVL 16 Blood Ritualist killed, 450 X points gained. LVL 16 Blood Ritualist killed, 450 X points gained. Rank B Blood Dagger acquired. Rank C Cultists Ring acquired. Rank C Dark Robe acquired. Rank D Leather Gloves acquired. The players have earner 150 XP and 50 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 630 XP and 10 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 14 Blood Ritualist killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 15 Blood Ritualist killed, 400 X points gained. Your subordinate has killed 2 monsters, 750 X points earned. Battle has been concluded, distributing pets experience. LVL 14 Blood Ritualist killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 15 Blood Ritualist killed, 400 X points gained. LVL 14 Blood Ritualist killed, 350 X points gained. Your pets have killed 3 monsters, 100 X points earned. Rain and the others flee the scene of the battle. The battle took a longer time to finish than they expected. The sounds of fighting and the blood of the deceased will definitely attract enemies that are nearby. Just as they got some 20 meters away from the field, they could hear the howling of wolves behind them. Wolves, again, really. Shadow grumbles as they continue running away. It's like whoever created this game has no originality and just decided wolves are great for low-level, medium-level, and probably high-level monsters. Yeah, not gonna be surprised when I see Fenrir or other giant wolves in the future. Rain shrugs his shoulders with a smile on his face as they all slow down before coming to a stop underneath a giant tree. Let's check the loot, Tank says with a wide smile on his face. Hearing him, Shadow gets excited and shouts. Hey, the dagger is mine. Don't even try taking it, you guys. Before anyone could do anything, he takes the dagger in his hands and rubs his cheek against it. So nice, finally a B rank. I'll take good care of you, my precious. Everyone smiles helplessly as they watch Shadow make a complete fool out of himself while repeating the words constantly, similar to a small being in the best freaking trilogy ever. Yeah, I just love LOTR. They go ahead and check the description of the other items while they wait for Shadow to calm down and share the daggers. Rank C Cultist's Ring. I honestly remember having a nice effect for this thing, but I FC King forgot what it was. It should be similar to this one though. Spirit +1. Description: a ring commonly used by the higher-ranked cultists. It has a small sharp point with which the user can stab himself, allowing the drink to consume his/her blood and increase his stats for a period of time. The more blood the ring is allowed to consume, the better stat boosts it will give. Rank C Dark Robe. Def 10. Spirit +1. Willpower +1. Fire resistance +10. Description: a dark robe commonly worn by cultists. Its defensive capabilities leave much to be desired, and its bonuses are small. An item at the very bottom of rank C. Rank D Leather Gloves. Def 10. Endurance +1. Description: gloves made from unknown leather, give an average defense to the hands without limiting them of mobility. The items they gained were quite honestly trash. The only item worth anything was the ring, as it had a skill imbued in it. The bad thing was that they had no idea how much blood would be needed for a good increase in stats, and nobody was about to test it while they were in such a dangerous place. Shadow finally calms himself down and joins the others, showing the description of his dagger with a wide smile on his face. Rank B blood dagger. OTK 50. Strength +2. Agility +2. Description: a dagger that was made with a special ritual that imbued blood in it. By allowing the dagger to drink blood, any blood, it will grow stronger and strengthen the user's stats. By expending a big amount of mana, the user can activate a skill imbued in it, igniting the blood on it and coating it in a blood flame. The blood flame is a powerful flame that will absorb the blood of any foe that gets into contact with it, increasing its own power and the user's. There exists a small possibility of stats permanently increasing by a small amount after the skill is over. The dagger's effects were good. Its attack power and stat boosts were lower compared to other items at the same rank, but the passive ability coupled with a skill that not only allowed for stronger attacks, but even had the possibility of a permanent increase in stats made it top-notch compared to others. It was only slightly inferior to Rain's sword. Well, you finally got a new weapon. Glad it's a useful one. Rain pats Shadow's shoulder as they all get ready to continue forward. Only a couple of hours had passed since they left the castle, and they still had a long way to pass before arriving at the town. Hahaha, it's already man, no need to be jealous. Shadow laughs and teases Rain. His mood was lifted by a lot ever since getting a good weapon. Why would I be jealous? I have the highest ranking weapon among us. Rain gives him a puzzled look while he explains calmly. Shadow, remembering his sword, quiets down and pouts a bit. Not fair. Everyone continues on their merry way before Beast gestures for them to stop. I think we are being followed. I've been having the feeling for a while, and by using my skill, I managed to hear extremely faint walking noises behind us. Beast explains to the others as they all get ready for a fight. They all knew the effectiveness of Beast's ability and skill. If he was so certain of them being followed, then they definitely were. And since his ability warned him, it meant to enemies are not humanoids, as only beasts can be felt by him. You think it's the wolves we heard a while back? Rain asks Wolf as they climb the nearby trees. Whoever was going after them was going to get a nasty surprise. Probably their sense of smell is incredible. They might have sensed us while we were leaving and decided that live prey is tastier than a dead one, Wolf says as he flexes his muscles and gets ready to fight. Maybe, or maybe this damn forest has something to do with it. The feeling I get while fighting here is different compared to outside. Rain quickly adds worriedly. The forest unnerved him. Its existence was just too unnatural, and the lingering smell of blood didn't allow for any of them to relax. It's the smell. Having to constantly smell blood changes a person, and I personally think that this smell is more than that. I wouldn't be surprised if it had properties that made everything here a lot more aggressive. Wolf nods his head in response to Rain's thoughts. After being here for a couple of hours, he also had the same train of thoughts as him. Suddenly they go silent. Below they could see a group of wolves approaching their position. The wolves were dark red in color. Their bodies were full of wounds which made them look more menacing. Their eyes were red and black, and their mouth was full of razor-sharp teeth. Something was off, though. Wolves are usually patient predators. They would slowly follow their prey before coming closer. These wolves, on the other hand, didn't bother with that. They were trying to quickly come to them and fight. The crazed expression on their faces was a big difference when comparing them to normal wolves. The blood has already affected them, it seems. Wolf tells Rain as they both get ready to use their ability to strengthen their weapons. As soon as the wolves come in range, they were going to be attacked with the full combined force of the party. As they near closer, it finally happens. An arrow hit the ground in the middle of the wolf pack, exploding immediately and blasting some wolves away. The others attacked immediately after. Everyone first used the AoE skills. They had to injure the beasts further before they focused on killing them one by one. Rain looked like he was dancing around the wolves while he was fighting them, his moves smooth and fast, never stopping as he didn't want to be surrounded by the wolves. Tank did his usual thing of simply smashing apart anything in front of him, similar to Wolf, who was swinging his greatsword in delight. Shadow was the only one that constantly switched between long-range and close-range fighting. Every time he would see a wolf trying to circle him, he would throw his 2 C-rank daggers at it. The wolves were not at a high level, neither were their numbers big, so the party managed to finish all of them off quite quickly. A bit disappointed that they didn't get any loot, they take the valuable parts of the corpses before moving on. It was 4 in the afternoon now. Rain and the others have been on their journey for over 8 hours now. The red forest was huge, and they still hadn't found a way out. Maybe it was for the better, as the forest that was next was much more dangerous than this one. Going through shrubs and bushes, they slowly moved through the forest, observing their surroundings in the process, as they had previously stumbled upon a big group of vamps, the leader of which was a level 19. Even though they believed they could defeat the group, it would be a long and arduous battle, where a single mistake could turn deadly, not to mention that it could also attract more enemies, making it incredibly disadvantageous for them. They had to run away immediately. Luckily for them, their levels were higher compared to the chase in the dark forest. The wolves were fast, and they managed to flee the enemy quickly before they continued on. They encountered another group of red wolves they previously checked, and it was impossible for Beast to tame them. Their minds were already affected by the red fog, and they were in a sort of a berserk state all the time. The red wolves, called the blood wolves by the system, were physically stronger compared to their counterparts, but were less intelligent and relied less on their instincts, so a battle with them was always a straightforward one. After a couple of arduous hours, they were finally near the end of the dungeon. How they knew about that? Well, they came across another group of cultists and swiftly killed the group as its size was much smaller than the previous one. Wolf took the only surviving cultist with him a bit further away from the others for questioning. A couple of minutes and many screams later, he returned with information about the forest. There was one small problem to leaving the forest, though. At the area they were in, the only way to get out of it is to go through the vampire's territory. Yes, not a vamp, but a vampire. He was one of few that resided in the forest, controlling the vamps to do his bidding. After some deliberation, they decided to take the risk. The vampire was strong, and a fight against him would be dangerous, but going all the way around would take a longer time, something they were not excited about. The plan was to get to the outskirts of the territory first and observe the vamps before they tried to stealth their way through. Before they could arrive, though, the party had to go into hiding. Sounds of battle came in front of them, and many groups of vamps were passing through. The number of vamps was huge, and they wanted no part of them. Looking ahead, they knew that something was wrong. The noise, the fighting, the anxious looks on the vamps' faces made the other come to a conclusion. The vamps' territory was under attack, and looking at how fast the vamps are returning, the opponent should be strong, probably on the same level as the vampire. Rain and the others carefully go closer to the territory. A bit excited, if they were careful enough, they might be able to profit greatly from the fight. After all, wouldn't it be great if they could swoop in and kill the two bosses fighting? That, of course, remained to be seen, as they were still in the dark when it came to the fight. If the vampire was fighting two opponents, for example, they would simply decide to pass the area quickly and not risk anything. The same thing applied if the vampire's opponent was much weaker than it. Finally arriving at the vamps' territory, the sight ahead stunned them. Hundreds of vamps and blood wolves were locked in a brutal massacre against each other. The vamps were weaker than the wolves in a direct confrontation, but their numbers were higher, allowing them to gang up on the wolves and use their superior numbers to fight evenly against them. In the distance, loud rumbling could be heard. Rain and the others exchanged looks and nod. That was probably where the bosses were. Getting there would normally pose a problem, as the vamps would be guarding the surroundings. Their numbers, strength, and territory size were much bigger compared to the wood folks. Ding. Sudden quest initiated. The vamps' territory has been attacked by a blood wolf pack. The players can choose to join the battle. The quest reward will be given after the fight is over. The better the player's performance in the battle, the better rewards they will gain. A quest. Rain and the others show a look of excitement on their faces. They were going to join the fight regardless. The quest now just gave them more incentive, as the rewards would definitely be good if they managed to kill both bosses. Wait, why didn't we get any quest when we fought the Woodfolk tribe, though? Is this special and can only be given if a situation like this one happens? Rain asks the system out of curiosity. Ding, the Woodfolk tribe the players went to previously was not strong enough. Only the strongest parts of a map will have a quest activate. Not strong enough, they had a freaking treat with them. Shadow shouts with a loud voice, his face red from anger towards the system. Ding. The treant in question was not part of the tribe. It was simply a wandering boss. What, so we actually didn't need to fight that thing? Fuck. Shadow curses out of frustration. Everyone collects themselves quickly and makes their way towards the center of the territory. They were using the same tactic as previously. Climbing the trees that were around them, they jumped from one to the other, more carefully this time, as there were only some places with planks on them, probably used by the vamps for a lookout. Making their way to the center, they actually came across some vamps in the trees. The vamps were using the trees to attack wolves from a safe distance. These vamps, however, were different, as they were using crude bows to attack the wolves. LVL-16 Vamp Archer. Description: a variant of the vamps, the archer has part of its intellect intact, allowing it to use the bow as the main weapon. The vamp archers have a basic level of archery. The bows they used looked crude and weak, but they were in fact made from the branches of the surrounding trees, allowing them to be highly flexible and strong. The archers did not spot them, though. Considering the wolves were their opponents, they had no need to be vigilant about their surroundings. The wolves were not such good climbers, and it would take them a while to get up, a time during which their brethren would alert them. The archers were all killed swiftly by them, their bodies dumped down to where the wolves are, allowing the wolves to have a feast as they erased all the evidence. The group traveled for 10 minutes before they were able to get to their destination. They were finally able to see the fight for themselves. The vampire looked different compared to movies. He wasn't wearing a suit or anything elegant. His clothes, in fact, were red robes that were already a bit battered and cut. Fighting the vampire was a huge red wolf. The wolf's size was around 2 meters. Its bloody red body looked incredibly strong, with huge muscles everywhere. "Damn beast, I'm going to skin you alive and drink your blood after I am finished with you." The vampire screams in rage. His territory was a mess right now, with a huge number of his subordinates perishing. The battle was still going on and would only stop after one of the bosses is dead. LVL 20 Boss, Vampire Althrian. LVL 20 Boss, Alpha Blood Wolf. The two bosses had been fighting for a while now. Their bodies were full of wounds, while the surrounding area was completely destroyed, a testament to their strength. The vampire was as fast as they expected. His speed was still short of Rain's after he used his 3-skill combination, but compared to Rain, the vampire needed nothing for it. Its speed was its best stat, and the way it moved around the wolf was as if he was simply playing with him, which was untrue, as the vampire was simply waiting for good chances to attack. He used a sword as a weapon. It was a rapier with which he was able to inflict many small wounds on the wolf's body. The wolf, on the other hand, fought simply and savagely, lunging at its opponent and trying to claw or bite. It was usual for it, the only difference being that the wolf was able to use a blood type skill which increased its stats massively for a short period of time. They were both incredibly tired now, but Rain and the others still didn't attack them. They were going to wait for both of them to use their trump cards, before they finished them off quickly after that, allowing them to get spoils from both. The vampire starts getting impatient as the battle continues. He only wanted to end this as quickly as he could. His territory was slowly crumbling around him, and he could do nothing other than fight the big bad wolf. The vampire's eyes constrict as he gets ready for one final attack. Before the vampire could attack, he hears the shrieks of his underlings. Thinking again on how his territory was getting ravaged by beasts, he fumes in anger and decides to go all out. The vampire discards his sword as his hands grow larger. The fingers grow much longer and thicker, becoming claws. The hands turn dark red as a dark red glow manifests around them. The vampire's whole body then starts changing as he slowly walks around the wolf, whose body was also exhibiting some changes. Its body was getting leaner as the muscles become even more prominent. His claws and fangs become longer and shine in an ominous light. The vampire was different than before now. His bright red hair was gone. In its place was black hair that fluttered in the wind wildly. His muscles grew a bit bigger, and his whole body exhibited a beast-like aura. Getting down in a low stance, the vampire smiles dangerously at the wolf. The ground beneath his feet cracks, and a big cloud of dust forms as he lunges towards the beast with an incredible speed, faster than Rain's. The wolf jumps sideways in an attempt to dodge the blow, but that fails as blood spurts from its side. 4 deep lines were left on it after the vampire's claws sliced it. The wolf growls and attacks. His attacks, even though being incredibly strong, miss every time as the vampire's speed allows him to dodge all of them. His face was still contoured into a huge ominous smile as a small laugh escapes his lips. The vampire was no longer nervous or angry. The transformation seemed to do something to his mind, as everything he now yearned to do is to rip apart the animal in front of him. Dodging would not get him that though, so he starts his counterattack, Blood Art. The vampire jumps backward and pushes his open palm towards the wolf. The palm shines bright red as a clump of blood forms on it. The vampire continues laughing as he looks at the wolf, whose mouth was wide open. Blood Spear. The clump of blood was suddenly launched at the wolf with an incredible speed that turns it into a crude spear made of blood. The wolf spits out a red orb that intercepts the spear and explodes, blowing away the soil between them and making a shockwave that blasts wind everywhere, making Shadow's hair sway a bit together with the others. "Fuck, are they really the same level as the Treant? These guys seem much stronger," Shadow says with a shock on his face. "Well, yes and no, they seem stronger because of their speed and skills, but remember, the Treant's defense is much higher compared to them, not to mention the branches on his head, those almost killed you in Rain." Beast tells Shadow what he thought about it. Wolf nods and adds, "Not to mention that my flames were the Treant's weakness, that coupled with his slow speed allowed us to do much damage early on, and Rain also managed to hit his eye with a stab, something most wouldn't be able to do." "I guess so." Shadow hangs down his head as he continues watching the fight. The vampire was gone after the dust settled. The wolf immediately panics when he fails to see him. Turning around, he tries to find him, but that turns unsuccessful. Finally, the wolf's eyes constrict as he looks above him. It was too late though, as the vampire's claws were already descending towards it. Smiling brightly, the vampire already imagined the wolf's head being split open by his claws. Seeing the situation turn differently though makes him confused. The wolf actually jumped up a bit and did a front flip, managing to evade the attack aimed at his head, only gaining some wounds on his back from the claws. The flip was followed by the sound of wind breaking as the wolf's tail fiercely hits the back of the vampire, launching his forward by a couple of meters. Bam. Both the wolf and the vampire fall down on the ground with a loud bang, a cloud of dust forming at each of their locations. The wolf gets up with relative ease. His body was still in good condition, but it knew that it had to finish the battle soon, as blood was still flowing from the wounds he gained. Nothing he did could stop it, as that was one of the effects of the vampire's claws. Darned. The vampire slowly gets up, his hair disheveled and his body bruised from the powerful attack. His spine was injured during that attack, something that made him incredibly angry. For him, a proud vampire, to be so wounded by a beast even after using his true form was unacceptable. Beast. The vampire shouts in anger as a small red whirlwind forms around him. His hair flutters upwards as a red aura forms around him. Looking at the wolf with incredible hate in his eyes, the vampire spreads his arms and gets down, before exploding forward with incredible velocity. The wolf's body was glowing as uses his mouth to bite in front of him, blood spurting at the location of the bite before multiple new wounds get opened on it. The vampire was breathing heavily behind the wolf. His shoulder was bleeding as the wolf managed to bite him during his charge, something he never thought to be possible. Turning around, he could see that the wolf was wobbling a bit. It could tank a good amount of attacks, that was certain, but the many wounds coupled with the blood loss were finally getting to it. I'll devour your corpse completely, only leaving your head intact so that you can hang on my wall as a trophy, something you should feel honored to do, you filthy beast. The vampire talks with disgust as he walks towards the wolf. His body seemed relaxed, but that could not be further away from the truth. He knew that the wolf will fiercely relent in its last moments, and his transformation was almost over, making him feel nervous as he needed to end it now. The vampire's right hand glows with an intense light as he forms a hand spear. Drawing his hand back, he gets ready before charging at the wolf. Devil's Spear. The skill was something the vampire made by himself. By using his blood art to coat his entire arm, he was able to make an incredibly penetrating attack. He momentarily gets to the wolf, who springs up and swipes his claw at him. The claw makes a huge gash on the ground in front while the vampire falls on one knee behind the beast, his transformation ending. The beast had a huge gaping hole in its chest. It was going to die in any moment. Ha 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 ha, victory is finally mine. The vampire laughs loudly as he sways left and right, his chest ripped open by the final attack of the wolf. Suddenly, an arrow hits the wolf and explodes while three figures jump down on the wolf, all of them attacking it with full force and making the ground beneath them tremble. The vampire looks ahead with a puzzled look as the dust settles. He could see three figures on top of the now dead wolf, their weapons firmly lodged inside the beast. Before the vampire could finish his sentence, he senses a huge amount of mana behind him. Turning around, he could see a brown-haired man clad in lighting a couple of meters away from him. His hand was drawn back and was holding a beautiful golden sword. Thud. The young man was Shadow, who used his shadow body to get to the vampire's side undetected. He was holding the blood dagger that was used to stab the poor vampire. Letting go of the dagger, he jumps backward and waves at the vampire. Have a nice sleep. The vampire tries to grab his hand but was too slow. The injuries he had gotten were too severe for him to move normally now. Wait. Before he could finish his sentence, Rain moved. He wasn't going to risk anything, so he used everything he had for this one attack. This was also the first time he ever used his sword skill, and managed to see its full power. Rank S+ Sword of Domination. Everyone thought that the sword was rank A at its original state. He was shocked after he saw that the sword was S+, and that the bonuses given to him were incredible. With his full force, he lunges at the vampire and stabs him. The attack comes in a moment. The vampire wasn't able to even try dodging before his stomach was stabbed. The force behind it explodes and actually rips him in half. It was only after the attack that a loud sonic boom was heard. Rain's speed was actually above Mach 1 now. The vampire's torso falls to the ground after being brutally ripped apart from its lower half by Rain's attack. The vampire's head slowly turns to look at Rain. Even after such an attack, he was still alive. The vitality of a vampire was terrifying, to say the least. A human. The vampire's eyes constrict a bit as he sees Rain, his mind spinning in disbelief. The attack that killed him was incredible. One should know that at his level he could be considered one of, if not the fastest. Seeing a mere human being faster than him shocked him. To think cough, cough. The vampire violently coughs up blood before being able to finish his sentence. Rain comes to him and grabs his arm, turning him to lay on his back. Even though he and the others used what someone may call a cowardly method to kill him, they still had respect towards this vampire's strength. Ha ha ha. The vampire laughs bitterly while his eyes never leave Rain. His hands lay powerlessly on the ground as his life slowly flickers away. To think humanity would progress so fast, already having warriors of your caliber. The vampire's eyes change for a moment, showing a bitterly look of sadness. Waiting for the final moment before killing the two of us, a great tactic. You all managed to get great rewards with no risk. Rain and the others hang their heads down, partly in shame, but also because they didn't want any praise for what they did. You are the ones that killed me, Althrian, the vampire shouts. So lift up your heads, humans. This is war. Nothing is shameful if you manage to defeat your foes. The vampire's words shock everyone. They thought that the vampire would curse them, yell at them with everything he had before dying. Him actually praising them was something they would have never imagined. Listen, humans, this universe is vast and terrifying. Everyone gives it their best to survive, including me. As my final words, I tell you to live. No matter how you do it, that is the most important. After all, the stronger you become, the more worthy my death becomes. Althrian smiles after finishing his words, his eyes slowly close as he enters an eternal slumber. Rain's face was grave. He would have felt much better if their enemy simply showed hatred towards them before dying. The words of encouragement Althrian spoke to them only confused him. He wanted to know exactly what the vampire went through to take his death so peacefully. Ding, battle has been concluded, distributing experience. LVL 20 vampire Althrian killed, 1000 exp gained. LVL 20 alpha blood wolf killed, 1000 exp gained. System has withheld the items gained until the completion of the quest for a higher reward opportunity. The players have earned 20 exp and 100 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 400 exp and 20 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 20 alpha blood wolf killed, 300 exp gained. Your subordinate has killed one monster, 300 exp points earned. Looking at the notification, everyone was stunned for a second. This was the first time something like the system withholding items happened. They recover in a moment, though, as they were sure nothing bad would come of this, as the system already said that they might have a chance for better rewards. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, they decide to take the valuable items from the wolf. They leave Althrian's body untouched out of respect. They knew this will matter little, though, as the numerous monster in the territory will definitely rip it apart and try to evolve. But unfortunately, they didn't have the luxury of time to bury him. Everyone takes one final look at the vampire's smiling face before they leave. The howls of wolves and sounds of battle had already come near them. Getting into a fight with so many monsters would spell their death right now. They run towards the end of the forest. It was near the vampire's territory, but they would still have to run a couple of minutes before getting there, something that is incredibly difficult to do right now. Only a minute passed before they came across the first group of enemies. A pack of 3 wolves was fighting against 5 vamps. As soon as they saw the party, they froze in their tracks. That only lasted for a moment, though, as they immediately attacked them. The vamps and the wolves were enemies, but they were fighting against each other for the territory. For a third party to come here made them furious, making them leave their differences aside before killing them. The fight was short, however, as the small group was simply too weak to deal with Rain and the others. They might have had a chance to fight them for a longer time if they worked together, but the wolves and vamps weren't willing to fight them together. They were still enemies after all. As more time passed, more and more enemies started showing up. First, it was other small groups similar to the first one, but after some time, bigger groups started showing up more frequently, usually ganging up on them right away. The party had to fight with everything they got. They knew something like this would happen after they killed the bosses. They hoped to use the same tactic of jumping from tree to flee, but the nearer to the end they got, the sparser the trees were, the distance between each making it impossible. The fights were brutal. Numerous corpses lay on the path they took. Flesh and bones were everywhere, and pools of blood had formed. The stench of blood made the surrounding enemies go crazy, all of them running towards Rain and the others, as they had already found the corpses of their 2 leaders. The strongest if each species were left where the corpses were. None of them wanted to pass on an opportunity to evolve, making the pressure on them a bit lighter. Rain's lighting flashed as he stabs through a wolf's head, smashing apart its skull and frying the brain with lightning. We have to hurry. We can't take it much longer. Wolf shouts from the front as he slashes his sword sideways on the ground, creating a thin wall of fire to ward off the monsters. His tactic works as they all take a step backward in fear. Tank simply put his shield up front and charged at any enemies that were dumb enough to stand on his way. He was saving the bull's charge for later. It will be an invaluable help to them when they are near the forest's end. Beast fires off an arrow before a transparent green shield shows up on his arm, blocking the bite of a wolf that jumped on him. Thud. Shadow comes to his aid immediately and uses his shadow burst, stabbing his dagger through the wolf's ear, making the explosion happen inside its head, killing it right away. Beast gets up swiftly and continues running with the others. As the enemies quickly converge on their location, they finally see the end. Light was shining through the gaps of the trees as if lighting a way for them. Bull's charge. Tank activates his charge the moment everyone gets behind him. The huge bull shrouds them all as they smash every obstacle in their way. Even the higher-leveled wolves and vamps were too weak to stop them. Beast continues launching his arrows while they charged. The more enemies they kill, the better the reward from the quest became after all. Shadow switched his daggers and was throwing them relentlessly at the enemies, sometimes using the shadow blades with them, picking off some of the wounded enemies. They come out of the forest right when Tank's charge ends, the monsters staying at the border while looking at them with resentment. Everyone was injured. The relentless assault of hundreds of monsters was not something they could survive if not for the rules that prohibited them from coming out of their respective areas. They all go a bit further away, just to make sure that nobody would attack them from afar before they sat down on the ground, exhausted. They were currently at a clearing. Its width was about 100 meters, connecting the Blood Hill Forest and the other, more dangerous forest. This was probably something the system did to allow the players to rest up a bit before they ventured forward. Everyone takes out the food and water they had in the inventory and starts feasting. They were incredibly tired and hungry after such an ordeal. Replenishing their strength with food was a must right now. It was now 5:30 in the afternoon. They had been traveling for about 10 hours now with no rest. One thing to consider is that their speed was far above that of an average human. The distance they covered would take much longer for people to traverse before the games start. The sun would still be up till 8, and they were considering whether to enter the forest now or wait till morning to continue. I don't think we should risk it. Eldar told us that this would be the most dangerous area we would face in this journey. With that in mind, we can interpret that the areas after it are probably the same as the ones we crossed now. Wolf tells them with a straight face as they all listen to him. Looking at each other, they nod their heads and decide to wait here until morning. There was still no notification for the end of the quest, though. The battle between the vamps and wolves probably had to come to an end before that, probably. The monsters had already gone back to fighting each other shortly after they left the forest, so they were sure that the quest would be done by morning. With that in mind, everyone rested before going to sleep when night came. As morning came, everyone woke up. The whole night was spent peacefully, as no monsters intruded upon the clearing between the forests. A welcome sight greeted them when they opened their eyes. Ding! Sudden quest completed. Party's contribution, 69 hehe. Final rating, excellent. The following rewards are distributed to each member: 300 S coins, 30 X points. An opportunity to make a custom piece of equipment. Choosing to make a piece of equipment will allow the players to choose any aspect of the equipment in question, the rank, type, appearance, and more. The more the player customizes the equipment, the lesser in rank it can become. Max rank. Ding, player has enough experience to level up, level up. Current player level is 17, additional stats gained. Strength +1, agility +1, 2 free attribute points gained. Name, Rain. Level 17, 1, 120, 10, 0. Class, Swordsman, more info in the class menu. Race, Human, more info in the race menu. Attribute points, 2. Strength 30, 142, +6 from ability, +5 from item. Agility 35, 49, +7 from ability, +7 from item. Endurance 14, 18, +4 from item. Vitality 16, 20, +2 from ability, 2 from ability. Willpower 16, 18, +2 from ability. Spirit 30, 45, +5 from ability, +10 from item. Proficiencies: Knife Proficiency D. Hand-to-hand combat A+. Sword Proficiency A. Skills Inspect rank B. Lightning Charge rank A. Lesser Lightning Body rank B. Lighting Movement rank C. Lightning Stab rank B. Compact Punch rank C. Lightning Bullet rank C. Swordsman no rank. Downward Slash no rank. Swordsman Heart no rank. Ability Lightning Manipulation SLVL 39 exp 65. Unknown rank LVL exp Ding. Your subordinate has leveled up. Name Greenie. Level 14 1 257,000. Race Vajra Ogre variant. More info in the race menu. Strength 34. Agility 30. Endurance 21. Vitality 21. Willpower 12. Spirit 11. Proficiencies: Pickaxe Proficiency C. Sword Proficiency B. Hammer Proficiency B. Two-handed Proficiency B. Hand-to-hand combat bees. Skills shattering punch. Dominating slash. Crescent kick. Shattering stomp. Ability Vajramite. While we can make our own equipment awesome, Shadow jumps in elation as he reads the notification. The others, however, stay silent as they read further. Only one player can make a piece. Depending on what he chooses, the next player's item will be lower in capabilities, or there will be no further opportunity. So if someone chooses grade A or heavily customizes a piece, then there's no chance for anyone else to make one. Rain looks over at Wolf and tells him, "You should make a sword, Wolf. You're the only one that's still using a rank C, not to mention that I know you don't want to lose its ability." Wolf flinches as he hears Rain's words. They were true, of course. He had gotten incredibly familiar with his sword and the way it can change weight. Even if he had a rank B put in front of him, he would probably not use it because of that. That's too much to Wolf's words were cut off by the stares of everyone else. Even Shadow stopped jumping up and down and looked at him. Their answer was clear. Wolf starts customizing a weapon. Immediately, he chooses a great sword and starts molding it. He makes the thickness of the blade a bit thinner, while at the same time making it a bit longer to have added reach. From the list of materials, he chooses a young drake's fang, a material suitable for making strong B-rank weapons. He tries to make the handle to be as similar as possible to his own. Alas, as he never did such a thing, he could not make it the same. He uses a piece of leather to wrap it, allowing his hand to absorb more shock through it. On the end of the sword, he creates crevices on one side that would allow him to rip apart the insides of his enemies' bodies, given they were big enough to withstand a direct attack, that is. The blade's color was a dirty white. The edges of the sword shine dangerously in the light, showing its incredible cutting ability. He adds numerous lines on the sword, purely for aesthetic reasons. After he was finally done, an hour had passed. Rain and the others had checked the skill hidden in the rank C cultist's ring, only to find out that the bonuses it gave to stats were mediocre compared to the amount of blood it drained. Rain takes it, saving it as a last resort skill. A bright light shines from Wolf's hands. Once it subsides, only a huge white sword was left in them. Looking at his sword, he checks its description and nods in satisfaction. Rank B Dragonbone Greatsword. ATK 65. Def 10. Strength +2. Endurance +1. Description: a sword of unknown origin that was forged with a young dragon's fang. The maker of the sword wanted it to have the ability to freely change weight, even with the expense of added stats. By using mana, the user can make the sword 500 G light or 40 kg heavy. Everyone looked at the description of the sword in awe. The weight difference had changed considerably. 500 G was light for a normal human to wield, not to mention them. Something like that was like a feather in their hands. The weight of 40 kg was also incredible. It was double the previous one's limit after all. With Wolf's strength, it would still take a considerable effort to swing something like that, but the damage it could deal would be astonishing. He could probably crush a normal-sized tree in one swing. Wolf swings his sword around, trying to get familiar with it. Even though he tried to make it similar to his, there were still differences. The handle, the weight distribution, not to mention the change to possible weight. He had to experience all of that to make sure he wouldn't make a mistake in battle. Everyone looks over to the system prompt. Seeing that there was no more opportunity for an item, they simply shrugged their shoulders, already expecting such an outcome. For them, it was more important that Wolf gets a new weapon, as their strength as a team would rise. Wolf spars with Tank and Rain for a bit. After finally feeling that he was adjusted to the new sword, he stops and joins them in getting ready for the new area. They get everything back in the inventory and slowly make their way towards the forest. The forest in front of them looked normal, well, if you overlook the giant trees, that is. They make sure that nobody is near the entrance as they finally step into it. As they get in, a notification flashes in front of their eyes: Ironbark Woods. They all look at the name of the forest. It was a lot less daunting and formidable compared to the previous ones. They all knew that was not the case, however, as this would be the most dangerous place they have ever gone to. As they enter the forest, they feel a sense of tranquility wash over them. They could hear the low rustling of the leaves, the chirping of birds, and the sound of insects in the forest, making them feel as if they entered a normal forest for a nice walk. The forest was beautiful. The trees grew tall, seemingly piercing the sky. Bushes were everywhere, most of them filled with berries that were ripe. The grass was swaying softly as the wind passed through it, cooling everyone down. The only odd thing about the whole site was the trees, or to be more exact, the tree barks. They were a weird grayish-brown color, and they had a metallic luster to them. Wolf came to a tree and tapped it with his sword, producing clanging sounds as if he was hitting metal. +7 defensive power, +7 resistance bonus from the present location. Looking at the notification, everyone exchanged glances. They weren't surprised, to be honest. As soon as they found out the name of the forest, they thought the monsters here could be more defense-oriented. So far, the party has gone to 3 forests that had different specialties. The Black Forest was more stealth-oriented, with the shadows that were almost impossible to see at night or shadowy places, the wolves with the dark attribute, and the wood folk who could simply stand against a tree and look almost invisible. The Blood Forest was a more brutal place where the enemies were always in a bloody frenzy, and this forest, one that was seemingly peaceful and was more defense-oriented, with till now unknown enemies. They try to climb the trees but find little success in that. The metallic texture of the tree bark made it incredibly smooth and hard to find a grip on. They would usually slide down after only climbing a bit. The trees were incredibly high, which was not a good thing for the party. They had to climb a full 5 meters before getting to the branches, and even higher if they wanted to travel from tree to tree, which made ambushing enemies harder. There was another problem, and that was them not knowing what types of enemies they would face here. If any monsters were in the trees, then the battle would be incredibly disadvantageous to them, as the branches left them with little space to dodge attacks, and slipping would have catastrophic results. Thus, the party opted not to use their usual approach of using the high ground in this forest. They stuck to bushes, moving around carefully from one to another, always observing their surroundings and staying vigilant for any enemy encounters. They didn't forget to check above them either. The ambush by the shadows back in the dark forest made sure of that. As they slowly made their way forward, they were confused. They were in the forest for half an hour now, and they were yet to encounter any enemies. The peace and tranquility of the forest slowly made them lose their vigilance. Luckily, Wolf was the first to notice that and reminded everyone of where they were. This forest is incredibly weird. Not running into enemies till now definitely has something to do with it. The atmosphere and peacefulness of the forest is a trap, making us lower our guard and believe everything will be okay before it suddenly changes. Wolf tells everyone with a stern look. Inside he was shaken. None of the forests before were like this. Even the newbie forest had a bit of pressure that it would force upon the players, making them stay vigilant at all times. A forest that was completely calm and made you relax completely while inside of it. For Wolf this was terrifying, as even he almost fell inside the trap. Imagining the possible outcomes of them lowering their guard made him grim. It was completely possible that something like this would happen again. If any enemy was to strike and catch them off guard, it would be disastrous. We have to try to not relax here. If an enemy was to attack while we are off guard, we could die. Remember, the monsters here range from level 20 to level 25. They will be much stronger than any we faced before. The bosses here are probably on the level of the white tiger back then. Wolf's reminder made everyone nod their heads seriously. Even with their current strength, they knew they wouldn't be able to defeat a monster of such a caliber. Even a monster a bit weaker than it would be too much for them. They all continued after that. The forest still hadn't changed. Even after 30 more minutes, they were now inside for over an hour and nothing has happened so far. With their current speed, they probably moved about 3 km from the beginning of the forest. They knew that such a distance was a short one here though. They had seen the forest's size on the map. It was a bit bigger than all the previous ones put together. I don't think it's a good idea to continue like this, guys. If we don't start moving faster soon, we might not make it out of here before night comes. Even though the captain said we would need 1 day of traveling to get to the town that was based on our average speed, he didn't factor in sneaking and fighting in it. Rain tells everyone as they sat down below a tree. All of them looked troubled by his words, as they were now faced with 2 choices. Continue being cautious and risk staying here at night, or move faster and risk running into monsters while not being prepared. None of the 2 choices were good. It was simply the question of choosing the lesser danger. In the end, everyone agreed that being here at night would be far too dangerous. After all, even the newbie forest changed a lot during nighttime, becoming a more dangerous place. A forest with higher-leveled enemies would be the same as hell for them. They all pick up the pace and move. They weren't crouching and moving from one bush to another anymore. They were simply walking now, still staying a bit vigilant. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that they finally came across an enemy. It was a bear, a giant gray freaking bear that was rubbing his back against a tree. They all started breathing much more quietly as they looked at it. The bear was standing on his 2 hind legs as he rubbed himself. His height in such a position was a huge 4 meters. His thick gray fur glistened in the sun as his rubbing produced loud noises to the surrounding area. Rain quickly used his inspect skill to find more details about it. Iron fur bear. Level 24. Rice bear. Strength 5, agility, endurance, vitality, willpower, spirit. Seeing the bear's status screen, everyone got nervous. Only a part of its strength stat was shown, and even that was enough to make them tense up. A strength stat of over 50 was huge, even more so when taking into account that the monsters here should be defense-oriented, which means his endurance and vitality should be higher, probably being over 60 points each. The size of the monster together with his high level made everyone certain that they were not its match. Slowly they move around it, giving it their best to get far away from the beast without being noticed. Luckily, the bear was more focused on rubbing his back against the tree and never even tried to look around, making it incredibly easy for them to slip away without alerting it. As they move some 50 meters from the bear, everyone lets out sighs of relief, their eyes not filled with uncertainty. What if the other enemies they come across have stats and a level similar to the bear? They probably wouldn't be able to even run away from them. Steeling themselves, they move forward, passing through thick shrubs and bushes in the forest while giving it their best to stay calm and vigilant. They came across two more beasts while they were moving. For some reason, Lady Luck was on their side today, and they managed to remain unnoticed through both encounters. One of the beasts they came across was a fan favorite. In fact, it was a big-ass wolf, something you can never have enough of in forests, of course. Similar to the bear, the wolf was large and imposing, his fur being gray in color and shining at that similar metallic light. The other enemy they came across, however, was something new, something they had not seen till now. It was a pony. No, I'm joking, there was no pony actually. The second beast they came across was a huge deer. The deer stood at a whopping 3 meters, his whole body covered with muscles that showed his incredible strength. The antlers on top of his head were equally massive, having 50 more 32-inch beams quarter diameter, and has about a 30-inch outside spread. The deer's antlers didn't look normal at all. The usual white color was not there. It was replaced by a gray color. The antlers looked like they were a work of a blacksmith, their size and shape incredibly, and the metallic glint made them even more imposing. They knew that it would be bad news for them if they got hit by those. The party was still safe, however, and slowly moved closer to the center of the forest, unknowingly heading towards the one place they were told not to go, the lake. Slowly moving through the forest, everyone was on the highest alert. The tranquility of the forest now only worked to increase their stress level and alert them further. They knew that below the surface of this peaceful forest lay danger above any they faced till now. We've already been here for 3 hours. How much distance have we even crossed so far? Shadow asks with a begrudged face. His hair was a mess, something that usually happens when you travel for a long time in forests without managing to shower. No freaking idea, but considering the size of this place, we are probably not halfway through it, so less talking and more moving. Wolf tells him with a calm face, before turning away to continue with their walk. A little while ago, they had considered going up the trees after not sighting any enemies there, but they had to erase that plan after a terrifying thing happened. It was only some 10 minutes ago. They were moving carefully as always and managed to hide from an incoming enemy. Wolf's sixth sense and Beast's tamer radar worked incredibly well here. Pretty much every enemy was a threat towards the team, so every time a monster or a group of them were nearby, they would immediately know, allowing the team to slip away every time. Most times they didn't even see what monsters were close by. This time they were able to see the enemy clearly. The huge bloaty stomach of the giant swayed left and right with every step it took. Its egg-shaped head was devoid of any hair and had a lot of fat beneath its chin. The dull look in the monster's eyes would deceive its foes into believing it was a dumb and lazy monster that was easy to defeat, before ending as its meal once it showed the ferociousness it had. LVL 25 Young Troll. Trolls were popular monsters in most fantasy books. Boasting enormous physical strength and high regenerative powers, they were always a tough enemy to fight. Their thick skin was able to defend against blunt weapons with incredible effectiveness, while the fat on its body would absorb the shock with ease. Everyone was apprehensive as the troll was walking near their position. They all held their breath, not daring to make a sound before it left. Something unexpected happened, though. The monster was going on its leisure stroll, probably looking for prey, and didn't stay vigilant. There was only a handful of monsters that could threaten it in this forest anyway, and they were all further away. That is why it failed to notice a shadow hidden in the trees above it. The shadowy figure moved swiftly, tailing the troll for a while. It was only now, when it was certain that the dumb beast hadn't noticed it, that it decided to attack. Launching itself from the tree branch it was on, the figure immediately shows up above the troll's head, its scythe-like forelegs cutting deep inside the neck, making a fountain of blood gush out. LVL 25 Giant Praying Mantis. The mantis was a whopping 2 meters tall, a lot more than its usual 5 centimeters long counterparts. The forelegs of the mantis were about 1 million long and razor sharp, cutting through the troll's skin with ease. The giant lets out a loud shout of anger as turns around and tries to slap the insect away. The 4-meter-tall troll towered over the mantis, but its speed was far below it, allowing the mantis to dodge with ease every time. Rain and the others' backs were covered with cold sweat. The troll was destroying the trees with relative ease as it missed the mantis, whose speed was incredible. Even Rain wouldn't dare compete with it. The mantis hadn't broken the sound barrier with its movement. Its speed was actually below Rain's top speed, but the flexibility and agility it showed while moving was light years above Rain's, who could only attack in a straight line once. Slowly they backed away from the fight. If any of the two monsters decided to move towards their location, their lives might be over, as none of them had any confidence in winning against either one. Even when they couldn't see the monsters, they still continued being vigilant, only daring to turn around and run after the sounds of fighting were almost gone. The memory was still fresh in everyone's head. The mantis seemed to like using their tactic of ambushing opponents from above, and that was reason enough for them not to try the same. As they were walking, they all stayed silent, still going through the fight in their heads. The troll's massive strength and the mantis's incredible speed were etched in their brains. It wasn't long until they saw something different in front of them. The usual trees were a bit sparse now and didn't block out the sun. The sight in front of them changed from greenery to a deep and calm blue color. Piquing their interest, they all continued forward, wanting to find what was in front. As they moved some 100 million forward, they could see it. A huge lake was in front of them. The lake was some 20 kilometers long. The sun shining on it gave it glitter on the surface, making it look incredibly beautiful. One thing that destroyed this peaceful and beautiful sight was the incredible number of monsters around it. The monsters were peaceful, though. It seemed that no fighting was allowed here, as all of them simply came to the lake to drink, while some were sleeping nearby. Monsters of all kinds could be found here. Wolves, bears, mountain lions, orcs, kobolds that were much bigger and stronger than the ones Rain and the others fought before. Some trolls were there, sitting down on the shallow part of the lake and using their hands to scup water to drink. On one side of the lake, everyone was surprised when they see humanoid creatures there. The beings in question were covered with leaf-like clothes, were slim, and had mostly long blonde hair that covered their spiky ears. They were petting animals nearby and seemed to have a great relationship with them. They were of course elves, the race famed for their great nature affinity and archery skills. Being in tune with nature that much made it easy for them to befriend all kinds of animals. They were born tamers, but they rarely ever tamed any creatures. Elves believed that all living beings are equal, and that taming them was the same as making them your slaves. Everyone marveled at the scene for a while. Finally snapping out of it, they slowly backed away. They had no idea if the monsters would attack them at the lake, but even if they didn't, they would probably follow after them when they tried to continue onwards. As they were backing away, they could see the water in the middle part of the lake rising. A huge figure blasted through the surface area and got high into the air. The long serpentine body bent down as it dived in the lake again. The body had many scales on it and was a deep blue color. Its head was definitely not one of a snake, as it even had horns on both sides. Rain used his inspect skill on the monster, and the result made him incredibly fearful. Race, strength, agility, endurance, vitality, willpower, spirit. It was the first time every info was covered with question marks. He could only imagine the strength of the monster that lay inside the lake. The strength it had was definitely far above what they could imagine. Everyone froze in fear. The monster's huge body dove into the lake, disappearing from their sight. They were quiet, the forest was quiet, and even the monsters around the lake seemingly stopped breathing, some weaker ones even falling down to the ground as if they were kneeling towards their lord. Whatever that monster was, it was far above anything they had seen till now. Something like that didn't belong to this forest. What in the world was that thing? Shadow asked stutteringly, his back drenched in sweat as just the sight of the beast made him feel the touch of death. I think I know, Beast said behind them, his body frozen in fear as his eyes were still staring at the spot the huge beast came out from. What, you know that thing? Tank was shocked as he looks at Beast. Jaialong, also known as flood dragons. Based on how that thing looked like, I think it's probably that, Beast says solemnly. In his free time he liked to read light novels, and the flood dragon is one of the monsters that's usually in the wuxia and xianxia novels. Beast continues with his words. A flood dragon is either a snake that managed to evolve to dragonhood and is only a step away from becoming a true dragon, or it is simply a descendant of a dragon that slept around with other species. It lives underwater, either in the sea or in big lakes, and it's weaker compared to a true dragon, but it is always incredibly strong, as every monster with dragon blood is. Beast finishes his sentence solemnly as everyone looks at him in shock. Fuck, a freaking dragon, that thing has to be overpowered then. Hey Rain, how does it compare to the wyvern that saved us? Shadow looks over at Rain and asks him, making him touch his chin and go into deep thought. The wyvern was only there for a moment, but I think it's weaker than this flood dragon. I felt pressure from it, but not nearly like this. He shakes his head as he spreads his arms, feeling powerless when he thinks of the enormous power those things have. Anyway, we need to leave. This area is way too dangerous for us. If any of those monsters see us, we are dead. Wolf interrupts the conversation and says, everyone turned serious and nodded in agreement. They slowly make their way around the lake. Now that they were here, they knew which way to go. Inside the same forest, on a hill a couple of kilometers away from the party, a man and a woman were leisurely walking. Their calm faces showed no fear towards the monsters around them. It was the opposite actually, as all of the monsters were trembling in fear and dared not to make a sound. A troll was right beside the pair, kneeling in fear as they pass it while talking. I didn't know that you visited this planet before, Z, the long-legged woman says. Every step she took was incredibly elegant and poised. Her violet long dress clung to her perfect body tightly, accentuating her curves and breasts. She was about 177 centimeters tall with a body that looked so perfect one would think it was sculpted by a god. Her long violet hair swayed gently in the wind, making a serene yet dangerous look around her. Every time she took a step, the ground beneath her would become charred, a small ring of fire appearing for a split second. It wasn't something she did on purpose. Her strength was simply so great that even her touch could kill the monsters here. If anyone was to see her now, they would be shocked. This woman was famous all over the universe. She was the leader of a faction that ruled an area of the universe, something that was incredibly difficult to do. She's known by many titles. Ruler of the Violet Flame, Enchanting Lady, Planet Scorcher were amongst many. Her most famous one is the one everyone calls her though, the immemorial dragon Miriam Zarmover. Yes, a couple of millennia ago I stumbled upon this place while running away after I was ambushed by the three brothers of the Blood Clan. The man beside her answered. His muscular body was covered with a simple light blue robe. Every step he took seemed to resonate with the heavens themselves, and his long blonde hair was neatly combed back and fell all the way to his back. His face was calm, but his eyes showed a look of uncertainty. What's wrong, boy? It is rare to see such a look on your face. Miriam smiles at him as she says. Her smile immediately charms the beasts around them, as they look at her with incredible love and longing on their face. Her face was so beautiful that describing it as breathtaking was an insult. Her smile so enchanting that even gods would fall in love, while her deep violet eyes seemingly incorporated the whole cosmos in them. Because I forgot about it, until this planet started the game, I simply forgot about its existence, the blonde man says with a frown on his face. Well, that's not such a big deal. Even though our memory is almost perfect at this level of power, sometimes we forget things. A planet such as this is simply too low for us to. Before Miriam could continue, she stops, as the blonde man shakes his head in denial. You don't understand, a planet like this is impossible for me to forget, Miriam. They knew about me, about my family, even things I still hadn't done yet. They knew it. These mortals here talked of us as gods. Not everything was true, but the names of my children, my wife, they knew everything in advance. The man says with a pale face, making the woman stop in her tracks, shocked. That should be impossible for them to know such things, and for you to forget them. That is once again the woman gets interrupted by the man as he continues talking. That's right, even the divine oracle couldn't know all of that. Not only that, but others too. They knew stories that they couldn't have known. Stories of future feats of incredible people, life stories that even we only found out later. It should be impossible, and yet they knew all of that, Miriam. The man says everything without stopping once, making the frown on the woman's face larger. Of course, some things were different. I remember that in their stories that watery FC King bastard was my brother. Well, that is not true at all. He is just a distant cousin, incredibly talented, I will agree on that, but still it should simply be impossible for them to know such things. It makes no sense. I remember the planet clearly now, me, my family, my pantheon. We were worshipped as gods amongst many others, and all of them exist, Miriam. The blonde man's face was a bit red as he finished his words, whether it was because of his excitement or the fact that he spoke for a couple of minutes without stopping to breathe. We will never know. How could you forget it then? Miriam asks him, befuddled with what she just heard. I don't know why I remember that before I left there was a light and a figure. His looks I cannot remember, but the next thing I remember was that I was just outside my family's territory, without any recollection of it. Different memories were in my mind, until a couple of days ago when the game started here. The man placed his right hand on the side of his head, gently shaking it in confusion. A man, and you can't remember anything about him? Miriam asks him while staring at his face. No, but even if he was the one that sealed my memories, I should have regained them a long time ago. There are after all not many people stronger than me in the universe, and I am certain it was not any that I know of. Even if it was, my memories still should have returned a long time ago. That is correct. This is incredibly suspicious. I know of one person, only one person in the whole universe that could do something like that. But if it was him, then we should probably leave this planet. Miriam shakes her head as fear shows in her eyes. The man noticed that and got shocked to the core. Fear, she is actually showing fear. one should know that Miriam is an incredible existence in the universe. The number of people she has killed over the many millennia is too much to count. I know you have many questions for me now, Z, but trust me, if it really was him, he did it for a reason. Even you regaining your memories, in fact. Wait, why would he return your memories then? He would have known you would come back here. Did he plan for it then? The woman goes into deep thought suddenly. The man simply stands next to her and waits. We should stay then. There's probably something here we can do, or maybe a person we can find. Miriam's eyes suddenly open wide as she finally figured something out. It is that then, no wonder then. As she speaks, she looks at the man and tells him, "Listen, Z, there is a boy here, a boy, young man. You probably need to him as your disciple. No, not even that. Just give him a mark. That will suffice," she says with excitement while shaking the blonde man. What are you saying? The man asks her in bewilderment, not understanding why her behavior changed so suddenly. Don't worry, you will understand why soon. He is special. You will know when you see him. He is above worthy enough to wield the power of lightning as you. The woman smiles at him before turning around and walking. The man stands for a moment in confusion. Something like this had never happened to him before. He was, after all, the leader of the pantheon, the man known as the god of lighting, Zeus. Rain and the others were calmly walking through the forest as the two unexpected visitors were talking. They took great care not to alert any enemies, but alas, even with all the precautions and skills they used, they were still unlucky at the end and managed to come face to face with a troll. It happened suddenly. Beast had already alerted everyone about an approaching enemy, and they did the same thing as always. They tried going around it. Alas, that turned out to be a bad move as more enemies showed up nearby, almost encircling them. They tried going different ways, but it was useless. There were monsters everywhere around them for some reason. Giant wolves were resting on big rocks nearby. The troll was enjoying a stroll in the forest. Another bear was brushing against a tree. All of them stuck to their areas without attacking each other. They all decided that going to where the troll was would be the best course of action. The monster was the slowest of them all, and running away from it shouldn't pose a problem. They did just that, slowly moving towards the troll. They made sure not to alert the other monsters, and gave it their best to stealthily move behind the troll. The troll, however, managed to smell them, something they completely forgot about. After so much time in the wilderness, their bodies naturally sweated and started smelling a bit. That was something the troll didn't miss. Suddenly, they were locked into an intense standoff with the troll. The huge monster was looking at them in confusion. It had never seen such creatures before, not to mention that their strength was below the monsters here, which made him even more curious. He stuck out his arm, trying to grab one of them, but they started running immediately. The troll got annoyed by their behavior and follows after them immediately, not content with letting them flee. The ruckus, however, attracts the nearby monster, who gets close to the troll in an attempt to find out what's happening. As they see Rain and the others, their eyes straighten and they start running after them. Rain and the others were desperate suddenly. Even defeating one of these monsters would be an incredibly difficult task. Now that they were so many of them, it was impossible, and the only outcome would be death. They continue running away, turning sideways every time they encountered another monster. The chase had been lasting for a good 5 minutes before a wolf managed to overtake them and attack. The wolf wasn't amongst the higher-leveled enemies here. Being only level 21, he was considered cannon fodder and was of no threat to the other beasts. To them, however, it was an incredibly strong opponent for which they needed to give their all to defeat. Everyone used their trump cards immediately and launched a fierce barrage towards the wolf, riddling it with small holes and injuries on its body. The wolf backs away right after that, scared that his life would be extinguished if it didn't do so. The troll draws nearby as they stopped briefly to deal with the wolf. Seeing that things might take a more dangerous turn, Rain tries, launching a lighting bullet to penetrate the troll's eye, only to see the troll move his head immediately and take the hit with his cheek. The skin of the troll truly lived up to its fame, as it only managed to get a small bruise and slightly charred skin around the point of impact. Seeing that its defense is so strong, they discard their plan of fighting and continue running away, hoping for some miracle to happen and save them. The thick bushes and shrubs were their best friends while they were sneaking around now, however. They only served to annoy them and blocked their vision every time they went through one. The worst thing is that the troll and most of the other monsters were quite big, and they could usually see what was happening from above. Many monsters soon joined the chase. They all jogged to the party, not worried at all that they would outrun them or attack them. They were honestly too weak to do any of those things to them. Even a giant praying mantis came down from the high trees and observed everything with its head turning around eerily. Before they knew it, a full 25 minutes had already passed, and they were already on the verge of exhaustion, while the monster group behind them was sticking to them like glue. Many other monsters had joined in the chase. There were tigers, kobolds, orcs, and many more inside the group, and they all simply observed them from a distance as they ran for their lives. 5 more minutes passed and the party hit rock bottom as they come back to the lake. The beach was filled with monsters that look over at them with intrigue. The lake zone was usually a no-kill zone, but that only worked with natives of the forest. Strangers such as them were an exception. The elves look over and get shocked when they see them. They knew of humans, but seeing them here, in such a dangerous situation, was shocking for them. Quickly they find themselves surrounded by the monsters. The poor elves simply looked at them with pity in their eyes as they knew there was no way of saving them. The monsters were already excited after going after them for so long, and trying to stop them meant certain death to most. The troll came forward, his face frowned now as it didn't expect the tiny prey to run from it for so long. It slowly comes to the party that had now drawn their weapons and were ready to fight for their life. Rain's eyes were squinted together, and a small part of them swirled in black and white light. Tap, tap. A low sound of gentle footsteps rang out in everybody's ears. The footsteps were neither loud nor overbearing. They were so gentle and quiet, in fact, that nobody should be able to hear them now. But here it was, the sound was actually ringing in their ears. Rain looks over with a grim expression on his face, an expression that soon gets replaced by a surprised one, right after it goes back to being grave. There were two people walking toward them. A tall, violet-colored woman was swaying her hips gently left and right as she approaches them with a wide smile on his face. The man with her was looking straight at Rain with a bemused expression on his face. Nothing came between the two groups. The monsters voluntarily make way for the two, scared for their own lives. Some, however, were different. The troll and a giant wolf stood their ground and looked angrily at the approaching pair. The troll was fed up with things happening unexpectedly now. Its face was angry, and it had completely gone crazy with anger now. The wolf, however, was a new leader of a pack. Its legs were slightly trembling as he growled at the pair. Miriam sees that and frowns slightly. Something like this was a clear provocation. She would definitely not stand for it, especially if the provocateur was a weak monster that was many times weaker than her. She stretched out her hand and put two of her fingers together before she snapped them and created a spark. The spark traveled through the air towards the wolf and turned into a raging pillar of flame as it touched it. The man, however, was incredibly displeased by how the troll looked at them. He simply looked at the troll and pointed down with his finger, to which a huge lightning strike came down and annihilated the monster. Seeing how two high-level monsters were dead, everyone looks over at them. Rain stood as a statue as he stared straight at Zeus. It was as if something was whispering to him that he should give it his best to befriend the man, even though he knew nothing of him. Well, what do we have here? A couple of humans decided to go to an incredibly dangerous place for some reason and almost got themselves killed. The woman shakes her head in clear disappointment as she sees the sight. They were incredibly flustered now, especially after Rain tried to inspect them with his skill. He couldn't see anything, not even the full status bar would show up now. I think I know what you meant now, Miriam. He is simply marvelous. Zeus said after he looked at Rain. He could see that lighting responded to Rain as if he was its own child. Not even he, the god of lighting, didn't receive such friendliness from it. Before they could start a conversation, however, the lake started producing waves. The center of it again explodes as a huge flood dragon showed up and flew high into the sky before coming back down. The humongous beast gets closer and closes his eyes while nodding and praying to Miriam. I see, a new evolution, huh? Good job, little one. Maybe one day you will be able to become a true dragon. This, however, was simply too hard to do, and Miriam knew it. She focused a bit and gently caressed the giant head that was now in front of her. Ren and the others simply look in awe at the woman who was petting a dragon as if it was a puppy. Since you were so nice to come out and greet me, I would feel bad if I didn't give you a little gift now. Miriam smiles gently at the flood dragon in front of her. The smile immediately smites Rain and the others, who stare at her with their jaws wide open. Miriam's hand glows with a deep violet color before a small flame clads it. She simply touches the dragon's head with it again, and the flame enters inside, leaving a small purple-colored symbol between its eyes. The dragon's eyes open widely as an unmistakable joy is shown on them. Its gigantic body starts whipping around, like a little child that got a present for his birthday. Miriam smiles again before saying, "Don't be too happy yet. The mark is a blessing, but also a curse. If you fail to properly wield its power, you will be consumed by it. Not to mention, if your powers do not grow quickly enough, you might end up as a mount for someone." Miriam glances at Beast briefly and winks at him. The poor boy feels his body temperature rising at an exponential rate at that moment, as that was enough to make him almost fall in love with the woman. "Kid, take this." Zeus flicks a small bolt of lightning at Rain, who catches it by reflex. The bolt was pure. Its color was white, and a scorching heat was being emanated from it. Strangely, Rain couldn't feel any pain coming from his hand. He only felt a comfortable feeling from it, as if coming back to him mother's womb. The lightning bolt explodes in a radiant fashion, and the millions of small bolts pierce Rain's chest. But they do nothing. His clothes were still intact and he was fine. Rain exclaims in surprise before Zeus explains what had happened. Don't worry, kid, it's nothing bad, just a little test to check if you were good enough to receive my mark, and you passed with flying freaking colors. Zeus chuckles bitterly as he watched the whole scene. The white bolt was not something he would normally use for a mark. It was far too precious and powerful for that. Only an incredibly smart percentage of beings were worthy of such an honor, and even then most of them failed miserably when trying to receive it, some even dying. You'll soon get a notification from the darn system about it that will answer most of your questions, so don't bother asking. I won't be here for much longer. At least you know how to behave, not bad, kid. Zeus smiles at Rain and nods in satisfaction. The trip he took this time had to end fruitlessly because of what Miriam said, but he at least got something good. A possible new protege was immensely valuable to anyone, not to mention one of such a high caliber as Rain. Well, while I'm here, I guess I could try out my luck as well. Miriam comes close to Zeus as she seductively says. Turning around, she looks straight at Wolf and beckons him with his finger. Me. Wolf asks, befuddled. It wasn't as if he never met beautiful women in his life. In fact, he had many casual relationships before, and most of the times hot girls simply threw themselves on him. But someone like Miriam, he had never seen someone being as perfect as she was. It was hard for him to control himself in front of her, almost tripping after his first step. Miriam sees that and chuckles. Don't be nervous, boy, I don't bite, I promise. Those words happened to work the opposite way she intended, as Wolf's face reddens slightly, and he immediately turns his head away from her in embarrassment. Taking a few steps, Miriam comes right in front of Wolf, staring at his eyes without even blinking. Quite nice, the look in your eyes, the emotion they show, well, the lack of them rather. You seem to be a rather promising one so far, hope you don't disappoint. Miriam chuckles again after finishing her sentence. The purple flame lights up on her finger, and she gently touches Wolf's chest with it. Give it your best, I hope to see you again, kid. Who knows, you might be able to bring me quite a surprise the next time. Finishing her sentence, she gently smiles at Wolf as she brings her palm up, caressing his cheek briefly. She abruptly stops and turns around, walking back to Zeus. We should really go now. As for you lot, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do for you. After all, your abilities differ from our expertise quite a lot. Not to mention that a lot of those old farts will probably gain interest towards this place after today. It wouldn't be nice if we stole you from them. Miriam looks over enchantingly at Shadow and the other two before turning around and nodding to Zeus. Let's go. Zeus nods in affirmation and looks at the sky. In a moment, a huge bolt of lightning hits them and they disappear in a flash. Oh, and don't worry about the monsters around you. They won't dare to hurt you now. You will be able to safely exit the forest this time, but only this time. Miriam's voice echoes in everyone's ears as they snap out of their daze, only to find them completely surrounded by hundreds of monsters. The monsters, however, do not attack them. They merely observe them with interest. It seems what Miriam is true, and they won't have to fear for their lives anymore. Huff. A gust of wind blows over at them as the flood dragon huffs. It looks straight at Beast with slight anger. They all notice that and get incredibly nervous, fearing that the humongous beast will attack them. Luckily, that doesn't happen as the flood dragon simply turns around after a while and returns to his lake. Who were those two? Shadow asks Wolf and Rain in bewilderment. After all, what they all saw now was incredible. Not even Eldar or Jack could do anything like this. The power shown by the couple seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg, and it was already so immense. Rain removes the upper part of his armor and inspects the mark that was put on the left side of his chest. The mark looked like some kind of an ancient symbol, one resembling a lightning bolt. It looked simple but incredibly mysterious. As Rain brushes against it with his hand, he gets a notification. Ding! Player has successfully received the Mark of Zeus. Description: a mark given to those immensely gifted in controlling lighting. Most marks are given by proxies and underlings of Zeus. Few are as fortunate as you to have been given the mark by the god of lighting personally. Give it your best to find the hidden knowledge and power that is in the mark, and you will be rewarded handsomely. As Rain finishes reading, his mouth stands agape. He makes sure to read the description a couple of times in case he simply misunderstood the words. But no, he did not. The man that showed up in front of him was indeed Zeus. Zeus. Rain shouts in confusion as his whole body trembles noticeably. Maybe it was from fear, maybe excitement, or perhaps it was just the pure shock of learning that gods truly exist. What? Everyone looks over at Rain, shocked with what they heard. After all, who on earth hadn't heard the name Zeus before? Rain wastes no time explaining things to them and simply shares the description with them. Everyone does the same as Rain and reads it a couple of times before they stare at Rain. That man, he was Zeus, as in the leader of God Zeus. Tank nervously asks Rain, fully knowing the answer that he was going to get. Yes, that man, he is Zeus. Rain nods in confirmation as he looks over at Wolf. What about you, Wolf? Who was the woman? Wolf looks over and shares his description as well. Player has successfully received the everlasting flame. Description: the everlasting flame is one of the most mysterious and strongest flames found in the universe. Its heat can easily destroy planets, and even stars will burn out when matched against it. You were given a tiny part of it by the immemorial dragon Miriam, who hopes that you can master it and discover its secrets. Immemorial dragon, wait, that lady was actually a dragon. Shadow exclaims as he reads the description fully. Seems like the universe is much bigger than we thought. Beast simply nods after he finishes reading, seemingly not shocked by it, even though his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Anyway, we can think and talk about this later. Let's first exit this forest. You never know if these guys decide to attack us at the end. Wolf tells everyone before they all nod and start walking towards the end of the forest. Their journey was perilous but fruitful, and now it was slowly coming to an end. It was already late in the evening when they all got out of the forest. The journey that was supposed to last one day was only 2/3 finished after 2 days of traveling. The sneaking, the big amount of battles, and many more things that made them take more time wasn't something unexpected. It only took much longer compared to their plan. Being on the plain that was situated between the two forests was nice. It was exactly the same as the previous one, both aesthetically and size-wise. As it was already evening, everyone took out the supplies they had in the inventory. Just to be safe, they had packed enough food and water for 10 days. After all, you could never be sure what was going to happen in this world. They weren't worried about getting attacked. After all, that was determined yesterday after no enemy came to them the whole night. The plains acted as a safe zone of kinds, allowing weary travelers such as them to rest. Rain and Wolf sit next to each other as they examine their new tattoos. Given the description they read about them, they should be able to unlock some amazing powers from them. After all, a gift given by Zeus would definitely not be something to look down upon, especially one that you had to go through a short trial to get. Looking back on how Zeus and Miriam conversed, it was evident that the dragon lady was someone of the same standing as him, her title echoing in their ears even now. The immemorial dragon, just what kind of being was she? To have such a name was definitely an achievement of its own after all. Guys, can you stop acting like lovers already? The food is ready. Shadow shouts at the two, who angrily glare at him. Getting up, they both get to the campfire they made earlier and start feasting. The food they brought with them was very diverse. Many fruits and vegetables were there, and fresh meat could also be found. After all, everything that gets put in the inventory can't be spoiled. A delightful little feature that brought them all joy. So what's the plan for tomorrow? Are we going to try and exit the forest quickly, or? Tank takes a huge bite of a big drumstick as he asks, his mouth covered with grease from the meat. I think that would be for the best. Getting involved in the battle like last time is definitely something that is very rare, and fighting a LVL 20 boss is difficult even for the current us. It's evident from how the vampire and Wolf fought that they were above the treant in strength. Also eat some veggies as well, you big oaf. Wolf tells them with a calm voice before berating Tank's eating habits. But I like meat more. Tank shrugs his shoulders and continues with the carnivore-styled eating of his, acting like he didn't hear Wolf, who shakes his head in defeat. It wasn't the first time something like this has happened, after all, and Wolf had given up on trying to correct his teammates' diet. Alright, so we run through the forests and get to the town as fast as we can. What do we do there, though? Shadow asks while taking some water, the fire next to him illuminating his face and the water that was dripping down his face, because he was drinking it like a man that hadn't had any for days. Very thirsty boy. Well, we can't just run through the forest. After all, we haven't even seen the Blood Forest field boss. If we need to compare it to the lizard then, well, it's probably around level 25. Something like that can destroy us right now. Even the area bosses like the vampire could kill us if we are caught unprepared. Wolf berates Shadow for asking such a dumb question, to which the latter simply puts his shoulders up in a relaxed manner. It wasn't his job to strategize after all. I'm going to sleep, guys. See you all in the morning. Beast yawns while stretching his arms as he goes to the side, taking out one of their sleeping bags from the inventory. Making himself comfortable, he lays down and falls asleep almost immediately. I'll never understand people that can fall asleep so quickly. I need a good 30-60 minutes before falling asleep. Life just isn't fair. Rain shakes his head in disappointment as he looks at the now sleeping Beast. I know, bro, I know. Shadow comes from behind him and pats his shoulder while faking a tearful expression on his face. Rain chuckles and playfully hits him in the chest before going away. At the same time, at a place far away from planet Earth, Zeus and Miriam were moving through the void with ease, bending time and space itself with each step they took. Mir, you mentioned that this was all someone's plan, who Zeus asks Miriam a question before getting stopped by her. It's not time, you will know everything when the time comes. But before that, I cannot tell you anything. Miriam gives a loving smile to Zeus that simply chuckles in response before he says, well, considering your behavior right now, I can guess who it is. But tell me this, Mir, is that man truly that powerful? It's a bit hard to believe some of the things he had allegedly done, even by our standards. Miriam suddenly starts laughing after hearing Zeus's words. The stories, yes, you shouldn't believe them. His strength, it's actually much higher compared to what they say. I will tell you that much. He was after all my first teacher, so I know a bit more compared to most people. Zeus stops in his tracks suddenly. How many times was it today? For someone like him to get a shock such as this one was incredibly difficult, and yet it happened multiple times today. Stronger, you say. Zeus looks down and clenches his fists. He, like many more, had heard about the legendary exploits and strength of that person. To hear that he was even stronger than described was shocking, to say the least. Then why Zeus stops as Miriam's finger rests on his lips. The beautiful woman simply smiles at him before answering. You will get to know all of that one day, but not now. I truly can't say more. Teacher might get angry at me if I do. The enchanting vixen turns around and continues walking while Zeus smiles bitterly at her before following. Today was definitely a weird freaking day, he says to himself while following the alluring back of Miriam. Tomorrow morning, everyone got up and started packing all the things they had taken out. They made sure not to leave any trash as there was simply no reason not to. Their inventory could store it with ease before they get to a place to discard it. All right, so we will first go a bit carefully in the forest. We don't want to get into a fight with any strong enemies or big groups. Wolf patiently waits for everyone to finish before announcing their plan. When we get to the end of the forest is when we will turn the speed up. Any enemy tries to stop us, we simply kill or maim quickly before moving on. We need to conserve our strength before we get to the town. After all, we have no idea what waits for us there. There is a possibility for the place being empty, and there is a possibility of everyone inside being incredibly bloodthirsty, thus attacking us. He tells everyone as he takes his giant sword out. Swinging it a couple of times, he caresses it gently before they all slowly make their way towards the forest, eager to finally finish the quest and see more people again. Who knows, maybe there were some in the beginner forests as well. Ding, players have entered the enchanted thorn wood. Ding! +5 mana regeneration, +5 resistance bonus from the present location. To gain such buffs means that the monsters here are good with mana and have a solid resistance towards most alignments, maybe elves and the like. Rain asks everyone as they step inside the forest. It was incredibly beautiful and lush with an incredible amount of fauna inside. All the forests they went into before were different and were nice to look at, but this is something straight out of a fairy tale. Don't relax, remember what happened in the previous one. Wolf immediately reminds everyone to be on guard, the memory of the previous forest still fresh in his mind. Luckily, the effect this place had on their mind and alertness was not as strong as the Ironbark Woods, probably because of the level difference between them. It wasn't long before everyone came face to face with their first enemy, a Fae, corrupted young Fae. Level 18. Race Fae. Strength 12. Agility 24. Endurance 15. Vitality 15. Willpower 34. Spirit 3. Description. A Fae is a mystical creature from the Fae race. These creatures generally have a human-like appearance but can take on many different appearances. A beautiful young human male or female, an old grumpy man, a dwarf, a woodfolk. The Fae's strength lies in their strong magic abilities, which consist of charm, hypnotism, and transformation. Faes are usually very caring and loving creatures that are deeply connected with nature, and as such they despise killing and will always try to be friendly with others, leaving fighting only as the last resort. The Fae in front of them had the appearance of an incredibly beautiful young woman with an enchanting face and curvy body. She had only a light dress on her, which accentuated her body incredibly well. With a wide smile, the Fae looks at the party and waves at them as she slowly walks towards them. As she sees how they all raise their weapons up, she merely giggles at them without stopping her steps. What should we do? She doesn't look like she wants to fight. Shadow nervously asks Wolf. Killing an innocent-looking young girl didn't sit well with Shadow, even though he knew she was a monster. In response to his question and actions, Wolf just snorts and answers. It says corrupted. She is definitely up to no good. With his eyes squinted, he looks at the Fae, making sure to properly observe her movements, not allowing her to do anything that could injure them. The Fae simply smiles at him before she comes closer to Rain. It had to be said that she was amongst the most beautiful women any of them had ever seen, and if not for their meeting with the even more alluring Miriam, everyone would be smitten by her till now. Rain lowers his weapon as she comes face to face with him. The sword was still being held in his hand, tightly clenched by his fingers, and ready to be used for an attack at any time. Seeing his action of lowering the sword, the Fae smiles even wider and hurries herself to Rain. Right when it was about 1 million between them, she changed. Her beautiful, angelic face produced wrinkles and suddenly lost all color while her body loses weight in a matter of moments, only leaving skin and bones to be shown. Her blonde hair suddenly turns into black, Dry hair, her nails grow to a length of about 5 centimeters as she lunges at Rain, her now black hair swaying in the wind while her ugly face grows increasingly closer to him. Swing. Rain swings his sword at the monster before he entered the range of her nails. The sword and nails collide and produce metal sparks between them while a metallic sound could be heard. Kaya, the ugly old bat, screams in anger as her surprise attack fails, leaving her with no option but to try and bite Rain's neck with her now spiky, sharp teeth. Rain, however, manages to dodge the attack with little effort, after which the others quickly respond, hurriedly launching attacks on the Fae. The Fae was immediately riddled with injuries as she stumbles back a bit, angrily staring at the perpetrators with dense killing intent. Beast's arrow plunges deep inside the shoulder of the monster, almost crippling her right arm. Many more wounds could be seen on the body, while some parts were even burning a bit. Greenie's hammer managed to squish one of her feet completely. A LVL-18 monster was not an easy opponent for them, but it was definitely not something hard for them. After all, their group had enough firepower to fight against an LVL-20 boss at any given moment. The Fae was usually a hard opponent to beat. The incredible charm coupled with an even more incredible body was something all players would go crazy for, being charmed by the monster in mere seconds. Luckily for them, seeing Miriam gave them a certain disinterest in most girls, as none would be able to compare to her. The monster only fought for less than a minute before falling to her death, as the numerous attacks made her weak body stop. Functioning as a defense was something every Fae lacked. They usually simply use their magic and charm before killing their opponents, a total opposite of the non-corrupted Faes who simply avoid any conflicts with other races. After their brief fight, everyone encountered even more enemies. The enemies in question were fairies, different from the Fae who simply enjoyed nature. Fairies are impulsive and quite the troublemakers. Immediately after spotting them, all the fairies around attacked them, mostly using elemental skills. Water was launched at high pressure, and it could cut through trees and rocks, not to mention human bodies. The small size of these monsters made it tough to always hit them. They were about the size of the newborn baby, being of course much stronger physically compared to them. The fairies were more of a nuisance than a proper enemy. New ones always cropped up in the forest, ready to fight. Rain and the others were lucky so far and didn't come to blows with any bosses or high-level monsters except for the Fae. They were halfway through the forest and barely broke a sweat, and their mana was almost full. Compared to the Blood Forest they went through previously, this one was a breeze. Monsters were not incredibly fast or strong, mainly relying on their magic to fight. Their magic, unfortunately, was almost useless on Rain and the others, which made the fights incredibly easy to finish, without needing to take any risks. As they moved forward, they were a bit perplexed by the lack of monsters they would come across. It was mostly Fae and fairies, but some other monsters would pop up from time to time. Hooded old men that were druids would come to harass them from a distance. It was never dangerous against them, though, as they mostly tried to simply make their lives harder. They also encountered some dryads who were similar in that regard. They resembled the wood folk a bit, but were much more careful compared to them. The dryads could use a skill they had to call the nearby beasts to help them during the fight. Next to that, they also had archers and many more different classes in the group. The hardest ones to fight were the archers and the pure magic users, as they could attack them from a distance while fighting. The archers could do some considerable damage while staying far away from you. The pure magic user ones were more annoying than dangerous. They would always use some skills to debuff the whole party while buffing up their teammates. Other skills they would use were those that don't necessarily do a lot of damage but would make it harder for you to move. Name, Rain. Level 17 for 450 10 0. Class Swordsman. More info in the class menu. Race Human. More info in the race menu. Attribute points 2. Strength 3143 plus 7 from ability, plus 5 from item. Agility 3549 plus 7 from ability, plus 7 from item. Endurance 1418 plus 4 from item. Vitality 1621 plus 3 from ability, 2 from ability. Willpower 1620 plus 4 from ability. Spirit 3045 plus 5 from ability, plus 10 from item. Proficiencies: Knife Proficiency D. Hand-to-hand combat A+. Sword Proficiency A. Skills Inspect rank B. Lightning Charge rank A. Lesser Lightning Body rank B. Lighting Movement rank C. Lightning Stab rank B. Compact Punch rank C. Lightning Bullet rank C. Swordsman no rank. Downward Slash no rank. Swordsman Heart no rank. Ability Lightning Manipulation SLVL 43 exp 45. Unknown rank, LVL, exp. Rain simply checked his stats before they came to the beginning of the forest. Everyone was yawning a bit, as the forest was much easier to finish compared to different ones. Slowly, they walk outside of the forest and look at the new one. The other forest looked normal from outside, of course. They would only find out the exact situation only when they get in. They hoped that there might be some other people in it, as they would like to know more about the town they were going to. The next forest was pretty much the same as the deep forest near the castle. The monster here were generally between levels 10 and 15, with some monsters being lower or higher leveled, mainly cannon fodder or boss-type enemies. The enemies were the same as well, kobolds, hobgoblins, giant slimes, and the like infested the forest. They of course were no danger for Rain and the others. Only wandering bosses and elites like the ogres could pose a slight challenge to them, while the field boss was the only enemy that could threaten them, as it was a LVL 20 opponent. They only fought a bit at the beginning of the forest. Any enemy groups they encountered after that would simply flee once they channeled their mana outwards, creating suffocating pressure for weaker opponents. It was a neat trick that could save them a lot of time that they would otherwise waste while fighting low-level monsters. They didn't run through the forest, though. It was kind of relaxing for them to casually pass through the area after 2 days of traveling and fighting in high-level forests that made them incredibly tense. Walking through this forest and seeing the monsters run away from them was kind of exciting. It made them feel just how much stronger they have become. They all looked back at the beginning of the game where they had to give it their all to quickly kill some low-level goblins, then struggling bitterly against the elite cockatrice and the kobolds. They were once formidable opponents for them, but now they were simply weakling they could take out in a mere second. Passing through the forest, they finally arrived at the final area before the town, the beginner's forest, where the monsters were pitifully weak compared to them. They again took it slow, taking in the sight of the exotic trees and plants all around them. It wasn't long, though, before their sightseeing trip was interrupted by the sounds of fighting in front of them. Instead of being irritated or angry, everyone was actually overjoyed. They were perhaps finally going to meet some other players. Running as swiftly as they could, they soon came across a battle between 4 men and 3 kobolds. The kobolds were outnumbered, but their experience and superior strength made them the ones that had the advantage. The strongest kobold was fighting evenly against 2 guys, while the other 2 were fighting one-on-one against the other 2. They were overwhelming the poor guys and were clearly just playing around with them. One of the kobolds suddenly turned around and whipped his opponent with his tail. The long and heavy tail managed to hit the poor guy's head and knock him down on the ground. The kobold laughs as he slowly walks towards the man with his sword raised, ready to finish him off. Adam knew. One of the men shouts and tries to help his friend out, only to be blocked by the kobold in front of him. The beast uses his spear to keep him at a distance while smiling, obviously overjoyed with the situation. The man called Adam looked up at the beast that was about to kill him. He had no strength left and couldn't defend himself. His eyes were full of hatred as he wasn't content with dying like this. Alas, he knew there was nothing he could do. He. The kobold laughs as he slashes down, eager to take his opponent's life. So this is all incredibly funny to you lizard fucks, huh? The kobold's laughter stops as a brown-haired man covered in lighting stands in front of him, his hand grabbing the sword firmly and not letting it budge an inch. The kobold's eyes widen as if he had seen a monster. The man in front of him was not something they could fight against. In fear, it lets go of the sword and tries to run away. Little bitch. Rain clicks his tongue as he sees through the kobold's actions. With a swift step, he gets in front of the kobold again and kicks it heavily on the side, launching it a couple of meters away. The kobold tries getting up but fails to do so as a couple of his ribs were broken and his organs were in a mess. Rain looks at him and flicks his finger, shooting off a lighting bullet that hits him straight in the head, frying his brain and killing him. Everything happened incredibly fast. The other 2 kobolds were shocked when they saw their friend dying without being able to defend himself. They decide to run, but before they could do anything, one of them gets hit in the head with an arrow, while the other was impaled on a wooden branch that exploded inside of him, making dozens of smaller branches leave the insides of his body, killing him instantly. The 4 men were stunned as they looked at the 5 newcomers. They had never seen them before. That should be impossible, as they were one of the rare groups that dared leave the town to get here and level up. Their strength was considered to be in the top 3, but compared to these guys, they were nothing. Are you guys from the town nearby? Beast scratches the back of his head as he asks them nervously. Even though he was much stronger than them, his temperament was like that, and he was always nervous when meeting new people. Why, yes, sir. The 4 all answered simultaneously. They were scared out of their wits in front of the group that consisted of incredibly strong people. Finally, we meet some people from around here. Listen up. We came here because we were given a quest by our castle captain to link up your town with our safe zone, so please take us to your safe zone's guardian, okay? Shadow excitedly says to the four stunned men. Captain, Castle, Safe Zone Guardian, those were all words they had never heard before. They had absolutely no idea what Shadow was talking about. Calm down, Shadow. Can't you see that they don't understand anything you're saying? Wolf pats Shadow on the shoulder as he looks over at the four in front of him. To cut a long story short, we're here to establish communications and a possible teleporter with your town. We don't mean you harm, and if we did, well, you saw our strength, so you should know that we wouldn't be wasting so much time talking. Wolf smiles eerily at them. The four get scared again as Wolf looked like a demon in their eyes. That, of course, only happened for a moment. They were saved by them after all. To think of them as such would be incredibly rude. Well, I still don't know exactly what all of this is about, but we can take you to the town. We can take you to our zone as well. It's considered to be one of the biggest in the town. After all, just be sure to follow us once we get in the town. Even if you guys are crazy strong, you aren't strong enough to fight all of those monsters there. One of the four tells them the man was above average in height and his body looked strong. It was evident that he used to work out regularly before the game started. He was about 179 centimeters with short black hair. His eyes were brown, his chin a bit pointy while his nose was small. Except for his height and muscles, he was pretty much a living example of looking average. They were all wearing normal clothing. It was ripped at a lot of places and had lots of holes, but it wasn't old. The clothes in fact looked brand new. They probably got them in the town before they got here. They were holding metal pipes and bats in their hands. It seemed none of them had any items on them, something that confused Rain and the other by a lot. So you guys came here from a different place, if I may ask where. The man asks. They found out previously that his name was Jackie, and he was the current leader of the group. Their leader had to stay in the town to finish something, and he was the only one that had any equipment on him, as he was, of course, the strongest of them. Rain and the others explained their journey and how they started it 2 days ago. The more they talked, the more shocked Jackie and the other guys from the group became. The fact that this was merely the weakest forest they could enter didn't shock them that much. The monsters in the town were much stronger than the ones here, so they had expected that the surroundings would be dangerous as well. What surprised them was mostly how Rain and the others had managed to travel for 2 days to get here. To go through so many dangerous areas and encounters were incredibly difficult, and they knew that even though they were much stronger than them, they still had problems with their journey. The talk about the ogres, cultists, vampires, and more made their skin crawl. After all, those monsters were something only heard in fairy tales, and they were incredibly strong. That actually made Jackie a bit more relaxed. If Rain and the others managed to go through all of that to come here, the town might not pose any significant danger towards them. He steels himself and decides to tell them everything about the town, everything since the game started. While walking towards the city with the four men, Rain and the others learned their names. The strongest player in the group was Jackie, the muscular guy that they talked to earlier. The guy that almost died to the kobold was Adam. He was the youngest and the least experienced amongst them, but because he managed to unlock his ability during a battle with a monster, he was considered to be amongst the most talented in the town. The ability in question is one that allowed him to create a form of acid on his hands, allowing him to corrode the weapons of his enemies. He could also throw it and use it as a long-range attack. Of course, him using his ability like that only happened when he unlocked it the first time. Since then, the strength of the ability was lowered, and he had to slowly level it up as well as rank it up, as it was a pitiful rank E right now, and it is useless in fights. The other two men were called Tom and Ashton. They are brothers that used to run a grocery store in the town. Both were still in their early 20s and decided to give it their best to become stronger and survive in this dark new world they were in. Jackie is level 8 while the two brothers are level 7. Adam is the weakest with his low level of 6. Rain was surprised to hear their levels. By talking with them, he and the others found out that they were considered amongst the strongest in the town. It was truly baffling to them that the town's strength level was so low, as only 3 people were known to have leveled up to 10 and were considered the strongest here. When Jackie nervously asked them their levels, they told him the truth. Anyway, they had nothing to fear from the people in the town, as their strength was truly too low. Jackie and the others were visibly shocked. They already knew that the group in front of them was crazy strong, but they didn't expect them to be so high level. After all, even the strongest 3 in the town were merely level 10, far below them. No monsters attacked them while they were walking, which further baffled Jackie. Every monster they encountered simply ran away from them the moment they saw them. Tank told him it was because they were using mana to pressure them, which allowed Jackie to know why it was sometimes so hard to even stand near them. He knew about mana. It was fairly recently when their safe zone's leader, one of the 3 level 10s, explained it to them. He of course found out about it from the trial he had to face for his class. Jackie also mentioned that most of the zones were safe as the troublemakers inside of them had been dealt with, most of them put in makeshift jails, while others were outright killed. Only a small amount of zones were dangerous for newcomers, as those were run by criminals. Everyone wanted to deal with those people as they sometimes attacked others, but it was too dangerous to try it right now. After all, it was easier to attract monsters if you travel in big numbers, so until everyone got stronger, that plan was on hold. Beast had a flash of anger pass through his eyes when he heard the stories. Some of the zone inhabitants were extremely ruthless. Killing and raping others was nothing in their eyes. He clenched his fists until they became red while he was listening. Nobody noticed that nobody except for Wolf, who flashed a small smile at the situation. It was a good thing in his opinion, as Beast needed to grow stronger mentally. Only a short time passed after they had finished talking before they arrived at the end of the forest. Leaving it, they were stunned at the scene in front of them. Houses and tall buildings were everywhere, but there were no people, only some monsters that occasionally passed through the streets. The dilapidated buildings, the dried blood on the streets, and the many stores that were completely wrecked showed a scene right out of an apocalyptic movie. Everyone crouched immediately as Jackie previously explained that they needed to sneak. Most of the monsters here were of a low level, but higher-leveled ones could be seen as well. Hobgoblins, a small number of ogres, and even orcs were not such an uncommon sight. The sky was gloomy and they could see giant birds flying above the buildings. Next to them were creatures that looked like humans but were completely red in color, with black wings sprouting from their backs. They were called drafts. Some of them were simply monsters with incredible power, while others were humans that got turned into monsters by the other drafts. The human drafts were weaker compared to the original ones, but were higher in number and are considered amongst the strongest monster that could be found here. The ogres ranged from levels 15 to 25, while orcs were anywhere from 20 to even 30, the strongest being the tribe leaders. Such a scene made everyone tense as they didn't expect such strong monsters to be found here. The orcs especially were very troublesome foes. Their physical strength was incredible, and some variants could be found such as the shamans who could use curses to lower your stats and bombard you from long range with other spells they had. In the distance they could see a giant building. It was the government office. That was the most dangerous place in the city as many giant apes could be found there, with the strongest being a humongous ape that seemingly ruled the monster-infested city. Hearing that, Rain and the others immediately understood that it was probably a field boss, and considering the levels of the monsters here, it had to be at least level 30. One of his slaps could probably wipe them off the face of the earth. The government office was situated right next to the town park, where the apes spent most of their time. Luckily for the inhabitants, it seemed that the apes didn't really care for the town and rarely went out of the area. "Well, gentlemen, I welcome you to Doncaster. Try not to fall in love with it too fast, okay?" Jackie tells them with a bitter smile on his face. The town he was raised in had become a hellhole where surviving was an incredibly difficult task. Simply looking at the town was enough to tear his heart open. "Don't worry, Jackie, once we get the teleporter running it will be much easier for you guys. We have beginner areas at our place too, so leveling up will be much easier for you guys without having to sneak around here." Shadow pats Jackie's shoulder and speaks words of encouragement to him. "Thanks, Shadow, I appreciate it." Jackie smiles back at Shadow and nods his head. "So, which way is your zone? Since it's one of the biggest ones, it should be a good place to start." Wolf comes close and asks. Jackie flinches a bit as he never noticed Wolf coming behind him. Sorry, but the way you just showed up behind was unexpected. And don't worry, our zone is near the city center. It's mostly inhabited by low-level monsters. I'm sure you guys will have no problems with them." Jackie answers Wolf's question while scratching his head in embarrassment. "Just follow us. We'll take you there without alerting the nearby monsters," Adam says excitedly while looking over at everyone. "That's probably for the best. Even though we are not afraid of those guys down there, it wouldn't be a good idea to draw attention on the first day of coming here." Wolf nods to Jackie and goes back to Rain and the others. He simply wanted to gain more information before they set out to the zone. Befriending them was never something he even thought about. "Oh, and leave the talking to me when we get there. I don't think there would be problems if there were only you guys, but he will definitely draw a lot of attention in the zone." Jackie turns around and looks straight at Greenie while telling that to everyone. All four of them were shocked senselessly when they saw him for the first time, even more so when they learned that he was Rain's subordinate. They never thought such a thing was possible at all. "We'll be relying on you then." Rain smiles warmly as he says, knowing full well that if anyone tried to do anything funny to Greenie or the others, they would simply beat the living st out of them. Greenie nods in acknowledgement to Jackie, and they all set off towards the zone. The zone wasn't far away. It was situated near the borders of the town, making it easier for the inhabitants to travel to the forest and level up. Passing through the run-down town was a bit depressing. The streets were empty, and abandoned cars could be seen everywhere, most of them destroyed though, probably the work of monsters when they first attacked the town. Bloodstains could be seen everywhere as well, together with bones that littered the streets in many buildings. It was a horrifying sight, but after so many battles, Rain and the others were different and felt no disgust nor any fear here. They were almost spotted a couple of times by some goblins or hobgoblins. The monsters were dealt with swiftly by either Beast's arrow or Rain's lightning bullet, as such low-level enemies were incapable of defending themselves from such attacks. Most of the trip was uneventful. Jackie and his teammates knew the area very well, and it was very rare for surprises to happen. The monsters all stayed in their own small areas most of the time and didn't interact often, as most would fight against each other the second they met. Of course, things would not always go as planned. The quick trip back to the zone was interrupted by a big patrol group of hobgoblins. The group consisted of 10 hobgoblins and 13 goblins. Each looked different from the other, and this was the first time Rain and the others got to see different variants of hobgoblins other than the captains and brawler. The hobgoblins were the ones that had the biggest diversity, however. The goblins were divided into 4 groups. The biggest was the normal goblin grunts, wielding small, spiked clubs and daggers. Following them was a new variant, a goblin warrior that was physically a bit bigger and had a shield and sword as his weapons. The other 2 groups consisted of goblin sling shooters that had a pouch filled with sharp rocks that they could launch towards the enemy with their primitive slingshots. Finally, the smallest group consisted of 2 goblin shamans, the same that Rain and the others had faced while battling the first hidden dungeon boss, Groll. The hobgoblins couldn't truly be put into separate groups. Each one was different, even though some looked like they were definitely the same variant species. Even their color was different, as there were some that had light blue and red skin amongst the normally green-skinned ones. Amongst the 10 hobgoblins were 5 that wielded swords. Each had a different one though. There were katanas, normal broadsword, and even one goblin that wielded a greatsword. 2 hobgoblins had crude bows in their hands while a ragged quiver could be seen on their backs. One of the archers used a short bow while the other had a longbow. Of the final 3 hobgoblins, 2 were equipped with a shield and mace and were physically the largest out of all of them. Those could be classified as the tanks of the group. Finally, the last hobgoblin was a special case, as he only had a staff and was the most feeble-looking out of all. The strange thing was that all of the hobgoblins looked very respectful towards him. Even the physically superior tank types were very humble. That one was a hobgoblin shaman, and his magic was unknown currently. Whether he was the same as the goblin shaman they previously killed, and only used curses and blessings, was a question nobody had an answer to, and they debated shortly whether they should take some risks to find out or not. That, however, was quickly scrapped, as a prolonged battle would be too dangerous in case any more monsters got drawn over. The battle was inevitable, as the group was currently standing right in front of a small alley that would lead them towards the safe zone. It wasn't the only path, but the others were quite far away, and nobody wanted to go all the way around and risk getting spotted by stronger monsters. Rain and the others were already in a battle-ready state and were planning their battle strategy. Beast waved his hand and his 3 wolves showed up next to the party, which shocked Jackie and the others, who quickly got into a defensive position. However, after they saw the wolves obediently sitting down next to them, they relaxed a bit, certain that they were friendlies. That skill really is convenient. Shadow clicks his tongue as he looks over at Beast and the wolves that were summoned by his new skill. Beast had previously gained the skill but never used it, as the areas they went to were not dangerous enough for the wolves when they were together. However, the Ironbark Woods was a different story, and Beast didn't want to risk anything, so he used his beast summoning to make them go into an alternate dimension reserved for the beasts of tamers. From his teacher, he heard that some other abilities and classes have the same skill, only that they work a bit differently from his, as he needs to first tame the beasts before forming a bond. Beast summoning. Description: as someone who has started down the path of a tamer or summoner, the player can access a special alternate dimension and store his beasts there. The beasts stored will not feel hunger nor thirst and can be summoned at any time. Warning: if the player stores his summoned beasts again, he will need to wait for 1 minute before summoning them again. It was an incredibly useful skill that he used right before they entered the Vamp's territory a few days ago. He only summoned the wolves back when they were nearing the beginner's forest, as Greenie and them could defeat almost any enemy there. He allowed them to hunt with Greenie nearby while they were slowly traveling. It was only after they had found other players that he had made them go back, not wanting to frighten anyone. Jackie and the others exchanged glances, but say nothing. They knew this had to be an ability of one of them, and it was of course not polite to ask details about it. After a couple of minutes, everyone got up and was ready to attack. "All right, let's go. Tank says with a wide grin on his face. The hobgoblins were level 16 on the average, with some being higher and some lower. The goblins, however, ranged from level 11 to level 13, and were of course much weaker compared to other monsters of the same level. You guys can stay here. It might be a bit too much for you to participate in this. Rain turns around and tells Jackie and the other three, who simply gulp and nod in acknowledgement. They never planned on joining anyways, as any one of the hobgoblins would be enough to kill all of them. Hell, even the weakest goblin would still pose a threat to them. Rain and the others crouched down and slowly get closer to the enemies, who were still oblivious of the danger that was about to befall them. They used the numerous cars and broken brick walls for cover and got as near as they could. After all, an ambush would be most effective if they could attack before their enemy could prepare themselves. The wolves were sent to the opposite side, and their job was to jump out the very moment their skills connect. That should make the enemies a bit confused and unable to defend against the ambush as effectively, of course. The timing was everything here, and they had to charge right after they launched their skills. Everyone regulates their breathing and gets ready. Shadow was peeping from the side of the wall, making sure everyone knew where the hobgoblin shaman was. They only had a split second to attack him after revealing themselves. They knew full well that there was a possibility of the shaman having a weapon or a skill that could create a barrier around him, similar to the previous one they fought. He's turning around. His back will be turned to us in 3, 2, 1 now. Shadow shouts and gets up together with everyone. They immediately aim at the shaman and launch everything they had at him. The battle had started. As they all had anticipated, the shaman had a barrier cast around him. The pale blue barrier rippled heavily as Rain's lightning bullet hit it together with Wolf's wooden spear that broke on impact and launched a salvo of big splinters everywhere, hitting the surrounding hobgoblins and slightly wounding some. It was the two attacks from Shadow and Beast that broke through it. Shadow's daggers, strengthened by the shadow blades, hit the barrier a total of 10 times, managing to turn it almost illusionary until Beast's wooden arrow pierced through it, its trajectory deviation from the intended path as the barrier was strong enough to shift in mid-flight. The arrow takes a big chunk out of the shaman's shoulder as it passes by and hits a hobgoblin that was wielding a broadsword in the leg. The arrow shines with a green light as it immediately explodes, blowing the leg off and launching an incredible amount of wooden needles that were much faster and stronger compared to Wolf's wooden spear skill. The amount was higher as well. The needles managed to hit almost all opponents, and an unfortunate goblin even got hit in the eye. The needle managed to pierce straight through it and into its brain, killing it immediately. The battle had just started, and 2 enemies were already dead. Still, the party was not that happy, as the shaman was only wounded, and was a big uncertainty on the battlefield. The wolves managed to hit the timing perfectly, as their howls could be heard right at the beginning of the attack. Jumping out from a nearby alley, they managed to draw the attention of a couple of enemies, while Rain and the others had already closed in on the others. Rain's plan was to immediately use his lighting stab together with his lighting charge to quickly take care of the shaman. That, however, would take him in the middle of the hobgoblins' group, and as some were still close to the shaman, that was not a good idea if he wanted to live. The shaman screams in pain as he waves his staff around, leaving a trail of dark mana in the air. Once he was finished, he points the staff straight at the group, and a magical black spear made from mana was launched at them. The spear was about 2 meters long and had a diameter of 30 centimeters. The black mana that seeped outside of it was incredibly menacing and made everyone pressured. Tank jumped straight in front of it, of course, and used his mana shield to defend against it. The huge shield gets pushed back a bit but manages to do its job and block the attack. Rain immediately decides that the risk had to be taken. The shaman's attack came fast, and nobody wanted to take their chances on any stronger spells or debuffs. Coated in lighting, he takes a stance and zooms past the hobgoblins at the front before he stabs straight towards the shaman's chest. Somehow the shaman was able to predict his movement, even though his speed was far above its own. The wooden staff was put right in front of the sword's path in an attempt to stop it, but the sword in Rain's hand was not an ordinary one. Its durability and sharpness were miles above any weapon the hobgoblins had seen, and it cut straight through the staff, plunging deep inside the shaman's chest. Aktikog, the shaman, looks straight at Rain's eyes, as if he was burning his image in his mind. He tries saying something, but ends up only muttering some things while spewing blood out of his mouth. In a couple of moments, he was dead. Rain immediately takes his sword out, the staff still dangling from it, and uses his lightning charge to go back as the hobgoblins around him had recovered from the shock of seeing him come in the middle of them and kill the shaman. The 2 closest to him immediately attack, while the archers switch their targets to him and release their bowstrings right away. Rain bolted out of the group before they could encircle him, but not unscathed. His back had a long cut across it while an arrow was stuck in his shoulder, a gift from the hobgoblin that wielded a short bow. Before he could rest, however, the staff started glowing. There was a purple mana crystal on top of it, and it was giving off an incredibly bright light. Rain and the others immediately figure out that something was wrong, and he throws it towards the goblins, while Tank uses his mana shield again to defend them against any possible attacks. Their actions prove to be incredibly helpful as the staff explodes in a violent fashion. It seemed that Rain somehow managed to do something to it when he pierced it through. The mana shield flickers a bit as the strength of the explosion was huge, not to mention that the staff was right in front of them when it exploded. Even the hobgoblins that were further away got hurt, with some goblins dying. As the explosion ends and the dust settles, everyone could see a big crater in front of them. It was about 2 million deep, and its diameter was a full 5 meters. Rain felt cold sweat run down his back as he thought of what could have happened had he not thrown the staff away. His thoughts were interrupted, though, as an arrow hits the still active mana shield. The hobgoblins had started attacking them now. "Let's go," Wolf shouts as flames start burning on his sword. With a big leap, he goes over to the hobgoblins while everyone else follows after him. Rain was of course not an exception. The wounds he had gotten were not that serious, and treatment would have to wait until the end of the battle. Wolf attacks one of the shield-wielding hobgoblins right away by jumping high into the air. His sword was getting heavier and heavier, and the flames had disappeared. In their absence, the sword, however, had turned bright red and was emitting a lot of heat. Melting slash. Description: by using the power of flames, the player is able to heat up his weapon to an incredible degree and allow it to have an unparalleled advantage when fighting an opponent. Weapons and armors of lower quality, and even thick skin and fur, will provide no challenge when cutting through them. Be warned, however, that the player's own weapon could start melting if the heat is high enough. The better quality the weapon is, the more it can withstand. Wolf's weapon was created by using a fang of a dragon as a base. Amongst B-ranked weapons, it was at the top when it came to heat resistance and its melting point. That allowed Wolf to heat it up to an incredible degree, and as he was falling down, he slashes straight at the hobgoblin that already had his shield up in the air. There was no sound of the sword and shield colliding. Wolf's greatsword was actually able to cut straight through the shield and divide it into two. Of course, alongside that, the hobgoblins were also cut. The greatsword had managed to cut straight between the shoulder and the neck, and only stopped midway in the stomach. There was no blood from the corpse of the hobgoblin, as the high heat had cauterized the wound and stopped any blood from coming out. The hobgoblin's face was scrunched up in seriousness, as it had not even crossed his mind that a sword could cut straight through his giant shield and kill him like that. Beast had taken it upon himself to kill the archers. The short bow wielder was a trickier opponent than he thought, however, as the hobgoblins were going around everywhere while shooting arrows straight at him. The longbow user was easier. His attacks were more powerful for sure, but the length of his bow didn't allow him for much movement during the attack, as he needed to use most of his strength to draw it. Some of the hobgoblins and goblins they were fighting at had skills, something everyone learned the hard way. The longbow-wielding hobgoblin shot at Beast again, only that this time the aim was way off. Beast was able to notice that immediately. The arrow was launched at the side, and it actually managed to swerve directions and go straight towards Beast. Without his small green shield, he would have probably been in a big danger, but the shield was solid and managed to take the full front of the arrow without any problems. Rain was using his sword, and was fighting the katana-wielding hobgoblin, who was quite skilled and fast during combat, of course. It didn't help that some of the surrounding hobgoblins would use any chance they had to attack him. The katana hobgoblin was locked into a bitter struggle, however, as none of his attacks seemed to create any problems during the fight. He had actually even used his compact punch once at the sword and almost destroyed it. The fight went on, as nobody was giving an inch of ground to the enemy. Tank was impatiently waiting for Beast to kill the archers so that he could go and join Rain and the others in the fight. Even Greenie was there, and he just felt incredibly bored while standing straight and looking after Beast while the others were fighting. Ding, battle has been concluded. Distributing experience. LVL 18 Hobgoblin Shaman killed, 650 X points gained. LVL 15 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 400 X points gained. LVL 16 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 450 X points gained. LVL 17 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 500 X points gained. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 16 Hobgoblin Archer killed, 450 X points gained. LVL 15 Hobgoblin Archer killed, 400 X points gained. LVL 16 Hobgoblin Defender killed, 450 X points gained. LVL 13 Goblin Shaman killed, 300 X points gained. LVL 13 Goblin Shaman killed, 300 X points gained. LVL 11 Goblin Warrior killed, 200 X points gained. LVL 13 Goblin Warrior killed, 300 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Slingshooter killed, 250 X points gained. LVL 11 Goblin Grunt killed, 200 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Grunt killed, 250 X points gained. Rank C plus Shaman's Staff acquired. Rank C Hobgoblin's Bow acquired. Rank C Short Broadsword acquired. The players have earner 5 450 exp and 90 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 190 exp and 18 S coins. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 15 Hobgoblin Defender killed, 400 X points gained. LVL 11 Goblin Grunt killed, 200 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Grunt killed, 250 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Warrior killed, 250 X points gained. Your subordinate has killed 5 monsters, won 450 X points earned. Battle has been concluded, distributing pets experience. LVL 11 Goblin Grunt killed, 200 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Warrior killed, 250 X points gained. LVL 13 Goblin Slingshooter killed, 300 X points gained. Your pets have killed 3 monsters, 750 X points earned. As the final goblin dies, everyone got a notification that the battle had ended. The battle turned out to be a bit tougher than they thought, as the goblin shamans used their spells to buff and heal the hobgoblins, increasing the difficulty by a level. It wasn't easy to get to the shamans either, as they were hidden deep inside the group. Only when the wolves arrived and attacked from the side did everyone find a safe way to break their formation and slay the annoying little bastards. One thing they were confused by was the power of the goblin's spells, compared to the power of the shaman that was in the hidden dungeon and was healing Groll. These were weaker, even though they were level 13 compared to the measly level 9 that guy was. They understood that it was probably a function of the dungeon, as the notification back then didn't single him out from the boss. He was probably considered a mini-boss of sorts, and was powerful simply to test the players. After all, Groll would have been much more difficult to kill if they hadn't taken care of the shaman back then. The loot they got from the hobgoblins was incredibly disappointing. Not even one rank B item dropped. The best one was the shaman's staff, which was useless to them, as it strengthened attack type spells and had a barrier almost as strong as the staff of healing they got way back. Wow, they actually defeated them. Jackie and the others came out from hiding and were flabbergasted by the sight. A group as strong as the hobgoblins were high up in the hierarchy in the town. To think Rain and the others defeated such a group of high-level monsters was inconceivable to them. Well, those guys were tougher than I thought, Rain says as he uses a rag to wipe the blood off his sword, his back still dripping with blood from the wound he previously got. Sit down, let me heal you. Beast points at him with his finger on which the ring of rejuvenation was. The ring gives off a pale green light as Rain's wounds slowly start healing. It took a couple of seconds for his shoulder to fully heal, and his back got healed as well after some time. Everyone had some cuts and bruises on them. The hobgoblins were not a big threat when they were normal, but once they were buffed, they actually managed to wound them. One even started releasing a dangerous aura as he was about to go berserk, but Rain managed to kill him before that. It was definitely a tough fight, but nothing life-threatening to them. Once they were healed up, they all go towards the alley. The clamor they produced while fighting was bound to attract nearby monsters, and they didn't want to fight them again, lest they get swarmed. Going deep inside the alley, they finally take a turn and sit down to rest. Their strength was still okay, and their stamina wasn't fully depleted or anything like it. They just wanted to be at their best once they arrived at the zone. A couple of minutes later, they get up and continue their trip towards the zone. It didn't take them long to arrive. It was only 5 minutes later that they were in front of a giant warehouse. The safe zone could be seen as a pale light circled 5 meters around it. They all take a step inside and enter it, finally out of the dangerous, monster-infected town. As they walk towards the door, it opens, and a couple of people wielding bats, pipes, and some kitchen knives get out and encircle them. It's Jackie and the others. One of the men sees Jackie, and everyone immediately relaxes. They all put their weapons back and greet the group that does the same. What happened to you guys? You look like shit. One of the men hugs Jackie and tells him with a laugh, well, we got into a trap set by a couple of kobolds. We would have died if not for these guys here. They saved our asses and killed the pricks right away. Jackie laughs back and points back to Rain and the others who were standing calmly and observing everyone. kobolds, and you say these guys even killed them." Everyone was in shock. After all, kobolds were well-known monsters in the forest, and only the strongest groups could fight against them. Jackie's group was one of them, but they were missing two of their strongest members and got into an ambush at that point. That was why they were in such a dangerous situation when Rain and the others arrived. "So these guys, they're high rankers," the man that previously hugged Jackie nervously asks him. "Not just that, they're from another place. They actually traveled here to establish a connection with us. Listen carefully to me. Don't try anything funny. These guys are much stronger than you could imagine." Jackie pulls the man closer and whispers the last part of the sentence to him. The man, seeing the serious look in Jackie's eyes, nods gravely before looking straight at Rain. "I'm very sorry that we came out like that. We're all under pressure as some of the outlaw zones attacked another zone once by acting like they were just refugees looking for a place to stay." The man hurriedly apologizes, to which Rain simply waves his hand while smiling. "Don't worry, we understand your situation." The man breathed out a sigh of relief as he heard Rain. They all waited for them to come closer before they all froze in shock. Huge monster behind Rain and the others gave them incredible pressure, and they almost fell down to the ground. "Oh, don't worry, that's Greenie. He's my subordinate. He won't hurt you or anything." Rain points back at Greenie and reassures them. "Yes, human, I listened to Master. You are safe." Greenie nods in agreement before speaking to the men, something that made them even more shocked. "I can speak." The people in the zones had never seen any high-level monster and didn't know that some of them could speak. Rains reassure them again that Greenie is one of them and that he was a high-ranking monster, a reason why he could talk. Once they got inside the zone, they were faced with a huge amount of stares by everyone that was inside. There were probably a couple of hundred people in the warehouse, and everyone was scared out of their wits when they laid eyes on Greenie. It was only because they could see that the guards from the zone were talking with the monster that they didn't scream or run away. There was no problem while they were going to the office of the zone's leader. Nobody tried to stop them or anything. Once they actually arrived, that's when a problem arose. Who the fuck allowed some bastards with a monster inside, huh? A big burly man jumped down from the stairs that led to the office. When they saw him, Jackie and the others were frightened for a second before they realized that their group leader, the second strongest man in the zone, was nothing more than a child compared to Rain and the others. "You have a problem with that, Beardy." Tank steps out and faces the man. They were both around the same size, and the sight of two giant guys facing off was fearsome, to say the least. "Monsters are enemies. For someone to bring one in here, I should kill all of you right now." The man, known as Brian, shouts with anger as he takes out a sword from his sheath, ready to attack them. "Brian, will you calm down, please?" A calm and collected voice could be heard coming from above, as a middle-aged man was standing on top of the stairs with two people. His name was Ronnie, and he was the zone's leader. "Ronnie, warriors. Level 10. Race human. Strength 24. Agility 22. Endurance 15. Vitality 15. Willpower 14. Spirit 20. Lee Archer. Level 10. Race human. Strength 18. Agility 28. Endurance 13. Vitality 13. Willpower 17. Spirit 25. Cameron Warrior. Level 10. Race human. Strength 21. Agility 25. Endurance 14. Vitality 16. Willpower 15. Spirit 23. Just looking at the stats, Rain and the others immediately knew that these three people were the ones hailed as the three strongest in the town. It was comical, though, as any one of them could kill all three with a bit of effort. "You're the leader." Rain looks Ronnie in the eyes and asks with a calm tone. Ronnie looks back and is visibly surprised that such a young guy would be so calm when faced with him and the other two. They were after all called the three strongest for a reason. Nonetheless, he nods to Rain calmly in confirmation. "Boss, why are you wasting time by talking to these punks? They brought a monster in here." Brian shouts in uncontrollable rage. Honestly, Rain and the others were quite shocked by his reaction. They didn't do anything after all, nor did Greenie. "Brian, I know why you hate monsters so much, my friend. I truly do, but look at him. Does he really look like a mindless beast that kills everything in its sight like the others?" Ronnie tries to calm Brian down by using logic. It was not effective. "No, all of them are the same. They just kill, and Brian slowly goes quiet while talking. They could all see that there was some trauma left in him. It seems he was simply an unfortunate victim of some monsters and couldn't get it out of his head. They kill everyone, just like them, that monster. I won't let it stay alive 1 second more." Brian picks up his sword and runs towards Greenie, only to be violently thrown back by Tank, who simply uses one arm to launch him a couple of meters. I don't know what exactly your problem is, but try to kill Greenie and I will break your F-seeking legs, understood? Tank stands tall and shouts with mana running through his body and strengthening his voice. The shout resonates through the warehouse as if thunder struck nearby, and the enormous pressure brought by Tank makes the three on the stairs sweat bullets. Strong. That was the thought of all three of them when they sensed Tank's power. He was stronger than them, they were sure of that at least. Cough, you bastard, siding with a monster. Brian gets up and starts walking towards Tank again, albeit with difficulty now as Tank's push managed to damage him even though it wasn't intended to. Before he could get close though, a voice interrupted both of them. Please let me. Greenie walked out of the group and was right behind Tank. He looked Tank straight in the eyes with unwavering conviction. I don't know why, but he hates me. Greenie points at Brian with his finger. If he wants to fight me, he should. He is weak after all. Tank simply smiles when he hears the end of Greenie's sentence. Even though the little guy grew up and evolved to be intelligent enough to learn their language in a matter of days, he was still a bit too literal when speaking compared to humans. Yeah, that much is true. I guess it's him we should be worried about. Tank flashes Greenie a big smile and pats him on the shoulder as he goes back to Rain and the others. Greenie, just don't kill him, Rain says with a calm voice as he looks at Greenie, who simply turns around, flashes a big stupid grin and a thumbs up. Yes, master. Turning around, he waits for Brian, who is simply observing all of that. Crossing his arms in front of him, Greenie simply looks at him and says, Come human, I will show you exactly how weak you are to threaten me or my master. Your master Humph, to think you guys would tame a monster, no shame. Brian looks up and throws his sword away, which surprises everyone. What, he left his weapon behind, and so will I. I don't need any advantage against a monster. Brian runs toward Greenie and jumps up to land a powerful punch on Greenie's jaw. All of that, however, does nothing but hurt Brian's arm, which was now red and full of pain. Arg. Brian goes into a rage and releases a torrent of attacks at Greenie, punches, kicks, chops. Nothing was off limits, and he gave it his all for a full minute while Greenie simply stood in place with his arms crossed. Ronnie and the other two zone leaders were flabbergasted as they looked at the fight. No, it wasn't a fight. Even while simply standing and doing nothing, Greenie was winning. It was way two-sided. Arg. Brian shouts in anger as he stops for a moment to breathe. His hands were now all bloody as most of the skin was torn while punching. His legs hurt like hell, and he probably even had a fracture on his left leg. With the last bits of strength, he punches again, but this time his fist gets caught by Greenie. See, you are weak. My master and his teammates are all stronger than me, and you couldn't even scratch me. Greenie simply shakes his head as he throws the man at a nearby wall. Pitiful. Brian tries getting up, but it turns impossible to do so. His skin was torn apart. He was bleeding and some bones were broken. He was no longer in a good enough state to fight. I can't lose to a monster, never. Not before I kill them for what they did, I can't. Brian clenches his teeth and speaks with a low, gruff voice as he tries his best to get up. Rain and the others look at him with interest as they could feel mana slowly being drawn towards him. I will not lose. Brian's whole body shines with orange light as the wind got blown all around him. His injuries recover with astonishing speed as he pants heavily while looking down on his hands that were fully clenched. Ability. He laughs in delight. God had not forsaken him, and he had gained ability in such a situation. With a savage smile, he looks at Greenie and charges at him with his now bulkier frame. The muscles on Brian's body looked like they were about to burst out from his skin. His speed was much greater compared to before, and his first step even left a mark in the cement floor. You're fast, but compared to Master, you're not even worth being mentioned. Greenie clenches his hand and gets ready to deliver a blow to Brian, still calm-headed and not fazed by the sudden power-up the opponent got. Ronnie and the others tense up and get ready to jump in the fight. Now that Brian had become an ability user, his worth was much higher compared to others, and they couldn't let him get killed or seriously injured. Right as Ronnie put his hand on the sword, though, another hand grabbed his, and he and the others were shocked to see Rain standing in front of them as lighting flickered around him. No need to worry, he won't kill your guy. Rain smiles at them warmly as he channels mana towards them. The mana hit all of them like a truck, and they had a difficult time even standing. They all gulped in fear as they knew that this man was much more dangerous and stronger compared to the giant that threw Brian before. Brian arrives in front of Greenie and delivers a mean hook. The sound of the fist slicing through the air could be heard, but that was all as Greenie had ducked and dodged it with ease before punching Brian straight in the stomach. That's useless, my muscles are much stronger now. Even a hammer would break if it hit him before he could finish his sentence. Brian spits out blood as he was launched back to the wall with incredible velocity. The wall immediately produced cracks that looked like a spider's web around Brian's body. Shattering punch 30, Greenie calmly says as he stands up. Brian was powered up, that was sure, but a level 9 human with no class, and only an ability that he suddenly gained was still no match to Greenie, who was stronger than most level 16-17 monsters. One punch was all he needed to end this fight. So shall we get inside and talk now? I'm sure your men will take good care of that guy. He probably only has a couple of broken ribs, nothing that won't get healed after some time, especially now that he has an ability. Rain looks at the three shocked people, says with a smile. All three of them simply look at each other in shock before they nod to Rain and turn around to get in the office they were previously in. The battle was fast, and nobody expected the second strongest of the zone to lose so badly. Even after he got an ability, he was no match. A couple of people immediately run to him after seeing that the battle is over. So I heard you three are the top people in the town. Mind telling us what needed all of you together to discuss? Wolf sits down and stares straight at Ronnie and the other two. The pressure he gives of makes them sweat bullets as they nervously reply. It's a dungeon. Cameron was the one that answered. The strongly built middle-aged man knew they had nothing they could use to go against the group in front of them, not to mention that the dungeon he spoke of was incredibly dangerous, and not even the three of them together managed to pass even the outer layer of it. A dungeon. Wolf raises an eyebrow after hearing about it. A dungeon so deep inside a monster-infected town had to be of a much higher level compared to the one they first went into. Even the hidden dungeon was probably far below it. With their experience in the two titles they gained after completing the hidden dungeon, they were bound to get good rewards from it. What kind of dungeon are we talking about exactly? Rain asks from the side, clearly interested in hearing more about it. The dungeon was the place they gained the biggest power-up so far after all. It's actually one of a couple of dungeons we have found. This one was the only one that was somewhat normal. Like the others, the description said it all, of course, the type of dungeon, the monsters we might find, the recommended level, everything. Cameron slowly narrates while Rain and the others listen. His description of the dungeon was similar to the one they got for the hidden dungeon. It seemed only Dungeon A didn't have something like that. Well, it said the recommended level was 18, but we wanted to check it out. After all, with our abilities and strength, we thought we could at least hunt the monsters in the outer parts of it. Just to, gain some exp and level up, Cameron says before his expression changes a bit. The monsters in the dungeon, even the lowest level ones, are 15. Even with all three of us working together, we could only take on one at a time, and our efficiency was simply too low. It was better for us just to kill a bunch of low-level monsters for leveling. Understandable, but how did you get out of the dungeon? With your strength, even surviving should be a tough ordeal, not to mention finishing it, Wolf says while staring straight into Cameron's eyes, not looking away for even a moment. Well, that's the thing, the dungeon doesn't require you to finish it. You simply need to get back to the starting point, and it will take you out. All of the exp and coins you manage to get stays with you as well, so leaving was not a problem at all. Cameron tells them right away. He and the others had already finished a dungeon a while back. It was similar to the dungeon that Rain and the others did first, just a low-level dungeon that was there for newbies to conquer. Ding. The players have gained a clue for the quest A Journey to the West. Please continue with investigating the clue for further instructions. Oh, Rain and everyone got surprised by the notification in front of them. They were only interested in the dungeon because of the potential rewards they could get from it. Never did they think it would be connected to their main quest. What is it? Ronnie stutteringly asks them while clenching his hands into fists out of nervousness. They all planned on saving the information about the dungeon for later. It was after all a very good place to train their men in the future, that however had to change as they could no longer have a monopoly in the town. Well, I won't lie to you, we came here because of a quest. See, our safe zone is quite different compared to yours, and we got a quest to come in contact with you so that we could link them together. That way we could all travel via portal to each other. That would let you have a much easier way of going to low-level areas, while for us it would mean the town and the high-level monsters are right here. A win-win situation, don't you agree? Rain smiles at them warmly. The smile from him brings shivers down their spines as they still remembered the horrifying speed he had shown before. Well, yes, but what does the dungeon have to do with that? Lee picks up her courage and asks. She was the only woman zone leader in the town, and she was quite brave. She knew that to become stronger, she would have to do many dangerous things. But after hearing what Rain said, she suddenly found a glimmer of hope. No idea, we just notified by the system that it's a clue of some sorts. Seems like we need to go that dungeon of yours to find out more. Rain smiles straight at her, which makes her turn her head around, blushing slightly. She was no schoolgirl that would fall in love with a man after just looking at him. It was more Rain's strength that made her look up to him as someone in charge, and thus she was suddenly a bit shy towards him. Well then, shall we go? Shadow stops leaning at a wall and asks everyone. He was a bit excited at the notion that they would fight with all they had in a dungeon again. When they got out of the office, they could all see hundreds of people waiting for them outside. Everyone was curious about what the incredibly powerful newcomers wanted from them. Ronnie stepped out and explained that they were here to help them and that they would get full details later, as they had to go out and deal with something first. The crowd was skeptical at first, but they remembered the terrifying strength Greenie had shown before and realized that if they wanted to do anything to them, they would have done it earlier. There was no need for them to use dirty tactics or tricks of any kind. The trip to the dungeon took them a full 20 minutes. They gave it their best to be as stealthy as possible and managed to get there without any problems. Right before getting to the dungeon, however, Beast stopped and told everyone. I can hear numerous people in front of us. They're all breathing normally, some a bit hurriedly, probably out of excitement or fear. Yup, just looking straight ahead I can see some weird things. Somebody made an ambush for us, well, for you three to be more exact. Wolf looks over at Ronnie as he says that. Ronnie immediately gets nervous. For somebody to make an ambush right in front of the dungeon means they knew about it, and they have known for a while, otherwise why set up an ambush here? Don't worry, we'll deal with it. Tanks laugh a bit as he goes forward and pats Ronnie's and Cameron's backs. Once they got in front of the dungeon, they could hear loud clamors as the buildings around them changed. Steel plating was pushed down as tens of people that were dressed savagely jumped down. Two men came forward with gleeful looks on their faces. Well, if it isn't the three holy ones at one place. The one on the right laughs as he confidently walks towards them. You never thought a day like this one would come, huh? Raz, you were alive, you bastard. Ronnie shouts furiously at the man. Raz used to be his right-handed man, but Ronnie went furious when he found out he was working with some raiders from the bad zones and killed him. Well, he thought he had at least. Yeah, boss, I managed to survive the fall back then. I really thought I was a goner for a bit, but I survived, and now I'm back. Raz smiles savagely before looking over at Rain and the others. Seems like you got some new helpers. Well, no matter. See, me and my friend over here managed to get our classes too, and after one of my men spotted you and the other two here, I thought why not kill you all. The man next to Raz licks his knife in anticipation of the fight, his bloodlust seeping out a bit as Ronnie and the others became a bit nervous. They were not nervous about the fight. Of course, Rain and the others can kill the men here with ease. They were nervous about what could have happened had they not come here today. Bloodlust, to give out such an amount means you killed your fair share of people, but the way you project it is simply too amateurish. Wolf shakes his head after seeing the killer next to Raz. Someone with such skill was not common to see in today's world, but compared to other people he knew it was simply too low. Oh, you speak as if you can do better, you blonde cunt. I think I'm gonna enjoy tea. The man looks at Wolf with bloodshot eyes. Before he could finish his sentence, though, he stops as he nearly chokes on his words. Wolf was emitting an aura of bloodlust much thicker and denser than his. He knew immediately that something was wrong. The group that was in front of them couldn't be mere helpers. Raz, we need, before he could warn, Raz's head gets thrown violently to the side as an arrow was pierced deep inside of it. What? Raz looks at the dead body in front of him in shock before looking over at Beast, who was holding his bow. Beast gives him a cold look before taking another arrow. The battle lasted for only a short amount of time. Once Beast had killed the man next to Raz, everyone went all out to kill the opponents. The three wolves were brought out from the alternate dimension and joined in on the killing. With their low levels, they were not very useful in high-level battles right now, but for low-level enemies such as these, they were a walking nightmare. Rain moved to Raz right away and incapacitated him by breaking both of his legs right away, leaving him on the ground whimpering in agony while his men were getting killed around him. The poor raiders didn't even have a chance to flee, as each that tried got killed by the party's long-range attacks, mostly Beast's arrows or Shadow's daggers. Once the dust had settled, Ronnie and the others could only see corpses in the field in front of them. What was supposed to be an ambush for them turned into a slaughter fest for Rain and the others. They were all shocked as they didn't even imagine their strength was so large. Compared to them, they were just ants and were not worth mentioning. Well, you're the only one left, boss man. Rain crouched in front of Raz and broke his hand as the latter tried to stab him in the face with a hidden dagger. Raz's cry was filled with tragedy as he knew there was no way out of the situation. He could only look straight at Rain and ask, who are you? How could there be people so strong in the town? Raz cries out the words in agony while Rain just smiles at him. Well, that's the thing, we only got in the town today, and since these guys seem to be normal compared to you bastards, we decided to help them out. Simple as that. Jay just arrived here. What fucking luck, cough. Raz coughs out blood as Beast shoots an arrow at him, hitting him straight in the chest. The arrow had pierced the heart and his life was slowly fading away. Before he finally closed his eyes, Raz took a deep look at Beast and widened his eyes before dying. All right, what was that? Wolf comes up to Beast and asks him while seizing him up. Beast had changed for the better ever since he came out of the first dungeon. Nobody really spoke of what they did inside of it, but they all saw the difference in him, as he was no longer nervous while fighting and would kill monsters without remorse. I knew them, both of them, Beast utters through his teeth. His hands were firmly clutched and were turning into a deep red color while his face looked like the embodiment of anger. When I was in my third year of high school, a tragedy struck my city. There was a series of murders that took place in 3 weeks. Beast's lower lip starts bleeding as he bites on it to recollect himself. 2 killers had murdered 16 people during that time. Most of them were high schoolers like me, and it seems they preyed on girls the most, usually raping them before they killed them. Sometimes they even did the act after the murder. Everyone looks at the 2 men Beast had killed straight away. They could connect the dots immediately, not like it was hard to do so. Beast pauses his sentence and slowly walks towards a cement block that was nearby. Putting his bow down, he sits down and continues with a dark expression on his face. As you have already realized, it was these 2. They managed to get away at the end, though, and killed 3 police officers during the escape. Beast takes a deep breath and looks straight at Raz's body. They ran a student cafe and were well liked by students. I was one of the regulars there as well. Their final victims were killed after the chase. A guy with his girlfriend. Those 2 broke into their apartment to take supplies and decided to kill them, but not before they broke the guy's legs and forced him to watch his girlfriend being raped by them. The fucks even took a video on his phone and shared it on social media. Everything was there, the murder. Beast's eyes start watering as he recalls the video. He was one of many that saw it, thinking it was just a normal post at first. Before he knew it, however, his eyes were glued to the screen while his hands were frozen in disbelief over what was there. Their names were William Jones and Amelia Stockton. Will was my best friend. We had known each other since our childhoods, and he was someone I would have taken a bullet for if needed. Beast wipes his tears as he remembers his friend. Even after a couple of years had passed, he had never forgotten about him, nor the killers. Amelia was my cousin. We were distant relatives and were not really close, but she was family, and so was Will. Beast finally erupts into an agonizing cry. He never thought he would see the killers of his 2 friends after so long. Knowing who they are, he could not control himself and decided to avenge the 2 by killing them personally. He wasn't bothered by it, even if they were humans, and it was his first time he felt nothing towards it. Fuck, I never thought that something like that had happened to you, man. I'm sorry, man. Tank sits next to Beast and pats his shoulder while trying to comfort him. Shadow looks down at Raz's body and spits on it in anger, knowing that the person lying dead there was a murderer that took countless innocent lives. It's all right, I'll be fine in a bit. It's just, I never thought I would have the chance to avenge them, never. Beast calms down a bit and takes a couple of deep breaths. As he does so, he remembers the first time he was so agitated. It was when he first killed a goblin and when he was alone in the dungeon. He never told anyone what happened there. He was terrified at first, knowing that none of his friends could help him and that he had to kill monsters by himself. In the beginning, it was hard. He mostly hid and only took out normal goblins that strayed too far from their groups. He doesn't even remember how long he was in the dungeon as time passed differently inside, and he had no day and night cycles to count. After what felt like months, he finally got the courage to kill small groups, usually getting too scared when 1 or 2 goblins got close before he could shoot them. When he even managed to take him down to the ground with an injured arm, even without a weapon, the goblin would not stop trying to kill him. Beast was forced to take an arrow out of the quiver while the goblins were punching him and scratching him. With the arrow in his hand, he plunged it deep inside the eye and finally killed him. It was the first time Beast had killed a monster at such close range, and it was a terrifying sight. After some time, he managed to find a hobgoblin that had 2 wolves in a cage. The green bastard found it very amusing to whip them and punch them while they were chained. It seemed that was the primitive type of taming the goblins did. Killing the hobgoblin was easy. An arrow to the back of the head of the sleeping monster was enough to do it. After that, he spent some time trying to bond with the wolves that were still not tamed, and by some luck he was successful. With the wolves by his side, he was confident of killing bigger groups, even those with wolves in them. The slaughters that happened afterward changed him. No longer was he scared of killing monsters. He even felt a bit happy doing it. Beast, you all right, man? Shadow shakes Beast a bit as he had dozed off completely while looking up to the sky. Beast shakes his head to clear his mind and reassures Shadow. Don't worry, I was just reminiscing about some things. Beast smiles weakly and turns around to face everyone. So, are we going to the dungeon now? Rain nods his head at him before going to Ronnie and the others. He was going to invite them to their party for this dungeon, of course. He wasn't going to share all of the exp with them, immediately telling them that they were each going to get only 2 of the total amount. Cameron nods right away as he was happy to even be invited in it. 2 might seem a small amount, but the reward they would get from clearing the dungeon was more than enough to make up for it. The notification rang earlier, notifying them that they had finished the battle. They didn't even know that you could get exp from killing humans. They decided to transfer all of it to Greenie and the wolves as they didn't need it right now. Everyone checked the bodies of the raiders. Maybe one of them had a good item that they were secretly wearing or holding somewhere, but luck was not on their side as most of the raiders didn't even have items on, just civilian clothing and some knives and metal pipes. Finishing everything up, they decided it was time to go inside the dungeon. Discovered Dungeon Orc Warehouse, difficulty level 20. Recommended level 18. Recommended party size 5-8. Description: the orcs have taken the town of Doncaster as their own, ruling over most of the monsters inside of it with an iron fist. You have been either very fortunate or unfortunate to discover one of their important warehouses. Brave adventurers go inside and slay the minions that guard it. The warehouse is an important strategic element to the orcs' plan to rule the town. By either destroying it or taking control over it, you will have done a great service and started the liberation of Doncaster. Ding, the players have gained a clue for the quest: a journey to the west. Go inside the dungeon that acts as an anchor point and defeat the boss to take control over it. As we thought, the dungeon is the place where the link will be created. Wolf takes a good look at the dungeon door. It was a huge metal gate that led to an old, dilapidated building. They had already scouted it, and it was empty, which left them with the impression that the dungeon was definitely located in an alternate dimension, much like the one Beast's summons resided in. They all nodded each other and entered the dungeon. It wasn't their first time doing something like this. The difference was that this time they had even more data. Next to the difficulty level was even a recommended level and party size, something that was very beneficial to them. A blinding light flashes at them, and they all disappear from the spot. When they opened their eyes again, they could see that they were in the same building that they previously checked out, only that this time it was filled with an incredible amount of wooden crates and chests. Rain goes over to one and opens it. He finds a lot of raw meat, and the stench hits him straight away. The others do the same and discover different types of food inside. There were many different kinds of meat, some vegetables, and some weird slimy things inside. Nobody knew whether the slimes were for consumption or not. Outside of the building, they could only see darkness. They couldn't see even 1 centimeter outside, which proved that their previous guess was correct. The dungeon was in an alternate dimension and was inaccessible by normal means. The building was enormous, and they knew that a lot of time would be needed to cover everything, so they set off quickly. The room they were in was relatively small, and it took them only a couple of seconds to get to the end. An old iron door was located there, presumably the only way out. Before they could get to it, however, they hear a sharp sound as the door opened, and a couple of hobgoblins get inside, carrying supplies that were supposed to be stored inside. As they were coming from the side, the hobgoblins didn't notice them and simply continued forward to the designated location, leaving the door open. There were only 2 of them, and Rain immediately goes towards them with Shadow. They were too big of liability if left alive, and could spot them from behind later on, so they had to be killed quickly and quietly. The sword and dagger flash over the throats of the hobgoblins with a swift motion, decapitating them immediately. Before the bodies could fall down, they hugged them and slowly moved them away to a more hidden place. The heads were caught by Wolf, who follows after the 2. After finishing that, they go back to the others and signal them to move. The outside of the door was not very different compared to the storage room they were previously in. It was still storage, only many times bigger, and had a couple of offices that were above the ground level. Each was made from metal and had stairs that led to them. Inside each was a hobgoblin that was physically shorter and thinner than the others. The fact that they were put in the offices and acted as supervisors here meant that they had to be more intelligent compared to the average hobgoblin, and following that, of course, was the possibility of them knowing magic, something that would make assassination a very troublesome thing to be done. Besides the offices, there were a couple of drapes on top of some shelves, looking down and surveilling the hobgoblins and goblins that were moving around like worker ants to make sure everything in the warehouse was functioning properly. The drapes luckily seemed to be newly turned humans, as their levels were not that high, most of them being at level 15. I don't think stealth is a viable option here, guys. Beast gulps as he looks at the myriad of monsters below them. The door they went through led them to a raised platform right next to an office. From there, they could observe everything quite clearly and plan their attack. There were only 2 of us, and the plan was to simply sneak inside. Then it would be possible, but killing anyone here without the others noticing is indeed not something we can achieve. Even the drapes and the hobgoblin supervisors are no-go, as they cover each other almost perfectly. Wolf agrees with Beast, as the warehouse defense was very well made. By putting supervisors in the tall offices and the drapes on top of the shelves, the enemy had covered all of their weak points perfectly. You 3, you said you spent some time in the dungeon and hunted hobgoblins. How is that possible? Wolf turns his head around and glares at Ronnie and the other 2 who were standing there petrified and confused. That's because ours was different, Cameron says while looking around the warehouse in wonder. What? Rain and everyone else immediately turns around and stares at them. They never even thought of something like this being possible. Aren't all dungeons supposed to be the same except for the beginner ones? Well, it wasn't a warehouse like this one. Our dungeon was actually underground. It was a huge cave that housed many hobgoblins, and there were no goblins or drapes like here. I am confused as well. Nothing of the sort happened in the previous dungeons. Even when they were different, it was only by a bit, not something major like now. Cameron quickly speaks out, afraid that Wolf and the others would get angry and not believe them. That can mean one of two things. Either the dungeon is different because of our quest, or there is an underground level of this dungeon as well, and the spawning area changes depending on the number of people, levels, and probably more things. Wolf thinks for a bit before answering. This was not something they had expected. They didn't ask Ronnie and the others about the dungeon previously because they said they were only in the outer layer of it and that they fought against some hobgoblins. That was all the information that Rain and the others needed from them, as anything else would simply be useless. Coming to the conclusion that the dungeon might have different levels was not something Wolf just came up with on the spot. Previously, when they went to beginner dungeon, everyone got transported to a different dungeon, each quite similar to the others but still a bit different. Looking over at the description and then the hidden quest, he connected the dots and realized that they were all connected by some tunnels and paths. Compared to video games, the dungeons here are not as linear, and the degree of freedom was very high. They could probably try to destroy the floor and gain access to the underground dungeon if they wanted to, but that would only be a waste of time now. Looking over at the enemies, they knew that the Drafes were the most troublesome opponents because of their flying capabilities. The lightning bullet flies off from Rain's hand and hits a Drafe straight in the head, piercing through the monster's skull and frying his brain from the inside. At the same time that happened, multiple other attacks arrived at the other two Drafes that were overlooking the monsters below. Shadow's daggers and shadow blades pierce through an unfortunate Drafe's chest, while an arrow fired off by Lee manages to pierce its stomach. On the other side, a wooden spear and a green-colored arrow hit another one. The arrow pierces through the chest with ease and leaves a big gaping hole in it, while the wooden spear hits its stomach and explodes, destroying the insides while the other splinters deal some damage to the monsters below. Rain charges up the stairs and goes towards the supervising hobgoblin who was shaking in fear. The monster was killed easily. It seemed to only have slighter than normal intelligence and no magic powers. There was no barrier nor any attempt to preserve its life. Beheading the monster, Rain looks down to the monsters that were in shock as one of the Drafe corpses fell down from the shelves and straight into the crowd of monsters that were busy moving things around. The other supervisors see the situation immediately and sound the alarm being a big bell that was next to them. The urgent ringing of the bell alerts all the monsters that immediately drop whatever they were carrying. Some of the monsters had weapons tucked into the loincloth that was around their belt, while others had nothing as they left their weapons outside of the warehouse because it was annoying to carry them inside. All of them were now regretting their actions as were weaponless during an enemy attack, but even with that they were not going to simply roll over and die. They were going to fight their enemy no matter what. With half of the monsters charging barehanded, the battle no longer seemed as tough as before. Even so, Rain and the others don't relax. The enemy outnumbered them by a huge amount. Over 100 of them were coming their way. Barehanded or not, such numbers were enough to make them serious. Lighting flashed as Rain fought the crowd with everything he had. His sword was dancing wildly while harvesting lives. His hand moved around as he fired blasts of lighting around him, paralyzing the monsters nearby and allowing himself some room to breathe. Wolf, on the other hand, was causing mayhem. Explosion and blasts of flame regularly happened around him as he slashed and smashed with his greatsword. Each hit was reinforced with his ability and destroyed any and all monsters in front of him. With flames surrounding him, he looked like a demon to the monsters, and they were too afraid to come close to him, especially when they would look at his face, only to find a satisfying grin that made their skin crawl. Tank was standing in front of the staircase with his axe and shield. His task was to protect Beast and the other three from the monsters. Tank usually hated doing something like this, but this time the monsters were coming to him en masse, and he was having as much opportunity for combat as he would like. The huge mana shield was in front of him, acting like a barrier to the monsters, while his axe was chopping at them wildly. Each swing managed to take the life of an enemy and spurt blood everywhere. The huge shield in Tank's arms was also used to its fullest, as he bashed the monsters in preparation for the axe attacks. For some monsters, he would even go the extra mile and swing his shield parallel to the ground, using the edges of it to cut them. The edges, however, are not that sharp, and most of the time he would only deal a huge amount of blunt damage while disfiguring a monster. Beast and Lee were shooting arrows from behind him, while Ronnie, Cameron, and the wolves were right besides Tank, attacking the opponents while enjoying the defense and safety the mana shield brought them. Greenie and Shadow were in the crowd as well. Shadow was using his dagger to slash and stab enemies, while at the same time using his shadows to gain an advantage. Some of the shadows even turned into spikes that would extend towards the enemies and pierce their legs. It was a new skill that Shadow created after experimenting with shadow manipulation. Shadow spikes. Description: by using his ability, the player can manipulate shadows nearby to solidify and turn into spikes that pierce through the opponents. The more spikes the player creates, the harder it is to control them, and the weaker they are. The length and thickness of a spike will also affect the durability and deadliness of the spike. Greenie was having a blast with his hammer, though. He was simply spinning around with his hammer as he crushed everything around him. Sometimes he will stop and use a skill of his to deal with opponents, the crescent kick being his favorite. The hammer was completely red from all of the blood and flesh that stuck to it, giving it an extremely malevolent vibe. The monsters here were even weaker than they expected. Most of them were below level 15, and the only dangerous thing about them was the numbers. Even though exhausting the battle was not that hard, and after a couple of minutes, only a handful of enemies were left. The pitiful creatures were sitting on the ground and covering in fear. No matter how brave and stupid these guys were, they still knew when a battle was over. So many of their brethren attacked together with them, and they were all dead now. Such a small amount of them could do nothing. Greenie came to with Rain and the others. He tried talking with them to see if they could turn them into their subordinates as well. However, that worked poorly as none of them were willing to. They were completely different from Greenie and had no desire to bow down to people that had killed so many of them. Greenie shakes his head in sadness as he takes the hammer. Since negotiating with them failed, then they were no longer useful to them. Smashing each of them apart with incredible speed and force made him a bit annoyed. He was a Vajra. There was nothing enjoyable to him here. Enemies that lose all of their courage were not a satisfying kill. Only those that face him in combat were. Battle has been concluded. Distributing experience. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 350 X points gained. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 350 X points gained. LVL 13 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 300 X points gained. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 350 X points gained. LVL 12 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 250 X points gained. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 350 X points gained. LVL 12 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 250 X points gained. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 350 X points gained. LVL 15 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 400 X points gained. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed. 350 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Warrior killed. 250 X points gained. LVL 11 Goblin Warrior killed. 200 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Slingshooter killed. 250 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Grunt killed. 250 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Grunt killed. 250 X points gained. LVL 13 Goblin Slingshooter killed. 300 X points gained. The players have earner 29 450 exp and 270 S coins, distributing. The player has earned 536 exp and 51 S coins. They only got 94 of the exp and coins as Ronnie, and the other two got 2 each. Battle has been concluded, distributing subordinates experience. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 15 Hobgoblin Defender killed, 400 X points gained. LVL 13 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 300 X points gained. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 12 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 250 X points gained. LVL 13 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 300 X points gained. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 11 Goblin Grunt killed, 200 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Grunt killed, 250 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Warrior killed, 250 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Slingshooter killed, 250 X points gained. Your subordinate has killed more than 10 monsters, for 650 X points earned. Battle has been concluded, distributing pets experience. LVL 14 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 350 X points gained. LVL 13 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 300 X points gained. LVL 11 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 250 X points gained. LVL 10 Hobgoblin Warrior killed, 150 X points gained. LVL 11 Goblin Grunt killed, 200 X points gained. LVL 12 Goblin Warrior killed, 250 X points gained. LVL 13 Goblin Slingshooter killed, 300 X points gained. Your pets have killed more than 10 monsters, 400 X points earned. Ding, level up, current player level is 18, additional stats gained. Free attribute points plus 2 endurance plus 1, vitality plus 1. Name Rain. Level 18-1 456, 11-0. Class Swordsman, more info in the class menu. Race Human, more info in the race menu. Attribute points 4. Strength 3143 plus 7 from ability, plus 5 from item. Agility 3550 plus 8 from ability, plus 7 from item. Endurance 1521 plus 2 from ability, plus 4 from item. Vitality 1723 plus 4 from ability, 2 from ability. Willpower 1621 plus 5 from ability. Spirit 3045 plus 5 from ability, plus 10 from item. Proficiencies: Knife Proficiency D. Hand-to-hand combat A+. Sword Proficiency A. Skills Inspect rank B. Lightning Charge rank A. Lesser Lightning Body rank B. Lighting Movement rank C. Lightning Stab rank B. Compact Punch rank C. Lightning Bullet rank C. Swordsman no rank. Downward Slash no rank. Swordsman Heart no rank. Ability Lightning Manipulation SLVL 51 exp 32. Unknown rank LVL exps Ding, your subordinate has leveled up, name Greenie. Level 15 658,000. Race Vajra Ogre variant, more info in the race menu. Strength 36. Agility 32. Endurance 22. Vitality 22. Willpower 13. Spirit 12. Proficiencies: Pickaxe Proficiency C. Sword Proficiency B. Hammer Proficiency B. Two-handed Proficiency B. Hand-to-hand Combat B. Skills: Shattering Punch. Dominating Slash. Crescent Kick. Shattering Stomp. Ability Vajra Might. Vajra Blood. While Rain and the others were wreaking havoc in the warehouse and slaughtering their enemies in a distant location, many light years away Zeus and Miriam were traveling through the void. It was an incredibly weird scene. The void was empty, no air was present, and no sound could travel through it, but the two were simply walking on the emptiness and footsteps could be heard. Time and space were twisting around them as they moved with incredible speed, sometimes ripping through the fabric of the void to make a long-distance jump. Z, what are your plans after our little trip? Miriam asks as she puts candy in her mouth. Even the silly display this devastatingly powerful and beautiful woman put on was enough to captivate anyone's heart. Well, I didn't get the answers I wanted to get, but I trust you. If you say that I will get them later, then I will be patient, not to mention that the trip was not wasted as I found a talented seed. Zeus smiles weakly at Miriam, his thoughts still not completely clear. The planet was simply too weird. The little group they encountered had astonishing talents, especially the boy named Rain. It was hard to find someone like him in the whole universe after all. But Miriam, tell me the boy's name. It sounded so familiar. I could have sworn I heard it before. Zeus stops and turns at Miriam, his face being serious now. To lose all of his memories of the planet for a couple of millennia was weird enough, but the same thing happened with a simple name. He knew it must be connected. Yes, it should be familiar, not gonna tell though. Miriam shrugs her shoulders in a playful manner as she winks at Zeus. The sight makes Zeus lighten up a bit, but he still presses on, eager for at least some kind of answer. Mir, why do I have to wait for all the answers? Zeus asks Miriam, who is now absent-mindedly looking around the void as if searching for something. After a couple of seconds, she gets serious and ready for battle before quickly relaxing and showing an enchanting smile. Well, Z, you might even get some now. She turns around at Zeus, who had his eyebrows furrowed. The space around them was sealed, and even he couldn't find a way to quickly break the seal. Make something like this was no easy feat and would usually require a lot of planning and resources, but the craziest part was that for this specific seal it didn't. Only the power of one person was powering it. The void breaks like glass as a man in white slowly walks over the two with a smile. Zeus's eyes show a look of confusion before a trace of fear flashed by them. He knew this man, not personally, but he knew about him. Everybody knew about him. I see you are having a nice little holiday, Mir. The man says as he stops in front of Miriam, his posture straight and relaxed while his mouth was curved up in a gentle smile as he looked at the woman. It has been a while, teacher. Miriam stops mid-sentence to recollect herself. She was always nervous when talking casually with this man. He was her teacher and the person that taught her everything she knew. His power was immense, and even though she is one of the people closest to him, even she didn't know the full extent of it now. It has, hasn't it? I heard you were making some trouble at the old lizard's place. The man puts his hand on Miriam's head and ruffles her hair a bit. Miriam simply stands and pouts while listening to him. Zeus gulps in shock as he sees that. For someone to even try to touch Miriam's hair was considered taboo, as she ever wanted to fight a high god to death after he simply touched her hair. They were simply being way too unreasonable and arrogant. I had to show some strength to make them realize some things. Miriam crosses her arms in frustration. She could never get angry at her teacher. She had been by his side since she was a child, a half-breed of a dragon and human that was ostracized by everyone around her. Without him, she would have probably died in some slums with no one around her. He took her in as his first student and taught her many things, brought her to places that were above even her wildest dreams and fantasies, and never asked for anything in return. She rarely talked about him, but if anyone was to badmouth her teacher in front of her, they would face the highest extent of her rage. Some strength. The man looks at her with a knowing look. You destroyed 5 planets, 2 of which were inhabitable by intelligent life. Over 30 billion were killed. With a sigh, he takes back his hand and shakes his head. What will I ever do with you, little one? Hey, don't act like you're so innocent yourself. Miriam snaps back at her teacher with a playful look on her face. I remember when I got into trouble some millennia ago. You got so angry that you destroyed multiple civilizations and over 30 planets in mere hours. That was different. I tried negotiation for a while and you know it. It was still your fault, though. The man scratches the back of his head while looking away from Miriam. The event was one of the rare moments he got angry, and in his rage he didn't care for anyone, simply slaughtering everything in his way until the targets of his rage were utterly destroyed. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about all of that. You went to that little planet, both you and the kid back there. Tell me, what did you think of it? The man takes a short glance at Zeus, who immediately straightens his back and tries to hide his nervousness. His attempt was of course futile, as the man simply smiled after noticing it. Weird, it was weird, especially after Z told me about it, not to mention the boy and the sheer amount of talents in such an underdeveloped and small planet. Teacher, is it time? Is it time for whatever you have been waiting for so long? Miriam looks at him with worry. She couldn't help it, even if her teacher was amongst the strongest if not the strongest out there. Something that he had waited eons for was definitely not a simple thing. Perhaps I do have high hopes that it is, though. That boy should be the key to everything. I will know in time. I have as much as I would need anyway. The man smiles before gently caressing the cheek of his student. He never took in many students, and she was the first. She always had a special place in his heart. Don't worry about it. I waited for a reason. You should know best that I never take unnecessary risks. Something like this will be a shock to the universe perhaps, but much more is needed to endanger my life. Smiling while talking, he looks in the direction of Earth, his gaze seemingly penetrating the fabric of time and space so that he would have a clear look. All right, I trust you, as always. Miriam smiles in response before asking a question. Before you leave, teach, could you tell me and Z why you sealed his memory? Oh, that's simple. It was not time for anyone to know about Earth, so I had it sealed until everything started. You should probably be able to remember everything clearly in a couple of days, kid. Don't worry so much. You did gain a new protege from all of this after all. The man smiles before stepping into the void again. The area vibrates a bit as he disappears, together with the seal put around them. Phew. Zeus breathes out and sits down on a lightning bolt that manifested itself. Taking in a deep breath, he looks over at Miriam before talking. I remember why the name was familiar now. To think I would even forget such a detail. The legends about your teacher are definitely not true. He's much stronger compared to them. Taking deep breaths, he slowly calms himself down. Meeting someone on top of the food chain was not a very nice experience. The pressure he faced was much higher than expected. I told you my teacher is not one to be trifled with. Even your pantheon would end up destroyed if you guys fought against him. Miriam simply shrugs her shoulders as if it was obvious, while Zeus nods in agreement to her statement. Well, come on, don't just sit there like a weakling. We have to go back, come on, chop chop. Miriam gestures for Zeus to get up impatiently. Now that she knew her teacher was on the move, she had to get prepared as well. A storm was coming, and it will a tough one to survive. Zeus gets up and they continue their trip, albeit much faster now, as he was also in a hurry to get back. Back on Earth, Rain and the others had just finished another battle in the huge warehouse. The bodies of the hobgoblins were everywhere around them, and they had some injuries as each battle was harder than the last. The number of enemies was lower, but the average level of the goblins went up, and more of them had weapons while some used skills as well. Rain looks at his status screen and checks his exp in coins. Level 1810, 350, 11, 0. S coins 146. He was close to leveling up again. If they have more battles like this one coming, then reaching level 20 won't be a difficult task. One had to know that level 20 was a threshold similar to level 10, only not as big as that one. The biggest difference for them would be the possible class evolution there. It largely depended on their own strength coupled with their talent, and the completion of the trial that they had skipped after managing to be the first to finish a hidden dungeon. Everyone sits down to rest after the third battle they had just gone through. They were unlucky, as their enemies were alarmed by the ruckus they caused in the second area and attacked them as soon as they entered. The flying drafts were the hardest enemies to deal with, as their strength and speed were top-notch compared to the goblins. If they only fought against them, it would have been fine, but fighting them together with tens of goblins was much harder. This dungeon is huge, man. The hidden one we did was difficult as well, but that was to be expected as it was a hidden dungeon. Those are usually tougher compared to normal ones, but this, just more and more enemies to fight, man. Shadow pants a bit as he leans against a crate while drinking some water he took out of the inventory from. Ronnie and the others were surprised when they saw that, as they had no idea that something like that was possible. Let's rest a little bit longer and then we move on to the next area. I wonder how many enemies we will face there. Rain takes a sip of water from his bottle and looks at the high ceiling above them. Something was bothering him. This dungeon was incredibly straightforward. Just enter a room and fight, rinse and repeat. The previous two were both similar to it, and yet different. The first dungeon allowed for a high level of stealth and verticality when doing it, while the second one had 3 stages to it. The horde of goblins outside of the castle, the inner area of the castle littered by thief goblins, and then the inside of the castle that had a hidden room. He had a hunch that this dungeon wouldn't be so far off from it, as it was way too easy right now. The enemies were not even close to the level of being a danger to them. What's on your mind? Wolf sits down next to Rain and asks him while cleaning his sword. Rain tells him what he thought about the dungeon, which prompts Wolf to lean his blade against himself while thinking about it. You're probably right. I think that the hidden dungeon was more of a test and trial run for what's to come. It's like the game is giving us risks and rewards at the same time. The onslaught of goblins we had to face at the beginning was not something a normal party be able to go against without major difficulty, while the hidden room we found offered really good rewards for our level. Wolf starts cleaning his sword again while talking to Rain. We might face something similar here as well. The first couple of rooms are full of enemies we have to fight face on, similar to the horde back then. Those 3 said that the starting area was different for them. Based on the levels of monsters, they described it will probably be the second area we go to, while the boss will be found in the third one or even in a 4th area. Rain nods at Wolf's words and gets up. They had rested enough, and now it was time to go forward. They open the door and expect to be greeted by the same sight as the previous 3 times, but get surprised as the area ahead was empty. It was a huge room with barely any crates and shelves and a huge hole near the end of it. That's the path to the next area, Wolf says as he looks around with vigilance. There was no way that this area would be empty. That would be way too easy. Thump, thump. Steps could suddenly be heard from the shelves near the hole. After a couple of seconds, 5 monsters show up, all very different from each other. There was a huge ogre that had a spiked club as his weapon. His body was almost completely white while his eyes were blood red in color. A drafe stood with his arms crossed in front of him while his wings were slowly being spread behind him. With an arrogant gaze, he looks at them while smiling. 2 hobgoblins stood shoulder to shoulder. One had a katana on his waist while the other had a greatsword on his shoulder. Their looks were quite different, as the blue-clothed, katana-wielding hobgoblin was slim although muscular. Judging by his appearance, he probably specialized in speed, while the other one was clothed in red and was much larger in size, his bulging muscles almost tearing his clothes apart. Lastly, a woman wielding a bow came out, by great surprise to Rain and the others. She was human. Rain immediately used his inspect skill to check her out. LVL 18 Elite possessed. Description: a human that had her soul weakened to the point of near destruction by some kind of spell before being used as a puppet controlled by someone. Her soul is already incredibly fragile, and to repair the damage is nigh impossible right now. Beast tightens his grip on his bow when he sees the description. For a monster to control a human made him incredibly angry. Rain and the others slowly take their stances and get ready for a fight. It was definitely not going to be an easy one, as their opponents were almost all level 18 elites, with the ogre being a mini-boss of the same level. I'll take on the red guy. Rain, you fight the blue-clothed one, while Shadow can go against the drafe. Wolf looks at the way their opponents were spread out and immediately notices that all of them seem to want a private battle. Beast, I need you to fight against the girl. You don't need to kill her, but make her unable to come to help the others. We will come to you after we finish. As for you two. Wolf looks over at Greenie and Tank, who were smiling while looking at the ogre. The big guy is yours. Wolf shakes his head helplessly as he moves right with Rain towards the area the hobgoblins were moving to. Rain and Wolf move together before splitting up and each going after their prospective opponents. Rain looks at the calm blue-colored hobgoblin, while the latter smiles kindly at him and puts his hand on the sword at his waist. Rain smiles back as lightning flickers around him. Pointing his sword at the hobgoblin, he swiftly draws it back and disappears as the usual trail of lightning was left in his wake. Clang. Two swords collide with a violent force, and Rain widens his eyes in surprise that his combo of lightning charge and stab was actually blocked by the opponent, who was forced to take a couple of steps back to stabilize himself from the force of the attack. Phew, that was dangerous, human. My hands hurt a bit even though I managed to block that. The hobgoblin surprisingly speaks while shaking his hands with the smile still plastered on his face. That was yet another surprise, as the only monsters Rain heard talking were Greenie and Groll together with his shaman and captain. Miriam didn't count as she was miles away in terms of power. You can talk. Rain questions the hobgoblin as sounds of battle rang out around them. The others had also started fighting. The hobgoblin nods politely at Rain before asking him, "Yes, what's your name, human?" The hobgoblin asks him before his face changes as he jumps a little bit. "So rude of me to ask your name before introducing myself. Please do excuse me. My name is Imris." The hobgoblin bows at the end of the sentence while looking at Rain, who takes a battle stance again. It's Rain. The very same second Rain tells his name, he springs forward and attacks Imris, who welcomes him with his sword. The two go toe-to-toe for a couple of rounds as Imris manages to block every single attack from Rain while not changing his expression at the least. "So young Rain," Imris swings his sword casually while fighting Rain. "Why did you come to this place?" The image of his opponent not taking him seriously was becoming infuriating to Rain, who couldn't believe that a monster could have such skill with the sword. "You're becoming angry, Mr. Rain. Please do calm down. This battle will become much less interesting if you go crazy." Imris calmly tells Rain as his eyes become a bit more serious, hiding great ferocity behind his calm demeanor. With a flick of the wrist, Imris deflects Rain's sword and stabs at him, prompting Rain to hit the side of the blade with the back of his gloves, striking it with the iron that was embedded there. Good reaction again. Imris smiles weirdly before attacking again, the katana slicing through the air from the right. Rain swings his sword in an attempt to meet the attack head-on. Something incredible happens at that moment. The blade that was coming to him changes direction. The whole sword plunges down and scrapes the ground, prompting sparks to appear. Imris was no longer standing. His body was in the air as he was able to somehow jump and redirect the force of his attack completely. He spins while airborne and makes a whole circle before coming down at Rain's head with enough force to cut him in half. Rain was stunned for a second before he uses lighting body for a moment, allowing his body to turn to the side immediately and let the blade pass by without harming him. Rain stabs forward at the now vulnerable Imris. As his arm starts straightening for the stab, he widens his eyes at Imris, whose cheeks were swollen up. Imris opens his mouth a bit and spits out a highly condensed ball of wind. Rain had already anticipated something like that and had luckily changed his stab into a slash. The sword hits the air bullet and manages to cut through it, dissipating it into a wind that blows Rain's hair up. "Very good, it seems you have some interesting skills after all. But beware." Imris applauds Rain and commends him for the short bout they just had before his smile disappears, and a stern look appears on his face. Twisting his lips upwards, he gives a ferocious smile to Rain as he says, "I will be fighting you seriously now." Imris's arm shoots upwards as he launches a wind blade from his sword. The blade travels swiftly towards Rain, who dodges it, not sure whether it would be a good idea to try and block it. That was the correct action. A whisper was heard from the side as Imris had already closed the distance between them. His speed was way above Rain's expectation as he didn't move so fast previously. Clang, rip. Imris slashes downwards with his sword, aiming at the area between Rain's neck and shoulder. Rain manages to bring his sword up and block the attack, but the quick reaction didn't allow him to get into a good position for blocking, and his sword was pressed down immediately. As Imris's sword touches the armor, it gets jerked back violently and rips apart the leather, cutting open Rain's skin. The wound bleeds right away and Rain pants a bit. The wound wasn't deep nor serious, but it was the fact that Imris was still playing around that made Rain worried. The opponent was strong, incredibly strong. How is he an elite? Rain screams in his mind while looking warily at Imris. An opponent of such caliber was definitely not someone that was only an elite in power. His speed, strength, reflexes, and proficiency with the sword were above those. "I know you can see some of my status with those eyes of yours, Rain." Imris looks over at Rain, who was calming himself down. "You should know one thing about the system." Imris takes a step forward. It's not omnipotent, and there are many ways of tricking your opponent into thinking you are weaker. Imris snaps his fingers, and Rain sees the status from the system changing. Imris of the three divas. LVL, race, strength, agility, endurance, vitality, willpower, spirit. Rain's eyes widen in horror as he looks at the status screen. His whole body was on full alert mode when looking over at Imris now. Why are you here? Rain puts his sword in front of him and gets ready to use everything he has to fight him. Victory was impossible, but he might be able to damage the opponent enough for the others to defeat afterward. Oh, Imris raises a brow at Rain's behavior. You're willing to fight me even after seeing my status. That truly is commendable. Imris's figure disappears while Rain quickly slashes behind him, only to find his sword caught in the hands of Imris. The hands holding the sword were like a pair of steel pincers that would never release the target. Even after Rain used all of his power, it would still not budge for even a bit. Relax, I'm not here to kill you or your teammates, just call this a surprising inspection. Imris smiles at Rain as he releases the sword from his grasp. Rain almost falls over as the momentum from pulling the sword throws him backward. I need to go now, I have already broken a couple of the system's rules. Imris moves away from Rain and slashes at the air, opening a pitch-black passage through the space. An identical figure walks out from it while in trance. This is your real opponent, and don't worry, he's a bit weakened by me, as you might not be able to quickly defeat him after what just happened. Imris calmly smiles at Rain and steps into the passage while waving to Rain. See you later. Rain tries to go after him, but gets stopped by the real elite hobgoblin in front of him. The hobgoblin looked exactly the same as Imris. Well, to be more exact, it was Imris that looked the same as he was the one to use the identity. With the katana, the hobgoblin slashes and stabs at Rain, giving his all to wound him. He was fast, but compared to Imris, he was simply like a little kid that still hasn't trained the basics fully. Rain fights his new opponent unwillingly, as he was now worried if the others were in a similar situation or not. At the same time Rain started his fight with Imris, Wolf was staring at the big red hobgoblin who was looking back at him. Both of them wielded greatswords, but each one was fairly different from the other. While Wolf's greatsword was designed by himself, and with style and sharpness in mind, the one the hobgoblin used was incredibly crude. It was a big slab of metal that had screws everywhere, and the edge of the blade looked dull. It was clear that the main purpose of the sword was to crush the opponent rather than to cut. Interesting sword, a bit too crude and ugly for my taste, but interesting nonetheless. Wolf ignites his sword while talking. The hobgoblin looks a bit surprised as he looks at the now flaming sword. Fire, sword, nice. The hobgoblin speaks slowly as his eyes sparkle with delight as he looks at the sword, a sight that makes Wolf stop for a bit in surprise. Oh, you like it? He points at his sword, towards which the goblin nods in response. At least you have good taste. Even so, I must kill you. We are enemies after all. The chilling words spoken so easily from Wolf wake the hobgoblin up from his daze. Wolf was correct. This battle is one of life and death. Only one of them shall walk alive. The hobgoblin smiles as he imagines himself wielding the flaming sword and bragging to all the other monsters in the warehouse. Judging from your smile, it seems like you are quite confident in yourself, big guy. Wolf smiles towards the hobgoblin before jumping high in the air and crashing down on him with a huge flaming slash. The hobgoblin puts his sword above his head, and the floor of the warehouse suddenly cracks apart as hardened soil covers his legs, followed by most of his body and sword. Clang! Fire erupts everywhere as the swords collide. Most of the hardened soil gets swept away by the shockwave of the collision, but it did its job as the hobgoblin was uninjured by the flames that swept him away briefly. Wolf widens his eyes a bit in surprise as he didn't think the hobgoblin would also have an ability like him and the others. The surprise quickly turns into delight, however. The inertia from the jump was broken by the collision, and Wolf quickly brings his arms up while kicking the hobgoblin's sword so he can put some distance between them. The hobgoblin quickly goes after him, but it seems as if his ability impacts his speed, as it was lower than Wolf expected. His smile deepens as he attacks the hobgoblin without using any skills, simply changing the weight of the sword to maximize its speed and power. It took Wolf much practice to familiarize himself with his old sword and do something like this. As he designed this one to be similar, it was not a huge problem to do the same things. The hobgoblin was hard-pressed while defending. The swiftness Wolf's sword displayed was not something a greatsword should have. The power behind each impact, however, was proof that it was indeed a greatsword. Annoyed by the fact that his opponent was much faster and nimbler than him, the hobgoblin stomps the ground in frustration. Seeing the sight, Wolf smiled and attacked again. His sword travels fast and arrives at the frustrated hobgoblin's side. Right before the moment of impact, he changes its weight, but feels something was off as the hobgoblin had a ferocious smile on his face. Wolf tries to make the sword easier again and retreat, but it was too late as a sharp piece of rock suddenly grows from the ground. It was aimed straight at Wolf's chest and was too fast to dodge completely. Wolf leans heavily on his right, using the momentum of his previous swing and the weight of the sword to help him. The rock cuts deeply into Wolf's left side, passing underneath the armpit and stopping. Wolf growls in pain and hugs the rock briefly. It had made a big cut on his side and even touched his ribs, grinding them slightly as it passed. He quickly looks up and jumps back, ignoring the agonizing pain coming from his wound. Bam! The rock gets pulverized as the hobgoblin greatsword slashes down, aiming at the place Wolf was previously at. Picking his sword up, the hobgoblin sneers in delight and looks over at Wolf, who is now holding the sword with his left and covering his wound with his right hand. The hobgoblin steps towards him, but stops and widens his eyes at the sight in front of him. Wolf's hand was glowing red as fire escaped between his fingertips. A smell of burning meat could be felt as he uses his ability to forcibly burn his wound and stop the bleeding. Finishing the roasting, he pants heavily before taking the sword back into his right hand. His hair had fallen down as sweat dripped down on the ground from it. The pain of burning your flesh at such a location was beyond anything Wolf had experienced before, but it wasn't enough to stop him as he looked at the hobgoblin with a wide grin on his face. That was one of the most dangerous things to ever happen to me. The hobgoblin flinches as the crazy man smiles even wider while looking at his. I have to congratulate you as well as apologies. Wolf steps towards the hobgoblin, who is still standing in place and looking at him. I congratulate you for wounding me so heavily. Amongst all the opponents I had since the start of this Expelled game, none managed to do something like this. He takes another step and puts his sword on his shoulder. Wolf was already close to the hobgoblin, who was still not moving. The bloodlust he could feel coming from Wolf had paralyzed him. He had never fought an opponent that gave off such a feeling before. The left side of Wolf's chest was glowing in a bright purple light that could be seen through his armor. Flame users were often hot-headed, and their powers were at their apex whenever they were enraged or overjoyed. In this case, Wolf was both. He was beyond the moon with the fact he was fighting somebody against whom he could go all out, but he was also incredibly angry at himself for falling at the trap the enemy had set up for him. Wolf's right arm disappears in a blur as he brings his sword down with incredible force. He didn't lower the weight this time. On the contrary, he had already reached the maximum weight possible for him right now. The speed of the slash was something he had reached with the help of his blood pumping, coupled with a boost from the mark given to him by Miriam. The speed and strength of his attack surprised even Wolf. While the hobgoblin had put his sword up in haste to defend himself, he was holding it with his right hand, while the left hand was positioned near the end of it. He was confident that it would be enough to block the attack without any problems. Bam! A huge ringing sound could be heard as the now 35 kg heavy sword made contact with the hobgoblin's crude weapon. The ground beneath his legs cracked while his arms were pushed back from the power behind Wolf's slash. The hobgoblin's body was making a C-shape as his back bent back in an attempt to absorb the shock and stop the attack. He was now in a vulnerable position, and Wolf immediately lifts his sword up and slashes down again in an attempt to break the hobgoblin's guard. Crack. The huge greatsword the hobgoblin wielded had cracks on it, a testament of how strong Wolf's attacks were right now. He himself had no idea he was capable of something like this. The anger he had before was slowly fading away as the situation was beyond his understanding. His sixth sense, however, picks up, and he immediately jumps back as the earth around the hobgoblin erupts with tens of rocks similar to the one that wounded him. This trick again. Wolf's anger returns as the flames on his sword grow bigger. The eerie green fire now had a tinge of purple deep inside of it, and Wolf charges forward while slashing at the hobgoblin with all of his might. Sword of Flames. The sword cuts through the rocks with ease, only stopping briefly when hitting the hobgoblin's sword. The sword, however, quickly breaks in the middle, and the fire sword makes a huge cut on the hobgoblin's stomach, burning his flesh and skin around the wound. The rocks had even melted a bit from the intense heat Wolf's attack had. As the hobgoblin was lying on the ground in agony and trying to put out the fire, Wolf simply looks down at him and stabs him while uttering. Explode. The flames immediately compress in front of the hobgoblin and explode in a violent fashion, blowing away the skin of his head and melting his eyes. The now deformed body twitches for a couple of more seconds before coming to a complete stop and dying. Wolf pants heavily as the last attack had drained a huge part of his mana and left him weak. He sits down on the ground as he tries to recover a bit so he could help the others. Beast was looking at the woman who was creepily smiling at him. The dark purple bow in her hands shinned ominously under the lights of the warehouse as she caressed it carefully while looking down at it. Human, she spoke. Why are thy here? Her head rises and her purple eyes look straight at Beast, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He immediately draws an arrow and notches it on the bowstrings, ready to fire it off at any given moment. Oh my, so nervous, hee. The woman puts a hand over her mouth as she giggles shyly. Her arm slowly rises as she goes through her hair with it. The platinum blonde hair acts like silk as it moves. It would have been a mesmerizing sight if not for the pale skin and purple shining eyes she possessed. All right, I will play with you. The woman smiles again as she lifts her bow in front of her with her left hand. The right hand goes to the bowstrings, which she gently pulls back while aiming at Beast with the smile still on her face. As the strings get drawn back to their fullest, she blows a kiss at him as a purple light materializes on the bow the moment before she releases the strings. Beast's eyes widen in shock as he lifts his hand and activates the shield on the armband. The purple light was pure mana in the shape of an arrow. The woman released the bowstring and it crashes on the green-colored shield in front of Beast's face. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been dead now. Oh, you managed to dodge. Perhaps you're more capable than I thought. The woman looks at him with an amused expression while Beast pulls back the bowstring quickly and launches an arrow straight to her face. Swish. The arrow travels through the air quickly before stopping right in front of the woman's face. She had managed to catch the arrow at the very last minute with her hand. She gently runs her fingers over it before applying force and breaking it. You didn't even apply any mana to that attack. Please don't think such rudimentary attacks can hurt me. She looks over at Beast with a more somber expression now. The attack was harmless to her, yes, but the speed of the attack was above expected. It took Beast only a bit over a second to launch it. That applied to everything. Notching the arrow again, pulling back the strings and aiming at her only took such little time. Beast and she look at each other again and break into a run. They move towards the shelves and launch arrows at each other with incredible speed and precision. The arrows zoom past their heads, get blocked by some of their skills and defensive measures, or simply get outright dodged. The bout only lasted for a short period of time before they reached the shelves, but even that was enough to make Beast panic a little. The woman's archery skill was at least the same level as his, something he found hard to believe. As they get behind the shelves, the fight doesn't stop. Every time one of them was visible, an arrow would be launched. It was a tense fight above any Beast had participated before. Even the time he was alone in the dungeon couldn't be compared to this. The speed, precision, and skill the woman had shown so far were on par with his. That was of course not counting skills, as neither one had attacked with any yet. Beast's biggest advantage right now was the fact that the woman didn't know about his wolves. If used at the right moment, they could be the thing that wins the battle for him. Little boy, I can feel that you are quite restless right now. The woman's voice could be heard ringing through the warehouse. Don't tell me you are scared of me, that would break my heart, heh. Beast uses his skill to magnify his sense of hearing. Even though the wolves weren't here and he couldn't use it to its fullest potential, it should be enough to determine where the woman was. Beast focuses and listens. He tries to pick up any nearby sounds, breathing, footsteps, anything. A couple of seconds pass before he hears a sound. His heart suddenly stops as a gentle inhale could be heard at the end of a shelf right next to him. He jumps down while turning around in the air with his bow aimed straight forward. The woman was shocked that her sneak attack was unsuccessful. Her arrow hits nothing, but ere his Beast was already near the ground. He launches an arrow at the woman and manages to hit her in the middle of her chest before he hits the ground heavily. You actually hit me. The woman stands there in a daze as she looks at the arrow pierced in her chest. Lifting her head slightly, she looks at Beast before pulling the arrow out. Unfortunately for you, you should have aimed here. She points at her head with the arrow she pulled out. The wound in her chest was there and it was deep, yet barely any blood came from it. The little that did was pitch black and resembled ink more than blood. The woman smiles and throws the arrow at Beast, hitting his leg with it. Beast grunts slightly as the arrow pierces his leg, although not deeply. Quickly he gets up and disappears behind another pair of shelves before the woman could launch an arrow at him. She narrows her eyes and goes after him, set on killing him as fast as possible. Beast runs with all of his might, trying to lose the woman that was pursuing him relentlessly. Many arrows had already zoomed past him, some managing to wound him slightly. As he turns at yet another shelf, he stops as he sees an open area in front of him. It was impossible for him to continue running away now. He takes an arrow and clutches it with all of his might, ready to attack the woman in close range. As the silhouette of the woman appears, he immediately stabs down with his arm held high. The woman stops in her tracks, surprised to find Beast waiting for her. Her arms go up as he blocks Beast's attack with her bow. Beast immediately used the bow he was holding in his other hand to hit her in the stomach, but the result was less than satisfactory. It was the same as before. The woman had no reaction towards pain. Useless, you should already know that this body is simply a vessel. No matter how you damage it, I won't feel anything. The owner of this body is almost gone. The woman speaks, this time with a different voice, a voice that sounded incredibly old and ethereal. Hearing her words, Beast's eyes widen in anger. He lets go of his bow and simply lets it hang on his left arm while he grabs the woman by the collar. He lets go of the arrow as well and simply grabs her bow. Holding both the bow and collar, he takes a step forward and pulls the bow with all of his might while at the same time turning his body clockwise and lifting the woman from the ground with his left arm. With a violent force, he judo throws her down on the ground. She tries to stand up but finds herself surrounded by 3 wolves. The 2 green wolves immediately bite her hands while a big black wolf holds her neck in his mouth, ready to break at any moment. You are a summoner," the woman asks in disbelief while looking over at Beast, who is aiming at her with his bow. "No, these animals, you're a tamer." Right before Beast could launch his arrow at the woman, a purple light flashes around her and an incredible amount of mana erupts from her, launching him and the wolves backward. The woman's body starts bleeding as some parts of her skin get cracked. It was evident that the ability she just used is a final resort of sorts, something that would hurt both her and the enemy. "Cough, you have done well to force me to use this." The woman slowly gets back up while lifting the bow. "You should feel honored to die under my bow, young human." Beast was down on one knee while an arrow was aimed straight at the woman's face. Looking at the sight, she laughs. "Ha ha ha ha, marvelous, but this is still your loss. This body is only a vessel, remember." The woman smiles gently at him as his eyes widen. Almost simultaneously, they release their bowstrings and launch an arrow at their prospective targets. Looking at the purple arrow that was slowly approaching him, Beast sees his life flash through his eyes, his earliest memories when he was a little boy, his parents, friends, and other loved ones. He remembers his first kiss and the first time he embraced a woman under the cover of the night. He knew it was impossible to block the arrow. There was simply no time. Looking at his approaching death, he simply smiles. Slash. Black shadow suddenly bursts up from the ground. Both the woman's and Beast's arrows get cut in half by it. Looking behind the woman, Beast could see a bloodied shadow who was shrouded by darkness. His pupils were red as he stared at the woman with his arm outstretched. Bind. Numerous shadows burst up from the ground and pierce through the body of the woman before binding her arms and legs firmly. One of the shadows goes up to the mouth of the woman and stops her from biting off her tongue. Shadow. Beast looks over at Shadow with shock. His friend was very different compared to his usual self. The atmosphere around him was incredibly dark and eerie. Looking further behind, Beast was able to see the bloodied body of the Drafe that Shadow fought. One of its wings was cut off and was on the ground near it. What happened?